The sacred star Earth, 4.6 billion years old, also known as Gaia, has about 71% of its surface covered by oceans, with the remaining land divided into continents and islands. Around 1600 years ago, human technology reached its peak, ushering everyone into the great space age with a fervent desire to explore the vast cosmos. However, once humanity ventured into the universe, they realized their own insignificance. The universe not only harbors other intelligent species, but also conceals countless dangers. Bloodthirsty insectoids, marauding space pirates, and alien creatures from unknown planets make every step a potential deadly trap. At that moment, a scream suddenly echoed through the space station. A group of heavily armed space pirates barged in, and panic spread instantly. Nobody move. Anyone who moves gets shot. One pirate roared, firing a shot into the air as a warning. Two women who tried to flee were immediately riddled with bullets and fell into a pool of blood. Hands on your heads, squat down, the pirates bellowed, quickly taking control of the situation. Hand over anything valuable. Kongcheng watched helplessly. Just left Earth and already encountering pirates? Was it bad luck? Or did he forget to check his horoscope? As he was lost in thought, a heavy blow suddenly struck the back of his head. Several pirates had somehow snuck up behind him. Stand up, one pirate barked. Hand over everything valuable. Kongcheng slowly stood up, trying to remain calm. Guys, I'm actually a space pirate too. Can't you cut me some slack for being in the same line of work? The pirates were momentarily stunned, but then burst into mocking laughter. One pirate disdainfully patted Kongcheng's face and sneered, "Kid, you don't even have a full set of teeth yet. You, a space pirate? Just hand over your stuff and go back to your mommy." Kongcheng narrowed his eyes, his tone turning icy. "So, you don't believe me?" Another pirate stepped forward, tauntingly. "Kid, if you don't want to die, you'd better behave." "You, a space pirate? That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Even if you are a pirate, so what?" A third pirate scoffed. "In this business, there's no camaraderie. As long as we get the loot, who cares what you are?" "I see," Kongcheng said, a look of realization crossing his face. "So I don't need to be polite to you either, right?" The pirates laughed again, but their laughter abruptly stopped. Kongcheng suddenly kicked one pirate hard in the stomach. The man screamed in pain, flying 3 meters away and collapsing on the ground, vomiting blood. The other pirates were shocked, but before they could react, Kongcheng had already lightning-fast grabbed another pirate by the throat. "You slapped my face earlier, didn't you?" he said coldly. "Do you know what happened to the last person who did that?" Without waiting for an answer, he twisted the pirate's wrist sharply. A sickening crack was heard, and the pirate screamed in agony, his hand grotesquely twisted. The remaining 3 pirates finally snapped out of their shock, hurriedly raising their pulse energy guns at Kongcheng. However, Kongcheng's figure suddenly vanished, and in the next second, he reappeared behind them. "Your speed is too slow, isn't it?" he sneered, swiftly chopping the backs of their necks. The pirates collapsed, unconscious. The commotion drew the attention of other pirates. More armed men rushed over, aiming their guns at Kongcheng when they saw their fallen comrades. "Hey kid," shouted a leading pirate. "If you don't want to die, get down with your hands on your head." Kongcheng shook his head and snapped his fingers. The pirates' weapons began to tremble uncontrollably before flying out of their hands and forming a massive metal sphere in midair. "Special ability?" one pirate exclaimed. "You're a second-tier genetic warrior." In this era, surviving in the universe required strength, and the measure of that strength was the gene gate. Every living being had latent abilities restricted by what was known as the gene gate. There were 8 levels of gene gates, from the 1st to the 8th tier. Breaking through each gate unlocked a new ability. First-tier genetic warriors gained enhanced physical attributes, while second-tier warriors unlocked special abilities. To the pirates, Kongcheng's ability to control magnetism was his special ability, and his enhanced physical attribute from the first tier was speed. Kongcheng's body swayed from side to side and vanished in an instant. A blur of motion later, he reappeared beside a pirate, grabbing the man's hair and slamming his head onto a table. The table shattered with a crash, and the pirate collapsed, unconscious. Kongcheng sneered, turning into a blur again, moving like a phantom through the crowd. With rapid footsteps, pirates around him fell one after another, writhing on the ground in pain. In the blink of an eye, dozens of pirates were down. "What kind of pirate crew are you?" Kongcheng appeared again, mocking, "You're too weak." Just then, a furious roar echoed from behind him. Kongcheng sensed a rush of wind and quickly sidestepped. A burly, dark-skinned man charged from behind, his fist smashing into the wall, shattering it instantly. "You little brat, you're way too arrogant." The dark-skinned man turned around, his muscular frame exuding an intimidating presence. He grinned, showing a set of white teeth. "I'm Fong Wong, the captain of the Black Hawk Pirates," he declared, cracking his knuckles with a crisp sound. The surrounding space pirates, feeling emboldened, began to shout, "Captain, take him down! Kill that scum! You little punk, our captain's here, you're done for." Fong Wong sneered and took a large step towards Kongcheng. He swung his fist suddenly, and Kongcheng hastily raised his arm to block, only to feel a tremendous force. "Damn it!" Kongcheng cursed inwardly. "This guy's strength is unbelievable." With a low growl, Fong Wong's right arm muscles swelled, and he punched again with even greater force. Kongcheng was pushed back repeatedly until he slammed into the wall. With a loud crash, the wall cracked and splintered. Before Kongcheng could regain his footing, Fong Wong was already upon him like an arrow. "Fist gun," he shouted, his fist slamming into Kongcheng's chest. The wall roared again, caving inward to form a massive crater, with Kongcheng embedded in it. Gritting his teeth, Kongcheng fought back, aiming a punch at Fong Wong's ribs. However, it felt like hitting solid rock, having no effect. Fong Wong sneered mockingly, "Pathetic. Put some effort into it. Are you tickling me? Even my mom hits harder than that." Kongcheng's eyebrow twitched. Suddenly, he leaped up, kicking Fong Wong's chest 3 times in quick succession. Despite the rapid strikes, Fong Wong merely staggered back a couple of steps, brushing off the footprints on his chest with disdain. "Is that all you've got? Save your energy," Fong Wong taunted, grabbing Kongcheng by the throat. "Trash is trash. No matter how much you struggle, you're still trash. You think you can challenge the Black Hawk pirates? Let me teach you what death means." Fong Wong lunged forward, ignoring Kongcheng's counterattacks, and shoved his fist aside to grip his throat. With a thunderous bang, he pinned Kongcheng against the wall, tightening his grip. Kongcheng's face turned blue and purple as he struggled in pain. Fong Wong laughed triumphantly. "This is what happens when you mess with the Black Hawk pirates. I'll make you suffocate bit by bit, let you feel pain, and then snap your neck when you're on the brink of despair." At that critical moment, Kongcheng tilted his head slightly, revealing a strange smile. This unexpected expression made Fong Wong pause, a sense of unease creeping in. "Enough playing around," Kongcheng said with difficulty. "Lon, if you don't act now, I'm really going to die." In the next instant, Kongcheng's right fist began to glow with 5-colored light, enveloping his forearm like water. When the light faded, a metal gauntlet appeared on his right arm. Without hesitation, Kongcheng threw an uppercut at Fong Wong. Feeling the force of the blow, Fong Wong was shocked and quickly leapt back to dodge. Kongcheng smirked, following closely, his fist aimed straight at Fong Wong's face. This was a simple, direct, and brutal punch, no frills, just pure power. Wong Fong gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and charged forward to meet it. Bam! The fists collided, producing a deafening crash. The shockwave from the impact spread wildly, sending nearby tables and chairs flying, crashing into surrounding objects. A blood-curdling scream followed immediately. Wong Fong clutched his right arm in agony. A small piece of bone had pierced through his skin at the elbow, and blood dripped steadily. The air was thick with the smell of blood, causing some onlookers to scream and cover their eyes in horror. Kongcheng walked up to Wong Fong and said coldly, "Didn't you just call me trash?" Wong Fong tried to speak, but Kongcheng grabbed his jaw and effortlessly lifted the 200-pound man. "Sorry," Kongcheng said indifferently. "I don't need your answer." Bam! Kongcheng slammed Wong Fong into the ground. The metal floor dented deeply, embedding Wong Fong in it. His eyes rolled back, and after a few spasms, he passed out. Kongcheng took a deep breath and then cheerfully stepped on a space pirate's chest. "Hey, I left Earth in a hurry and didn't bring much money. Hand over your IC, ID, IQ cards, all of them." As he spoke, he began rifling through the stunned space pirate's belongings, taking anything valuable. Looking at the pile of loot, Kongcheng felt a bit troubled. It was cumbersome to carry. With a spark of inspiration, he took one of the pirate's clothes, tied them together to make a giant bundle, and stuffed everything inside. While Kongcheng was busy, a chubby man in a suit ran over. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and smiled obsequiously. "Sir, name's Kongcheng interrupted. Kongcheng. I'm the manager of this space station. My name is Lu Dongri." The chubby man shook Kongcheng's right hand eagerly and flattered. "Mr. Yi, we are immensely grateful for your help. You must be a very skilled bounty hunter." "Not really," Kongcheng shrugged. "I'm a space pirate." Lu Dongri's expression froze, and he forced a laugh. "Mr. Yi, you have quite the sense of humor." "Humor?" Kongcheng chuckled, though it seemed he wasn't joking at all. "Let's go back to 3 days ago. Welcome to the first integrated academy of Saint Star Earth, the most prestigious institution in the galaxy." Kongcheng smiled as he walked into the office, nodding slightly to the elderly professor behind the desk. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on the professor's graying hair, adding a touch of solemnity to the book-filled office. "Professor." Yi Kongcheng's voice was filled with anticipation. As per our agreement, I have turned 18. The item my father entrusted to you should be handed over to me now, right? The professor's deep gaze fell on Yi Kongcheng, and he sighed. Can't you reconsider? With your abilities, you could achieve great things in any field. Yi Kongcheng responded politely, Professor. I am deeply grateful for the education the Academy has provided me, but I am sorry. His tone was firm, indicating his resolved decision. The professor sighed again, retrieving a delicate box from the drawer and placing it gently in front of Yi Kongcheng. The surface of the box shimmered with a mysterious light, suggesting limitless possibilities. Yi Kongcheng's father was a notorious cosmic thief, known as Star Plucker Yi Linkong. He roamed the galaxies, committing countless heists. According to official reports, the value of the goods he stole and robbed amounted to 7 billion. When Yi Kongcheng was very young, Yi Linkong left Saint Star Earth, venturing alone into the starry expanse, leaving his son to face a bleak childhood. Despite this, Yi Linkong was not entirely irresponsible. He prepaid all the tuition fees for the first integrated academy of Saint Star Earth, provided a generous allowance, and left behind this mysterious box. However, the box was not handed directly to Yi Kongcheng, but was entrusted to his former mentor, the old professor now before Yi Kongcheng. Only when Yi Kongcheng turned 18 and graduated as the top student of the academy would he be eligible to receive the box. Now, Yi Kongcheng had finally achieved that. The seemingly ordinary box was actually a high-tech product. Its surface was covered with 120 intricate patterns, each acting as a unique key. Only by skillfully moving the lid to align all the patterns perfectly could the mysterious box be opened. I've waited so long for this moment, Yi Kongcheng murmured, his fingers deftly shifting the lid. As the final pattern fell into place, the box split into countless seams, and golden light poured out. A figure appeared in the golden light, looking about 40 years old and bearing a strong resemblance to Yi Kongcheng. It was evidently a holographic image. Hi, son. The figure waved enthusiastically. I'm your old man. I guess hearing this might make you angry. I must admit I was an irresponsible father, leaving you to roam the galaxies. Whether or not you forgive me, I still want to say I'm sorry. Yi Linkong's hologram continued. The contents of this box are the only compensation I can offer you. Honestly, I don't even know what's inside, but I went through a lot of trouble to steal it. If you don't share my love for adventure, thrills, and exploring the galaxy, then you should sell what's inside the box. I'm sure the money will be enough for you to live a comfortable life. But if you have the same adventurous spirit as I do, I believe the contents might be of great use to you. The hologram concluded. Once again, I apologize. If you choose a peaceful life, I'll be wishing you well from the other side of the stars. But if you choose adventure, I hope that one day, somewhere in this vast galaxy, we'll meet again, even if the first thing you do is punch me in the face. With that, the figure gradually faded away. Damn you, old man. Yi Kongcheng clenched his fists, tears welling up in his eyes. This was the second time in his life he had almost cried. The first was when his mother passed away. He gritted his teeth and said, Believe me, I will find you, and I will punch you hard. After calming down, Yi Kongcheng turned his attention to the box. Inside was a small metal sphere covered in intricate patterns, just the size of his fist. What is this? Yi Kongcheng wondered as he picked up the sphere. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his fingertips. The sphere had sprouted spikes that pierced his hand. Instinctively, he tried to shake it off, but it seemed to stick to his hand. In the blink of an eye, the sphere transformed into a metal glove, tightly wrapping around his right hand. An electronic voice emanated from the glove. System scanning in progress. Do not forcibly disconnect the power source to avoid unforeseen consequences. Then, the glove began to report the scan results. Name, Yi Kongcheng. Gender, male. Age, 18. Gene lock. Second tier variant, multiple variants unactivated. Mental C, unawakened. Physical talent, S. Intelligence talent, A. Overall talent, A. Combat power rating, 772. Owner assessment, excellent. The pain in Yi Kongcheng's hands subsided as the spikes retracted. He looked at the glove in astonishment. What are you? I am not a what, the glove responded. I am a parasitic auxiliary super AI combat version, named Azure. Given your excellent overall talent, I have recognized you as my new owner. I will assist you in becoming an outstanding warrior. An old professor exclaimed. Is this a divine artifact? Look at this mark. It's the emblem of the divine realm. This appears to be a biotype AI, pre-programmed to assist in growth. However, it seems vastly different from the AI commonly available from the divine realm, looking like a specially crafted high-end version. I can't determine its exact value. Yi Kongcheng tilted his head and asked, but what can it do? Hey, you're called Azure, right? How can you help me? Azure replied, I'm currently in the infancy stage and need energy to grow. For now, I can assist you with 3 functions. Weapon transformation, magnetic field, and area exploration. As Azure began to demonstrate these functions, each one left Yi Kongcheng thoroughly amazed. Weapon transformation allowed Azure to turn into a metal gauntlet, increasing Yi Kongcheng's punching power by 2.5 times. And that wasn't even the limit. The area exploration feature can detect within a range of 120 meters, ignoring any shielding devices, though it hasn't yet reached its full potential due to its early development stage. However, what shocked Yi Kongcheng the most was the magnetic field ability. Within a 50-meter range, Zhanlan can create a magnetic field that controls the attraction or repulsion of all metal objects. It can even decompose, reconstruct, and reshape metals to some extent. To Yi Kongcheng, this ability seems utterly incredible and brimming with limitless possibilities. Yi Kongcheng carefully placed the azure bracelet on his wrist and turned to give the old professor a deep bow. "Professor, thank you for your guidance over the years. I hope we can meet again." His voice carried a hint of reluctance. The old professor sighed, his gaze profound. "Go on, child. May you find your place among the stars." Just then, a sudden voice disrupted the farewell. "Wait a minute." The office door was flung open, and a uniformed federal officer strode in. "You want to leave? Fine, but you have to leave that behind. Otherwise, I'll arrest you." Yi Kongcheng turned and saw a familiar face. "Captain Huang," he said with a wry smile. "What charge do you plan to arrest me on?" Standing at the door was Huang Qifa, an old acquaintance of Yi Kongcheng. For years, Huang had been secretly monitoring him due to his father's past. However, federal law did not allow for guilt by association, and the police couldn't arrest him for his father's crimes. Huang Qifa sneered. "I said you could leave, but the item stays. It's stolen property." "Stolen property?" Yi Kongcheng chuckled. "Do you have any proof?" Huang Qifa strode towards Yi Kongcheng, using his height to his advantage, and spoke with a threatening tone. "I'm the captain of the 1st Division of the Holy Star Police Department. My word is proof enough. Hand it over willingly, or your next stop will be prison." Yi Kongcheng had anticipated Huang Qifa's arrival. Years ago, Huang had coveted the items left by Yi Kongcheng's father, but they were in the old professor's care, preventing him from acting. Now that Yi Kongcheng was 18 and had inherited his father's belongings, Huang saw his chance. "Captain Huang," Yi Kongcheng smiled. "I knew you'd come today. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, and I'm sure you have too. To be honest, I've stolen a spaceship and plan to leave Holy Star Earth today. Let's see if you can catch me." Huang Qifa laughed coldly, drawing his gun. "You think you can escape? That's for me to decide." As soon as Yi Kongcheng finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. Snap. Instantly, the office lights went out, and with the curtains already drawn, the room plunged into darkness. "Damn it!" Huang Qifa cursed. Suddenly, the lights flickered back on. Yi Kongcheng was by the window, drawing the curtains open to let the sunlight flood in. "Captain Huang," Yi Kongcheng said with a smile, "goodbye, but I don't think we'll meet again." With that, he flipped out of the window. Huang Qifa was shocked. They were on the 6th floor. He rushed to the window and looked down to see a group of students gathered below, with thick mats spread out on the ground. Yi Kongcheng landed safely on the mats and waved up at him. "Madman, he's as crazy as his father." Huang Qifa cursed, turning to look at the old professor. The old professor shrugged. "This is a spontaneous act by the students. The academy takes no responsibility." Huang Qifa let out a cold snort, understanding that the old professor was covering up, but he dared not offend the prestigious Shengxing First Comprehensive Academy. As he ran out, he grabbed his communicator and ordered, "This is Huang Qifa. The target has fled the education building. Team 1, Wang Chong, block all school exits. Team 2, Team 3, Team 4, Team 5. Yi Kongcheng unexpectedly appeared at the main gate of the school, facing a circle of police officers and patrol cars. The police were momentarily stunned, then drew their guns and aimed at him. "Relax," Yi Kongcheng said with a smile, pulling a metal tube from his coat and tossing it. The tube hit the ground and released countless tiny needles, emitting a pale yellow smoke that quickly enveloped the area. "Watch out, it's toxic," a police officer shouted. But before he could finish, Yi Kongcheng had already appeared in front of him. The officer swung his fist in panic, but Yi Kongcheng easily dodged it. With a knee to the officer's abdomen, he then grabbed his hair and slammed his head into the police car's window. Crash! The glass shattered, and blood streamed down the officer's head. Two other officers quietly approached Yi Kongcheng from behind, raising their batons to strike. Without even turning around, Yi Kongcheng swept them off their feet with a swift kick, sending them flying. "You guys are no match for me," Yi Kongcheng said with a grin, striding away and quickly disappearing from the police's sight. The old professor looked at the grim-faced Huang Qifa and shook his head. Yi Kongcheng had received an A rating in all subjects for 3 consecutive years, including 3 S-level courses, one of which was combat training. This level of interception was no match for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the pride of Shengxing First Comprehensive Academy. An hour later, In the wilderness outside the city, a small spaceship emitted white jets as it slowly ascended, disappearing into the vast cosmos. Mr. Yi? Mr. Yi? Lu Dongyang's voice echoed through the restaurant, finally pulling Yi Kongcheng out of his reverie. Yi Kongcheng snapped back to reality and said calmly, "Oh, there's no need to thank me. If you insist on showing your gratitude, why not cover my meal? Honestly, I'm out of money and was planning to dine and dash." Lu Dongyang was taken aback by this and responded with a puzzled expression. "It seems Mr. Yi has quite a sense of humor. Of course, that's something I can easily arrange, but it hardly expresses my full gratitude." After a bit more polite conversation, Lu Dongyang handed over a business card. Yi Kongcheng accepted it with a smile, waved goodbye, and left the space station's restaurant, heading toward the docking area. Upon entering the docking area, Yi Kongcheng didn't head straight to his spaceship. Instead, he suddenly turned around and asked, "Why are you following me?" He stared into an empty patch of shadow, where no one seemed to be present. Speaking again, Yi Kongcheng said, "Aren't you coming out? I'm curious how you plan to follow me once I board my spaceship." From the shadows came a slight rustling sound. Moments later, a petite girl emerged. She looked to be around 20 years old, standing about 5 feet tall, with a curvaceous figure. Yi Kongcheng asked, "Black Hawk pirates?" "No, no." The girl frantically waved her hands, her body shaking with nervousness. Suddenly, a pair of round ears popped up on her head. Yi Kongcheng was momentarily stunned. "A Martian mouse? No wonder you're so good at hiding." "Not a mouse," the girl emphasized. "We're the murine, a humanoid intelligent species, not animals." "Whatever," Yi Kongcheng said indifferently. "What's your name? Why are you following me?" "My name is Nana," the murine girl replied with a pitiful look. "Can I travel with you?" "Why?" "Because you're strong," Nana explained. "The murine aren't well liked in the galaxy, and I often get bullied. I want to travel with someone powerful." Yi Kongcheng smiled and said, "My IQ is 148, which is considered high intelligence. So please, tell me the truth." Nana hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip and said, "Someone is chasing me. Did you steal something?" Nana's face turned red with anger. "Don't assume all murine are thieves. I'm not like that. Someone is trying to rob me." Yi Kongcheng nodded and summarized, "All right, let me get this straight. You have some trouble, saw my skills at the space station, and are seeking protection by becoming my companion, correct?" "Temporarily becoming your companion," Nana emphasized. "Doesn't matter. We can discuss that later." Yi Kongcheng chuckled. "My question is, why should I help you with your troubles? What can you offer me in return?" "Well," Nana hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'm a mechanic, but only a—" "You said you're a mechanic?" Yi Kongcheng's eyes lit up instantly. "No problem, you can come with me, but I'll decide where we go." Nana was surprised. "You agreed? Isn't that what you wanted, for me to agree to take you along?" "I just didn't expect you to agree so easily," Nana said, somewhat embarrassed. "Actually, I'm just a junior mechanic." Yi Kongcheng shrugged. "That's fine, as long as you can handle basic maintenance. To be honest, my spaceship has been acting up. The propulsion system keeps getting stuck. I was planning to push through to our destination before getting it fixed." After inspecting the spaceship, Nana put her hands on her hips and said irritably, "You should consider yourself lucky. This spaceship isn't meant for long-distance travel. The fact that you're not dead in space is sheer luck." Yi Kongcheng was taken aback. "What?" Nana rolled her eyes. "You don't even know something that basic?" Yi Kongcheng awkwardly explained. "Well, I'm more familiar with military ships." Nana could only explain helplessly. "This is a commercial ship, and commercial ships are divided into long-haul ships, sector ships, cargo ships, and trader ships. This one is a typical trader ship, mainly used for short-range travel between a few planets in a constellation." She made an exaggerated gesture of admiration. "So, this kind of spaceship is called a peddler's ship. The fact that you traveled from Holy Star Earth to here without dying in the Star River is beyond lucky." Yi Kongcheng asked gloomily, "So, does that mean this spaceship has almost no chance of continuing its journey?" "Everything is functioning normally for now, but it's clearly overworked." Nana thought for a moment and said, "But don't blame me if you end up dead in space one day." "Where is your destination?" "I think you need to find a more suitable spaceship." "The tentative destination is the Ring Star sector," Yi Kongcheng replied, though he was really thinking about how it was the last place his father had been seen. "For intersector travel, you need at least a large long-haul spaceship." Nana shook her head. "There are star currents between sectors. This trader ship would be torn apart as soon as it hits the edge. Looks like you'll need to buy a sector ship." "Yeah, I should buy one." Yi Kongcheng shrugged. "But I don't have any money." Nana rolled her eyes. "If you're broke, why even bring it up?" Yi Kongcheng laughed. "Relax, I'm a space pirate. I'm used to taking what I need." "You're really a space pirate?" Nana asked doubtfully. Although space pirates often fought among themselves, she found it hard to believe that a space pirate would engage other pirates over some strangers at a space station. Yi Kongcheng smiled and took out a wanted poster. Genuine article, though the bounty is a bit meager. The wanted poster clearly displayed Yi Kongcheng's photo, but the bounty was merely $10,000. So, there's no need to worry about a spaceship, Yi Kongcheng said with a smile. The question is, where can we get a good one? Of course, from Leo, Nana replied. The Golden Planet in Leo is a well-known industrial hub in the galaxy. Over 80 of spaceship manufacturers are based there. Okay, then let's head there first. Yi Kongcheng snapped his fingers, then frowned. But what do we do in the meantime? Nana sighed and said, we'll use my spaceship. Nana's spaceship, although also small, was significantly better than Yi Kongcheng's. The Sunshine 2 model was a civilian series designed for long-distance travel, far surpassing Yi Kongcheng's nearly obsolete ship. Yet, it still couldn't support prolonged voyages. Before reaching the Leo constellation, they had to land on a small asteroid called Voyaging. Despite its size, Voyaging didn't belong to any constellation and functioned like a space station in the galaxy, offering transit services for spaceships. Thanks to its strategic location, Voyaging became a crossroads for multiple space routes, attracting travelers, merchants, and even space pirates, making it a bustling yet somewhat chaotic place. About 2 days later, a grayish-white planet appeared in Yi Kongcheng and Nana's view. This was Voyaging. As a thriving planet, it was dotted with cities and spaceports. Yi Kongcheng chose to land in the largest city, Voyaging, which was considered the planet's capital. They transmitted the docking signal as per protocol and received guidance from the spaceport. Although Yi Kongcheng was now a space pirate, he had no serious offenses on record and only a modest bounty of 10,000 credits. The spaceport staff wouldn't bother comparing every face with a wanted poster. Moreover, even if they wanted to catch someone, they wouldn't go after a small fry like Yi Kongcheng. Thus, they could enter and exit the spaceport without issues. As they disembarked, Yi Kongcheng said, let's go buy some supplies. I didn't bring much food from Earth, just some tasteless compressed rations. We also need to get some consumables. Nana reminded him, even though spaceship malfunctions are rare, we still need to be prepared. What if we get attacked? I can't fix everything alone. We need tools and materials. Given that Nana had already provided a temporary spaceship, Yi Kongcheng felt it would be inappropriate to ask her to pay for repair supplies. Looking at his increasingly empty wallet, he gritted his teeth and said, bye. He thought to himself that if he hadn't robbed those space pirates at the space station, he would probably be bankrupt by now. A large shopping mall was located near the spaceport. As they walked, they discussed their shopping list. Halfway there, Jeanlin suddenly spoke up. Someone is following us. Jeanlin had regional exploration capabilities and could easily detect followers. It continued, a medium-sized spaceship with stealth coating has been trailing us. While it's possible they are also heading to Voyaging and using the same route, I noticed 2 people still following us after we left the spaceport. Nana nervously said, it might be those people looking to cause trouble for me. Yi Kongcheng laughed. I was just thinking about how to help you with your troubles. If they come to us, even better. With that, he pulled Nana along and quickened his pace. The 2 followers, seeing this, hurriedly weaved through the crowd to catch up. However, when they followed into a narrow alley, Yi Kongcheng and Nana had already vanished. At that moment, Yi Kongcheng's voice suddenly came from behind. Are you looking for me? One of the men in suits spoke coldly. Kid, cut the crap. This has nothing to do with you. Hand over the woman next to you, and we'll leave you alone. Yi Kongcheng replied with a smile. If you leave this planet now, we can all avoid trouble. The other man's eyebrows arched, and his tone grew colder. Kid, you better wise up. Don't think taking down the Black Hawk pirate gang makes you special. We work for the prince. Do as we say, or you'll regret ever being born. The prince? Yi Kongcheng looked puzzled. Are there still planets with such outdated monarchies? A prince? Does that mean there's also an emperor? Nana whispered. They're from the fiery pirates. Their leader is nicknamed the Prince. Wow. Yi Kongcheng mocked. That's a pretty lame nickname. Shut up. One of the men yanked open his jacket, pulling out a handgun and aiming it at Yi Kongcheng's head. Insult our leader again, and you'll regret it. Don't think taking down the Black Hawk pirate gang is a big deal. They were just a third-rate space pirate gang. Believe me, they'll blow your brains out right now. Yi Kongcheng spread his hands nonchalantly. A handgun? Hey, that's useless against me. However, when he tried to use his magnetic powers, he was shocked to find they had no effect. The man sneered. We saw how you dealt with the Black Hawk pirate gang. You think we'd make the same mistake? This is a ceramic gun. I suggest you step aside and let us take the woman, or you'll regret it. Yi Kongcheng remained indifferent, as if the gun to his head didn't exist, and said softly, Do you know what happened to the last guy who pointed a gun at my head? Before he finished speaking, he struck out, his hand like a blade, aiming for the ceramic gun. Nana, braver than expected, lunged at the man as Yi Kongcheng moved, using her body as a weapon. However, smack! Just as Yi Kongcheng was about to knock the ceramic gun away, a fist shot out from the side, colliding with his hand. Both men felt the force of the impact and stepped back. Nana's small frame was easily pushed aside, crashing into the wall, her face contorted in pain. Kongcheng turned to look at the man who had intervened. The man sneered. He handles the gun. I handle the fists. Kid, I suggest you behave or else. He made a throat-slitting gesture toward Kongcheng. Kid, the man with the gun stepped forward. You seem pretty stubborn, so I think you need a lesson. How about we start by breaking your right hand? You'd better not, Kongcheng said, spreading his hands. My right hand and I have had a very close relationship since I was 13. We've always been quite fond of each other. If you shoot, I'd be very upset. Smooth talker, the other person scoffed. Go learn to use your left hand for that. The man from the 007 City Defense Squad raised his gun once more. With gritted teeth, Nana charged forward from the side. Fighting wasn't her strong suit, but she couldn't stand idly by, especially since the situation had started because of her. Despite being a woman, she showed great courage. However, combat was indeed not Nana's forte. As she lunged, the opponent sneered and casually swiped a hand, sending a gust of wind her way. Nana felt a sharp pain on her face, but in that instant, Kongcheng reached out and blocked the opponent's punch with his palm. Hitting a woman is quite ungentlemanly, Kongcheng said with a smile, discreetly placing his hand behind his back and gesturing for Nana to step back. You meddling kid, the opponent snarled, about to pull the trigger. But in that moment, the man suddenly screamed in pain, dropping the ceramic gun, which had turned red-hot and was emitting white smoke. Kongcheng snapped his fingers, and a crimson flame ignited at his fingertips. Impossible, the opponent exclaimed. Isn't your ability magnetization? Oh. Kongcheng casually extended his hand. You mean this? With a wave, a metal trash can in the alley was pulled by an invisible force and stuck to his right hand. Sorry, Kongcheng smiled. That's not my ability. That's Zhanlan's. My ability is... Boom. Kongcheng thrust his fist forward, and crimson flames erupted from his hand, forming a roaring column of fire like a dragon. The fierce flames filled the alley, surging forward with overwhelming force. This is my supernatural ability after unlocking the second genetic gate pyrokinesis, Kongcheng declared proudly. Boom. The flames burst out, spilling into the street. Hovercars screeched to a halt, drivers staring in horror at the flames, causing a chain of rear-end collisions. As the flames gradually died down, the two figures reappeared before Kongcheng. Though they had somehow avoided a fatal blow, they were in a sorry state. Clothes charred, hair smoking, skin burnt and bleeding, gasping for breath. Nana, wide-eyed, exclaimed, so powerful, truly a supernatural ability. Kongcheng clearly had no intention of letting them off easily. He grabbed one by the shoulder, saying coldly, the last guy who pointed a gun at my head ended up like this. Crack. Kongcheng twisted the man's arm, breaking it with a sharp snap. The man screamed, collapsing to his knees, sweat pouring down his face. Kongcheng sneered and pointed at Nana. I don't care where you're from or who you answer to. That woman is with me now. If any of you dare to trouble her again, remember this. Your lives are only on loan to your bodies. As he spoke, Kongcheng spread his palm, and crimson flames flared up once more. He pressed the flames against a nearby metal trash can, which began to melt at a visible speed. Kongcheng's voice, in contrast to the heat of the flames, grew colder. Do you understand? The two men gulped, their Adam's apples bobbing. But before they could answer, a piercing siren blared at the alley's entrance. Someone shouted, come out, all of you inside. Damn it. Nana shouted at Kongcheng. It's the City Defense Force of Voyaging. Fighting is forbidden here. We need to run. Cops are trouble no matter where you go. Kongcheng muttered under his breath. He knew all too well what awaited him if the City Defense Force caught him. Even with just a bounty of 10,000 credits, a wanted man like him couldn't afford to be captured. Kongcheng raised his fist again and unleashed a torrent of flames towards the alley's entrance, forcing the advancing City Defense Force back. Let's go. Kongcheng shouted, grabbing Nana by the wrist and sprinting out of the alley. He landed a punch on one of the city defense officers, then bolted down the street. Chase them. Don't let them get away. Get the car, hurry. The blaring sirens continued. Seeing the magnetic levitation cars in pursuit, Kongcheng abruptly stopped, twisted his body, and darted into a side alley. Crash. The pursuing car couldn't stop in time and slammed into the alley walls. Out of the alley, turn left, and keep going straight, Zhanlan instructed. Zhanlan was something Kongcheng's father had left him. When Kongcheng opened the box, he faced a choice. Sell it for a fortune or keep it as an asset for his interstellar travels. At this moment, Zhanlan's area exploration ability was proving invaluable. Within a radius of 120 meters, Zhanlan could scan everything, ignoring any counter-surveillance measures. Of all its abilities, Kongcheng valued this one the most. While it didn't directly enhance his combat skills, it was incredibly practical. For instance, right now, as long as they stayed within 120 meters, Zhanlan could pinpoint the positions of the city defense force, helping Kongcheng avoid them. Enter the alley on the right. Second door, it's the back entrance to a restaurant. Go through the restaurant, then dash to the diagonally opposite side of the street, and enter another alley. Watch out, there's someone above. Zhanlan's voice echoed in Kongcheng's ear, guiding them through the city's labyrinth. The city defense squad's pursuit was relentless, with danger lurking at every turn. Kongcheng and Nana followed Zhanlan's instructions, swiftly navigating the narrow alleys. Just as they ducked into another alley, two members of the city defense squad leaped down from the surrounding buildings, trapping them in between. Kongcheng reacted quickly, delivering a fierce flying kick to one of the men before he could steady himself. With a thud, the man crashed into the wall, blood trickling from his mouth. Before Kongcheng could turn to face the other, he saw the man repeatedly banging his head against the wall like a puppet. Clearly, Nana had used her special ability. You've unlocked the second gene gate too? Your ability is psychic? Kongcheng asked in surprise. Nana nodded. My ability is mind control, but it's not very strong. I can't control people with strong wills. Kongcheng was secretly thankful. If this mouse girl could control anyone at will, she'd be unstoppable. Just then, the defense squad member Kongcheng had knocked down staggered to his feet, only to be felled again by another punch from Kongcheng. TSK, you guys are useless, Kongcheng taunted, wagging his finger. Zhanlan's voice came through again. Run behind them. Kongcheng immediately grabbed Nana and sprinted out of the alley, only to freeze in his tracks. Several hovercars were parked in front, with more defense squad members disembarking. You've got to be kidding me. Kongcheng shouted in frustration. Zhanlan explained helplessly. I meant run behind those two guys, not behind you. And seriously, knowing you're being chased, why would you run back? And you call yourself smart with an IQ of 148? Kongcheng was at a loss for words. He took a deep breath, shielding Nana behind him. Looks like I'll have to take on 10 of them, Nana whispered. I should be able to handle a few. The defense squad quickly formed a circle and began closing in. When they were just 3 meters away, Kongcheng made his move. He leaped up, delivering a high kick to one man's neck, then sidestepped and punched another, sending him flying. Nana wasn't one to be left behind. Her eyes sparkled with vibrant colors, instantly controlling 2 defense squad members and making them attack each other. Despite Kongcheng's impressive combat skills, the remaining squad members showed no signs of retreating and advanced together. Realizing he had to use his trump card, Kongcheng roared, crimson fire burst. He punched the ground, causing red flames to erupt like blooming lotuses, forcing the enemies back. Zhanlan, Kongcheng shouted, using the magnetic field to pull a hovercar toward him and hurl it at the enemies. He followed with another punch, flames engulfing the tumbling vehicle and triggering a massive explosion. Faced with the astonishing assault, most of the defenders scrambled to dodge, except for one burly man with a scruffy beard who stood his ground. He thrust his hands forward and shouted, barrier. Instantly, an octagonal shield materialized, struggling to withstand the impact of the fireball. As the burly man panted for breath, Nana silently crept closer, once again using her mind control. Kongcheng seized the moment and dashed forward, yelling, get lost. Fire fist. His flame-encased fist struck the burly man square in the chest, sending him flying. Kongcheng pressed the advantage, unleashing a crescent wave of fire that forced the other defenders to retreat. If you don't want to die, get out of here, he bellowed, grabbing Nana and breaking through the encirclement, escaping at full speed. Guided by Zhanlan, the two of them navigated through a tavern, dodged rooftop snipers, and weaved through streets and alleys. Only when they were certain they had lost their pursuers did they gradually slow down, gasping for air. The heart-pounding chase had come to a temporary halt, but the danger was far from over. They probably won't catch up, Kongcheng said cautiously, scanning the street behind them. He then turned to the panting Nana. Unlike the energetic Kongcheng, Nana was clearly at her limit. Want me to carry you? Kongcheng teased. Nana rolled her eyes and stubbornly replied, no, I can walk on my own. With that, she forced herself to take big steps forward. Kongcheng couldn't help but smile. This girl was even more stubborn than he had imagined. Suddenly, Nana stopped in her tracks, her eyes fixed on a poster. Curious, Kongcheng followed her gaze and saw the bold letters, Brave Game. Welcome to Skull Island. Below the poster was an illustration of the island and a line of small text. Kongcheng read it carefully and realized it was for a televised combat show. The rules were simple. 120 people would be dropped onto the island, where they would fight each other and face the island's dangers to claim the ultimate victory. The winner would receive a substantial reward. Interested in this? Kongcheng asked, intrigued. Do you think you can handle it? Nana hesitated for a moment before making up her mind. Do you want to know what the blazing pirates are trying to steal from me? Kongcheng chuckled. You'll tell me when you're ready. He knew that trust took time to build. It's a treasure map, Nana finally admitted, then began to tell a tale about the Iron Rat pirates. This pirate crew, composed of Martian rats, had roamed the galaxy for a decade, amassing incredible wealth. However, they eventually fell into a trap set by the Federal Army and were nearly wiped out. You have their treasure map? Kongcheng asked sharply. Nana nodded. My father was a member of the Iron Rat pirates. He escaped the manhunt but was mortally wounded. Before he died, he entrusted the treasure map to me. Kongcheng pondered. So what's the deal with the blazing pirates leader? Nana angrily explained that Li Zhenhe, once a federal officer in charge of the Iron Rat pirates' capture, knew about the treasure map. He had committed a crime to get himself expelled from the army and then formed a pirate crew to find her father. I don't care about that treasure map at all, Nana said through gritted teeth. My dream is to become one of the greatest mechanical engineers. But I will never hand the map over to the man who killed my father. After a moment's thought, Kongcheng suggested, I can help you, but I want you to join my team. Seeing her surprised expression, he clarified, not temporarily. I mean a long-term partnership. That treasure can be our team's resource. Nana hesitated. I don't want to be a space pirate. Kongcheng shrugged. It won't stop you from becoming a mechanical engineer. Besides, I'm a wanted man by the Federation now. Do you think you can return to a peaceful life after helping me? Seeing her confusion, he added, we could just rob other pirates and the corrupt. How about becoming a kind of space Robin Hood? Nana rolled her eyes. That's you, not us. All right, you can think it over, Kongcheng said, spreading his hands. But since I know about it now, I can't let anyone else have it. So tell me, what's the connection between the treasure map and this poster? Nana pulled out an old, worn scroll map. The treasure map is damaged, and we can only see 2/3 of the island. We don't know the exact location, but it says left eye is the sun, right eye is the moon. This Skull Island is the treasure's location. Kongcheng carefully compared the poster with the map. Sure enough, Skull Island resembled a skull, with the left eye being a circular bay and the right eye a larger, crescent-shaped bay. I see, Kongcheng said, enlightened. It looks like we have to join this game of bravery. It's the only way to get to Skull Island. Nana explained that Skull Island was originally a tourist spot, but now it was leased by a TV station for filming. Unless they wait for the show to finish, participating in the game is indeed the only way to get on the island. The Brave game took on a self-registration format and had been open for half a month. Standing at the reception desk of the TBS television building on Planet, Kongcheng calculated that there might not be many participants. After all, the game required signing a life-and-death waiver, and its level of danger was unmistakable. Lack of supplies on the island, and the potential for deadly combat offered no safety guarantees. Despite the fact that such a show blatantly violated federal law, on a chaotic small planet like this, various factions held sway, rendering federal oversight virtually non-existent. The television station was controlled by one of these factions, leaving the Federation powerless to intervene. As long as participants voluntarily signed the life-and-death agreement, everything became a matter of mutual consent. Kongcheng looked around and realized he had overlooked a crucial point. The high prize of $3 million and the family compensation were undoubtedly a huge lure for those who had nothing to lose or thrill-seekers. Only one spot left? Kongcheng frowned and asked, adding one more person wouldn't make much difference, would it? The receptionist smiled politely and pointed to the lounge area. I'm sorry, the rules were set long ago. Those are the participants heading to Skull Island, but one of them had a relapse of an old condition, leaving one spot open. If either of you is willing to fill in, the organizers would be pleased. The problem is, we are 2 people. Kongcheng raised 2 fingers. We need 2 spots. Before he could finish speaking, a piercing voice came from behind. Hey, are these 2 little twerps the substitutes? Are they even adults? Won't they start crying for their mommy halfway through? Kongcheng turned to see a young man with flaming red hair swaggering over, a contemptuous smile on his face. Laughter erupted from the lounge area. The red-haired man walked up to Kongcheng and continued his taunts. Hey, kiddo, does your mommy know you're out? Maybe she's out looking for you right now. Oh wait, with the kid out of the house, it's probably a good time for her to cheat. Huh? Ha ha ha. Kongcheng's gaze turned icy. You can insult my father because he's a jerk, but you cannot speak ill of my mother. The red-haired man sneered. I just did. What are you gonna do about it? Hit me, kid. Go on, I dare you. Before he could finish, Kongcheng suddenly grabbed his hair and slammed his head onto the reception desk. The solid wood surface shattered instantly with a resounding crack. I've never heard such a ridiculous request in my life, begging me to hit you. Kongcheng shrugged. Blood quickly trickled down from the red-haired man's forehead. He was momentarily stunned. Then his expression twisted with rage as he stood up and swung a punch at Kongcheng. However, just as the fist was about to connect with Kongcheng's nose, He effortlessly blocked the attack. Cold sweat broke out on the red-haired man's forehead as he struggled in vain to escape Yi Kongcheng's iron grip. Do you know what happened to the last guy who insulted my mother? Yi Kongcheng smiled. Let me show you right now. With a sharp crack, Yi Kongcheng twisted forcefully, wrenching the red-haired man's hand backward until the back of his hand pressed against his forearm. A piercing scream echoed through the room. Get lost! Yi Kongcheng shouted, delivering a powerful kick to the man's chest that sent him flying 3 meters away. A faint crackling sound could be heard from the man's chest as he landed. The red-haired man hit the ground heavily, his body twitching a few times before lying still, leaving it unclear whether he was dead or merely unconscious. Unfazed, Yi Kongcheng nonchalantly leaned back on the corner of the service counter that had been smashed earlier. Smiling at the service girl, he said, "Hey, beautiful. Looks like there are 2 spots available now." Living on such a chaotic planet, the service girl was evidently accustomed to scenes like this. She promptly instructed the security guards to drag the red-haired man out of the TV building like trash, then turned back to Yi Kongcheng with a smile. "Please wait a moment. I'll contact the organizers now. Let's go." Yi Kongcheng called to Nana. "We'll sit down for a bit." The two of them moved to the lounge area, casually picking a booth to sit in. The people around them immediately stood up and instinctively distanced themselves. Clearly, the brief skirmish had marked Yi Kongcheng as a dangerous individual. Despite this, Yi Kongcheng noticed several gazes lingering on him. Some were fleeting, while others stared unabashedly, evidently regarding him as a formidable competitor in the upcoming Braveheart Games. About 15 minutes later, the service girl returned with 2 sets of documents. One was the application form for the competition, and the other was a life-and-death waiver. The application form required only basic information, with some fields being optional. Everyone knew that many contestants had dubious backgrounds, but the TV station didn't care as long as they brought in ratings. The waiver was filled with legal jargon, but its essence was clear. Participants voluntarily assumed all risks, absolving the TV station of any responsibility. Yi Kongcheng and Nana signed their names without hesitation, not even bothering to read the prize regulations. For them, reaching Skull Island was the ultimate goal. Although the 3 million prize was substantial, it was nothing compared to the hidden treasures rumored to be on the island. Skull Island is located in the oceanic region at the center of the planet, precisely at its core. After filling out the necessary forms, Yi Kongcheng and Nana boarded the airship parked atop the TV tower along with the other contestants. 2 hours later, the airship arrived above Skull Island. A camouflage-clad instructor handed out parachutes and succinctly announced the rules. Once on the island, you are free to act as you wish. There is prepositioned food, but finding it is up to your skills. Do not damage the camera equipment. Seeing no questions from the group, the instructor signaled to begin the descent. Yi Kongcheng held Nana's hand and whispered, "Well, jump one after the other and stay close after landing. If there's no danger, wait for me where you land." Nana nodded confidently. "Don't worry, the hiding skills of the mouse tribe are famous throughout the galaxy." The hatch opened, and the contestants jumped one by one. When it was their turn, Yi Kongcheng watched Nana jump first, then waved to the instructor and leaped after her. Being a military academy graduate, he was adept at handling the parachute. Yi Kongcheng deployed his parachute at the right altitude and eventually landed on a large tree. He quickly cut the parachute cords and surveyed his surroundings, noting the cameras hidden among the treetops and the drones hovering above. Ignoring them for now, he focused on finding Nana. Just as he was about to use his area exploration ability, he heard Nana's voice, "I'm here." A bush parted to reveal a tree hollow, and Nana's head popped out. Yi Kongcheng was about to praise Nana's hiding skills when his expression turned serious, and he shielded her behind him. "Be careful." Before he finished speaking, rustling sounds came from the forest, and 5 figures emerged. Nana exclaimed, "Talk about bad luck." Yi Kongcheng sneered, "No, they're here for us. 5 people gathering together, and just happening to be near us is no coincidence. They're probably trying to eliminate strong competitors first," Yi Kongcheng explained. "People trained in parachuting can control their landing spots, and they chose to come here. Their intentions are clear." One of the opposing figures spoke arrogantly, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Surrender now, and you might live." Yi Kongcheng scoffed. "You think you can take us with those pathetic skills?" The taunt enraged one of the burly men, who clenched his fists in anger. "Kid, looks like you need a lesson." A sly smile crossed Yi Kongcheng's lips as he spread his palms. "You might not know, but my favorite battlefield is the forest." With that, a ball of crimson flame ignited in his palm, flickering intensely. The 5 opponents were shocked, and one of them exclaimed, "He's unlocked the second phase of the gene gate, and his special ability is fire-related." Yi Kongcheng sneered. "Too late to realize that now. Wanna die? I'll grant your wish." He punched forward, and the flame in his hand erupted into a fire column, igniting the surrounding trees and rapidly spreading. The 5 turned pale with fear and fled, but the flames, like a ravenous dragon, expanded to a 3-meter diameter and chased them down with terrifying speed, engulfing them. Moments later, the heat dissipated, leaving behind a scene of devastation. 5 people lay on the ground, their bodies charred and their fates uncertain. Meanwhile, in a theater, a massive screen displayed the raging flames from moments earlier, along with the following text. Player 97, eliminated. Player 92, Lin Dayue, eliminated. Player 89, McGrath, eliminated. Player 88, Cheng Zizai, eliminated. Player 87, Luo Tian, eliminated. In front of the screen, wealthy individuals with cigars in hand were initially stunned, but soon erupted into excited applause and cheers. This was no game of bravery. It was clearly a brutal death match. The TV station, driven by profit, was willing to sacrifice lives for the sake of sensationalism. This game had far surpassed the boundaries of ordinary entertainment shows. In the dense forest, a sudden light rain began to fall. Kongcheng and Nana quickly ducked into the hollow of a large tree to escape the unexpected shower. Kongcheng wiped the raindrops off himself and cautiously peeked outside. Zhanlan, he whispered. There are cameras 15 meters and 32 meters away. Zhanlan's voice responded promptly. Don't worry, they can't capture this spot. Kongcheng nodded and turned to Nana. We've definitely landed on Skull Island, but this place is huge. The exact location of the treasure is still a mystery. Nana pulled out a tattered treasure map. This map is missing a third, and worse, the part 1/2 has no markings. The treasure is likely in the missing section. Kongcheng studied the map intently for a moment and then said, actually, there are some clues. If we imagine the island as a skull, the missing part is roughly from the nose to the chin. We're currently near the strait at the left eye. If we go through the forest below the strait and head east, we'll enter the missing area. It's still a vast area, Nana sighed. Kongcheng nodded in agreement. We'll have to rely on our eyes. The treasure won't be in an obvious place. It could be hidden in a crevice or underground, somewhere unexpected. It's up to us to find it. Nana nodded reluctantly. That's all we can do. Let's rest for a bit, Kongcheng suggested. There are too many people on the island right now to search for the treasure. We'll wait until the brave one. Before he could finish, Zhanlan interrupted. Someone's coming. Kongcheng immediately fell silent and signaled Nana to be quiet. He then silently slipped out of the tree hollow. Zhanlan, location? Kongcheng asked cautiously. 9 o'clock direction, about 15 meters, Zhanlan replied precisely. Kongcheng nodded and carefully moved forward. When he reached the designated spot, he pressed his back against a large tree and cautiously peeked around. Strangely, everything was eerily quiet. Aside from the rain and the rustling of leaves, there was nothing. Frowning, Kongcheng knew Zhanlan's detection couldn't be wrong. This meant someone was nearby, but their exact location was unknown. He cautiously stepped out from behind the tree and whispered, Can you pinpoint the exact location? He stopped moving, Zhanlan explained. I can only locate moving targets. When stationary, it's hard to pinpoint, but there was movement earlier, so he must be nearby. As Kongcheng carefully advanced, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him give way. In the rain, the ground should have been muddy, but this felt spongy, lacking any support. He quickly glanced down, and in that instant, an arm shot out from the ground, grabbing his ankle and yanking him down. With a sudden crash, the ground opened up, revealing a trapdoor cleverly disguised with branches and leaves. A man in camouflage, his face smeared with paint, sprang out. Kongcheng saw a flash of silver as the opponent's dagger thrust toward him without hesitation. He quickly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The dagger stabbed into the ground with a dull thud. Just then, a scream from Nana reached his ears, startling him. He realized there was more than one enemy. There was no time to think. The man in camouflage lunged at him again, pinning Kongcheng down and twisting his arm back, raising the dagger for another strike. Kongcheng reacted swiftly, grabbing the man's wrist. The two struggled, the dagger trembling in the air. Military close combat techniques. You were in the army, weren't you? Kongcheng suddenly spoke. The man remained expressionless, increasing the pressure, the dagger's tip almost touching Kongcheng's eye. Kongcheng smiled suddenly. I know those techniques too. His twisted arm moved like a snake, breaking free of the hold. He then delivered a powerful punch to the man's temple, leaving him dazed. Before the man could react, Kongcheng grabbed his shoulder. This is how you use close combat techniques. With a swift pull, a sharp crack echoed, and the man's arm went limp. Despite the pain, the man in camouflage didn't utter a sound. Instead, he raised the dagger with his other hand for another attack. Kongcheng snorted, leaning back to dodge the dagger and grabbing the man's wrist, flinging him aside. With a heavy thud, the man collided with a tree, his pupils contracting as he slowly collapsed. A smear of blood marked the tree trunk, where a protruding branch had struck the back of his head. That's just bad luck for you, Kongcheng said, shrugging. I didn't go for the kill, but sometimes misfortune strikes hard. Contestant 36, Lin Zijian, eliminated, the system announced. Having dealt with this opponent, Kongcheng hurried back to the tree hollow and sighed in relief at the sight before him. Nana's eyes glowed with a strange light, while another man in camouflage was mindlessly banging his head against a tree, blood streaming down his forehead, oblivious to the pain. Mind control is really handy against weak-willed folks, Kongcheng muttered, stepping forward. He grabbed the man's hair and stomped hard on his knee. A piercing scream echoed as the pain snapped the man out of the mind control. But it was too late. Kongcheng's stomp had shattered his kneecap, rendering him incapable of fighting. Contestant 33, Mightion, eliminated, the system announced again. Kongcheng stepped forward and swiftly removed the pouch from the man's waist, signaling to Nana to leave. The rain had soaked their clothes, but their safety was more important. Let's go. This place is compromised. We need to find somewhere else, he whispered, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Following Zhanlan's guidance, the two quickly found a hidden cave. Once inside, Kongcheng immediately began inspecting the contents of the pouch. His fingers deftly sifted through the items as he reported to Nana: multi-tool knife, windproof matches, mini flashlight, universal power block. These guys were well prepared. They must be ex-military. He paused, then added, but the TV station doesn't allow food. These 2 chocolate bars must have been smuggled in. Kongcheng handed one of the chocolate bars to Nana and bit into the other himself. With the chocolate in her mouth, Nana urged, continue talking about the treasure. Kongcheng nodded, still chewing on the chocolate. We need to find the treasure, but there are too many people on the island right now. I suggest we wait until half of the contestants in the Brave game are eliminated before making a move. Nana agreed. We can explore the unmarked areas on the map first. If we find anything, we don't need to act on it right away. Let's do that, Kongcheng agreed. He then went out to gather some dry branches and started a campfire inside the cave to drive away the dampness. The firelight illuminated their tired faces, but one chocolate bar was far from enough to fill their stomachs. Kongcheng's stomach growled loudly. Didn't they say there were wild animals on the island? He complained. How come we haven't seen a single one? If we could catch one, we'd have food. Nana turned over and said dismissively, just sleep. You won't feel hungry when you're asleep. With a sigh of resignation, Kongcheng leaned against a rock and closed his eyes. He didn't know how much time had passed when he suddenly woke up, and at the same time, Nana opened her eyes. What was that sound? Nana asked, alert. Kongcheng listened carefully, puzzled. It sounds like the rotor of an airship. Didn't they say no one could leave Skull Island until the game ended? Nana frowned. Kongcheng reached out of the cave and realized the rain had stopped. Let's go check it out, he whispered. The two quietly left the cave, following the sound. Soon, they caught sight of the airship's outline through the gaps in the trees. Kongcheng signaled Nana to follow as they trailed the airship's flight path. About half an hour later, the airship hovered over a clearing. Suddenly, the hatch opened, and 3 silver iron crates fell heavily to the ground. The crates deformed, and their lids popped open, scattering the contents. Nana's eyes lit up. It's food. We won't have to go hungry anymore. She was about to rush out, but Kongcheng grabbed her. Don't go. It could be deadly, Kongcheng calmly analyzed. The airship dropping supplies so openly means we're not the only ones who saw it. This is the TV station trying to provoke a fight. A chill ran through Nana. Kongcheng carefully observed the surroundings. Although no one was approaching the crates yet, he was sure many were watching from the shadows. Food, fresh water, medical supplies, Kongcheng whispered. These are the things we desperately need right now. It's just a matter of who loses their patience first. Nana suddenly understood. You want to play the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Kongcheng nodded. Nana asked, what if everyone manages to stay calm? At the very least, if I can't get it, no one else will either, Kongcheng replied with a smile. The two waited patiently. Kongcheng kept his eyes fixed on the crate, while Nana collected dew from leaves to quench her thirst. Suddenly, Kongcheng tensed up. Someone's making a move, and it's 3 of them, he whispered. 3 figures dashed toward the crate almost simultaneously, quickly dividing the supplies into 3 parts and each grabbing a box before running off. Nana urged, quick, let's chase them. No rush, Kongcheng said calmly. We're the oriole, not the mantis. Once the 3 had scattered, he slowly stood up. I don't need medical supplies, and fresh water can be collected from rain or found in streams, Kongcheng analyzed, his gaze shifting southward. Food seems like a good bet. Even though the 3 had hastily divided the supplies, there would inevitably be some imbalance. Kongcheng speculated that the person who took the food box would likely have more food. The night in the forest held a hint of tranquility, along with a touch of eerie gloom. A man carrying a metal box hurried through the shadows of the trees, frequently glancing back, fearing pursuers at his heels. He calculated silently. The three of us scattered in different directions. The pursuers might not be able to pinpoint me. This sliver of hope gave him a fleeting sense of relief. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the forest. In the dim twilight, a shadow flickered. Caught off guard, the man felt a searing pain in his calf and tumbled forward. Writhing on the ground, he howled, "Ah, my leg. It hurts so much." Upon closer inspection, he saw a crude wooden arrow had pierced his calf. 10 meters away, a figure agilely leaped down from a tree. Holding a makeshift wooden bow, the newcomer strode towards the injured man. With a cold sneer, he bent down to grab the box. At that moment, the man on the ground suddenly wore a ferocious expression. Like a ravenous wolf, he lunged up, grabbing a broken tree branch and thrusting it fiercely into the other side. With a sickening thud, blood spattered. The two men instantly grappled, their guttural snarls filling the air. Tisk, tsk, tisk. Kongcheng emerged from behind a tree, leisurely sitting on the box. This game of courage is fascinating. It turns people into beasts. Hearing this, the two entangled men simultaneously paused. They exchanged glances and suddenly both lunged at Kongcheng. Mind control. Nana's voice rang out suddenly. She appeared from the other side, her eyes glowing with a mesmerizing light, her pupils deep as an abyss. The two charging men instantly lost their vigor, standing dazed and motionless. Kongcheng smirked, leaping forward. With a swift kick to each man's chest, he sent them flying several meters away. "If you two don't want to die," Kongcheng said coldly, "I suggest you stay down." Though their faces showed reluctance, neither dared to move. Kongcheng picked up the box and said to Nana, "Let's go. We've got food now." At that moment, Zhanlan suddenly warned, "There's someone above us." Kongcheng raised an eyebrow and quickly dropped the box, leaping to the side. Sure enough, a figure descended heavily from the trees, smashing into the ground with a resounding crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. The figure slowly rose, revealing a towering, muscular man, his veins bulging as if containing explosive power. Kongcheng signaled to Nana, "Step back a bit. This guy's tough." Nana nodded obediently and retreated to a safe distance. The muscular giant did not stop her, merely saying, "Leave the box and you can go." Kongcheng chuckled, "That depends on whether you have the skills." A drop of dew fell from a tree branch, as if giving them a signal. They both launched forward simultaneously, their fists colliding with a thunderous impact. The shockwave scattered leaves and shook branches violently. Gritting his teeth, Kongcheng felt the immense power of his opponent. He shouted, "Zhanlan, weaponize!" His right arm instantly emitted a spectrum of light, forming a silver metallic glove. "Breakthrough!" Kongcheng roared, his muscles swelling. With a loud bang, the burly man was sent flying several meters, crashing into a large tree before barely managing to stand. The burly man exclaimed in surprise, "For someone your age to possess such skills, you must be quite formidable. You can't be an unknown. Dare to state your name?" Kongcheng sneered, "A defeated opponent like you. What good would knowing my name do?" The burly man's face darkened. "You're courting death." He charged at Kongcheng like a bulldozer. Kongcheng pushed forward with one hand, firmly stopping the oncoming force. His feet sank 3 inches into the ground, but he managed to hold his ground. The burly man's face showed shock as his gaze fell on Kongcheng's metal glove. With a roar, the burly man swung his left hand like a knife towards the glove. A loud clang echoed, but the glove didn't budge. The burly man was momentarily stunned. Kongcheng chuckled, "You've had your turn. Now it's mine." He delivered a powerful uppercut to the man's abdomen. The burly man's face contorted in pain as he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to his knees, curling up. "I think it's time I take the box," Kongcheng said, slinging the metal box over his shoulder. He called out to Nana and quickly vanished into the night. Kongcheng, carrying a backpack, pulled Nana along as they dashed across the island. The sudden appearance of the airship only drew the attention of those nearby. Though people farther away noticed it, they couldn't arrive in time. Kongcheng knew exactly what the TV station was up to. He aimed to provoke small-scale skirmishes rather than large-scale slaughter, ensuring excitement for the audience without ending the show prematurely. An hour later, Kongcheng confirmed that they were alone and signaled Nana to rest. Watching the panting girl, he teased, "You need to work on your stamina. As space pirates, we're bound to be chased." Nana rolled her eyes. "I never imagined I'd become a space pirate." "Heh, didn't I say? Being a space pirate doesn't conflict with achieving your dreams," Kongcheng said while checking the supplies in the backpack. "Apart from becoming a master mechanic, do you have any other dreams?" Nana thought for a moment. "I'd like to see the legendary Sky City." Kongcheng raised an eyebrow. He knew the legend of Sky City, a city built thousands of years ago by the god of craftsmen from the divine race. symbolizing the pinnacle of mechanical civilization under these stars. Though many considered it just a myth, to mechanics, Sky City was undoubtedly sacred. I believe you'll achieve your dream. Kongcheng smiled. Traveling the universe with me might just give you the chance to see it. Nana took the compressed biscuit Kongcheng handed her and asked, "What about you? Why did you become a space pirate?" "I didn't choose to be a space pirate. The title was forced on me." Kongcheng looked up at the sky. "I want to find my father. As for what comes after, maybe being an adventurer wouldn't be so bad." They lay down to rest, and Kongcheng closed his eyes. "Sleep now. Zhanlan will keep watch. We'll deal with the future when it comes. For now, we need to find the treasure." The next morning, Kongcheng stretched, washed his face with dew, and woke Nana. They decided to head to the missing third of the treasure map to search for the treasure. Facing the dense forest, Kongcheng analyzed. If someone wanted to hide treasure in the forest, they'd have to dig. But if there's a large amount of treasure, it would require a huge space, which would leave traces. Nana added, "If the ground is hollow, trees can't grow on top." "Did you notice any areas without trees when you parachuted down?" Kongcheng nodded, feeling a bit troubled. Treasure hunting wasn't their strong suit, making this quite a challenge. Just as they were stumped, Zhanlan suddenly alerted them. "Stop, look to your 3 o'clock." Kongcheng asked warily, "Is someone coming?" "No," Zhanlan urged. "Just follow my direction." Kongcheng pulled Nana through the underbrush and vines, reaching the edge of the forest at a cliff. Zhanlan directed again. "Look up. Do you see a savinpetaled flower?" Kongcheng looked up and indeed saw a blue savinpetaled wildflower swaying in the wind about 10 meters high. Zhanlan explained, "That flower is called Lanxin Huang. It's one of the main ingredients for making gene serums and can help break through the third stage of the gene gate. It's worth about 700,000. Given your financial situation, you should pick it now." Kongcheng rolled his eyes and started climbing the cliff. Below, Nana reminded him to be careful. 10 minutes later, Kongcheng reached the vicinity of the Lanxin Huang. He cautiously scanned the surroundings and found neither caves nor crevices, seemingly leaving no place for anything to hide. "Looks like even you can be wrong sometimes," Kongcheng said as he reached out to pick the Lanxin Huang. Just at that moment, suddenly, a faint sound came from the cliff beside Kongcheng, causing small stones to tumble down. In the next moment, a rock lifted its head, revealing 2 sharp fangs that lunged at Kongcheng. Startled, Kongcheng instinctively let go and began to fall towards the ground. Just as he was about to crash heavily, he quickly punched the air. Boom! A burst of flame erupted from his fist, slamming into the ground below. Using the heat wave generated by the flames, Kongcheng slowed his descent and landed steadily. Looking up, Kongcheng was shocked to see a giant snake climbing the cliff. The serpent's body was as thick as a barrel and about 4 or 5 meters long, covered in dense gray and white stones instead of scales. No wonder he hadn't noticed it earlier. "I recognize that creature," Nana shouted urgently. "It's a rock-skinned snake, a type of exotic beast." "Oh." Kongcheng licked his lips, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. "After wandering in this hellhole for so long, I've finally encountered something interesting." Just as Nana was about to warn him, Kongcheng punched the cliff. Boom! Flames surged skyward, engulfing the rock-skinned snake. However, when the flames dissipated, the snake remained unscathed, looking even more ferocious. "Would you let someone finish talking?" Nana stomped her foot. The rock-skinned snake is one of the toughest class exotic beasts because of its high defense. And, Zhanlan interjected, "It seems your special ability isn't very effective against it." Kongcheng's face darkened as he realized the snake's rocky armor could indeed withstand his flames. At that moment, the rock-skinned snake opened its massive jaws and leapt from the cliff in a silent roar. Kongcheng quickly dodged, and with a thunderous crash, the snake hit the ground, creating a deep pit in the solid earth. Despite the fall, the snake was unharmed. Twisting its body, the rock-skinned snake lunged at Kongcheng again. Unfazed, he swung his fist, landing a heavy blow on the snake's head. Yet, the impact made him wince. This creature was incredibly tough. The snake opened its jaws and bit down on Kongcheng's arm. A sharp clanging sound echoed as its teeth met Zhanlan. The snake recoiled, clearly having hurt its fangs. "Hey!" Kongcheng grinned triumphantly. "Zhanlan is a relic of the divine race. You think you can break it with that?" Though expressionless, Kongcheng could sense the snake's anger as it shook its head. It sprang at him again, this time aiming lower. Kongcheng leaped gracefully into the air, shouting, "Zhanlan!" The colorful glow from his forearm transformed Zhanlan into a metallic glove. Since flames were ineffective, he decided to change his approach. Bang! Kongcheng's punch landed on the snake, shattering numerous stones. However, the blow was less effective than expected, barely scratching the surface. The rock-skinned snake suddenly turned, jaws wide open, lunging at Kongcheng. He quickly planted one hand on the ground and kicked the snake's head, pushing it away. The rocky-skinned serpent coiled its body like an iron chain around Yi Kongcheng's waist, tightening its grip relentlessly. Pain etched across Yi Kongcheng's face. This creature not only had incredible defense, but also possessed formidable strength. Nana, watching anxiously from the side, was at her wits' end. Her psychic control was useless against beasts. It only worked on intelligent beings. After much effort, Nana found a head-sized rock in the bushes and was ready to hurl it at the rocky-skinned serpent. Don't! Yi Kongcheng gritted his teeth and shouted, "It's made of stone. Throwing a rock at it won't help." "Then what should we do?" Nana asked, her voice filled with urgency. "Don't worry about me. I can handle it," Yi Kongcheng replied. He suddenly lifted his foot and stomped the ground hard. Boom! Flames erupted once more, surging from beneath Yi Kongcheng's feet, shattering the ground. The rocky-skinned serpent's body sank, giving Yi Kongcheng the chance to break free and quickly escape. Once at a safe distance, Yi Kongcheng pondered as he observed the serpent. Through their encounter, he had gauged its abilities. The creature wasn't too formidable, its body was cumbersome. It moved slowly, and its strength was manageable. Its attack methods were also quite basic, relying on biting and constricting. The Adventurers Guild's classification of the rocky-skinned serpent as a class beast made sense, primarily due to its astonishing defense. Such resilience could easily be rated class, or even close to class. Without a way to breach its defense, the battle would reach a stalemate, neither side able to secure a decisive victory or defeat. Yi Kongcheng muttered to himself, reluctantly admitting that Nana was right. This creature was indeed troublesome. Meanwhile, the rocky-skinned serpent swayed its head, flicking its tongue as it kept a close watch on Yi Kongcheng. Just then, a sudden idea struck Yi Kongcheng, and his eyes lit up. "I've got a way to take you down," Yi Kongcheng said with a mischievous grin. "You're finished." Lan Lan suddenly spoke up. "Try not to damage the fangs. The rocky-skinned serpent's fangs are valuable for crafting genetic serums." Yi Kongcheng nodded and then, instead of retreating, advanced towards the serpent. 5 meters. 3 meters. He suddenly lunged, heading straight for the serpent's mouth. The rock-skinned serpent's most common attack method is biting, and now Yi Kongcheng is actually shoving his fist right into its mouth. Snap! The serpent bites down hard on Yi Kongcheng's arm without hesitation, producing a crisp sound, only to find its fangs sinking into a deep blue material. "It's over," Yi Kongcheng says with a confident smile. "No matter how tough the skin is, the inside is still just flesh, right?" Boom! In the next moment, flames burst out from Yi Kongcheng's arm. Flame burst. The fire surges into the serpent's body, causing it to swell rapidly. Suddenly, it explodes from the tail end with a loud bang. Fiery red flames mixed with splattering blood spread in all directions. Thud! The massive body of the rock-skinned serpent crashes to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It twitches a few times before going completely still. Yi Kongcheng bends down and carefully pulls out 2 fangs, storing them away with Lan Xinhuang. "It seems this island has quite a few treasures," Yi Kongcheng remarks, suddenly remembering something. "You said we need genetic serums for breaking through the 3rd phase of the gene gate. Can we find the necessary materials on this island?" Zhanlan answers succinctly, "If I find anything, I'll let you know." Yi Kongcheng shrugs, realizing he now has another task collecting medicinal materials. Just then, a deep rumbling sound comes from the sky, drawing Yi Kongcheng and Nana's attention upward. "Propellers again?" Yi Kongcheng scoffs. "Is the TV station at it again? Do they really think everyone is that gullible? After being tricked once, who would fall for it a second time? No one's going to pick up those supply crates now." "No, it's not an airship," Nana says, her face suddenly serious. As a mechanic, she recognizes that it's not the sound of propellers. After a moment of listening closely, she exclaims, "That's the sound of a spaceship." "A spaceship?" Yi Kongcheng is stunned. "Yes, that's the sound spaceships make when flying at low altitude," Nana explains, her eyes fixed on the sky. "And there are quite a few of them, at least 5 small ships heading towards Skull Island." Both of them stare intently at the sky. Sure enough, moments later, 7 small spaceships fly low overhead, almost directly above Skull Island. "What is the TV station up to now?" Yi Kongcheng asks, puzzled. However, he doesn't hear a response from Nana. Turning to look, he is shocked. Nana's face has turned deathly pale, her lips trembling, and she instinctively takes 2 steps back. "What's wrong?" Yi Kongcheng asks urgently. "That's not from the TV station." Nana takes a deep breath, her expression grim. Judging by the insignia on the spaceships, those belong to the Flame Pirates. Yi Kongcheng looks up again and quickly spots a black, flaming insignia with a faintly visible white skull on the side of the spaceships. The skull symbol has long been associated with pirates, and the flaming skull is the emblem of the Flame Pirates. "Even though we ran into 2 guys from the Fire Pirates in the city, didn't I already deal with them?" Yi Kongcheng frowned. "How could the Fire Pirates know we came to Skull Island?" There's definitely something strange. Nana hesitated for a moment, then her eyes lit up. The map. What map? Kongcheng asked, puzzled. I have 2/3 of the map, Nana explained. Could the remaining third be with Li Jinhe? Kongcheng raised an eyebrow. The possibility was indeed there. It's actually not that complicated, he said with a cold smile. We just need to catch a couple of people and ask them, you're not thinking of running? You actually want to go after them? Nana asked in surprise. Run? Kongcheng retorted. Don't you want the treasure? Don't you want to avenge your father? Nana hesitated, then finally stomped her foot and gritted her teeth. So, what do we do now? With a mischievous grin, Kongcheng said, whether we get the treasure or not, we can't let the fire pirates get it. Let's go find out what's going on. As he spoke, he pointed towards a cliff. The two of them found a narrow path along the cliff and climbed to the top. Looking out, they saw 7 small spacecraft had landed on Skull Island, each in a different area. They're going to search the island, Kongcheng said coldly. Nana nodded. The scattered landing of the spacecraft clearly indicated a coordinated search to cover a large area. The only reason for this could be to search the island. After pondering for a moment, Kongcheng said, we need to figure out some things first, and catching a few people would be the easiest way. But catching some low-level goons might not be very useful. I recognize them, Zhanlan suddenly said. How do you know them? Kongcheng asked, surprised. Zhanlan explained, I'm currently in the initial phase, so I can't activate the invasion functions, but I can still use basic networking. The fire pirates are quite notorious in the galaxy, and some of their wanted information can be found directly on the interstellar network. As Zhanlan spoke, she activated a screen displaying information about the fire pirates. Fire pirates, estimated members, 621. Wanted individuals, 39. Leader, Prince Li Jinhe, bounty, 8.8 million. First mate, Sharktooth Sinclair, bounty, 6 million. Second mate, Little Thief My Jessie, bounty, 3.7 million. Combat captain, One-Eye Lin Nanqing, bounty, 7 million. The information Zhanlan provided was not complete, focusing mainly on the wanted members of the fire pirates. Detailed bounties and even photos were available for most of them online. Kongcheng, rubbing his chin, said, what if I catch a few and hand them over to the Federation? Nana rolled her eyes. You, a space pirate, handing over other space pirates to the Federation? Only you could come up with something like that. Sure. Zhanlan suddenly interjected. You can't directly claim the bounty from the Federation with your status, but the black market offers this service. They can help you exchange the bounty with the Federation, though they charge a 45 commission, almost half the bounty, Kongcheng said, grimacing. That's outrageous. Zhanlan scoffed. As a broke person, you have no right to complain about high commissions. For you, any money earned should be enough to be satisfied. Kongcheng retorted angrily. Do you realize that as an AI, constantly mimicking human sarcasm is really undignified? As soon as Kongcheng finished speaking, the blazing pirates sprang into action. The spaceship slowly lowered its gangway, and countless space pirates swarmed out like ants, beginning their search around the island. Kongcheng decided to capture someone for information, and he was in luck spotted a spaceship docked nearby. The pirates split into groups of 10 and spread out in all directions to search. Kongcheng and Nana lay hidden in the dense bushes, cautiously observing their surroundings. Nana whispered, if we're going to capture someone, we need to be quick. Those pirates definitely have communicators. If we don't act fast and they manage to contact each other, we'll be in serious trouble. Kongcheng took a deep breath, a determined look flashing in his eyes. Looks like I'll have to show some real skills. Just watch. Azure seemed to understand Kongcheng's plan and immediately warned, be mindful of your body's limits. You can only use it for 1 minute and 6 seconds at most. Kongcheng nodded. That should be enough. Azure continued. Leave the bald one. He's Hull, the sub-leader of the Blazing Pirates, nicknamed Black Wolf. He's got a bounty of 1.2 million. His status isn't low. He should have useful information. Kongcheng confirmed with a nod and then pushed through the bushes, striding out. The squad of space pirates advancing nearby were taken aback by his sudden appearance. While most people on the island wisely avoided the pirates, Kongcheng was the first to step forward directly. Kid, are you looking to die? One pirate laughed loudly. Perfect timing, I was getting bored. A little action would be nice. Another pirate mocked. The bald pirate, Hull, who was evidently the leader of the group, impatiently ordered, cut the chatter, just capture him. Kongcheng sneered, leaning forward slightly in a runner's stance. Who's capturing who is still up for debate. I'll take you all down in 30 seconds. Before he finished speaking, Kongcheng's figure vanished from sight. The physical ability he gained from breaking through the first stage of the genetic gate was speed, and this time, he was going to unleash his ultimate velocity. Before the pirates could react, one of their comrades suddenly clutched his neck, blood gushing between his fingers. As the gurgling sound echoed, the man fell heavily to the ground, eyes wide open in death. The remaining pirates were thrown into a panic, raising their weapons and looking around frantically, but all they could hear were rapid footsteps, without catching a glimpse of Kongcheng. With a soft thud, another pirate collapsed, a blood spray erupting from the back of his neck. One by one, the pirates fell amidst the muffled sounds. When more than half were down, the pressure became unbearable for some, and they screamed, dropping their weapons and fleeing. However, just as one tried to run, his throat was slashed, and he fell into a pool of his own blood. Kongcheng reappeared, coldly stating, "There's no chance I'll let you escape." Cure saw what was happening and immediately shouted, "Fire! Fire! Shoot him dead!" The remaining 4 pirates raised their guns and fired, golden energy beams raining down, tearing apart the surrounding bushes and trees. But Kongcheng's figure had vanished once again. With another muffled sound, one pirate fell, eyes filled with unwillingness. The 2 remaining pirates knelt down in fear, begging for mercy, but before they could finish their pleas, Kongcheng appeared behind them, stabbing his dagger through their hearts. "When you plundered and killed, did anyone beg you for mercy? And did you ever show any?" Kongcheng said coldly, stepping over the bodies as he walked towards Huer. "Now it's just you left, and it seems like exactly 30 seconds. Kongcheng's lips curled into a cold smile. Huer's Adam's apple bobbed as he raised his energy rifle with trembling hands, pulling the trigger towards Kongcheng. But as he lifted the gun, Kongcheng disappeared again. "You're somewhat lucky." Kongcheng's voice suddenly came from behind Huer. "I have a few questions for you, so your head can stay on your shoulders for now." A swift chop to the back of Huer's neck sent him crashing to the ground, unconscious. Kongcheng exhaled deeply, leaning against a tree. "Come out, it's over." Nana emerged from the bushes, looking at Kongcheng with concern. "Are you all right?" At this moment, Kongcheng was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked, looking even more disheveled than when he was being chased by the city defense forces. "Don't worry, I'm fine, just a bit tired." Kongcheng shook his head. "This extreme speed really takes a toll on my stamina, but I'll be okay after a bit of rest." Kongcheng carried the unconscious Huer to a cave near the cliff. He quickly tied Huer up with vines, and then delivered a brutal kick to his chest to wake him up. Huer screamed in pain and jolted awake. Squatting in front of Huer, Kongcheng's eyes were cold as he said, "I ask a question, you answer it." "Got it." Furious, Huer roared, "You little bastard, just wait. The blazing pirates won't let you get away with this." Kongcheng's face darkened, his voice low. "It seems you're not planning to cooperate. To hell with you." Huer continued to curse. "Who do you think you are? And that rat from Mars with you? Once our captain finds you, you're dead." Kongcheng didn't respond, just shook his head coldly. Suddenly, he pressed down on Huer's hand and drove a dagger into it. "Ah!" Huer let out a piercing scream as his left hand was pinned to the ground, blood gushing out. Kongcheng sneered. "Feels good to curse, doesn't it?" Huer panted heavily, cold sweat soaking his clothes. Kongcheng twisted the dagger. "I said, I ask a question, you answer it. Didn't you understand? Let me ask again, did it feel good to curse?" "No, no," Huer groaned in pain, and as Kongcheng applied more pressure, he quickly changed his tune. "Yes, yes, it felt good." "Good." Kongcheng patted Huer's face. "It's smart to know your place. Believe me, I'm not as kind as you think." Kongcheng yanked the dagger out, sending a spurt of blood, and Huer screamed again. "How did you find Skull Island?" Kongcheng got straight to the point. Huer panted heavily. "We came looking for you." "Oh." Kongcheng looked intrigued. "That's interesting. How did you know we were on Skull Island?" He warned, "Don't forget, if I'm not satisfied with your answer, I can't promise what I'll do." Huer gritted his teeth in pain. "A tracker. She has a tracker on her." Nana, alarmed by this, quickly searched herself but found nothing. She shook her head at Kongcheng. Kongcheng narrowed his eyes at Huer. "I'm not satisfied with that answer. It's true. I don't know exactly where on her, but she has one. We tracked her signal to find you." Kongcheng thought for a moment, then turned to Nana. "Have you had any contact with the blazing pirates before?" "I was captured by them once," Nana replied. "Then I escaped." "Could they have implanted a tracker in me then?" "Impossible. A tracker has to be implanted under the skin. You'd feel it." Kongcheng analyzed. "Did they strip you?" Nana's face turned bright red, and she angrily retorted, "Pervert." Kongcheng explained helplessly, "I'm just trying to figure out where they might have hidden the tracker." "Wait, that doesn't make sense. If there was a tracker, why would they search the island?" Her hurriedly added, "The tracker was receiving signals before, but it's been intermittent the past 2 days. We only knew you were on Skull Island, so our leader ordered a search of the island. The past 2 days? So it's since we arrived on the island." Kongcheng's eyes lit up. "Take off your shoes." Although confused, Nana complied. It can't be in the shoes. I would have felt it. Yi Kongcheng took Nana's shoes and carefully inspected them. He smirked as he used a dagger to gently cut open the sole, revealing a hollow space with a button's-sized tracker inside. They did a very clever job, Yi Kongcheng explained. They cut a small piece along the sole's pattern and glued it back with matching color. It's hard to notice. As for the intermittent signals over the past 2 days, it rained on the island, making the ground muddy. The soles sunk into the mud, causing poor signal reception. Yi Kongcheng crushed the tracker underfoot and looked at Nana. I'm afraid you didn't escape on your own. They let you go on purpose. They used the tracker to follow you, waiting for you to find the treasure spot before making their move. Nana cursed angrily. Those bastards. Yi Kongcheng turned to her and continued questioning. You just parachuted onto Skull Island. Do you think the Federation's military is blind? Her, pale-faced, explained. The TV station's Brave game wasn't publicly broadcast. It was streamed live to some wealthy individuals. It wasn't for ratings but for gambling, letting them bet on who would win. Yi Kongcheng interrupted. So, before you came, you must have already detained those people? Since it wasn't publicly broadcast, as long as no one contacts the Federation, they won't know what's happening on the island in the short term, right? Her gritted his teeth and nodded. Yi Kongcheng continued. Does your leader have a third of the map? Her shook his head. How would I know something like that? Yi Kongcheng grabbed her's hand, threatening to stab him again. Her immediately shouted in terror. I don't know. I really don't know, but I know who does. Yi Kongcheng held the dagger in midair. Speak. Her hurriedly said. Sinker, Magus, and Lin Nanqing. They are the leader's confidants. If anyone knows, it's them. All right. Yi Kongcheng nodded and then gave a wicked smile. I've asked what I needed. It seems you're no longer useful. Her was shocked. I've answered honestly. Yi Kongcheng retorted. Did I ever promise that if you answered honestly, I'd let you go? Her paused for a moment, a hint of viciousness flashing across his face. He gritted his teeth and lunged at Yi Kongcheng. Thud. The sound was like tearing apart rotten fabric as Yi Kongcheng's dagger plunged into Hu Er's abdomen. I didn't move, Yi Kongcheng said with a smile, pushing Hu Er away. You came at me yourself. Nana, standing nearby, asked, what do we do now? Yi Kongcheng analyzed. The situation is pretty clear. Li Zhenhe probably wants to use you to locate the treasure, playing the role of the hunter waiting for his prey. However, things might not be so certain now. The key lies in whether that missing third of the map is in Li Zhenhe's possession. Nana responded. Although he followed me here, if he had the remaining third of the map, he wouldn't need to keep searching for me. That missing third should indicate the treasure's location. Yes, but it seems that Li Zhenhe either hasn't realized this yet, or the missing third isn't with him, Yi Kongcheng concluded. Otherwise, he would have gathered his men and gone straight to the treasure site instead of searching the island. Nana agreed with Yi Kongcheng's point of view, nodding her head. What should we do now? They have the advantage in numbers. Facing them hidden might be a tough fight. Yi Kongcheng's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Aren't they searching the island? Since they're spread out, we can take them down one by one. Nana's eyes lit up, but then dimmed as she shook her head. Don't stir up trouble. Even though I want revenge, the blazing pirates are massive. Just the two of us, even if we take them down one by one. How many can we really kill? Revenge can wait. Who said it's just us two? Yi Kongcheng scoffed, suddenly becoming righteous. Space pirates are the scourge of the galaxy. It's the Federation's duty to eliminate them. Seeing Nana's puzzled expression, Yi Kongcheng explained. Even though there's some chaos on the planet, the Federation won't ignore a public invasion by space pirates. The blazing pirates may have temporarily controlled the news, but once we notify the Federation, they'll come quickly. But, Nana said in surprise, aren't we also space pirates? Won't we get caught too? Yi Kongcheng laughed. With such a big target like the blazing pirates, who would care about us small fries? Besides, didn't you hear what her said? To deceive the Federation, they attacked the TV station and controlled those wealthy people involved in the Brave game gambling. Money brings power and influence. If we leak this to the Federation, they'll come after the blazing pirates first. Yi Kongcheng knew there was a risk. If their identities were exposed, the Federation might capture them too. But he believed that Li Zhenhe wouldn't have taken such a risk without thorough preparation. After thinking for a moment, Yi Kongcheng said, the island's communications are definitely jammed, and regular communicators won't work. But there's one place that surely can. The blazing pirate spaceship. Nana's expression turned strange. Although it made sense, the idea of infiltrating the enemy's spaceship seemed too risky, akin to storming the enemy's headquarters in a war. Don't worry, Yi Kongcheng reassured her. Most of their crew is out searching the island. There shouldn't be many people on the spaceship. True to his word, Yi Kongcheng immediately prepared to set off. Although Nana looked exasperated, she had no choice but to follow. With help from Zhanlan, Yi Kongcheng and Nana carefully avoided the patrolling pirates and finally arrived in front of a spaceship. This one, Yi Kongcheng whispered. hiding behind a tree and signaling to Nana. The two of them quietly approached the spaceship. Although they believed there weren't many people on board, infiltrating wouldn't be easy. Every proper spaceship had defense systems, and boarding was a challenge in itself. If I could evolve to my mature form, I could easily hack the system, Zhanlan boasted. Stop bragging. Kongcheng rolled his eyes. You're just an Odo now. Don't think you can do an Audi's job. Nana chuckled. Looks like it's up to me. Follow me. She pointed to the landing gear of the spaceship and said, see the gap where the gear retracts? We're going in through there. The two climbed up the landing gear, and Nana continued to guide. This leads inside to a sealed compartment. See that grating cover? Break it open. Break it open? Won't that trigger an alarm? Kongcheng asked, puzzled. Relax, Nana said confidently. This is the air circulation system, directly connected to the internal ducts. The defense system only monitors the main passages. It can't detect these crisscrossing pipes. Under Nana's guidance, Kongcheng successfully bypassed the defense system and infiltrated the spaceship. Her extensive knowledge of various spaceship models left Kongcheng in awe. Are you really just a junior mechanic? Kongcheng asked, incredulous. Nana gave a wry smile. The license does say junior mechanic. Seeing Kongcheng's puzzled expression, Nana explained, because of my background. My father was a space pirate. Kongcheng suddenly understood. Mechanics are classified into different levels, from apprentice to junior, intermediate, senior, and finally master. A junior mechanic only needs their mentor's approval, but higher levels require certification from the Mechanics Association. Although Nana wanted to take the certification exams, her father's identity had barred her from joining the association. Kongcheng's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but ask, so, what level of mechanic are you exactly? Nana shrugged and replied honestly, I've never taken the exams, so I have no idea, but I can pretty much understand everything written by master mechanics in those journals. Sometimes, I even take jobs pretending to be a senior mechanic, and I've never been caught. Kongcheng gasped in surprise. He had just been looking for a mechanic to use casually, but it seemed he might have stumbled upon a senior mechanic, or even a master. This was turning into quite the unexpected twist. As Kongcheng was still processing this information, Nana suddenly grabbed his sleeve and pointed downward. The two of them were still in the air duct, and through the grate, they could see a corridor ending in a metal door. That's the door to the command cabin, Nana whispered. From here on out, there's no way to stay hidden. As soon as we jump down, the defense system will detect us. However, it will take some time for the defense system to mobilize the robots. Kongcheng responded decisively, time is enough, but the question is, can you open that command cabin door? Nana shook her head. It has a physical lock. This isn't something a mechanic can handle. For an electronic lock, you'd need a hacker. For a physical lock, you'd need a thief. Suddenly, Zhanlan interrupted. Let me give it a try. What do you have in mind? Kongcheng asked. Zhanlan explained, the door is made of metal, so I can use a magnetic field to disrupt the lock structure. But whether it opens or becomes completely stuck, I can't guarantee. Kongcheng rolled his eyes, thinking how responsibly ambiguous that sounded. Hesitating for just a moment, he made a swift decision. Do it. A 50-50 chance since we've come this far. We have to try. With that, Kongcheng lifted the grate of the air duct and leapt down. Infrared beams immediately swept across his body, triggering a piercing alarm. Zhanlan, hurry, Kongcheng urged, pressing his hand against the door. The magnetic field activated instantly, causing a flicker of electricity across the door before it fell with a thunderous crash. Kongcheng was elated, rushing into the command cabin of the spaceship. Inside, there were only 5 or 6 space pirates. Most of them had been sent out, and the command cabin didn't require much operation once the spaceship was docked. Kongcheng crossed the threshold in one stride, and before the pirates could react, he delivered a powerful punch. With a loud boom, flames erupted from his fist, sending one pirate flying into the wall. I'll handle them. You send the signal. Kongcheng shouted to Nana as he advanced. By this time, the other space pirates had recovered and charged at Kongcheng with their weapons. Magnetic field. Kongcheng commanded softly. Zhanlan immediately activated the magnetic field, and the pirates' weapons became uncontrollable. Even energy swords and knives, with their mostly metal handles, were affected. Pull! Kongcheng ordered again. The weapons were suddenly drawn inward, causing the pirates to collide into each other. In an instant, Kongcheng threw another punch, and a surge of flames engulfed the crowd. Moments later, as the flames dissipated, the space pirates were left smoldering, their fate uncertain. Kongcheng rushed to Nana's side. Did you get the message out? Nana nodded. It's done. Did you mention the TV station? Kongcheng pressed. If we only talk about Skull Island, the Federation might ignore it. But if we explain the rich people were kidnapped, the Federation will have no choice but to check it out. They can't afford to offend those wealthy folks. Don't worry, Nana replied. I included everything. Yi Kongcheng nodded. Let's go. He pulled Nana along as they headed out of the command cabin. Just as they reached the door, two energy beams shot towards them. Yi Kongcheng quickly pulled Nana aside. Zhanlan reported, it's defense robots, mixed with some space pirates. 17 targets in total. Yi Kongcheng nodded. The moment I break through, activate the magnetic field. With that, Yi Kongcheng fell silent, listening intently. Soft footsteps approached, and he gauged the distance to the command cabin. When he estimated they were about 5 meters away, Yi Kongcheng suddenly darted out and threw a punch. A massive fireball erupted, filling the entire corridor with searing heat and blinding the enemy. Magnetic field. Zhanlan activated the magnetic field. The defense robots sparked, twisted, and lost control, crashing into each other. Go. Yi Kongcheng pulled Nana and charged into the smoke and flames. Bang! Yi Kongcheng's punch sent a space pirate crashing into the wall. Several pirates were dazed, but Yi Kongcheng forced his way through, creating a path forward. As they reached the corridor's exit, a barrage of energy beams rained down. Automated defense guns were mounted on the walls. Zhanlan quickly activated the magnetic field again, causing the guns to twist and malfunction, sparking before they were rendered useless. This way. Nana pointed to a metal ladder. It's a maintenance tunnel that leads outside the spaceship. Yi Kongcheng nodded and stopped, leading the way up the ladder. At the top, they encountered a hatch. Following Nana's signal, Yi Kongcheng kicked it open and climbed onto the spaceship's exterior. Nana climbed out and said, we can use the side ladder to get down. No need. Yi Kongcheng interrupted with a smile. Why bother? With that, Yi Kongcheng scooped Nana up and sprinted forward, leaping off the spaceship. Ah! Nana screamed involuntarily. As they neared the ground, Yi Kongcheng punched downward. Flames erupted, cushioning their fall, allowing them to land safely. Don't worry, Yi Kongcheng said to Nana with a smile. Do you really think I'd let anything happen to you? Nana rolled her eyes and then pointed behind Yi Kongcheng, shouting, hurry up, they're coming after us. In the forest, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as they splashed through muddy puddles, sending droplets flying. A group of space pirates advanced quickly, their haste kicking up sprays of mud. Suddenly, the muddy ground bulged, and Yi Kongcheng emerged like a phantom from the sludge. In an instant, he grabbed the last pirate in the line, a flash of his dagger slicing the man's throat with surgical precision. Blood gushed from the wound, and the pirate's eyes widened in vain hope of calling for help, but only gurgling sounds escaped his lips. His body soon went limp, collapsing to the ground. The other pirates, alerted by the noise, turned around only to find themselves staring down the barrels of guns. Yi Kongcheng swiftly snatched the energy assault rifle from the dead pirate's chest and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The staccato burst of gunfire echoed through the forest, and several pirates fell, their bodies riddled with bullets. Nana emerged from a nearby thicket, handing Yi Kongcheng a towel. Wipe yourself off, she said. Yi Kongcheng nonchalantly wiped his face, musing, I underestimated the blazing fire pirates. Someone competent is calling the shots here. It had been 2 days since Yi Kongcheng and Nana had infiltrated the space cruiser to send a message to the Federation, but there was still no response. Yi Kongcheng wondered if there had been a mishap, or if he should criticize the Federation's inefficiency. Meanwhile, the blazing fire pirates' persistence had impressed him. Skull Island was vast, and Yi Kongcheng had initially thought they could lose their pursuers by escaping into the forest. Nana's tracker had been destroyed, so finding them shouldn't have been easy. Yet, 2 days had passed, and the space pirates remained on their trail, relentlessly pursuing them. Despite Yi Kongcheng's ambushes taking out several waves of pursuers, he couldn't shake them off completely. Yi Kongcheng knew there must be someone skilled in forest warfare directing the pirates, able to track them through subtle clues. As he finished wiping his face, Nana, worried, said, we can't keep this up. Although you've taken out quite a few, haven't you noticed? There are more and more space pirates in this area. Yeah, Yi Kongcheng nodded. They must be pulling in reinforcements from other areas. But that's fine. If they bring more people into the forest, we'll just leave it. But before we go, we need to give them a parting gift. Nana asked curiously, you plan to kill a few more groups? Yi Kongcheng's smile turned sly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. No, just one group will do, but not a small one. If we're going to play, let's play big. Remember the swamp we passed this morning? His smile grew more sinister, sending a chill down the spine. Meanwhile, Lin Nanqing stood over a pile of corpses, seething with rage. Useless idiots, he roared. So many of you can't even corner 2 people. What does the captain keep you around for? Charles, get over here. The surrounding pirates were silent with fear. As the combat captain of the blazing fire pirates, Lin Nanqing's bounty was second only to that of their leader, Li Zhenhe, and his ruthless reputation was well known within the crew. A blond man in camouflage swiftly approached, squatting down to meticulously examine the scene even before Lin Nanqing could give any orders. After a moment, he rubbed the soil and mused, Something's off. What is it? Lin Nanqing asked, frowning. Charles explained. The enemy retreated. They seem to be skilled in guerrilla warfare, evident from their repeated successful ambushes. They've been trying to erase their tracks, but this time, they left everything as is. A trap? Lin Nanqing asked warily. Charles shook his head, not sure. They might not have had time, considering we've been hot on their heels. Even if it's a trap, we have nothing to fear. Lin Nanqing snorted. Gather the nearby brothers. We have nearly 100 men. We can't take down just 2 people? If the commander finds out, he'd laugh his head off. Charles nodded and signaled 2 pirates to use their communicators to contact the other teams. Impatiently, Lin Nanqing waved his hand. Lead the way. Charles complied, stepping back to carefully observe the surroundings before leading the team forward. Meanwhile, the other search teams, having received the communication, quickly converged, bolstering their numbers. As they advanced, Charles, who was at the front, suddenly jerked his head up and grabbed Lin Nanqing's shoulder, dragging him back. Swish, swish, swish. 3 wooden spears shot out from the shadows, embedding themselves in the ground where Lin Nanqing had just been standing. Lin Nanqing wiped cold sweat from his brow, shaken. If Charles hadn't pulled him back, he could have been skewered. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from the rear of the squad. A pirate had stepped into a pit filled with sharp wooden spikes, which instantly pierced through his foot. Another pirate, retreating in terror, triggered a snare. A vine snapped up, ensnaring his ankle and flinging him high into the air before slamming him into a tree. Suddenly, Kongcheng appeared in the trees to the side. He darted forward, delivering a powerful punch. A massive fireball whooshed towards the crowd. Explode! Kongcheng shouted. The fireball detonated in the midst of the pirates, sending them flying as the searing flames created a powerful shockwave. That bastard! Lin Nanqing roared, enraged by the sight of his men writhing on the ground. He waved his arms furiously and bellowed, "Kill him! Capture that brat and tear him to pieces!" Charles urgently cautioned, "Watch out for traps." But it was too late. Lin Nanqing, consumed by rage, charged forward with his men. The thought of so many people failing to capture Kongcheng and Nana, while losing many in the process, had driven Lin Nanqing to the brink of madness. The squad dashed through the forest, and soon enough, Lin Nanqing spotted Kongcheng. He stood not far away, hands in his pockets, a mocking smile on his face. Lin Nanqing gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, finally decided to stop running, huh?" At that moment, Charles came running up, panting heavily. His face turned deathly pale as he shouted, "It's a trap! Retreat now!" "Trying to escape now? I'm afraid it's too late." Kongcheng smirked, a ruthless glint in his eyes. "Die!" he shouted, and before the words had even fully left his mouth, his fist shot out like a cannonball, enveloped in scorching flames, aiming straight for Lin Nanqing. With a darkened expression, Lin Nanqing sneered, "With just your measly skills." But his words were cut short as his pupils suddenly dilated. As Kongcheng's fiery punch flew forward, a series of deafening explosions erupted around them. Boom, boom, boom. The ground seemed to be riddled with countless landmines, with violent blasts echoing one after another. The earth continuously cracked open, sending shards of stone flying. Charles screamed in terror, "Run! It's methane! He's using the methane!" Unfortunately, the warning came too late. Kongcheng had already scouted the area. It was a swamp filled with highly flammable methane gas. His flames ignited the gas instantly, setting the entire region ablaze. The fire spread with terrifying speed, engulfing all the space pirates in the blink of an eye. Horrific screams of agony filled the air, sending chills down anyone's spine. A few pirates managed to escape the edges of the inferno, flailing and screaming in despair, only to collapse and twitch a few times before turning into charred corpses. Nana approached from the side and stood next to Kongcheng, her tone complex. "You're ruthless." Kongcheng smiled faintly. "It depends on who we're dealing with. I don't kill ordinary people, nor do I plunder civilians. But for these guys, I have no sympathy. They chose this path, so they should be prepared to die. The world is fair." Nana shook her head. "Let's go." Kongcheng nodded. With this lot taken care of, the fiery pirates should be quiet for a while. He calculated in his mind. The fiery pirates were a sizable group, numbering 700 to 800. Losing a tenth of their force would surely make Princely Jinhe think twice before causing more trouble. This battle would likely make others think twice unless they had at least 100 men. They shouldn't even think about provoking them. Of course, if they actually gathered 100 people to hunt them down, Kongcheng and Nana would be in serious trouble. But catching the 2 of them with such a force would be no easy task. Just as Kongcheng was about to leave, a venomous voice suddenly echoed from behind. "Kid, do you really think you can get away? You're dead. I will kill you. I absolutely will." Kongcheng's heart skipped a beat as he quickly turned to face the inferno. Lin Nanqing staggered out of the flames, step by step. He was now unrecognizable, with half of his body charred and destroyed. Skin, flesh, and tendons were all gone, replaced by a metallic frame. Despite being blackened by the fire, it still gleamed with a cold, metallic luster. A robot? Kongcheng asked in astonishment. No, a cyborg, Nana explained solemnly. A monster created through extreme surgery. It retains its internal organs and brain, but the rest of its body has been entirely replaced with artificial parts. Such inhumane surgeries are strictly prohibited due to their extremely high mortality rates. Kongcheng sneered. Metallic? Then I have nothing to fear. Zhanlan, activate the magnetic field. As Lin Nanqing strode closer, Kongcheng didn't hesitate to activate Zhanlan's magnetic field. He was confident that as long as it was metal, it wouldn't escape the control of the magnetic field. However, to his surprise, Lin Nanqing suddenly propelled himself forward like an arrow, landing right in front of Kongcheng. In a flash, Lin Nanqing's fist slammed into Kongcheng's face. Boom! The dull sound echoed as Kongcheng was sent flying, crashing heavily into a tree. The tree trunk, as thick as a bowl, snapped under the impact. His body is made of Fe material, Nana quickly explained. It's a type of metallic ceramic composite, mixed with a small amount of alloy. Your magnetic field is effective, but its impact is minimal. Kongcheng, touching his split lip, gritted his teeth and said, You could have mentioned that earlier. Nana protested. I hadn't finished explaining before he attacked. Kongcheng stood up straight. Since the magnetic field was ineffective, he had no choice but to rely on his fists. Lin Nanqing sneered and leaped forward again, launching another punch at Kongcheng. Zhanlan. Kongcheng called out softly, weapon eyes. In an instant, a five-colored radiance converged on Kongcheng's right hand, forming a metallic glove. Boom! Kongcheng raised his arm, firmly blocking Lin Nanqing's powerful punch. Although Lin Nanqing's face was severely burned, his features were still discernible. Kongcheng smirked coldly. Lin Nanqing, the battle captain of the Flame Pirates, known as the One-Eyed Lin Nanqing. Your head, worth 7 million, is mine. Before he finished speaking, Kongcheng kicked Lin Nanqing in the waist, sending him flying. He then crouched slightly, his legs tensed, and launched himself like an arrow. Boom! Kongcheng's fist landed heavily on Lin Nanqing's face. This punch is for earlier. In the next moment, Kongcheng's bent arm thrust forward, sending Lin Nanqing's body flying like a cannonball. Boom! 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 Lin Nanqing crashed through several trees and finally rolled to a stop on the ground, nearly 10 meters away. 7 million for this level of skill? Kongcheng mocked. The Federation must be very wealthy. Hehehehe. Lin Nanqing, lying on the ground, suddenly let out a sinister laugh. He slowly got up and casually brushed the dust off his clothes. You seem quite pleased with yourself? Kongcheng raised an eyebrow. That punch had utilized Zhanlan's 2.5x power boost, and he hadn't held back at all. Yet, Lin Nanqing, though seemingly unable to withstand the force, appeared unscathed. Nana explained from the side, he's a cyborg warrior. He doesn't feel pain, and his body isn't made of flesh and blood. There's no such thing as injury for him. Damn it. Kongcheng couldn't help but curse. How are we supposed to fight this? Take him apart, Nana shouted. The only way to stop him is to completely dismantle him. Think of him as a robot, but much tougher. Completely dismantle? Kongcheng cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing in the air. He smirked and said, Looks like I'm going to play surgeon today. Taking a deep breath, Kongcheng's figure blurred and suddenly vanished from sight. Kongcheng appeared like a ghost behind Lin Nanqing, delivering a powerful sweeping kick to his opponent's back. In the next instant, he teleported to Lin Nanqing's front and landed a heavy punch to his face. Kongcheng's figure flickered around Lin Nanqing, raining down blows like a relentless storm. Lin Nanqing, however, seemed unfazed and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, pathetic. Your punches are as weak as tickles. Suddenly, mechanical sounds emanated from Lin Nanqing's shoulders, and two shoulder cannons emerged, aiming at his feet. With two thunderous blasts, massive energy beams struck the ground, propelling Lin Nanqing into the air and causing him to roll across the ground. Kongcheng had anticipated this and leaped away just in time, though the shockwave still rattled his insides. In the blink of an eye, Lin Nanqing stood up as if nothing had happened, looking at Kongcheng with disdain. You're no match for me. Kongcheng smirked. Is that so? Looks like I need to show you what I can really do. He flashed in front of Lin Nanqing again. Lin Nanqing immediately swung his fist, but Kongcheng deftly dodged and grabbed his opponent's head. Even if you replace your entire body, your brain is still the same, isn't it? Kongcheng taunted. Lin Nanqing struggled violently and swung his fist again. At that moment, flames erupted from Kongcheng's palm, and a series of explosive blasts followed like a jackhammer. No. Let me go. Lin Nanqing screamed hysterically in the flames, his voice soon drowned out by the explosions. Moments later, the flames dissipated, and Lin Nanqing lay lifeless on the ground. Yi Kongcheng coldly tossed the body aside. Trash? You're the real trash. Modifying your body to this extent, you're hardly human anymore. Nana approached the corpse and pulled open a small drawer from Lin Nanqing's chest, extracting a glowing blue gem. What's that for? Yi Kongcheng asked curiously. Nana explained. This is the energy source for the mechanical warrior. It's a sea blue stone from the Lancelot star sector, a natural energy block with a 72 purity rate, capable of powering a small spaceship. It's worth at least 800,000. Well, looks like we made a small fortune. Yi Kongqing whistled. But first, we need to deal with the current situation. Let's go. Nana nodded, pocketing the sea blue stone. What's the plan now? Yi Kongqing decided they should leave the area and head for the strait. It took them a day and a half to reach the strait, where they found a cave on a cliff facing the sea to hide. Yi Kongqing explained their plan to wait for the federal army to arrive and take advantage of the chaos. Even if they couldn't get the treasure, they needed to prevent the fire pirates from succeeding. However, things didn't go as planned. 2 days passed, and while the fire pirates had yet to search the area, the federal army was also nowhere to be seen. This unexpected situation left Yi Kongqing and Nana in a tough spot. Yi Kongqing had spent 2 days navigating through the dense forest and another 2 days waiting by the strait. Time had quietly slipped into the 4th day and a half. He frowned, staring into the distance, his mind full of questions. By all accounts, the federal troops should have arrived by now, even if they had to crawl. So why hadn't they shown up? Nana. Yi Kongqing turned to his female companion beside him. Are you sure the message got through? Nana rolled her eyes, her tone tinged with impatience. Absolutely. I wouldn't mess up something like that. Yi Kongqing scratched his head, bewildered. Then what on earth is the federal army doing? Nana pondered for a moment and then suggested, could it be they don't believe space pirates would dare to descend directly onto Skull Island? We already told them about the wealthy hostages at the TV station, didn't we? Yi Kongqing retorted. These are prominent figures on the planet, with significant ties to the Federation. They have money and status. Would the federal army really ignore that? Nana shrugged, indicating her helplessness. I have no idea why. Yi Kongqing was certain something had gone wrong. Based on the distance, 2 days should have been more than enough time to reach Skull Island, and the remaining 2 days ample for preparation. But reality had diverged sharply from expectations, and he couldn't pinpoint where things had gone awry. The federal troops are useless, Yi Kongqing sighed. They always mess up at critical moments. Just then, Zhanlan suddenly interjected. Someone's here. Yi Kongqing immediately stood up and walked to the cave entrance, asking, where? Above, Zhanlan replied succinctly. The cliff where Yi Kongqing and Nana were hiding was steep, with their cave situated about 40 meters from the top. Zhanlan's detection range was a spherical area, including vertical distances, so the cliff top was within its scope. Let's go, Yi Kongqing said to Nana. Let's check it out. The two carefully climbed the cliff and cautiously peeked over the edge. Yi Kongqing quickly spotted a man lying on the ground. The man looked disheveled, his clothes in tatters, and covered with ferns. His exposed skin was riddled with wounds and bloodstains, indicating he had been through a fierce battle. Yi Kongqing signaled Nana to stay alert while he climbed over the cliff and approached the man slowly. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The man remained motionless, as if dead. But just as Yi Kongqing got within 3 meters, the man suddenly sprang up, grabbing a sharpened wooden stick and thrusting it toward Yi Kongqing. The stick was more like a crude wooden spear, bound in the middle with vines for grip and sharpened to a point capable of piercing animal hide. The bloodstains on the spearhead indicated it had taken many lives, though it was unclear whether they were human or animal. Yi Kongqing reacted quickly, sidestepping and grabbing the man's wrist. Despite his disheveled appearance, the man was ferociously strong. Once restrained, he attempted to bite Yi Kongqing's hand. This unexpected method of attack surprised Yi Kongqing, but he didn't mind. The opponent bit his right hand, the one with the azure glove. As expected, the next moment, the attacker showed a pained expression, clearly having hurt his teeth. Despite the failed attack, the man didn't retreat. He pushed off with both feet, lunging at Yi Kongqing while forcefully breaking the wooden spear, aiming the sharp end at Yi Kongqing's waist. Yi Kongqing raised an eyebrow, thinking that although this guy wasn't very strong, he was certainly tenacious, fighting with a door-die attitude. Get off me! Yi Kongqing didn't dodge. He grabbed the broken spear and twisted it sharply. The spear spun rapidly, causing the man to scream in agony and release his grip, his palm now a bloody mess. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Kongqing grabbed the man's hair and slammed him to the ground. Just as he was about to throw him off the cliff, Nana suddenly shouted, "Wait, don't kill him yet. He doesn't seem to be one of the fire pirates." Yi Kongqing looked puzzled. "Oh," Nana explained. I recognize him. When we left the TV station and boarded the airship, he was right in front of me. He also jumped right before I did. Kongcheng suddenly understood and slapped his forehead. He had been so focused on the fire pirates that he forgot about the other group on Skull Island, the participants of the Brave game. But ever since the fire pirates landed, Kongcheng had no time to care about the game. Besides, with the organizers captured by pirates, who would hand out the prize money even if they won. Kongcheng squatted down and patted the man's face. What's your name? Are you here for the Brave game? The man promptly replied, yes, I'm here for the Brave game. My name is Li Ziha, and I'm an adventurer. Kongcheng examined Li Ziha's injuries and asked, have you fought with those space pirates? Li Ziha explained, when they were searching the island, they killed anyone they encountered. Many people died, and I only survived by playing dead. Kongcheng nodded and waved his hand. In that case, we're not enemies. You can go. Wait. Li Ziha hesitated. I can tell you a huge secret. Can you give me some food? A secret? Kongcheng chuckled. Given the current situation, I'm too busy dealing with those space pirates to care about your secret. Li Ziha quickly said, my secret is related to those space pirates. Kongcheng became interested. Oh, let's hear it. Li Ziha looked hesitant. Kongcheng laughed. I have food and fresh water. If you tell me, I'll give you some. And trust me, if I really want to know, I can make you talk without giving you anything. You can't beat me. Li Ziha struggled for a moment, then sighed deeply. He admitted Kongcheng was right and said, those space pirates seem to be searching for ruins or treasure on the island. Kongcheng's eye twitched. How did you know that? Don't forget my introduction, Li Ziha said with a hint of pride. I told you, I'm an adventurer. Kongcheng's lips curled into a slight, mocking smile as he looked at Li Ziha. You're an adventurer who's fallen so low that you have to risk your life to make money. What's there to be proud of? His tone was full of disdain. Kongcheng continued, his voice deep and magnetic. The profession of an adventurer is quite complex when you look closely, but to put it simply, it's similar to tomb raiding. His gaze swept over everyone present. Under this starry sky, countless races and civilizations have existed and fallen. Adventurers exist to unearth these fallen civilizations, find lost relics, and sell them for profit. A glint of greed flashed in Kongcheng's eyes. It's a business with immense returns. The famous adventurers are all filthy rich, living in the most luxurious villas and driving the most expensive magnetic sports cars. He shot a meaningful look at Li Ziha. But for you to be reduced to participating in these daredevil games for money, it just shows you're far from being a top-tier adventurer. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Li Ziha's face, but he gritted his teeth and said, believe it or not, I'm telling the truth. A few days ago, those space pirates were searching the islands, but yesterday they gathered together. I even saw them carrying some land surveying equipment. Kongcheng raised an eyebrow, his tone questioning, land surveying equipment? Li Ziha nodded in confirmation and continued. Mainly used to survey soil structure, it can detect underground materials. If the ground is hollow, it can identify that immediately. It's generally used for mineral surveys, but can also be used to find relics. A spark of interest flickered in Kongcheng's eyes. He stroked his chin thoughtfully before turning to Nana beside him. Give him some food. Nana casually untied a pouch from her waist and tossed it to Li Ziha. Kongcheng pressed on. How many participants are left in the daredevil games? Li Ziha eagerly opened the pouch, grabbed a water flask, and gulped down the water while responding, not too sure. But there should be around 20 or 30. A few of the stronger ones are still alive. Kongcheng gave a knowing smile. Do you know who the stronger ones are? Li Ziha put down the water flask, wiped his mouth, and replied, Benlay Davis, the martial artist Li Jun from Tiger Gate, and Double Blade Lando. I've seen all three of them. Davis and Lando are teaming up to ambush those space pirates. Both are bounty hunters and know each other. A sharp glint appeared in Kongcheng's eyes. Can you find them? Li Ziha hesitated for a moment and said, not sure. Everyone's scattered, not staying in one place. What are you planning? Kongcheng's lips curved into a smile. Don't you think those space pirates have gone too far? Li Ziha's eyes widened in shock. Are you crazy? There are at least 500 or 600 of them. Kongcheng calmly said, my plan is to steal a spaceship and get out of here. It's better than staying on this island waiting to die. So, pass the word around and see if anyone's interested in joining us. Li Ziha hesitated before saying, I know where a group of people are hiding. Lando and Davis are there, but I can't find the others. Kongcheng nodded. All right, I'll leave that to you. Kongcheng watched as Li Ziha ate half a bag of food, then carefully packed the rest. Li Ziha bowed slightly to Kongcheng, and then walked off toward the forest. Nana stepped forward, puzzled. Are you really planning to steal a spaceship? It's impossible. Kongcheng smiled. We caused quite a ruckus last time. They must have increased their security. Nana looked even more confused. So what's your real plan? A sly glint appeared in Yi Kongcheng's eyes. It's always good to have some cannon fodder. At least when the fighting starts, they'll draw some of the fire. Nana rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, "You think people will just follow you blindly?" Yi Kongcheng shrugged. "We have to try. Besides, I'm not exactly deceiving them. There's a slim chance of success if we fight back, but waiting around guarantees death." Nana shrugged, clearly unconvinced. Li Ziha moved quickly and returned that night with about a dozen people. Leading the group were Davis, known for his quick temper, and Lando, skilled with dual blades. They were the most famous and the strongest among them. Davis, with his fiery temper, immediately asked Yi Kongcheng, "Do you have a way to crush those damned space pirates?" Yi Kongcheng smiled. "I'd love to crush them, but they have the numbers. We can't kill them all easily. But waiting here to die isn't a solution either. I believe we can all agree on that." Davis nodded. Li Ziha said, "You want to steal a spaceship. What's the plan? We're all in this together. If you have a way, we'll follow your lead." Yi Kongcheng squatted down, picked up a stick, and drew a simple map on the ground. "There isn't much of a plan. Steal a spaceship and leave. The target is this location." Li Ziha exclaimed. "No way, that's where the space pirates are gathering right now." Davis gave Yi Kongcheng a suspicious look. "Are you trying to get us killed?" Yi Kongcheng shrugged and calmly said, "Think about it. The other areas might have fewer ships and be easier to steal from, but then what?" Lando, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, hitting the nail on the head. "We'll get shot down." Yi Kongcheng nodded approvingly. "Exactly. If we steal one ship, they still have 5 left. If they shoot us down, they still lose 1 ship." Lando added, "The important thing is, to keep the island's affairs from getting out, they have to stop us from leaving." Davis frowned and asked, "But what does it mean for you to go directly to where the space pirates gather?" Yi Kongcheng explained, "First, because most of the space pirates are gathered there. If we seize a spaceship, they won't have one. And with their other ships understaffed, it's uncertain if they can immediately pursue us." Lando shook his head. "That's risky. It only takes a dozen people to operate a spaceship. They'll definitely leave the minimum crew on board." Yi Kongcheng nodded in agreement. "That's why I was getting to my second point." A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. "Those guys have bullied us enough. We need to leave them with something, don't you think?" As he spoke, Yi Kongcheng brought his hands together and then apart, mimicking an explosion. Lando's brow furrowed deeply. "You want to create an explosion?" Yi Kongcheng's voice was low and resolute. "Explosion, chaos, death. If those space pirates are busy dealing with that, do you think they'll have the time to worry about us?" "Davis, I have just one question. Where are we going to get the explosives?" Yi Kongcheng waved at Nana, who immediately retrieved the sea blue stone they had taken from Lin Nanxing. In the dim light, the stone emitted a faint blue glow. "This is an energy stone," Yi Kongcheng explained, eyes gleaming with excitement. "It's enough to power a small spacecraft. If we detonate it..." He spread his hands suggestively, signaling Nana to continue. Nana took over smoothly. "If we pack it with other explosive materials, I can turn everything within a 10-kilometer radius to ash. Directly detonating it would have a smaller impact, but I'm confident it can destroy everything within a 1-kilometer radius." "A 1-kilometer radius is enough," Lando agreed with a nod. "When do you plan to do it?" Davis asked, sounding a bit impatient. Yi Kongcheng grinned. "No time like the present. Let's do it tonight." Davis and Lando nodded in agreement, their eyes burning with the fire of vengeance. Yi Kongcheng signaled Nana to distribute the food, and after they wolfed down their meals, Li Jie led them deep into the dense forest. Their target was directly beneath Skull Island, the stronghold of the blazing pirates. Nana quietly reminded them that this was the location marked on the incomplete map. Yi Kongcheng nodded, signaling her to stay quiet. Under the leadership of Yi Kongcheng and Li Jie, the 15-member team moved silently through the thick jungle. Despite their numbers, they didn't encounter any members of the blazing pirates. At midnight, Li Jie, who was scouting ahead, made a hand signal. Everyone immediately crouched down and moved forward cautiously. They reached the edge of the forest, where an open area lay before them, seemingly excavated by human hands. Nana whispered in Yi Kongcheng's ear, "If the treasure is buried underground and the area below is hollow, trees can't grow on top." Yi Kongcheng nodded and whispered back, "Let's observe first." He crawled forward to the front, lying flat on the ground to get a better view. They were on a hillside, and below them, the blazing pirates had set up a makeshift camp. Tents were scattered around, and small fires provided light for resting and eating. Yi Kongcheng turned to Davis and whispered, "There are about 700 to 800 blazing pirates. I've already taken out a tenth of them. There are at least 300 here, nearly half of their forces." "How can you tell?" Davis asked curiously. Lando explained, "One campfire can cook for about 10 people. You can count and estimate from there. Plus, I bet there are patrols at night." Yi Kongcheng nodded in agreement and began laying out the plan. "The energy stone won't cause a direct explosion, but will create an energy shockwave that spreads outwards. This hillside provides good cover. We'll detonate the sea blue stone at the center and use the slope for protection. Lando added. The energy blast will flatten anything at the same level, but we'll be safe below the slope. So, a quick strike? Davis asked, his tone filled with anticipation. Kongcheng swiftly assigned tasks. I'll cover Nana as she plants the marine stone. You handle distracting those space pirates, and Lando will take care of blowing up the weapons cache at the camp's edge. After receiving confirmation from the others, Kongcheng and Nana quietly left the group, slipping into the dense forest on one side. They moved cautiously, and suddenly, Kongcheng signaled for silence. Both quickly hid behind a bush. Not far away, a space pirate was patrolling. Like a hunting leopard, Kongcheng crept forward silently. In an instant, he pounced, covering the pirate's mouth with one hand while his other hand swiftly drove a dagger into the pirate's throat. Kongcheng quickly seized the pirate's energy blaster and began to carefully modify the energy cell with his dagger. Nana whispered in surprise, "Are you making a makeshift bomb?" Kongcheng nodded and briefly explained, "Military knowledge. The energy cell is made from alloy PV material, which has excellent conductivity. If it cracks and gets struck, it will explode." He skillfully suspended the energy cell with some thread from his clothes and continued, "On the battlefield, damaged energy cells from guns are often repurposed into grenades like this." Nana showed her own work. "I made a simple energy release device. Materials are limited, so there's no timer. It will release energy 30 to 45 seconds after activation." Kongcheng nodded in approval. "That'll do. Let's move." He took a deep breath and solemnly instructed Nana, "Stay close to me." In the next moment, Kongcheng leaped down the slope, sliding along its surface. The space pirates in the camp were busy with their own tasks, completely off guard. Seizing the opportunity, Kongcheng hurled the modified energy cell into a campfire. Boom! A deep explosion suddenly erupted, and golden energy waves rippled outward. The pirates eating by the fire were caught off guard, thrown into the air by the ensuing energy blast. "This is a signal." As the explosion echoed through the camp and golden energy ripples spread out, Davis decisively raised his arm and shouted, "Charge!" He led the charge down the hillside, followed by a group of warriors. Meanwhile, Kongcheng threw the last energy block, creating a small energy blast that scattered the gathered space pirates. With the energy blocks exhausted, he didn't pause. He charged forward and punched out, blazing strike. A pillar of fire erupted from his fist, blooming like a fiery lotus upon hitting the ground and spreading flames in all directions. The camp descended into chaos, with shouts and screams echoing everywhere. Although Davis seemed reckless, he was tactically astute. Instead of charging directly into the densest part of the pirates, he attacked the periphery first, seizing their weapons. "Shoot! Wipe these bastards out!" he roared, unleashing golden energy beams that swept across the area. The space pirates, though armed, were caught off guard by the sudden assault. In a brief moment of confusion, dozens had already fallen to Davis's firepower. "Regroup, form a line and return fire," one pirate shouted. Before he could finish, a thunderous explosion interrupted him. From the direction of the armory, crimson flames mixed with black smoke shot up, forming a small mushroom cloud, creating a dramatic scene. Kongcheng charged into the pirates, his hands clenched as he shouted, "Azure! Magnetic field!" A blue light flashed, and the pirates' weapons were drawn into the air, clustering together. He punched again, sending flames surging and scattering the enemies. "Quick!" he shouted back. Nana moved swiftly, placing the modified sea blue stone on the ground and removing the base cover. Energy immediately began to leak out. "It's done. Fall back. Quickly!" she yelled. Kongcheng kicked a pirate away, scooped up Nana, and sprinted downhill at full speed. "Retreat! Take cover! Everyone hide!" he shouted to Davis as he dashed toward the base of the hill. Moments later, a violent rumble emanated from the sea blue stone's location. The stone shattered, releasing a torrent of blue smoke. Following that, blue energy waves rippled outward. A pirate, just turning around, was hit heated by the shockwave. He didn't have time to make a sound before his body was covered in cracks and then disintegrated into ashes. The energy wave caused the ground to tremble, trees to topple, and rocks to shatter. Kongcheng leaned against the hillside, shielding Nana with his body. Suddenly, the hilltop was sliced by the energy like a knife, sending large rocks tumbling down. Kongcheng roared in anger, flames surging from his body as he leapt into the air, smashing the falling rocks. The energy surge from the sea blue stone lasted a full 15 minutes. Initially, the constant shaking and loud booms filled the air, but it gradually quieted down, and night once again blanketed the land. It was unclear how much time had passed when a pile of rubble began to shift. A boulder half the height of a person rolled down, and Kongcheng emerged, coughing and spitting out sand. He pulled Nana out, and they lay on the ground, gasping for breath. "I thought I was dead," Nana said, panting. Kongcheng laughed. Life is full of experiences, including the feeling of almost dying. You should consider yourself lucky to have experienced death and still be alive. It's a rare occurrence. Nana rolled her eyes. I never want to go through that again. Kongcheng laughed heartily, sat up, and asked, Can you stand? Nana nodded. Though she had taken quite a hit, she was unharmed thanks to Kongcheng's protection. Let's go check out the situation, Kongcheng said, pulling Nana up and looking around. The dense forest was gone, leaving only broken branches and fallen leaves. They walked toward their previous campsite, only to be stunned by what they saw. The campsite was completely destroyed, and the ground was cracked with numerous large fissures. But what truly shocked them was the center. The ground had collapsed, revealing a massive hole. The upper walls were made of rock, but below, they were entirely lined with alloy armor plates. An underground base. Nana's exclamation shattered the silence. The two quickly dashed to the edge of the massive crater and peered inside. Before them lay an underground base that had collapsed from an energy blast. The fallen rocks had created a large hole, revealing the interior structure of the base. Excitement gleamed in Kongcheng's eyes. Could this be the treasure site? The Golden Iron Rat pirate crew wouldn't just dig a hole and bury their loot. Building this base makes more sense. Nana analyzed. The fiery pirates clearly know the general location of the base, but can't pinpoint the entrance, so they've been surveying the area. If there's an underground base, there must be a way in and out. Not anymore, Kongcheng chuckled. The top of the base is smashed open. We can go straight in. With that, Kongcheng motioned for Nana to jump onto his back. He then began to climb down the edge of the crater. When they reached a point where they could no longer climb, he leaped towards the large hole at the top of the base. In the darkness, Kongcheng punched out, releasing flames to slow their descent, and landed steadily. Lon then emitted a bright light, illuminating their surroundings. It really is the treasure site, Nana exclaimed, pointing at a symbol on the wall. That's the mark of the Golden Iron Rat pirate crew. By Landslight, Kongcheng scanned the area. They were in a dining hall, with a service counter on the left and metal tables around them. On the wall Nana pointed to was a tattered red flag, bearing the image of a golden rat holding a skull. It seems we found the right place. Kongcheng nodded. We need to hurry. The surviving members of the fiery pirates will definitely regroup here. Just then, Lon spoke up. This underground base has a defense system, and it's still operational. Kongcheng was taken aback. No way. The Golden Iron Rat pirate crew is long gone. Who knows how long this base has been abandoned? How could the defense system still be running? Does it even have enough energy? Nana explained. In theory, an unmanned base's energy reserves wouldn't last for decades. I'm certain, Lon insisted. Kongcheng hesitated for a moment. As unbelievable as it sounds, Lon has never been wrong. Nana suggested, if that's the case, the lighting system should also be intact. Let's turn it on first. She quickly ducked behind the service counter and, after a moment of searching, her eyes lit up. Got it. With a few quick adjustments, the area was suddenly bathed in bright light. Under the illumination, the full view of the circular hall became clear. An electronic menu hung above the service counter, and there were alloy doors in the east, south, and west directions. Nana opened the door behind the eastern service counter. This is the kitchen passage. Kongcheng approached another door, easily bypassing the failed electronic lock and the unlatched physical lock. Not sure of the layout, but let's try this way. They entered a silent, armored alloy corridor, their footsteps echoing clearly. As they reached the end, Lon suddenly warned, something's up. Kongcheng noticed something unusual. That sound, is it wings flapping? Before he could finish his sentence, Nana pointed towards the junction. It's insect-type defense robots. 3 waist-high wasp robots approached rapidly. When they were 5 meters away, their stingers fired energy beams. Get down! Kongcheng shouted, pushing Nana's head down. Both of them ducked just in time as the beams whizzed past, scorching the ground. Lon, magnetic field, Kongcheng commanded. However, when Lon activated the magnetic field, only the surrounding power lights flickered. The wasp robots remained unscathed. Damn it, aren't these things made of metal? Why isn't the magnetic field working? Kongcheng exclaimed in shock. Resin coating, Nana explained. All metal parts are covered with a resin coating. It effectively prevents magnetic interference and reduces malfunction rates. Cursing under his breath, Kongcheng scooped Nana up and sprinted in the opposite direction. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 wasp robots followed closely, their energy beams relentlessly targeting Kongcheng and Nana. In a flash, Kongcheng reached the end of the corridor, just about to turn into a side passage, when 2 heavy alloy doors suddenly slammed down, trapping them inside. Behind them, the 3 wasp robots blocked their retreat. Kongcheng smirked and said, You think I'm Hello Kitty just because I haven't shown my claws? He carefully set Nana down, his eyes fixed on the energy gathering at the stingers of the wasp robots. In such a confined space, using his fire abilities might harm Nana, which was why he had chosen to flee earlier. But now that there was no way out, he didn't mind using his fists. In a swift motion, Kongcheng dodged the incoming energy beams and leaped into the air. Azure. Weaponize, he shouted, and his right arm erupted in a spectrum of colors as Azure transformed into a metallic glove covering his hand. He grabbed one of the wasp robots by the stinger and used the momentum to slam it hard onto the ground. Break, he roared, and the robot's head flew off, sparks shooting from its cables. Kongcheng quickly rolled to avoid the attacks from the other two robots, leaving scorch marks on the floor where the energy beams hit. Without hesitation, he hurled the damaged robot into the air and took down the remaining two with it. Then, he leaped up and delivered a powerful punch to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the remaining wasp robots shattered into pieces. When I decide not to fight, you two should have stayed far away, Kongcheng said, kicking aside the debris and turning to the alloy doors. How do we open this? Nana quickly examined the door lock and explained, this is a defense door. I can open it, but it will take time. Her expression was serious. The defense system is trying to eliminate us. Before she could finish speaking, a 2-meter-tall humanoid robot appeared at the other end of the corridor, its wrist-mounted machine gun slowly rising. Damn! Kongcheng shouted. You open the door, I'll handle this guy. He dashed up to the robot in an instant, shoulder bashing it to the ground. The machine gun fired at the ceiling, bullets clattering noisily. Kongcheng straddled the robot, pressing his palm against its head. Flame burst. Fire surged from his palm, racing along the walls. Suddenly, the robot swung its arm, delivering a heavy blow to Kongcheng's abdomen, sending him crashing into the wall. The robot stood up, fists swinging. Kongcheng barely dodged, watching as the wall dented under the impact. This guy's tough, he muttered. Azure chimed in. This is a Titan-class combat robot, designed for battlefield operations. You don't have the strength advantage, but you definitely have the speed. Kongcheng dodged and complained. Are you kidding me? This corridor is only 2 meters wide. I can't maneuver properly. Just then, Nana shouted, the door's open. Quick, lure it over here. Kongcheng continued to evade the attacks while moving closer to the alloy door. As he closed the distance, he suddenly turned, using the robot's chest as a springboard to leap out. Nana quickly pulled the lever, and the alloy door slammed down, trapping the incoming robot underneath. The robot struggled to fire its gun, but Kongcheng swiftly grabbed its arm and twisted it upwards. Nana quickly crouched down and, with a few deft movements, detached the arm. Let's go, Nana said as she stood up. This guy relies mainly on hand-to-hand combat. The only external weapon it has is a machine gun. Without its arm, it can't attack us anymore. Kongcheng and Nana continued to delve deeper into the base, staying vigilant against the various insect-like defense robots. Wasp robots hovered in the air, armored bugs suddenly emerged from the ground, and beetles displayed incredible strength. Nana analyzed. These must be mass-produced robots of the same series. Frowning, Kongcheng remarked, these robots are barely manageable, but how deep does this base go? I think we've reached a critical point, Nana said, opening another alloy door. Suddenly, countless palm-sized metallic bats surged out from behind the door. Without hesitation, Kongcheng shielded Nana with one hand, while punching forward with the other. Flames erupted from his fist, instantly incinerating the mechanical bats into charred remains. After neutralizing the unexpected threat, Kongcheng noticed the scene behind the door, a small space, more precisely, an elevator. Nana stepped into the elevator, explaining, it's just one level, leading deeper underground. If I'm not mistaken, the treasure we're looking for is down there. Kongcheng nodded and followed her into the elevator. Nana pressed the switch, and the elevator began its descent. The journey took longer than expected, indicating that their destination was deep underground. Barely able to contain his excitement, Kongcheng turned to Nana and asked, what do you think the treasure will be? Money? Probably not. It would have rotted away by now. Maybe gold? Or jewels? I've heard the Rat Clan has a penchant for collecting things. Could it be antiques? Nana didn't respond, appearing calm on the surface, but her tightly clenched fists betrayed her inner tension and excitement. Finally, with a soft chime, the elevator reached the bottom. The alloy door slowly opened, revealing a narrow corridor. The two proceeded cautiously, surprised to find no defense robots in this area. At the end of the corridor, Nana crouched down and skillfully hacked the electronic lock on the alloy door. Kongcheng couldn't help but appreciate the advantage of having a mechanic as a companion. Otherwise, he might have had to resort to brute force. This time, it took Nana longer to open the door. She wiped her brow twice, whether from the tension of nearing their goal or the difficulty of the lock. 15 minutes later, the alloy door finally creaked open and began to rise. Kongcheng didn't rush in but waited for Nana to stand before they both stepped into the space beyond. The sight that greeted them left Kongcheng astonished. What is this? The space was not as large as he had imagined, roughly 3 to 400 square meters in an octagonal shape. There were no glittering piles of gold, no dazzling jewels, not even a basic treasure chest. The area was mostly empty, with a massive machine at the center. At its base was an octagonal platform, above which floated a giant glass sphere with a diameter of at least 5 meters, connected to another octagonal platform on the ceiling. Inside the glass sphere was a golden substance, difficult to describe. It looked like a liquid but lighter, almost like a gas, yet it appeared somewhat viscous. Kongcheng repeated in confusion. What exactly is this? Nana frowned in thought, then shook her head and said, it looks like an energy source, but it's not quite right. An energy source should have an output device, but this one seems to lack that. The two of them were puzzled. They had come in search of treasure, only to find a bizarre device. Just then, a voice sounded from behind them. Let me tell you what this is. As you might have guessed, this is the most valuable treasure of the Iron Rat Piratiza device for extracting energy. Kongcheng and Nana quickly turned around. A middle-aged man with a scar at the corner of his right eye, which somehow added a scholarly air rather than a menacing look, emerged from the passage. Following him were dozens of members of the fiery pirates. Nana trembled slightly and instinctively shrank behind Kongcheng, whispering, "That's Li Junhe." Kongcheng raised an eyebrow. The leader of the fiery pirates? The little rat. Li Junhe looked at Nana mockingly. "We meet again." He didn't rush to act, but instead approached the glass orb from another direction. "Do you think this isn't a treasure?" Li Junhe asked with a smile. "What's the most valuable thing in the world?" Not waiting for an answer, he continued, "It's energy. In this era, the most precious and valuable thing is energy. And this device is continuously extracting the energy from this planet. I mean the entire planet's energy." Kongcheng and Nana exclaimed in shock. "The entire planet's energy?" Li Junhe pointed at the glass orb and explained. "This device was found by the Iron Rat Pirates in an ancient divine relic. It can directly extract a planet's energy. Of course, the process is very slow. After all, a planet can exist in the universe for billions of years, containing unimaginable amounts of energy." Kongcheng thoughtfully eyed the glass orb. Planetary energy is indeed terrifying as it directly relates to a planet's lifespan, sustaining it in the universe from birth to destruction for billions of years. The key question is the capability of this so-called energy extraction device. If it only extracts a minuscule portion, it's like discovering an energy mine and mining it bit by bit, which isn't very significant. Li Junhe seemed to read Kongcheng's thoughts and revealed with a smile, "The concentrated energy inside this orb is equivalent to at least 20,000 years of this planet's lifespan." 20,000 years. Kongcheng and Nana exclaimed in unison, their expressions filled with shock. Kongcheng quickly calculated the timeline. It had only been a few decades since the Golden Iron Rat pirate crew was annihilated. Yet, this mysterious device had managed to siphon off 20,000 years' worth of life energy from a planet in such a short span of time. Staring at the glass orb once again, Kongcheng's eyes were filled with awe. If the energy within were to erupt, the entire planet would be doomed. Li Junhe's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke fervently. "Just a palm-sized amount of this energy would let me live in luxury for 10 lifetimes. He caressed the glass orb as if it were a lover. "More importantly, controlling this device means ruling the entire planet. I've spent nearly 30 years for this moment. Now, it will all be mine." "In your dreams," Kongcheng interjected coldly, drawing glares from Li Junhe's men. Unfazed, he stared directly at Li Junhe. "Have you considered my opinion on your fantasy?" Li Junhe sneered. "Kid, arrogance comes with a price." Kongcheng retorted disdainfully, "You're almost in your grave and still causing trouble." For the first time, anger flashed across Li Junhe's face. "Seeing this treasure is a worthy death for you all." His words were nothing short of a declaration of war. The space pirates that Li Junhe had brought lunged at Kongcheng. "Just you lot." Kongcheng growled, heat waves emanating from his body as he threw a punch. Blazing impact. The air ignited instantly, forming a massive pillar of fire that surged toward the pirates. With a deafening roar, the fire column exploded on impact, sending shockwaves that blew everyone back. "Pathetic," Kongcheng scoffed. Suddenly, a towering figure emerged from the flames. He stood over 2 meters tall, with short flaming red hair, a bare chest, and muscles as hard as rock, adorned with bullet belts. Sharktooth Sinker, the first mate, bounty, 6 million. Kongcheng recognized the man. Sinker showed no fear of the blazing impact. He pulled a massive custom-built Gatling gun from his back and aimed it at Kongcheng with one hand. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Sinker pulled the trigger, and bullets rained down like a storm. However, Kongcheng's figure vanished in an instant. "If you can't hit, it means nothing." Kongcheng suddenly appeared in front of Sinker, delivering a fierce kick to his neck. Sinker only leaned slightly before straightening up and reaching for Kongcheng. but his hand grasped empty air. Too slow. Kongcheng easily dodged, reappearing behind Sinker. You can't win because you can't even touch me. On the other hand, I can keep attacking. How many hits can you take? With that, Kongcheng placed one hand on Sinker's back, forming a small fireball. With a loud bang, the fireball exploded, sending Sinker flying to the ground. A grimace of rage twisted Sinker's face as he quickly got up. Brat, you've really pissed me off. He lifted the Gatling gun again, charging and shooting like a tank. Kongcheng couldn't help but marvel, thinking to himself that this guy was indeed a monster in terms of strength. But he vanished once more, his voice echoing all around. I told you, you can't even touch the hem of my garment. Kongcheng appeared beside Zinkel like a phantom, delivering a swift side kick that sent the massive creature flying. Zinkel's enormous body crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom, shaking the earth around them. Seizing the moment, Kongcheng leaped onto Zinkel's body without hesitation. He knew one strike wouldn't be enough to finish the job. As Zinkel struggled to rise, Kongcheng pressed a single palm against his face and sneered, Goodbye. You're not coming back. Chain explosion. Flames erupted from Kongcheng's palm, triggering a series of explosions. Fiery blasts burst forth one after another, growing more powerful with each detonation, resembling a chain reaction of grenades. Moments later, Kongcheng stood up and walked away, leaving Zinkel's charred remains behind. He turned to Li Junhe and mocked, Old man, your underlings are done for. Now it's your turn. Li Junhe remained calm and composed, even though Kongcheng had taken down everyone he brought. His eyes even showed a hint of disdain. Suddenly, Li Junhe spoke. Are you all hurt? To Kongcheng's surprise, the space pirates he had defeated began to rise, their bodies shaking but their faces twisted into sinister grins as they stared at him. Kongcheng frowned, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Li Junhe spread his hands and sneered. Let me show you my power. With a muffled sound, a blue-white flame emerged from Li Junhe's palm. Kongcheng gasped. Divine fire. Divine fire was unrelated to Kongcheng's pyrokinesis. The flame in Li Junhe's hand was symbolic. Upon reaching the third stage of genetic evolution, one could acquire a divine fire, which signified this advancement. Divine fire had no heat and couldn't burn anything. It merely resembled a flame. Each divine fire possessed a unique ability, differing from one another, but all were temporary and only effective while the flame burned. Unlike the first stage's physical abilities and the second stage's special abilities, divine fire abilities could be continuously enhanced and strengthened. My divine fire ability is called flag capture. Li Junhe smirked. As for what it does, just watch them. Kongcheng's expression grew serious. He knew not to underestimate Li Junhe. The fact that Li Junhe could use divine fire meant he had at least reached the third stage of genetic evolution, while Kongcheng was only in the mid-second stage. This alone made Li Junhe a formidable opponent. Following Li Junhe's cue, Kongcheng carefully observed the space pirates. His eyebrows shot up as he noticed a significant change in them. Despite their injuries, they now exuded a chilling ferocity. They staggered toward Kongcheng, their pupils gleaming with an eerie red light. Suddenly, a space pirate lunged at Kongcheng like a wild beast. Caught off guard, Kongcheng was knocked to the ground, astonished by the pirate's immense strength. He gritted his teeth, bent his legs sharply, and kicked the pirate hard in the abdomen, sending him flying. Just as he got back on his feet, another space pirate attacked. This time, Kongcheng was prepared. He quickly grabbed the pirate's arm and threw him over his shoulder, then twisted it forcefully. Crack! With a crisp sound, the pirate's arm was broken, almost completely twisted around. However, to Kongcheng's shock, the pirate seemed to feel no pain. He staggered to his feet and, incredibly, snapped his broken arm back into place with his bare hands. As Kongcheng stood there in disbelief, more space pirates rapidly closed in, throwing themselves at him one after another with reckless abandon. Kongcheng fought back with all his might, swiftly knocking them down or sending them flying. But the situation was far more dire than before. These space pirates had significantly enhanced strength, speed, and defense. Even more terrifying was their apparent loss of all rationality. Kongcheng slammed one pirate's head into the ground, only for the pirate to try to bite his hand. He kicked another pirate down, but the pirate clung to Kongcheng's leg, restricting his movements, even as blood poured from his injured face. Nana was also in trouble. Although Kongcheng was the primary target, once he was surrounded by a dozen pirates, the others began to close in on Nana. Mind control. Nana tried to use her ability on two approaching pirates, but they showed no reaction, still advancing with cold smirks. She was horrified. Mind control could fail against powerful enemies or those with strong wills, but these were just ordinary pirates. Why was it completely ineffective, not even causing a moment's hesitation? Nana stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Li Junhe watched coldly, a scornful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With contempt and mockery, he said. Do you really think the two of you can stand in my way? How laughable. Li Zhenhe spoke as he advanced toward Yi Kongcheng. Seizing the moment when Yi Kongcheng was under attack, he delivered a sharp kick to Ye's back, causing him to stumble forward. Two space pirates quickly grabbed Ye's arms. With a cold sneer, Li Zhenhe looked at the restrained Yi Kongcheng and delivered a knee strike to his abdomen. Grabbing Yi by the hair, he said icily, let me tell you about the effects of the flag seizing ability. He continued, the effect is simple. As long as someone is willing to obey me, when they are injured, all their physical abilities double, and they lose the sense of pain. Yi Kongcheng scoffed, I knew it. That's why these trash suddenly got stronger. But it's still nothing impressive. Infuriated, Li Zhenhe punched Yi hard in the face. You're still talking tough even on the brink of death. Yi Kongcheng licked the blood from his lips and spat out a mouthful of blood. You're too arrogant. You shouldn't have told me about the effects of your divine fire ability. Li Zhenhe sneered. So what if you know? You think you can beat me? When I was dominating the galaxy, you were still in your mother's womb. Even if you know the effects of the divine fire ability, I can crush you like an ant. Yi Kongcheng laughed instead of getting angry. Getting stronger when injured and losing the sense of pain. But if someone dies, your ability becomes useless, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding air became scorching hot, generating waves of heat. A loud noise erupted beneath Yi Kongcheng's feet as a pillar of fire shot up, instantly engulfing the two space pirates holding him. They were incinerated in seconds, their bodies falling to the ground as charred corpses. Azure. Weaponize. Yi Kongcheng shouted. He thought that if severely injuring them was useless, he might as well kill them all. Using Azure's weaponized power, he planned to smash their heads, ensuring they stayed dead. However, after shouting, Yi Kongcheng froze. Azure did not respond, neither answering nor weaponizing. Hey, what are you doing at a critical moment? Yi Kongcheng called out urgently, but Azure remained silent, as if completely lifeless. At this moment, Li Zhenhe angrily waved his hand, ordering the other space pirates to continue attacking Yi Kongcheng. Seeing this, Yi Kongcheng had no time to keep calling for Azure. Since this guy was unreliable at crucial moments, he had to rely on himself. Huh. Yi Kongcheng growled, spreading his arms wide. Flames stretched out from his palms like lines of fire. Flame dance tornado. Twisting his ankle, his body spun like a top. The flames from his hands swirled around him, drawing circles in the air before suddenly expanding outward. In an instant, the nearest space pirates were engulfed in the fire, their bodies charred black in moments. Li Zhenhe's pupils contracted. He had suspected that Yi Kongcheng's flame attacks were a special ability, but he hadn't anticipated such devastating power. Clearly, Yi Kongcheng hadn't been fighting at full strength before. Charge! Charge through the flames! Li Zhenhe shouted. The temperature of the flames rises gradually. If we don't give him time to build up the fire, their power won't be a threat. The surrounding space pirates hesitated, their faces showing uncertainty. Although Li Zhenhe's power made them unable to feel pain, they still feared death. Pain could be endured, injuries could be treated, but death was final. No pain immunity could bring them back to life. Seeing their hesitation, Li Zhenhe cursed under his breath and drew his sword. With a swift, silvery flash, he decapitated one of the space pirates. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the severed head rolled to the side. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Li Zhenhe roared. The space pirates around him looked terrified. Even Yi Kongcheng was taken aback, not expecting such ruthlessness from Li Zhenhe, who showed no hesitation in killing his own men. Yi Kongcheng's expression turned cold as he stared at Li Zhenhe. It seems you have no understanding of what it means to have comrades. Trash like you doesn't even deserve to be a space pirate. Li Zhenhe sneered. Comrades? I couldn't care less who's around me, because no matter who they are, I can make them stronger. So, anyone will do. Kill him. The space pirates hesitated momentarily, but clearly feared Li Zhenhe more. They resumed their attack on Yi Kongcheng. Yi Kongcheng didn't hesitate, retaliating with a column of fire that incinerated one of the pirates to ashes. However, after the successful strike, his flames weakened. The remaining pirates broke through the fire, not giving Yi Kongcheng a chance to gather his flames again. Gritting his teeth, Yi Kongcheng abandoned his fire powers and engaged in close combat. He knocked one pirate down with an elbow strike, but two more immediately jumped on him, clinging tightly. Get off me! Yi Kongcheng roared, struggling to shake them off. But more pirates swarmed him, clinging like leeches, not giving him any room to breathe. Li Zhenhe smirked again, ready to deliver the final blow to Yi Kongcheng. But suddenly, his expression turned to one of utter horror. He screamed hysterically. Less? Why is there less? Why is the energy in the extraction device decreasing? The glass orb at the center of the energy extraction device, which had been half filled with a golden substance highly compressed energy, was now noticeably depleted. The compressed energy had dropped to 1/3 of its original volume. Could it be that the energy is compressed? Li Zhenhe muttered to himself, his brow furrowed. He stared intently at the tiny glass orb, filled with puzzlement. That orb supposedly held the energy equivalent to a planet's 20,000-year lifespan. How could it possibly fit into such a small glass ball? His mind raced, trying to make sense of it all. The energy extraction device compresses and purifies the energy source, reducing its size during the process. But shouldn't the compression only begin once the glass ball is full? Why did it start compressing when it was only half full? Li Zhenhe's eyes darted between the glass ball and the surrounding environment, searching for clues. But if it wasn't energy compression, then why had the energy source inside the glass ball visibly reduced to 1/3 of its original amount? This contradiction baffled him even more. As Li Zhenhe was deep in thought, he suddenly realized he had forgotten about the battle at hand. This momentary distraction gave Kongcheng a chance to catch his breath. Kongcheng seized the fleeting opportunity, his body igniting in flames once more. Though the burst was brief and less powerful, he skillfully used the explosion's impact to fling the space pirate clinging to him away. Pant, pant. Kongcheng gasped for air, his chest heaving. He watched warily as the space pirates, swaying but determined, closed in again, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Li Zhenhe's divine fire ability seemed not only to strip these creatures of their sense of pain, but also their sense of fatigue. These space pirates were like perpetual motion machines, relentlessly getting back up no matter how many times they were knocked down. Damn it, they're like a bunch of zombies. Kongcheng cursed, then swung his fist at one of the space pirates. Thud. A dull impact was followed by the crisp sound of bones cracking. The space pirate was sent flying like a cannonball, skidding across the floor before crashing into the hall wall and coming to a stop. Kongcheng stood stunned, looking down at his fist. How did his strength suddenly increase so much? Just then, he noticed his arm was enveloped in a multicolored glow. Within the glow, a blue hue solidified into a metallic glove, firmly fitting onto his right hand. Kongcheng felt a surge of emotion, almost wanting to cry. You're finally back. Is there such a thing as delayed response for artificial intelligence? Zhanlan responded with a satisfied burp. Just had a hearty meal, that's all. What do you mean? Kongcheng asked, puzzled. Zhanlan replied seriously, before I explain, you should deal with the immediate threat first. Snapping back to reality, Kongcheng refocused on the battle. The space pirates had regrouped, forming a semicircle around him. Kongcheng smirked, clenching his fist. Trust me, this will be over soon. His pyrokinesis required some time to build up, and the relentless assault from the space pirates was indeed a hindrance. But what about using fists directly? Bang! Kongcheng faced off against a space pirate, and just as the pirate closed in, he raised his fist and brought it down hard on the pirate's head. Crunch! The pirate's face smashed into the floor, sending a spray of blood everywhere. The sturdy alloy floor let out a piercing screech as it buckled under the force. A 2.5x strength boost is no joke. Even with Li Zhenhe's flag capturing ability enhancing them, these space pirates stood no chance. Get lost! Kongcheng shouted, flinging his arm and sending another pirate flying just as he lunged at him. Kongcheng swiftly approached the next pirate, grabbing his arm. With a firm squeeze from his metal-gloved right hand, the pirate's shoulder emitted a sickening crack, and his arm dangled uselessly. Raising an eyebrow, Kongcheng applied more pressure, slamming the pirate to the ground. He stomped on the pirate's knee, producing another crack, and the pirate's leg twisted at a grotesque 90-degree angle. I'll break your arms and legs and see how you get up then. Kongcheng sneered, striding forward with purpose. With the 2.5x strength boost from his azure-turned weapon, it became nearly impossible for the space pirates to restrain Kongcheng. Even if 3 pirates attacked him simultaneously, a mere swing of his arm would send them flying. Useless, useless, you're all useless. Li Zhenhe fumed as he watched his numbers dwindle. Swearing and pushing his subordinates aside, he stormed towards Kongcheng. Move aside. Li Zhenhe bellowed. You're all worthless. Kongcheng noticed Li Zhenhe's approach. After knocking another pirate away with a punch, he turned to face Li Zhenhe. Finally decided to step in yourself? Kongcheng sneered, throwing a straightforward punch at Li Zhenhe. Without any fancy moves, Kongcheng's fist aimed directly at Li Zhenhe's face. Li Zhenhe didn't dodge, instead meeting the punch with one of his own. Bang! Bang! The heavy impact echoed as their fists collided midair. A powerful shockwave radiated outwards, sending nearby space pirates flying. Kongcheng was slightly surprised, thinking, what strength? He was using his right hand, equipped with the azure-formed metal glove, which provided a 2.5x strength boost. Yet, when their fists collided, it was a stalemate. Both men held their ground, neither willing to back down. This old bastard must have gained physical strength in the first phase of Gene Gate. Kongcheng cursed inwardly. He was unwilling to believe that this power was innate to Li Zhenhe. Otherwise, It would mean that he had to enhance his own strength by 2.5 times just to barely match Li Junhe. Without Zhanlan, he would be utterly crushed. Yi Kongcheng could not accept such a defeat. At that moment, Li Junhe suddenly revealed a sinister smile and stared at Yi Kongcheng, saying, "Your second phase genetic ability is controlling flames, right? Now, let me show you mine." Suddenly, Yi Kongcheng noticed a strange sheen flash across Li Junhe's arm, similar to the glint of metal. In the next second, Li Junhe roared, "Impact!" Yi Kongcheng instantly felt a tremendous force emanating from Li Junhe's arm, carrying an overwhelming impact. Bang! Yi Kongcheng's arm trembled, and his entire body was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the distant ground with a dull thud. Yi Kongcheng stared in astonishment at the scene before him. A sudden surge of power had caught him off guard. He knew well that any force required build-up, like bending your arm before throwing a punch, or the height determining the impact of a fall. Yet, with his arm fully extended, Li Junhe had managed to send him flying, completely defying his understanding. As Yi Kongcheng was still processing this, Li Junhe closed in again with long strides. He quickly rolled to his feet, but before Li's sweeping kick could make contact, an immense force had already knocked him back. "Damn it!" Yi cursed, utterly confused. At that moment, Zhanlan's voice echoed in his ear, explaining that this was Li Junhe's special ability impact. This ability could generate shockwaves without physical collision and even create secondary impacts upon contact. Yi Kongcheng finally understood. Whether or not Li's attacks landed, he could generate an additional shockwave. Li Junhe sneered and threw another punch. Yi immediately leaped backward, trying to create some distance. But as he jumped, an invisible force struck his chest, sending him flying once more. Clutching his chest, Yi was shocked to realize that even at a distance of 5 or 6 meters, Li's impact ability was still effective. Worse, the formless and invisible nature of the attacks made it nearly impossible to anticipate. As Li Junhe approached again, Yi Kongcheng took a deep breath and swung a punch through the air, shouting, "Flame impact!" The air turned scorching hot, and a column of fire shot towards Li. Li scoffed, "Kid, don't think you're all that just because you have supernatural abilities. The key is how you use them. Let me show you impact." Though Ye's fire manipulation was a powerful supernatural ability, and Li's impact was merely a physical one, Li skillfully channeled his impact into the core of the fire column, shattering it and scattering the flames. Yi realized he was outmatched in experience, but before he could react, another shockwave from Li hit him. He quickly dodged to the side, but a feint from Li caught him off guard, and he was struck by another invisible force. This blow hurled Yi into the metal platform of the energy extraction device, leaving a dent. Li Junhe sighed in relief, thankful that the device wasn't completely destroyed. Just then, Zhanlan's voice whispered in Ye's ear again, suggesting that he destroy the energy extraction device to turn the tide. Yi was momentarily surprised but quickly grasped Zhanlan's intention. Ignoring Li Junhe's furious shouts, Yi relentlessly pounded the already dented metal platform, even tearing out the cables inside. Li Junhe watched in disbelief, realizing that Yi Kongcheng might be willing to go down with him. "He's lost it, completely lost it. This guy must be insane." Li Junhe kept repeating to himself, watching Yi Kongcheng's actions in disbelief. To him, it was nothing short of a death wish. Without hesitation, Yi Kongcheng ripped out the cable from the metal platform and smashed his fist into it, shattering an electronic board to pieces. The compressed energy in the glass sphere instantly turned volatile, crashing against the glass walls like a turbulent mist. "No, you can't do this," Li Junhe shouted in terror. With a wicked grin, Yi Kongcheng responded, "Watch me." Before the words had even settled, he smashed his fist into the metal platform once more. The surface was nearly destroyed, with exposed cables sparking wildly. With a crisp crack, a fissure appeared on the glass sphere. Pure golden energy began to seep out from the crack. "We're doomed," was the collective thought in everyone's mind. However, something bizarre occurred. The leaking golden energy didn't disperse, but instead gathered around the base of the glass sphere. The energy was so volatile that it warped and deformed the tough alloy floor upon contact. To everyone's astonishment, the anticipated energy explosion did not occur. Instead, all the golden energy converged towards Yi Kongcheng. "What has this kid done?" Li Junhe shouted in horror. He suddenly recalled the mysterious depletion of energy from the glass sphere earlier. Could it have been this kid's doing? At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed, "Zhanlan Dao, sufficient energy absorbed to activate the hyper armor." "Activate! Activate!" Yi Kongcheng replied without hesitation. As soon as the words left his mouth, a spectrum of lights enveloped him, covering his entire body and turning him into a gigantic orb of blinding brilliance. Moments later, Yi Kongcheng emerged from the light, as if reborn. He was now clad in a fearsome suit of armor jet black, covering every inch of his body, with sharp, angular lines. A pair of terrifying black mechanical wings spread from his back, which, upon closer inspection, were composed of numerous energy blades. Old man. Yi Kongcheng looked at Li Zhenhe. It's over. Clad in the hyper-armor, Yi Kongcheng felt an unimaginable surge of power coursing through him, as if every cell in his body was electrified. Without hesitation, he charged at Li Zhenhe. Li Zhenhe raised an eyebrow and unleashed his shockwave ability once more. But this time, the shockwave had no effect. It vanished upon striking Yi Kongcheng. Li Zhenhe's face showed a mixture of surprise and disbelief. In the next instant, Yi Kongcheng flashed in front of Li Zhenhe, grabbing his head. Sorry, old man, I don't have time to play with you. With that, Yi Kongcheng dragged Li Zhenhe towards the wall, smashing his head into it with tremendous force. With a deafening crash, the sturdy alloy wall caved in, embedding Li Zhenhe's body into it. His eyes widened in shock as a mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips. Soon, blood began to stream from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Impossible, Li Zhenhe struggled to say. You can't be this strong. Before he could finish, another mouthful of blood gushed out. His body went limp and crumpled against the wall, lifeless. One strike and it was over. After taking down Li Zhenhe, Yi Kongcheng immediately turned, his gaze locking onto the remaining space pirates. Sword dance. With a soft command from Yi Kongcheng, mechanical wings made of energy swords unfurled from his back, flying toward the space pirates. This was a combat technique that fused strong exoskeleton armor with a magnetic field, allowing him to control the energy swords via magnetism. Before the two space pirates could react, their heads were already airborne. Headless bodies sprayed twin arcs of blood, painting the ground red. The other pirates were terrified and instinctively turned to flee. But it was too late. Yi Kongcheng leaned forward slightly, his dark armor gleaming with a sinister metallic sheen. The moment he surged forward, only a dark blur remained in the arena. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of continuous impacts filled the air as new wounds appeared on the bodies of the space pirates, blood rapidly soaking the floor. Agonized screams echoed one after another. With Li Zhenhe dead, his ability vanished. The space pirates, now deprived of the protection against pain, found the resurgence of agony unbearable. Kill me, please kill me. One pirate, his chest slashed open, crawled to Yi Kongcheng's feet, begging for a swift end. Very well, Yi Kongcheng said calmly. I'll grant your wish. He drove his energy sword down, piercing through the pirate's body. Simultaneously, the scattered energy swords in the air transformed into beams of light, descending from above and precisely impaling every remaining living space pirate. In the next moment, the vast hall fell into a deathly silence. All that remained were lifeless bodies strewn across the floor. Tap, tap, tap. Yi Kongcheng turned around and walked away, his footsteps echoing in the empty space. He looked around and realized that besides himself, there was another survivor here. Yi Kongcheng quickly approached the corner of the room. Nana saw him coming and couldn't help but show a look of terror, instinctively shrinking back. To her, the blood-soaked Yi Kongcheng looked like a god of death. She couldn't help but think that maybe he had gone mad with killing and would take her life too. At that moment, Yi Kongcheng suddenly removed his helmet. Hey, he said strangely, why are you still sitting there? Get up. Nana asked fearfully, you're not going to kill me? Yi Kongcheng looked puzzled. Why would I kill you? He glanced at Li Zhenhe's corpse and continued. I'm not the kind of scum that would harm a comrade. Nana was skeptical, her eyes scanning the surrounding bodies, and she involuntarily swallowed hard. Yi Kongcheng finally understood and smiled bitterly. Is that why you're afraid of me? Relax, I was just really angry earlier. Plus, it was my first time using the bioarmor, and I couldn't control my strength well. I accidentally killed everyone. Really angry? Nana asked, confused. Yi Kongcheng raised his right hand, fuming. It's all because of that idiot. He consumed all the energy. Do you know how much that energy is worth? Enough for me to live comfortably for 200 lifetimes. A clear voice rang out. I didn't think it was enough. It barely got me from the initial stage to the juvenile stage, and I wasted quite a bit to activate the bioarmor. Couldn't you have left a little? Yi Kongcheng yelled angrily. Even a palm-sized amount could be worth a fortune. Enough to buy anything? Nana finally understood a bit. Looking at the now empty glass sphere, she asked, your AI absorbed all the compressed energy? Yi Kongcheng nodded helplessly. That compressed energy was an invaluable treasure, enough to cover 10 planets with cash. But now, it had all been absorbed by Zhanlan, leaving not a single bit behind. Thinking about this made Yi Kongcheng incredibly sad. Even if just a fingernail-sized piece was left, it would be worth a fortune, compressed from the energy equivalent to 20,000 years of a planet's lifespan. Even a tiny bit could fetch an astronomical price. But now, it was too late to say anything. The energy had been used by Zhanlan for its evolution, and there was no way to get it back. What could Yi Kongcheng do? He couldn't exactly smash Zhanlan, could he? Nana, however, was more interested in Zhanlan itself and exclaimed, "What kind of AI is this? It can absorb such a massive amount of energy? Who cares?" Kongcheng said dismissively. "Let's search the bodies. We can't leave empty-handed. See if we can find something valuable and then get out of here." With that, Kongcheng started kicking aside the bodies and searching. The act of looting corpses was somewhat unethical, but he had no choice. The treasure had turned to dust before his eyes, and he had to find a way to make up for the loss. Seeing this, Nana reluctantly joined in the search. Suddenly, she let out a scream and shouted to Kongcheng, "Come and look at this." Kongcheng rushed over and was equally shocked. Nana was rummaging through Li Zhenhe's corpse, holding a stack of treasure maps in her hand. "What the?" Kongcheng exclaimed in disbelief. "Are these treasure maps wholesale?" Indeed, Nana had 7 treasure maps in her hand. Kongcheng scrutinized them and found that they were from the same period as Nana's previous map. The material, line colors, and degree of yellowing were all very similar. "Actually, it might be possible," Nana suddenly said. "If all the treasures are energy extraction devices, then there could be this many treasure maps, maybe even more." Kongcheng suddenly understood. "You mean the Iron Gold Rat Pirate Group has placed energy extraction devices on many planets, continuously plundering planetary energy, and these so-called treasure maps are just markers for those devices?" Zhanlan excitedly chimed in. "Looks like I've got more to eat." "Shut up," Kongcheng snapped, rolling his eyes. Nana nodded and said, "Actually, if you think about it, space pirates are all about living for the moment. No amount of money is ever enough for them to squander. Why would they bury valuable things?" "That's hindsight talking. Why didn't you think of that when you first got the treasure map?" Kongcheng laughed, then suddenly exclaimed, "What's this?" He flipped through the treasure maps one by one until he reached the last one and froze. It was a piece of paper roughly the same size as the treasure maps, with a skull printed on it. The skull was covered with crisscrossing seals. The background was yellow, with black lettering that said, "No admittance." "That's not the Flame Pirate Group skull emblem," Nana said dismissively after taking a look. "Maybe they wanted to change their emblem? It doesn't look like anything useful." Kongcheng said seriously, "This isn't just any skull emblem. This is the mark of the Skull Star region." "The Skull Star region?" Nana asked, surprised. Kongcheng explained that the Skull Star region wasn't the name of a specific star region, but a general term. Star regions with no life activity are called dead star regions, and planets with no life activity are called dead planets. Star regions or planets marked as having life activity but no intelligent life forms, or those with highly dangerous and aggressive creatures, are called skull star regions or skull planets. In short, skull star regions or skull planets are considered forbidden zones in this part of the galaxy. They are filled with unknown dangers, and it's hard to predict what kind of threats one might face. The unknown always brings fear. So even seasoned veterans who have roamed the galaxy for decades rarely dare to venture into skull star regions or skull planets. Given that, why did Li Zhenhe carry a skull star region mark so closely? Important items should be kept in a safe, but he chose to keep this on him. The treasure maps undoubtedly held immense significance for Li Zhenhe, and the emblem of the skull star region was conspicuously overlaid on the maps. "Alright, let's not overthink it for now," Kongcheng said as he put the items away. "We can study them in detail later. If there's nothing else here, let's get out of here." Nana nodded. "There's nothing else. This old guy is even poorer than we though that doesn't have a single bit of cash on him." Kongcheng and Nana quickly retraced their steps, encountering no resistance from the defense robots. This unusual situation made Kongcheng suspicious, suspecting it might be related to the damage to the energy extraction system. However, when they reached the surface, the scene before them made Kongcheng curse out loud. The sky was swarming with at least 30 or 40 airships bearing the insignia of the Federal Army. Hovering majestically on the outskirts of Skull Island was a massive mothership, easily over 100 meters long. "Those bastards," Kongcheng fumed. "Now they show up after everything's already taken care of?" Nana, clearly worried, asked, "What do we do now? It looks like they haven't fully landed yet." Pointing to the sky, Kongcheng calmly analyzed, "Those are just airships. If we hijack a spaceship and break through the atmosphere, they won't be able to do a thing." Without wasting a moment, Kongcheng sprang into action. He already knew there was a spaceship belonging to the fire pirates nearby. In fact, he had originally roped in Davis and Lando under the pretense of causing trouble for the fire pirates to seize their spaceship. The spaceship was easy to find. Its towering silhouette dwarfed the surrounding trees. The earlier energy shockwave had cleared a large area of vegetation, making the spaceship's location even more conspicuous. However, as they approached, Kongcheng noticed that the Federal Army's airborne troops had already arrived in significant numbers. After observing from behind a tree for a while, Kongcheng turned to Zhanlan and asked, "Can I still use that bioarmor?" Zhanlan explained, "No, that was activated with surplus energy at the time, but now all the energy has been used up." Kongcheng was irritated. "That's why I told you to save some energy for me." Who told you to use it all up? Zhanlan nonchalantly replied, the energy is gone, so there's no way to reactivate the bioarmor. However, I've evolved from the initial stage to the juvenile stage, which has unlocked some new functions. Yi Kongcheng's interest was piqued. Oh, what are they? Zhanlan detailed. First is weaponization. Previously, only the right hand could be weaponized, but now both arms can. Additionally, the juvenile stage unlocks two new functions, barrier field and invasion ability. Yi Kongcheng shrugged, thinking that the bioarmor's ultimate form was essentially weaponization. Expanding from one hand to both arms was an improvement, but still far from the ultimate form. Barrier fields were not exactly new, commonly used in spaceships, but it was rare for individuals to wield them. As for the invasion ability, though self-explanatory, Yi Kongcheng was still curious. What level of defense can you invade? Zhanlan confidently replied, all levels. Yi Kongcheng rolled his eyes. Can you stop bragging for once? Zhanlan retorted dismissively, you can test it and see. Yi Kongcheng pondered for a moment and asked, can you hack into the spaceship system? After receiving a confident response from Zhanlan, Yi Kongcheng immediately laid out his plan. All right, let's do this. Hack into the spaceship system, start it up, and head southeast. Be ready for takeoff at any moment. Can you handle that? Zhanlan replied confidently, no problem at all. Given the current situation, returning to the spaceport to retrieve a spaceship was no longer feasible. The only option left was to seize the spaceship from the Federation troops that had captured the fiery pirate's vessel. Of course, this was contingent on Zhanlan's abilities. As it turned out, Zhanlan was not exaggerating. Just as the Federation soldiers cautiously approached the spaceship to board it, the red indicator lights on the spaceship suddenly lit up. The engines at the rear spewed out two streams of white smoke and slowly came to life. Zhanlan boasted, didn't I tell you? There's nothing I can't handle. Yi Kongcheng nodded and signaled to Nana, let's go. The spaceship moved in their direction, just as Yi Kongcheng had hoped. As long as they could board it, they would be able to take off immediately. As the spaceship drew closer, the startled Federation troops scattered in all directions due to its sudden activation. At that moment, Yi Kongcheng and Nana charged forward. The Federation soldiers, surprised by their sudden appearance, instinctively raised their energy rifles. Flame strike! Yi Kongcheng shouted, launching a fiery punch before the soldiers could pull their triggers. A blazing column of fire surged forward, pushing the soldiers back with intense heat. Zhanlan, weaponize! Yi Kongcheng shouted as he plunged into the crowd. A flash of multicolored light enveloped him, not just covering his right hand this time, but both arms. In an instant, the light dissipated, revealing silver arm guards extending from his shoulders to his fingertips. The arm guards were adorned with fierce thorny patterns on the sides, exuding an intimidating aura. Attack! Yi Kongcheng roared, charging into the group of soldiers under the cover of flames. With a sweep of his arms, he sent two Federation soldiers flying several meters away. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Kongcheng smiled with satisfaction. The new weapon still provided a 2.5 times strength boost, but now that it covered both arms, it greatly enhanced his attack flexibility, no longer requiring him to rely solely on his right fist. By this time, the spaceship was within reach. Pushing aside two more soldiers, Yi Kongcheng shouted to Nana, jump! Nana sprinted towards him. As she leaped, Yi Kongcheng steadied his stance and, in one swift motion, propelled her towards the ship's side ladder. Watching Nana securely grasp the ladder, Yi Kongcheng smirked, sorry, no time to play with you guys. Yi Kongcheng didn't hesitate to push Nana onto the hanging ladder, and then leapt up himself. He deftly dodged the Federal soldiers' attempts to block him and quickly approached the side of the spaceship. With a swift jump, he grabbed the ladder and climbed into the ship with Nana. Once inside the cabin, Yi Kongcheng immediately ordered Lan to take off. The thrusters spewed white mist, followed by a roar of flames as the spaceship soared into the sky, heading straight for the atmosphere. The Federal Army's airships on the ground didn't even attempt to intercept it, was pointless as airships were no match for a spaceship. In just 5 or 6 minutes, the spaceship broke through the atmosphere and entered the dark expanse of space. Yi Kongcheng and Nana walked into the command room, where Nana asked, will the Federal Army send a fleet to chase us? Lan responded, no signs of pursuit detected at the moment. Yi Kongcheng confidently replied, they won't catch up. Seeing Nana's puzzled look, he explained, mobilizing a space fleet from the planetary garrison requires multiple layers of approval. By the time they finish the process, we'll be long gone. Nana sighed, what a hassle. Yi Kongcheng chuckled, while it did help us escape this time, I have to say it's a pretty outdated rule. Nana patted the command console and said, now it's my turn to work. I'll go check the spaceship's condition. Yi Kongcheng nodded and watched her leave before picking up Lan for a closer look. Suddenly, Lan spoke up, stop looking at me with such a lecherous gaze. Yi Kongcheng rolled his eyes, please, you're just an AI without even a humanoid form. I'm just curious. You've absorbed the equivalent of a planet's 20,000 years worth of energy, yet you only evolved from the initial stage to the juvenile stage? Lon explained. The energy there was indeed terrifying. Technically, I'm now at 79 of the juvenile stage, very close to maturity. Yi Kongcheng commented. That's still impressive. I thought that much energy would make you explode. Lon emitted a disdainful electronic sound, his tone noticeably more human-like than before. At that moment, Nana returned to the command room and reported, we have a problem. The spaceship doesn't need any repairs, but the energy reserves will only last for about 10 days, and we have enough food for just a week. Yi Kongcheng immediately decided, looks like we need to find a planet to dock as soon as possible. Lon, bring up the star map. Lon quickly projected the nearby routes and planetary information onto the screen. Yi Kongcheng pointed to a planet in the Leo constellation and said, how about this one? We can reach it in about 5 days. Nana didn't mind. Her troubles were already behind her, and she had no desire to return to Mars now that she was in space. Yi Kongcheng inquired about the materials needed to make the genetic serum. Learning that the most difficult item, the fang of the rock-skinned serpent, was already secured and the other ingredients could be bought on a typical planet, he decided to head for that planet. The 5-day journey was monotonous, but not without its interesting moments. For instance, Yi Kongcheng's bounty had increased to 750,000, and Nana had her own bounty of 150,000. Regarding the newly issued wanted notice, Yi Kongcheng was indifferent, only feeling that the reward was too low and did not match his worth. Nana, on the other hand, was displeased about being wanted and complained. Those crimes were committed by the blazing pirate crew, so why are we taking the fall? Yi Kongcheng explained, because Li Zhenhe is dead. The Federation can't blame a dead man, so they have to find someone alive. Plus, they might think I killed Li Zhenhe. Nana sneered. That's such a cowardly move. Yi Kongcheng shrugged. That's why everyone says the Federation is becoming more corrupt. However, in the battles between wanted criminals, the winner is naturally seen as more dangerous, which means the bounty will increase accordingly. Nana was quite upset about the wanted notice, but after a few days of sulking, she eventually put it behind her. For one, once a wanted notice is issued, it's unlikely to be revoked under normal circumstances, so being angry wouldn't help. Secondly, their destination was now within sight. The grayish planet ahead looked lifeless, but that had little to do with its surface structure. According to the galactic map, this planet, named Gray Mist, was perpetually shrouded in thick, grayish-white clouds, living up to its name. Nana stared at the display screen, interpreting the data. The basic geological structure shows that aside from the peculiar weather, this planet is actually quite similar to Earth. Oceans cover most of the surface, and there's plenty of land too. It has a variety of environments suitable for life. As long as there are cities where we can replenish energy and food, we'll be fine. With a smile, Yi Kongcheng gave the order, prepare for landing. Are we landing at the spaceport? Nana asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Sensing her concern, Yi Kongcheng reassured her. The bounty on both of us combined is still less than 1 million. The spaceport security forces won't be too interested in us. Trust me, you're the expert on mechanics, but in matters like this, I know more than you. They then piloted the spaceship into the planet's atmosphere. After sending a signal, the nearest spaceport quickly responded, guiding them to land. The only issue was the pirate insignia on their ship, but Nana had already prepared a cover to conceal it. Fortunately, the spaceport staff showed no curiosity about this. They were too busy handling the numerous ships coming and going daily. After a quick registration and payment, they hurried off to the next docking bay. We're really lucky, Nana sighed in relief. Yi Kongcheng chuckled, no, the chances of not being checked are far higher than being checked. The spaceport staff aren't as diligent as you think, and many ships needing repairs have covers. As they chatted, they walked out of the spaceport. Although the port offered energy replenishment services, considering their wanted status, they decided to purchase energy blocks themselves, with Nana handling the replacement. It'll take about 2 or 3 days, Nana estimated. Should we find a hotel first? Of course, Yi Kongcheng said, calculating the state of their finances. We should probably figure out a way to get some more money. Jean Lon teased over the communicator. Maybe you could consider selling yourself to the Federation army. Yi Kongcheng rolled his eyes. That'll have to wait until my bounty hits 1 billion at least. Just then, a commotion arose in the distance, and the distinct siren of police cars grew nearer. Pedestrians instinctively moved to the sides as a line of police cars slowly approached from the other end of the street. What's going on? Yi Kongcheng asked, puzzled. Nana observed and said, these seem to be Federation police cars, but they're moving slowly, not like they're in pursuit. Yi Kongcheng nodded, agreeing that the cars did seem unusual. Their speed was not even normal driving speed. It looked more like some kind of parade. After the first 3 police cars passed, the fourth one was a police pickup truck. A man was tied to the rack at the back. He wore a devil mask with a sinister smile, obscuring his age and appearance. His upper body was bare, showing well-defined muscles and evident whip marks. He wore prison pants on his lower body. The crowd murmured. McCarthy went too far this time. Even if he's a criminal, you can't treat someone like this every day. How many days has it been now? The 7th day. Poor guy. Even though he's a federal fugitive, I don't dislike him. Many say he's a vigilante. Hey, you two, do you have a death wish? If someone hears you, you're done for. Fear quickly spread across the faces of the people, silencing them. Kongcheng whispered into his communicator, Azure, it's time to put your hacking skills to use. Azure scoffed. Weren't you doubting my hacking level? Kongcheng retorted. This is a public parade. If you can't figure this out, I'd be seriously disappointed in your hacking abilities. Don't try to provoke me. As an AI, my IQ is way higher than yours, Azure huffed again. Just wait. Kongcheng shrugged. After the police parade moved on, he and Nana crossed the street and sat down at a cafe on the corner. As the waiter brought their coffee, Azure's voice chimed in. We've got a problem. Kongcheng looked puzzled. He had only asked Azure to check the reason for the police parade. How could that lead to trouble? Azure explained. This isn't Grey Mist Star. It's Iron Prison Star. That's impossible, Nana interjected. We followed the route on the star map. Azure continued. You're right, but the problem lies with that star map. This planet was indeed called Grey Mist Star 27 years ago. But after a natural disaster drastically reduced the population and worsened the environment, the Federation repurposed it. Federation repurposed? Kongcheng winced, connecting the dots with the name Iron Prison Star. He had a good guess about what kind of planet this was. Correct, you guessed it, Azure confirmed. This is a prison planet, specifically built to house federal criminals. Nana's face turned pale. 2 space pirates mistakenly landing on a planet dedicated to imprisoning criminals was a nightmare scenario. Don't worry too much, Kongcheng reassured. As long as we don't reveal our identities, we'll be fine. Even though it's a prison planet, it's not all prisons. Look around, there are cities and ordinary people living here. It's not as terrifying as it sounds. Nana nodded reluctantly, still feeling like a lamb in a lion's den. Azure continued. As for the police parade earlier, the guy tied up is called the Smiling Devil. Smiling Demon? Nana exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Kongcheng's interest was piqued, and he raised an eyebrow. Oh, is this guy famous? Nana nodded and explained. He's quite well known in the galaxy. He's an unconventional hitman who doesn't take jobs from the Assassin's Guild. Instead, he targets wealthy individuals and high-ranking federal officials. The most unique thing about him is that he donates all his stolen money to the poor. Kongcheng nodded in understanding. No wonder some people call him a vigilante. Exactly, Nana continued. The Smiling Demon never shows his real face. He always wears a mask with a devilish grin. After each job, he leaves behind a card with a devil's head on it and quietly drops the money at the doorstep of an orphanage. Kongcheng chuckled. This guy's pretty interesting. He couldn't help but feel a connection to the Smiling Demon, remembering how his father, though not a vigilante, was also a gentleman thief. Stealing was his father's thrill, and apart from basic expenses, almost everything he stole was donated. Jean Lon interjected. 10 days ago, the Smiling Demon was captured and sent to Iron Prison Star. The warden there, McCarthy, has a grudge against him because his son was killed by the Smiling Demon. Besides whipping him, he's also parading him around as a public spectacle. Kongcheng mused. The warden wants to humiliate the Smiling Demon. It seems straightforward. Maybe not so much. Jeanlon suddenly smiled slyly. The Smiling Demon donated his loot to a charity called the Little Elephant Fund. He's a frequent donor. Kongcheng's pupils contracted, and he stood up involuntarily. I have to save him. Nana was startled by his sudden movement. Who do you want to save? Kongcheng quickly calmed down, sat back down, and took a sip of coffee. I need to rescue the Smiling Demon. Nana looked at him in shock. Are you crazy? Rescuing someone from a prison planet? And someone under the warden's special watch? I'm not crazy, Kongcheng explained. I left Holy Star Earth to explore the skies and to find my father. He was a gentleman thief who donated his stolen goods to charity and was a VIP member of the Little Elephant Fund. Nana suddenly understood. Kongcheng wanted to get information about his father from the Smiling Demon. Kongcheng continued. Being a VIP member of such a charity is mostly symbolic, but the foundation holds an annual banquet to thank them. The Smiling Demon might have met my father. Nana pondered for a moment. I understand your feelings, but it still seems too dangerous. It's definitely not easy, Kongcheng agreed. I need to plan carefully. Let's find a place to stay first. Nana couldn't argue with him. She wanted to persuade him to give up, but she saw that he was determined. Remembering how Kongcheng had helped her before, she decided to join him in this crazy endeavor. After finding a hotel, they first addressed the energy needs of their spaceship and stocked up on half a month's worth of food just in case. Meanwhile, Yi Kongcheng started to formulate a plan. I initially thought of acting during the parade, Yi Kongcheng said, spreading a map on the table, but that's too complicated. During the parade, there are snipers in ambush and armed convoys following. If you make a move, you'll be surrounded immediately. Nana chuckled. You don't plan on breaking someone out of prison, do you? Smart, but not exactly, Yi Kongcheng grinned. I plan to infiltrate the prison first and then break out with the smiling demon. Nana looked puzzled. Isn't that even more complicated than hijacking a convoy? Yi Kongcheng explained. During the parade, there's constant surveillance. But in the prison, it's different. I don't believe the guards watch the smiling demon 247. There might be an opportunity. Nana asked. How do you plan to infiltrate the prison? This is a Federation-controlled prison planet with a very low crime rate. I've thought about that, Yi Kongcheng replied with a smile. Getting in through regular crimes won't work. It would expose my identity. I need a different approach, but I have to make some preparations first. Nana inquired. Do you need my help? Yi Kongcheng answered. Just be ready to pick us up. I'll handle the preparations because I'm the one causing trouble. The prison planet isn't just prisons. Besides numerous prison facilities, it also has cities and residents, with all the amenities for daily life. Yi Kongcheng looked up at the Silver Bullet nightclub in front of him and pushed the door open. The noise instantly enveloped him. On stage, seductive dancers moved to the beat while the DJ hyped up the crowd, and the dance floor was packed with people. One starlight cocktail, grapefruit flavor, Yi Kongcheng said to the bartender with a snap of his fingers. Then he whispered to Lon, use regional scan to locate the target. Lon replied, 6th booth on the side. The guy with the blonde hair. Sipping his drink, Yi Kongcheng glanced over. In the booth, a few men were drinking and laughing with some women. He picked up his glass and walked towards the booth, deliberately stumbling and spilling his drink on the blonde man's face. Damn it! The blonde man stood up furiously. You idiot, are you blind? Feigning drunkenness, Yi Kongcheng slurred. You tripped me, you moron. Pay for my drink, or I'll beat you senseless. The blonde man sneered. Kid, do you know who I am? You must have a death wish. Before he could finish, Yi Kongcheng grabbed a bottle from the table and smashed it over the man's head. With a loud crash, the bottle shattered into pieces. Yi Kongcheng rudely interrupted, his tone laced with impatience. If you want to keep babbling, go have a chat with the bottle. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed the bottle on the table and smashed it hard against the blonde man's forehead. The sound of shattering glass was followed by the blonde man's pained cry. Blood trickled through his fingers, looking especially stark under the dim lights. His companions immediately stood up, eyes blazing with anger, ready to fight. The women, however, remained unusually calm, clearly accustomed to nightclub brawls. Clutching his bleeding forehead, the blonde man shouted angrily at Yi Kongcheng, You're dead, kid. Yi Kongcheng's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. I'd love to see how that happens. His goal was to provoke the other. The blonde guy, Kongcheng, had a father who was a high-ranking prison officer. Both father and son were notorious, especially Kongcheng, who was a typical bully leveraging his father's power. Yi Kongcheng had already had Lon investigate Kongcheng. This guy lorded over the city, using his father's connections to imprison those who crossed him, extorting money before releasing them. This played right into Yi Kongcheng's hands, so he didn't hesitate to provoke him. Almost simultaneously with Kongcheng's threats, Yi Kongcheng grabbed another bottle and smashed it against his head. The sharp sound of breaking glass filled the air, shards flying everywhere. Yi Kongcheng sneered, I think before I'm dead, I'll beat you to a pulp. Kongcheng was livid, yelling at his two companions, What are you standing around for? Get him. The two burly men lunged at Yi Kongcheng, but before they could touch him, he grabbed them both and tossed them into the dance floor like garbage. With two heavy thuds, the crowd quickly parted, many with expressions of eager anticipation. Yi Kongcheng yanked Kongcheng by the hair and threw him into the dance floor as well, planting a foot on his chest. You three punks aren't even a warm-up. He grinned maliciously. You have two choices. Pay for my drinks, or I beat you up and then you pay for my drinks. Kongcheng, not expecting such strength, gritted his teeth and shakily pulled out his wallet, handing it over. That's more like it. Yi Kongcheng took the wallet, patted Kongcheng's face. Now get lost. Kongcheng scrambled to his feet, shouting as he left. You're dead, kid. Just you wait. Yi Kongcheng casually sat down in Kongcheng's booth and picked up a drink. Buying all this alcohol and not drinking it is such a waste. A well-meaning bystander advised, Buddy, you should leave. That guy's trouble. Really? Yi Kongcheng raised his voice on purpose. Is he going to throw me in prison? Seeing Yi Kongcheng wouldn't listen, the person quickly distanced themselves. The nightclub soon returned to its noisy state, as if nothing had happened. Yi Kongcheng sipped his drink and muttered to himself, Kid, you better make me proud. You've embarrassed yourself enough. It's time to redeem yourself. With that, he leisurely reclined in the booth, looking half asleep, clearly not planning to leave anytime soon. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sound of urgent sirens blared outside the nightclub. Moments later, a squad of heavily armed police officers burst in, causing the patrons to scream and scatter in panic. The police headed straight for Kongcheng, pointing their guns at him. Kongcheng approached from behind, a bandage on his head, and glared at Kongcheng with malice. I told you, kid, you're dead. Kongcheng glanced at the police officers. Just a fight. No need for all this, right? Kongcheng sneered. It's not up to you to decide if it's just a fight. You're now charged with attempted murder, and we suspect you're an escaped fugitive. You must be joking, Kongcheng retorted. An escaped fugitive on Iron Prison Star? Maybe you're just stupid, Kongcheng replied disdainfully. Take him away. Two officers lunged at Kongcheng. He grabbed a bottle and smashed it over one officer's head, but before he could get up, he found himself staring down the barrels of several guns. Kongcheng stepped in front of Kongcheng with a smug grin. Now you've got another charge, assaulting an officer. Take him away. Two officers quickly handcuffed Kongcheng and escorted him out of the nightclub, shoving him into a police car. As the car drove off, Kongcheng spoke up. Hey, you guys must be mistaken. This isn't the way to the police station. It's the route to the prison, right? One of the officers responded by punching Kongcheng in the stomach. Shut up, Kongcheng shouted. I want to see my lawyer. Get my lawyer, but he was cut off by more punches, silencing him. Kongcheng thought to himself that his resistance should appear genuine enough. The officers, on the other hand, believed that a good beating would make even the most defiant person fall in line. Soon, a massive prison loomed into view. The colossal metal gate, standing 4 or 5 meters high, exuded an oppressive aura, intimidating anyone who approached. Naturally, Kongcheng wasn't important enough to enter through the main gate. He was led through a side entrance. A few police officers exchanged words with the prison guards, who nodded in understanding. It was clear this wasn't their first time doing this. Without any identity checks or paperwork, they escorted Kongcheng into the prison, just as he had hoped. As they walked deeper into the facility, a voice in Kongcheng's earpiece whispered, "You need to stir up more trouble. Right now, they see you as just an ordinary prisoner. You need to make them label you as a dangerous convict to get close to the smiling demon." Got it, Kongcheng replied softly, following the guards into a square room. One of the guards tossed a basket at him. Strip down and put everything in here. Kongcheng complied without protest. A prison guard glanced at his wrist and said, "There's still a bracelet." The guard pointed at the wristband, which was a deep blue. Although Kongcheng wasn't sure about its exact material, being a relic of the gods, its high quality was undeniable. This magical item not only had the properties of liquid metal, allowing it to weaponize, but it could also transform into other forms, such as the medical wristband it was now. Facing the guard's suspicion, Kongcheng quickly fabricated a lie. "I once broke my wrist and need to wear this medical wristband. It can't be taken off. You can try." As he spoke, he extended his wrist toward the guard. The guard tugged at it twice, only to find that the deep blue wristband seemed fused with Kongcheng's wrist, not budging an inch. This unexpected situation surprised Kongcheng, who had initially intended to use this as an excuse to start a fight. "Move over there and lean against the wall," the guard ordered, beginning a routine body search. He meticulously checked Kongcheng's mouth, ears, and every corner of his body. When the guard's hand touched Kongcheng's buttocks, Kongcheng raised an eyebrow and instantly exploded. He threw a sharp elbow strike, hitting the guard's temple with precision. The guard screamed and fell to the ground, blood streaming from his head. Kongcheng coldly threatened, "You filthy pervert, keep your dirty hands off me, or I'll rip your head off and shove it somewhere unpleasant." Seeing this, other guards drew their batons and rushed to attack. Despite his hands being cuffed, Kongcheng remained agile. He skillfully used the chain of his handcuffs to block the batons and delivered a powerful kick, sending one guard flying 2 meters away. "I told you to back off," Kongcheng shouted as he fought, using headbutts, elbow strikes, and sweeping kicks with ruthless efficiency. In no time, 7 or 8 guards were lying in pools of blood. The alarm blared loudly, and more guards swarmed in. 2 guards with riot shields led the charge, followed by a colleague wielding a high-pressure water gun. The fierce jet of water slammed Kongcheng into the wall. "Pin him down." With a command, the guards piled on and subdued Kongcheng. A man who appeared to be an officer entered the room, striking Kongcheng's abdomen with a baton and sneering, "Feeling tough? I love dealing with troublemakers. Keep it up, and see how I handle you." "Take him away to solitary." Kongcheng was dragged down a long corridor and eventually thrown into a tiny room, the solitary cell. Once the heavy metal door closed, darkness enveloped him completely. Feeling around, he found a hard bed and lay down. "Well, I'm in, but this is just the beginning," Kongcheng muttered. "The next part is up to you." The deep blue wristband responded, "No problem. The prison's security system isn't too hard to hack. but you'll need to move around as much as possible so I can explore the area, find the prison's weaknesses, and plan the best escape route. Yi Kongcheng nodded. There should be a daily exercise period. I'll wander around and check things out. The top priority now is to locate the smiling demon. The wristband projected a blue light, displaying a map of the prison. The red cross marks the high-security wing where the most dangerous inmates are held, all in solitary cells. The blue cross marks your current location, the solitary confinement area. The key is whether they'll send you to the general prison population or to the maximum security cells afterward. Yi Kongcheng pondered. So, if I can't get into the maximum security cells, it will be nearly impossible to reach the smiling demon, let alone rescue him. Zhanlan confirmed. Exactly, that's what it means. Yi Kongcheng had a plan. If the guards didn't treat him as a dangerous criminal, he would have to continue causing trouble until he was placed in the maximum security cells. With his mind made up, Yi Kongcheng closed his eyes and fell asleep, conserving his energy for the actions ahead. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, 2 prison guards opened the heavy iron door of the solitary confinement cell and released Yi Kongcheng. Their eyes held a hint of surprise, clearly taken aback by Yi Kongcheng's calm demeanor. Typically, prisoners emerging from solitary confinement were either hysterical or terrified, with even the most resolute appearing visibly shaken. But Yi Kongcheng seemed as composed as ever, as if he had merely taken a nap inside. After leaving the solitary cell, Yi Kongcheng was taken to the cafeteria for breakfast, and afterward, he was sent to the quarry to work with the other prisoners. At noon, they had lunch, followed by an hour of yard time. On the playground, the inmates busied themselves in various ways. Some played ball, others played chess, while some simply enjoyed the fresh air. A few guards gathered around a middle-aged man in a training officer's uniform, trying to curry favor. This officer was named Huang Lai, a trusted aide of the warden. Huang Lai exhaled a puff of smoke and nodded in Yi Kongcheng's direction. Is that the guy who hit my son? Yes, sir. One of the guards replied obsequiously. Huang, sir, I know what to do. Huang Lai nodded. Start with a little appetizer. The guard nodded repeatedly and quickly walked over to a group of prisoners, clearing his throat. A tattooed prisoner with a shark tattoo on his face immediately stepped forward. What can I do for you, Officer Li? Steel Shark. See that kid with the black hair over there? The guard pointed at Yi Kongcheng. He's new here and offended young Master Huang. Got it. Steel Shark's expression showed understanding. Got it. We'll make sure he knows whose turf this is. Satisfied, the guard smiled and walked back to Huang Lai. Yi Kongcheng stood by the barbed wire, carefully surveying his surroundings. The prison security system was even more stringent than he had imagined. Towering barbed wire surrounded the yard, and there was a moat about 3 meters deep encircling it. The walls of the moat were lined with sharp spikes. A quiet voice in his ear, Zhanlan, reminded him, the barbed wire and the moat are electrified except during yard time. There are also 6 hidden machine gun nests 15 meters ahead. Yi Kongcheng whispered, is there any underground sewer or something that could be used for escape? Zhanlan replied, there are sewers, but none near this yard for now. Just as Yi Kongcheng was about to respond, a rough voice shouted behind him, hey kid. He turned around to find a dozen fierce-looking prisoners surrounding him in a semicircle. A tall inmate with a shark tooth tattoo on his left cheek stepped forward and looked down at Yi Kongcheng. I'm Steel Shark. Everyone in this block listens to me. Oh, Yi Kongcheng responded calmly and turned to leave. Steel Shark grabbed Yi Kongcheng's shoulder angrily. You looking to die, kid? Yi Kongcheng glanced coldly at the hand on his shoulder. Let go. Steel Shark sneered. What if I don't? You messed with the wrong people, and I'm here to teach you a lesson. And by the way, if you don't want to rot in this prison, have your family send some money? Yi Kongcheng suddenly laughed. I get it. That's more like it. Iron Shark grinned. Be smart, and I can't tell the guys to go easy on you. Follow orders, and you'll leave here in one piece. Not a bad deal, right? Yi Kongcheng sneered. I understand. You're looking for death. Iron Shark frowned, ready to lash out, but Yi Kongcheng struck first. He grabbed Iron Shark by the hair and slammed his head into the wire fence. The prisoners Iron Shark had brought were stunned, but before they could react, Yi Kongcheng swept 2 of them off their feet with a kick. Iron Shark staggered to his feet, about to roar in anger, but Yi Kongcheng's elbow strike sent him crashing to the ground again. One prisoner took the chance to sucker punch Yi Kongcheng in the face. Yi Kongcheng didn't flinch, simply planted his foot on Iron Shark's chest. The prisoner kicked again, but it felt like kicking a rock. Yi Kongcheng lifted his foot and stomped on Iron Shark's chest once more. Iron Shark let out a scream, spitting blood. Yi Kongcheng looked down at him coldly. They hit me once, I hit you back twice. Remember, these blows are gifts from your brothers. Let's see if you can handle it. The surrounding prisoners shouted angrily, but Yi Kongcheng ignored them. He let their punches land on him, then picked up Iron Shark and struck back with equal force. With a sharp crack, 2 of Iron Shark's ribs broke under Yi Kongcheng's punch. A wicked smile played on Yi Kongcheng's lips. Come on, let's keep going. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, the guards who had been watching hurriedly blew their whistles and rushed over with batons. Let him go! Two guards shouted, pointing their batons at Kongcheng. Kongcheng sneered, grabbed Iron Shark's hair again, and slammed his head into the wire fence once more. Dizzy and disoriented, Iron Shark slid down the fence like a rag doll. Huang Lai approached from behind, his sharp gaze fixed on Kongcheng. He paused for a moment, a cold smile forming on his lips. Kid, you think you're tough, huh? Before he finished speaking, Huang Lai had already drawn his baton and swung it viciously at Kongcheng's head. Kongcheng reacted swiftly, dodging the lethal blow with ease. Huang Lai was stunned, clearly not expecting this prisoner to evade him. As he stood there, surprised, a sudden pain shot through his abdomen. Looking down, he saw Kongcheng's knee buried into his side. Huang Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. In over a decade, he had encountered countless violent criminals and troublemakers and witnessed numerous inmate brawls. But never had anyone dared to strike an officer. This was unheard of. The surrounding guards were momentarily frozen. Once they regained their senses, they roared and lunged at Kongcheng. He snorted, his muscles tensing instantly, and raised his arms to either side. Thud. Thud. Two batons crashed down on Kongcheng's arms, but it was as if they had struck solid rock. Not only were they unable to harm him, but the impact also left the guards' hands numb, causing them to drop their batons. Seizing the moment, Kongcheng grabbed one guard by the collar, lifted him high, and then hurled him forward. The guard collided with his comrades like a bowling ball, knocking them down in a heap. This display of immense strength finally made the other guards hesitate. Though they held their batons, none dared to advance recklessly. By now, Huang Lai had recovered, his face dark with anger. He glared at Kongcheng, gritting his teeth. Do you have any idea what you're doing? I have 100 ways to make you regret this. Kongcheng, unfazed and even somewhat defiant, replied, Go ahead and try. Let's see which method will finally do me in. Just as the tension reached its peak, a whistle blew in the distance, signaling the end of the exercise period. The other inmates began to leave the yard. Ignoring the guards, Kongcheng walked straight towards the exit. As he passed by Huang Lai, he deliberately bumped his shoulder into his chest, sneering, I'll be waiting. With that, he walked away laughing. One guard cautiously approached Huang Lai, only to be cut off by a furious shout. Shut up! Huang Lai, seething with rage, kicked the guard to the ground, cursing, useless idiots. So many of you, and you can't handle one man? What does the Federation even pay you for? The other guards remained silent, trembling. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Huang Lai called over another guard and whispered, Release Fai Long. Tell him to break this guy's arms and legs. I'll give him 30 pounds of meat, 30 pounds of rice, and 30 pounds of wine. Let him feast to his heart's content. The guard gasped, hesitating. Sir, is that really a good idea? Fai Long is a troublesome guy himself. Letting him out could cause a lot of problems. Huang Lai's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. What? Is what I say meaningless now? The prison guard immediately broke out in a cold sweat and quickly replied, I'll take care of it right away. With that, he hurried off. Watching Kongcheng's retreating figure, Huang Lai's lips curled into a cold smile. Kid, you'll soon learn who the real boss around here is. Meanwhile, Kongcheng was thrown into solitary confinement. He didn't seem to mind. That was quite the show, wasn't it? Kongcheng muttered to himself. I beat up a prisoner, then a guard. They should realize by now that I'm no ordinary inmate. Maybe they'll transfer me to solitary in maximum security. Lon responded, Let's hope so. One advantage of solitary confinement was that Kongcheng didn't have to work. Of course, if the guards knew that solitary had no effect on him, they would be shocked. Kongcheng didn't waste any time. He began training in the small, dark cell. With Lan's guidance, he was preparing the third stage of the gene serum. But the serum alone wasn't enough. He needed to reach the late stage of the second gene gate. Currently, he was in the mid-stage and felt he was close to a breakthrough, but it required more effort. By evening, the cell doors swung open, and a guard barked, Get out! Kongcheng thought they were finally going to transfer him to solitary in maximum security. However, to his surprise, the guard led him to the dining hall. It was dinner time. You've got to be kidding me! Kongcheng fumed as he looked at the line for food. Are those guards even men? Getting beaten up by a prisoner and not seeking revenge? Lon chuckled mischievously. The revolution isn't over yet, comrade. Keep at it. Kongcheng was speechless. He hadn't expected meeting the smiling demon to be so difficult. Without that meeting, none of his plans could proceed. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, I should have crippled that Huang guy. Despite his frustration, Kongcheng held onto a sliver of hope that after dinner, he would be sent to solitary. Unfortunately, he was disappointed again. After a meal that was barely fit for dogs, the guards directed the prisoners to the communal showers. This meant Kongcheng would be returning to his shared cell instead of solitary. Hurry up, a guard yelled. 3 minutes each. Anyone not done in time will go back naked. The guards kept pushing the prisoners into the showers. Kongcheng grumbled under his breath, contemplating whether he should escalate his actions. Lon quietly suggested, keep causing trouble once you're back in the cell. I doubt they'll keep you with others if you keep fighting. Yeah. Kongcheng nodded in agreement. That makes sense. If being with others leads to fights, then they'll have no choice but to separate me. With this thought, Kongcheng's mood lifted. He turned on the shower and began to wash himself, but the longer he showered, the more he felt something was off. Were there fewer people around? Kongcheng turned off the shower and looked around. The prisoners who had finished washing were leaving, but no new ones were coming in. Even the guards supervising them had disappeared without him noticing. Kongcheng wasn't a fool. It was obvious something was wrong given the current situation. The prison guards had clearly moved the prisoners while he was distracted by the water. Just then, Jean Lan whispered, someone's coming. Even without Jean Lan's warning, Kongcheng had sensed something amiss. The ground seemed to tremble as a thunderous stomping approached. Moments later, a colossal figure appeared before Kongcheng, making his eyes widen in disbelief. The man was towering, at least 2.5 meters tall, forcing Kongcheng to look up to see his face. What was even more astonishing was his body, covered in layers of soft, flabby flesh, resembling a massive ball of meat. His limbs and neck were almost swallowed by the fat, making him look like a moving mountain of flesh. Kongcheng stared in shock for a moment before muttering, he must weigh a ton. The fat man grinned and suddenly lunged forward, aiming to crush Kongcheng. Startled, Kongcheng quickly leaped back to avoid him. With a thunderous crash, the hard metal ceramic floor shattered under the man's weight. The fat man struggled to stand up, wobbling as he did. Kid, my name's Fei Long. You're out of luck. Someone paid 30 pounds of meat, 30 pounds of rice, and 30 pounds of wine to have your limbs broken. Fei Long stumbled forward, accidentally crashing into the side wall. With a loud crash, the wall collapsed, and broken pipes sprayed water everywhere. Damn it, Kongcheng cursed. This must be Huang Lai's doing. After cursing, Kongcheng stopped retreating and charged directly at Fei Long, throwing a powerful punch. Bang! As his fist connected, Kongcheng was stunned. His entire fist sank into Fei Long's fat, as if he had punched a pillow. Fei Long burst into laughter, thrusting his belly forward. Kongcheng felt a tremendous force hit him, sending him flying backward into the wall, which shattered on impact. What kind of monster is this? Kongcheng grumbled through gritted teeth. Fei Long continued advancing on Kongcheng, threatening, kid, you better wise up and let me break your limbs. Otherwise, I might accidentally take your life. As he spoke, Fei Long pushed forward, causing another wall to collapse like paper. Kongcheng deftly rolled aside to avoid the debris, ready to snap his fingers to summon fire, but Jean Lan stopped him. Don't reveal your second stage gene ability. If the guards find out you have special powers, they'll put a restraining device on you. Nodding, Kongcheng abandoned the idea of using his fire ability and instead tore off a piece of the broken pipe. Fatty, Kongcheng said coldly, you've pissed me off. Kid, you're asking for death. Fei Long snorted, raising his massive hand to smash Kongcheng. Kongcheng dodged nimbly, noticing that while Fei Long was immensely strong, he moved at a snail's pace. Seizing the opportunity, Kongcheng swung the pipe at Fei Long's knee, but it had no effect. With a powerful push from his elephantine right foot, Fei Long sent Kongcheng flying, skidding several meters across the ground. You've got to be kidding me, Kongcheng cursed. Even hitting the joints doesn't work? Fei Long advanced again. Kongcheng quickly devised a plan, placing a water pipe on the ground and smashing it to flatten and sharpen it. As Fei Long turned, Kongcheng leapt forward. I refuse to believe your fat can block a sharp weapon. Thud. The pipe pierced Fei Long's body, and blood flowed down the makeshift weapon. Fei Long let out a cry of pain and roared, you bastard. I'm going to crush you. You little punk. Fei Long raised his giant hand, aiming to crush Kongcheng's head. Kongcheng ducked and shouted, Lon weaponize. In an instant, his arms were enveloped in a kaleidoscope of lights, which then exploded into a myriad of halos. Silver gauntlets appeared on his arms. Die. Kongcheng growled, throwing a powerful punch at Fei Long's stomach. Boom. Like a balloon bursting, Fei Long's belly exploded, spraying blood and flesh everywhere. Through the torn skin, internal organs were visible. Help! Help me! Fei Long cried out in terror, raising his hands before his massive body collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently before falling silent. Kongcheng sighed in relief and asked, there aren't any cameras here, right? Who would be twisted enough to put cameras in a bathroom? Lon replied. And even if there were, I could hack the system and erase the footage. Kongcheng nodded. He stepped aside, turned on the shower to wash off the blood, and then walked out of the bathroom. At the bathroom entrance, a group of prison guards, cigarettes dangling from their lips, were laughing and discussing the possible state of Kongcheng after a beating. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open forcefully. Kongcheng emerged, his upper body bare, with a calm expression. The guards froze in shock, one even dropping his cigarette, which burned his hand without him noticing. Kongcheng smirked coldly and strode down the corridor. One guard snapped out of it and shouted, "Damn it! Go check inside." They rushed into the bathroom, only to gasp at the scene before them. Blood mixed with water covered the floor, and Fei Long's lifeless body lay there, already dead. How is this possible? Even Fei Long couldn't handle him? The guards were dumbfounded, then snapped back to reality and chased after Kongcheng, yelling, "Hey, stop! Stop right there!" They quickly caught up to him, drawing their batons and surrounding him. But facing someone who had just defeated Fei Long, their faces were filled with fear, their throats bobbing nervously, yet no one dared to make a move. Kongcheng had no interest in these cowardly guards and didn't bother to teach them a lesson. Moments later, Huang Lai arrived upon hearing the news, his face dark as he inspected the body in the bathroom, taking a sharp breath. Although he was confident he could suppress the matter, he couldn't avoid a scolding from the warden, which gave him a headache. Huang Lai walked up to Kongcheng, gritting his teeth. Well, he sneered. Kongcheng curled his lip disdainfully and mocked. "Is this the first of your 100 ways to kill me? Seems pretty useless. Better think of the next one. You just wait." Huang Lai roared and then ordered the stunned guards. "What are you standing around for? Take him away." Shouting, he gestured to a few guards and then turned to deal with the mess in the bathroom. Kongcheng was escorted for a while, then noticed something different. The path didn't lead to solitary confinement or the general cell block. He felt a surge of joy. It seemed his plan might be working. Sure enough, Kongcheng was taken to a special detention area. It was much gloomier than the general cell block, with dim lights casting eerie shadows along the corridor. Each cell was like a solitary confinement room, with doors made of specially reinforced military-grade alloy, virtually indestructible. A guard opened a cell door and roughly shoved Kongcheng inside. As he stepped in, a smile finally appeared on his face. The cell was a small 6 or 7 square meter single room, simply furnished, a fixed alloy bed, a toilet at the bed's foot, and a small sink by the head. On the wall hung a black iron chain as thick as a baby's arm, one end fixed to the wall, the other attached to a shackle. The guard locked the shackle around Kongcheng's foot, sneering, "Kid, you've really pissed off Officer Huang. I think you'll spend the rest of your life in this hellhole." After checking the shackle, the guard left the cell, slamming the door shut. Kongcheng sat on the bed and murmured, "Finally, my wish is fulfilled. Zhanlan, use area exploration to find where the smiling demon is." "No need," Zhanlan replied. "This time, your luck is better than you think." Kongcheng asked, puzzled. Zhanlan explained, "As soon as we entered, I noticed that the smiling demon is in the cell next to yours." "Really?" Kongcheng laughed. "Is my luck finally turning around? Which side of the wall?" "By the bed," Zhanlan indicated. Kongcheng turned and knocked on the wall with his fist, frowning. "This wall seems pretty thick. If I shout, it might attract the guards." Zhanlan chuckled. "Don't forget, I have a magnetic field function. Besides attracting and repelling, it can also decompose and reshape metals to some extent. I'm not planning to destroy this place," Kongcheng said. "At least not until we have a solid escape plan. I need to stay here for a bit longer." "No need to destroy everything," Zhanlan explained. "Just altering the alloy density to weaken the soundproofing will do. It won't be noticeable." Kongcheng's eyes lit up. "Are you sure? When have I ever been unsure?" Zhanlan retorted. Kongcheng smiled and said, "Let's do it then." A moment later, Zhanlan announced, "It's done." Kongcheng examined the wall carefully but didn't notice any changes. He leaned against the wall and called out softly, "Smiling demon?" After waiting for a while with no response, he called out a few more times, still to no avail. "Hey, didn't you say it was done?" Kongcheng asked Zhanlan, puzzled. "There's no response at all." Zhanlan calmly replied, "If they don't want to talk to you, that's not my problem. And what if they're asleep?" Kongcheng had no choice but to call out again, this time louder. "Hey, if you can hear me, at least give me a sign. I'm here to rescue you." After waiting a bit longer with still no response, Kongcheng showed a look of disappointment, wondering if the smiling demon was too injured to speak. Just then, a voice came from the other side of the wall. "Who are you?" The voice was faint, but Kongcheng could just make it out by pressing his ear to the wall. The smiling demon's voice was younger than he had imagined, not rough and old, but rather childlike. Kongcheng confirmed again, "Smiling demon?" The smiling demon seemed hesitant, pausing for a moment before answering, "Yes." Kongcheng got straight to the point. "In that case, I'll be direct. I got myself arrested on purpose. My only goal is to get you out of here." "Who are you?" the smiling demon asked. After thinking for a moment, Kongcheng replied, well, you might not know me, but you may know my father. That's why I'm here to rescue you. In return, I need you to answer a few questions. Who's your father? The smiling demon inquired. Yilingfeng, Kongcheng answered. Oh, I know him. The smiling demon responded succinctly. Kongcheng's eyes lit up instantly. He sprang up from the bed and urgently asked, staring at the wall, do you know him? Kongcheng's eyes sparkled with excitement, but he tried to suppress his inner thrill, waiting quietly for the smiling demon's response. However, the smiling demon merely shook his head slightly. No, I've only heard of the name Starman, but I don't know him. Disappointment flashed across Kongcheng's face, but he quickly composed himself and said directly, then I'll get straight to the point. I know you're a regular at the Little Elephant Charity Fund. They call you a hero. Coincidentally, my father always considered himself a gentleman thief, and he's also a VIP member of the Little Elephant Fund. The smiling demon interrupted him with a smile. So, you want to know if I've seen your father at the fund's annual gala? Or if I can get his contact information through the charity?
Yes.
Kongcheng nodded in confirmation. That's my bargaining chip. Of course, you can tell me after I get you out. No need, I can tell you now. The smiling demon said calmly, you misunderstand a few things. Killing, stealing, and looting, no matter how you spend the money, a criminal is still a criminal. Even if your targets are heartless wealthy people, it doesn't absolve you. Kongcheng frowned in confusion. Huh? The smiling demon continued to explain. A criminal must know how to protect themselves. I've never attended the charity gala, and neither has your father. The contact information I left with the fund is fake, and I believe your father did the same. When we donate, we only contact the fund one way. Kongcheng clenched his fists and pressed on. No way to reach him at all? Not that I know of. The smiling demon paused. But, Kongcheng's eyes lit up. But, I like a twist. The smiling demon said calmly, it's not much of a lead, but your father is probably not in the galaxy. How do you know that? Kongcheng asked in surprise. The charity fund published the donation accounts, the smiling demon explained. Your father used an account from the cosmic black market, which is a well-known money laundering institution. They clean money through off-world transfers. If your father were in the galaxy, he wouldn't need to do that. Kongcheng nodded thoughtfully. He understood that there are many ways to launder money, and off-world transfers are the most costly and complex. The only possibility is that his father is not in the galaxy and must transfer money this way to avoid being intercepted by the Federation, relying on the help of the cosmic black market. All right, Kongcheng said, leaning back against the wall and sitting on the bed. At least it's something. I'm sorry, that's all I know, the smiling demon said. Kongcheng smiled. It's okay. It's not your fault. Even though I didn't get the answer I wanted, I'll still get you out of here. Don't risk yourself for me, the smiling demon advised. I ended up in prison just to save you, Kongcheng explained. But I never intended to stay here forever just to find an answer. So, I'm definitely planning to get out and I don't mind taking you with me. The smiling demon remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Kongcheng's words. Kongcheng had no desire to continue the conversation. Although he was somewhat disappointed at not getting any news about his father from the smiling demon, it wasn't a crushing blow. He knew when he left Sacred Star Earth that finding his father would not be easy. Time to figure out how to get out of here, Kongcheng muttered to himself. How about we break out by force? Fight our way out, Zhanlan suggested. Kongcheng grinned. I know I'm capable, but not that capable. He was very aware of the difference between confidence and arrogance. Among the hardened criminals in this prison, there were bound to be some tougher than him. Why hadn't they broken out? First, the prison's defense system was no jokey. It would activate immediately if any escape attempt was detected, not relying solely on the guards. Second, some of the guards were highly skilled, though they rarely showed themselves unless absolutely necessary. I need a solid plan, Kongcheng said. Of course, Zhanlan responded. I was just kidding earlier. You can joke now? Kongcheng teased. However, he did notice a change. Since absorbing the energy from the siphoning device, Zhanlan's speech had become more human-like. Although it was still an electronic voice, it now had different tones rather than being monotonously cold. Kongcheng murmured. Li Zhenhe left quite a few treasure maps. Looks like I'll have to find them when I get the chance. But for now, let's focus on escaping. Zhanlan began to analyze. I have two escape plans. The first one involves leaving through the quarry. Kongcheng raised an eyebrow. You want to use explosives? He knew that the open pit quarry next to the prison was one of the main work sites for inmates, where they mainly hauled and chiseled stone. Although explosives were occasionally used, they were always handled by the guards, and inmates never had access to them. Explosives are handled by the guards, and inmates have no chance to get near them, Kongcheng pointed out. Zhanlan explained. But the explosives don't just disappear. I know where they store them. We can trigger an explosion and escape during the chaos. The quarry has no defense system, so the success rate is calculated to be 79. Kongcheng nodded, then said, "But you missed one thing? What is it?" Zhanlan asked. "When I was working at the quarry yesterday, I didn't see the smiling demon or any of the other high-security inmates," Kongcheng explained. Zhanlan fell silent. That was indeed a significant problem. If only the smiling demon were missing, it wouldn't be a big deal. It could mean that the warden never intended to release the smiling demon outside of parades. However, with all the high-security prisoners gone, it suggests that they might not be working in the quarry at all. Even if they were, they would be assigned to areas with tighter security. After a moment, Zhanlan admitted, "Based on the information we have, the quarry is the only feasible escape route." Kongcheng chuckled. "So, you need to keep evolving. This time, I'll handle it." Zhanlan asked, somewhat unwillingly, "Are you saying you're smarter than me?" Kongcheng smiled and replied, "Just average, third in the world." Zhanlan snorted. "What do you plan to do?" "I don't plan to do anything," Kongcheng said with a mysterious smile. "Don't forget, we have a little mouse companion with us." The night passed in silence. The next day, during the exercise period, Huang Lai was sitting with a few prison guards, smoking. Suddenly, a shadow blocked the sunlight in front of him. Just as Huang Lai was about to curse, he looked up and saw that it was Kongcheng. His anger flared up instantly. Kongcheng looked down at Huang Lai and said calmly, "Can we talk?" Huang Lai let out a cold laugh, stood up, and glared at him with a threatening glint in his eyes. "Kid, are you trying to back down now?" "No way. Believe me, I'll make sure you regret it." Kongcheng smirked dismissively and suddenly reached for Huang Lai's waist. Huang Lai was shocked, and the prison guards around him immediately became alert, drawing their batons. However, Kongcheng only took the communicator from Huang Lai's belt. He skillfully operated the communicator, pulled up a video, and handed it to Huang Lai. In the video, a young man was kneeling on the ground, crying uncontrollably, with a masked woman standing behind him, holding an energy gun to his head. The young man was unmistakably Huang Lai's son, Huang Cheng. "Keep your voice down," Kongcheng whispered into Huang Lai's ear. "Do you want everyone else to find out?" Huang Lai was taken aback, then angrily shouted at the surrounding guards, "Get lost." The guards exchanged worried glances, but did not dare to disobey, and quickly left. Huang Lai watched the video again, seeing Huang Cheng pick up a newspaper dated today, before breaking down and shouting, "Dad, save me." The video abruptly ended. Huang Lai grabbed Kongcheng by the collar, furious. "You dare use my son to threaten me?" Kongcheng remained calm. "I didn't just capture your son." He began listing Huang Lai's crimes. The false charge incident last July, releasing a death row inmate in December. With each revelation, Huang Lai's face grew paler. "Those were just the appetizers." Kongcheng suddenly lowered his voice. "You've been growing the banned four-leaf datura in prison. Do you know what will happen if that gets out?" Huang Lai felt a chill run down his spine. The four-leaf datura was a federally banned drug ingredient. He asked shakily, "How do you know about that?" Kongcheng answered with contempt, "Because I was afraid just capturing your son wouldn't be enough to threaten you. After all, a son can be replaced. But I feared a ruthless scumbag like you wouldn't care about his own son's life." Huang Lai swallowed hard and finally said, "I'll get you out of this prison within a week." Kongcheng, however, shook his finger with a smile. "You guys inexplicably brought me in here, and now you want me to leave? No way." Although Huang Lai thought Kongcheng was just venting, he knew the man held his fate in his hands, so he had to lower his voice. "What do you want?" "I have some resources. I'm not after money." Kongcheng whispered his true intentions into Huang Lai's ear. Huang Lai's pupils contracted, and he pushed Kongcheng away. "Are you joking?" Kongcheng said coldly, "Do you think we're in a joking relationship?" Huang Lai suddenly realized, "I get it. You purposely got yourself imprisoned. You want to rescue the smiling demon." Kongcheng warned, "It's better not to shout about this kind of thing. Don't think about taking me down. Those people you brought, I don't even consider them a threat. And even if you manage to kill me, don't forget, I have accomplices." Huang Lai hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "If I don't help you, you can just expose those things, and I'll go to prison. But with the warden backing me, I'll still live comfortably. If I help you, I'll offend the warden, and I'm dead for sure." Kongcheng smiled. "Are you sure your warden will still need you then?" Huang Lai's face changed dramatically. He hadn't expected Kongcheng to be so shrewd. He forced a response. "At least there's still a glimmer of hope." Kongcheng saw through his thoughts. "If you were really determined, you wouldn't be wasting words with me." He then leaned in close to Huang Lai's ear and tempted, "Do you want to be the warden?" Huang Lai was immediately moved. Kongcheng continued, "Follow my instructions. If the current warden shows up, I don't mind taking him out for you. If he doesn't, I have ways to ensure your safety. If I can find dirt on you, I can certainly find dirt on him. Understand?" Huang Lai's expression shifted constantly as he struggled internally. Finally, He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll think about it." Yi Kongcheng patted him on the shoulder. "I'll be waiting for your good news." With that, he turned and left, heading back to the field. Once they were a distance away, Zhanlan said disdainfully, "I thought you had some brilliant plan, but it turns out it's just the usual threats and bribes. It's only thanks to my hacking abilities that we got dirt on him." Yi Kongcheng smiled without saying anything. Though it wasn't a sophisticated tactic, it was effective enough. The key was that Yi Kongcheng had leveraged Zhanlan's hacking abilities. So why hadn't Zhanlan thought of a solution? But he had. There is still a gap between artificial intelligence and human wisdom, at least for now. In his heart, Yi Kongcheng silently said, "I look forward to your continued evolution." Then he gently patted Zhanlan. When yard time ended, Yi Kongcheng was directly sent back to his solitary cell. Leaning against the wall, he spoke softly to the smiling devil next door. "Rest up. Tonight, I'll take you out of here." The smiling devil, intrigued, leaned against the wall and asked, "What plan do you have to help me escape?" Yi Kongcheng replied confidently, "Of course, I have a plan. If I wasn't sure, why would I dare to get myself into this prison? I'm not a fool." The smiling devil chuckled lightly and, after a brief silence, said, "I'll be watching. If you can get me out, I'll owe you one. I always repay my debts." "No need." Yi Kongcheng waved his hand dismissively. "I need to figure out a way to escape myself. I'm just bringing you along." The smiling devil smiled and said no more. At dinner time, a guard brought a metal tray of food into the cell. Yi Kongcheng took a few bites casually, then suddenly smiled. He opened his mouth, and two small keys with numbers engraved on them fell out. "Looks like Huang Lai has made up his mind," Yi Kongcheng muttered to himself. Huang Lai really likes his son Huangcheng. Otherwise, with all the trouble he's caused, he would have been beaten to death by now. Plus, with the dirt I found through Zhanlan's hacking, Huang Lai has no choice but to comply. But it's always good to be cautious. Yi Kongcheng asked softly, "Zhanlan, are you sure you can hack into the prison's defense system?" Zhanlan responded dismissively, "I can even hack into Tianwang." Yi Kongcheng rolled his eyes. Tianwang was the Federal Network Security Bureau, the most powerful network in the universe. If Zhanlan could really hack into Tianwang, there would be nothing it couldn't penetrate. Zhanlan was unfazed. "Believe it or not." Yi Kongcheng laughed, "Fine. Then hack into a bank and transfer some money to me." Zhanlan pointed out the flaw. "That's child's play. But what account do you plan to use to receive the money? Hacking in is easy, but that doesn't mean people won't notice the money is missing." Yi Kongcheng paused, realizing it was indeed a problem. Bank accounts weren't just numbers. There were physical statements and audits. Even if the system was hacked, if the account numbers didn't match, they would be flagged. He sighed. "Looks like I'm not destined to be rich." As Yi Kongcheng pondered, Zhanlan suddenly reported, "Huang Lai has made his move. The prison is on fire." Yi Kongcheng's eyes lit up. It's time to go. It turned out that the task Yi Kongcheng had given Huang Lai was simple: start a fire. But the location was crucial. The area where the four-leaf mandrake flowers were grown. It was the prison's biggest secret and its greatest asset, something that couldn't be destroyed or exposed. "I'm sure the warden is half crazy right now, too busy to worry about two small-time prisoners." Yi Kongcheng spoke as he inserted the key into the physical lock. The electronic lock's code was etched on the key itself. After opening the door, he casually unlocked the smiling devil's cell and said with a grin, "There you go, you're free." The smiling devil was stunned. He had expected Yi Kongcheng to use some sophisticated method, not simply unlock the door with a key. Seeing the smiling devil standing there in a daze, Yi Kongcheng urged, "Are you coming?" "Oh, right, let's go." The smiling devil snapped out of it and followed Yi Kongcheng. As they walked, Yi Kongcheng instructed, "Zhanlan, disable the surveillance system." A few seconds later, Zhanlan reported, "I've frozen the footage from 3 minutes ago. But honestly, I think you're being overly cautious. No prison guards are paying attention to the cameras right now." Yi Kongcheng chuckled and walked through the corridor, leaving the cell block. Looking out the window, he couldn't help but marvel. That guy is ruthless. The fire's so big. It looks like it burned more than just the four-leaf mandala flowers. Outside, flames soared into the sky. The area where the four-leaf mandala flowers were planted was completely ablaze, with flames flickering and thick smoke billowing. To make matters worse, Huang Lai had set another fire in the cell block to distract more guards. That block was filled with inmates, so the guards would naturally prioritize putting out the fire and evacuating the prisoners. Even so, many lives would likely be lost in the blaze. Yi Kongcheng pursed his lips, realizing he had underestimated Huang Lai. That guy was indeed ruthless. "Let's go." Yi Kongcheng called to the smiling devil, swiftly heading outside. The path was clear, indicating that Huang Lai had planned everything meticulously. "Zhanlan, what's the route?" Yi Kongcheng asked. "Head straight to the sports field," Zhanlan replied. "Then climb over the barbed wire and the wall." Yi Kongcheng paused. "Isn't it supposed to be electrified?" "Idiot," Zhanlan mocked. Under normal circumstances, even if I hack the prison's defense system, guards can manually activate the backup power. But right now, who's got time for that? They're all busy fighting the fire. Kongcheng suddenly understood. As for the route to the sports field, he had scouted it for 2 days and memorized it. Let's go. Kongcheng said to the smiling devil, follow me. The two of them ran towards the sports field, but just as they were about to reach it, Zhanlan suddenly shouted, stop, you can't go there. Kongcheng also realized something was wrong. In the middle of the night, the sports field should have been empty, but from a distance, it was packed with people. The smiling devil explained from behind Kongcheng. It's because of the fire. Kongcheng felt like smacking himself. How could he have overlooked this? When evacuating from a fire, where else would people go but the most open area? And was there a more open area in the prison than the sports field? Kongcheng complained to Zhanlan. We need to upgrade the range of your area scanning. Since evolving from its initial stage to its juvenile stage, Zhanlan's weapon capabilities had improved, but its area scanning range remained the same, still just 120 meters. So, when Zhanlan realized something was wrong, Kongcheng and the smiling demon had almost reached the front of the sports field. Take the side path. Kongcheng decisively changed the plan. Since they couldn't go to the sports field, they had to switch routes immediately. But just then, some figures suddenly appeared behind them. Damn it! Kongcheng muttered under his breath, his eyes fixed on the distant figure of a new Aravala prisoner being escorted by the guards. He turned to the smiling demon. Can you still fight? The smiling demon glanced down at his hands, a small smile playing at his lips. I can fight, but without weapons it might be a bit tricky. We'll make do. Kongcheng said, charging towards the group of guards with sudden ferocity. The yard was dimly lit, and although the guards noticed figures moving ahead, they couldn't make out Kongcheng and the smiling demon in their prison uniforms. It wasn't until Kongcheng was upon them that they realized something was wrong. Get out of my way! Kongcheng roared, throwing a punch that sent flames surging forward. Deciding to break out of prison, he no longer hid his powers, unleashing his full strength. The column of fire sent guards flying, clearing a path through the crowd. Then, Kongcheng abruptly stopped and shouted, I'm here to get you out. If you don't want to stay in this hellhole, follow me. To prove his point, he sent another guard flying with a powerful punch. The prisoners, filled with hope, quickly turned on the nearest guards. Despite their handcuffs and shackles, their numbers overwhelmed the guards in moments. Kongcheng yelled again, follow me to the yard. We need more people. Take down the guards there, and we can get over the barbed wire. The smiling demon nodded in approval. This guy was not only strong but also smart. Meanwhile, the guards maintaining order in the yard noticed the commotion, but from a distance, they couldn't see what was happening. By the time Kongcheng and his group got closer, the guards were in a panic. Charge! Kongcheng shouted, leading the rush into the yard with the prisoners following like a pack of wolves. The prisoners initially crouching in the yard were confused, but seeing the leading guard go down, they quickly grasped the situation. Kongcheng seized the moment to shout, if you don't want to stay here, charge with us. The surrounding prisoners hesitated only for a moment before joining the fray against the guards. Kongcheng grabbed a nearby prisoner. Move. What are you waiting for? Go, go, go. But the prisoner clung to him desperately. Boss, let me go. I only have 2 months left. Kongcheng felt a pang of awkwardness. Dragging someone who was about to be free seemed morally questionable. The smiling demon chuckled behind him, pointing ahead. We should hurry. They're already climbing over the barbed wire. Kongcheng nodded, and he and the smiling demon sprinted towards the fence. Next was the ditch, but with no electric current, these obstacles, though troublesome, couldn't stop them. Climbing over the ditch and running a bit further, the prison's main gate came into view. Kongcheng couldn't help but smile. Breaking through the main gate was supposed to be his and the smiling demon's challenge, but even if the prison was on fire, the gate guards wouldn't all leave their posts. But with so many people around, it wasn't hard to make a break for it. Just then, the smiling demon placed a hand on Kongcheng's shoulder. What? Kongcheng asked, turning his head slightly. The smiling demon didn't answer, but gestured behind them. Kongcheng's expression darkened. A man stood there. He looked to be in his 40s, with streaks of white in his blonde hair. Dressed in a brown suit and holding a cane, he strolled leisurely while prisoners dashed past him in stark contrast. McCarthy, the smiling demon rasped. Kongcheng was momentarily stunned. The warden? You two have some nerve causing trouble in my prison, McCarthy said as he approached, his tone cold. Especially you, smiling demon. I've always wanted to get rid of you, but I never had an excuse. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, revealing a blade at the tip of his cane. An escape attempt met with violent resistance. Forcing me to kill, McCarthy said, staring at the smiling demon. It's a good excuse. The smiling demon remained silent, his eyes fixed warily on McCarthy. Kongcheng sneered. Let's see if you have the skills. He stealthily moved his hand behind his back, conjuring a ball of fire. McCarthy glanced at Yi Kongcheng, clearly not recognizing him or caring, treating him as just another fleeing prisoner. He smirked and turned his attention back to the smiling demon. In that instant, Yi Kongcheng struck. The temperature soared as Yi Kongcheng unleashed a fiery punch straight at McCarthy. Boom! The flames hit McCarthy, exploding outward like a blossoming flower. Yi Kongcheng was momentarily taken aback. This warden had made such a grand entrance and talked so big. Could he have been taken down with just one punch? Was he all talk, a so-called master of bluster? Behind you! The smiling demon suddenly shouted. Yi Kongcheng snapped out of it, leaping forward and rolling to the ground, then quickly looking back. McCarthy had somehow appeared behind him, his cane slicing through the air with a silver gleam. Cold sweat broke out on Yi Kongcheng's back. The silver arc had been aimed right at his neck. If he hadn't moved in time, his head would have been severed. Second phase of the Gene Gate? McCarthy toyed with his cane as he walked toward Yi Kongcheng. I underestimated you. But did you really think a warden capable of running a prison would be powerless? Before he finished speaking, McCarthy vanished and reappeared right in front of Yi Kongcheng. So fast, Yi Kongcheng thought, startled. His own Gene Gate ability was speed, so for someone to surprise him like this was no small feat. In the next moment, McCarthy's cane thrust forward again, the short sword at its tip slicing a silver arc toward Yi Kongcheng's face. But at the critical moment, Yi Kongcheng vanished. McCarthy was taken aback. What incredible speed! He exclaimed. A shadow flickered in the wind, and Yi Kongcheng appeared behind McCarthy like a ghost. With a swift, lightning-fast roundhouse kick, he struck. McCarthy dodged in a flash, vanishing and reappearing at Yi Kongcheng's side, his staff sword thrusting forward. In an instant, the entire arena transformed into a blur of afterimages. Yi Kongcheng and McCarthy moved like phantoms, constantly appearing and disappearing, each reappearance accompanied by a fierce attack that narrowly missed its mark. Watching from the sidelines, the smiling demon couldn't help but grin beneath his mask. This was a thrilling encounter between equals. The two quickly realized they had both acquired speed abilities in the first phase of the Gene Gate. Although their abilities were similar, their strengths varied, ensuring the battle wouldn't end in an endless stalemate. However, Yi Kongcheng had no intention of prolonging the fight. The longer it dragged on, the smaller the fire grew, the more guards would arrive, and the more precarious the situation would become. Weighing his options, Yi Kongcheng stopped running and punched the ground forcefully. Blazing inferno, he muttered, and flames surged outward in waves. McCarthy dodged, his gaze serious. No matter how fast he was, evading a wide-range attack was nearly impossible. This was the Achilles heel of speed abilities. As the flames spread rapidly, McCarthy frowned, realizing that simply dodging would eventually corner him. You think this will defeat me? He sneered, sweeping his staff horizontally. A silver gleam cut through the sea of fire, creating a path as he advanced toward Yi Kongcheng. Yi Kongcheng raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that his opponent was tougher than expected. Azure, weaponize, he commanded, and a five-colored glow enveloped his arms, transforming into a pair of gauntlets. Break! Yi Kongcheng stepped forward and threw a punch. Clang! The punch collided with the staff sword, and McCarthy felt an overwhelming force. Yi Kongcheng exerted more strength, and with a crack, the tip of the staff sword snapped off. Startled, McCarthy attempted to retreat, but Yi Kongcheng anticipated this. He grabbed McCarthy by the throat. Sorry, you're not getting away, Yi Kongcheng said with a smirk, the weaponized Azure providing 2.5 times the strength, making it impossible for McCarthy to break free. Goodbye, fire burst. A massive fireball erupted from Yi Kongcheng's palm, engulfing McCarthy. When the smoke cleared, McCarthy was nothing more than a charred corpse. After dispatching his opponent, Yi Kongcheng called out to the smiling demon, "Let's go. We've wasted enough time. More guards will be coming. We need to move." The two of them dashed out of the prison, running along the wall. Yi Kongcheng activated his communicator. Hey, I'm out. Where are you? Nana quickly responded. Southeast, about 800 meters away, there's a road. They crossed a field of weeds and climbed a slope, spotting the road. A hovercar sped toward them, and Nana leaned out, shouting, "Get in!" Meanwhile, at the top of the prison's high tower, in a small office, the chair behind the desk slowly turned around. Sitting in the chair was none other than McCarthy. His face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion slowly returning to normal. He opened his right hand, revealing a pale green flame burning in his palm. Gene Phase 3. Divine Fire. McCarthy crushed the divine flame in his palm, muttering to himself, "Interesting. It's been years since anyone managed to hurt me, let alone a youngster. But do you think escaping the prison means you can leave so easily?" He walked to the window, gazing down at the half-illuminated city below. Why is Prison Star called Prison Star? It's not just because we built a prison here. The entire planet is a colossal cage. This game of cat and mouse is only beginning. At that moment, two guards dragged in a badly injured Huang Lai. Huang Lai broke free from the guards and crawled to McCarthy's feet. Warden, I haven't done anything against you. McCarthy crouched down, sneering. Haven't you? Who started the fire? And who burned my four-leaf mandala flower? Huang Lai trembled all over. No, it wasn't me. Do you really think you could hide something like that from me? McCarthy struck Huang Lai's head with his palm. In this prison, if I want to know something, nothing can be hidden from me. In the next moment, Huang Lai collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, his eyes gradually losing their light. Nana was driving the maglev car. She reached over to the passenger seat, grabbed a bag, and handed it to the two people in the back. Clothes, she said curtly. Kongcheng and Smile Devil quickly changed out of their prison uniforms in the back seat, their movements swift and silent. Should we head straight to the spaceport? Nana asked, her focus on the steering wheel. Yes, Kongcheng replied decisively. We need to leave before they realize what's happening. Nana nodded and pressed down harder on the accelerator. The car sped forward, and soon they approached the toll station at the city's edge. The sight ahead was unsettling. Every vehicle was being thoroughly inspected, far from the usual quick toll pass. Nana's palms began to sweat, and her voice wavered slightly. What do we do? Is the car stolen? Kongcheng asked. No, it's not stolen, Nana explained. But it has fake plates, so it will still be recognized. Kongcheng nodded and quickly made a decision. Let me drive, he said, switching places with Nana. As they got closer, the toll station officers motioned for Kongcheng to present an ID card and vehicle registration. Kongcheng smiled. Just a moment. He pretended to reach for something, then suddenly floored the accelerator. The car surged forward, smashing through the barrier and speeding ahead. Stop him! Stop him! The officers shouted as they scrambled into their patrol cars to give chase. Kongcheng focused on driving. A cool, robotic voice suddenly spoke. Area scan initiated. 3 police cars approaching from behind at high speed, distance 37 meters. A loud crash jolted the car, causing Kongcheng to lurch forward, but he didn't hesitate to accelerate. The engine roared louder, and a sharp turn appeared ahead. Kongcheng deftly maneuvered, sending the car skidding around the ushaped bend. Suddenly, a truck appeared in front of them. At the last second, Kongcheng braked hard and swerved left, barely avoiding a collision. A loud crash sounded from behind as one of the police cars slammed into the truck, flipping its hood. 2 officers scrambled out just before an explosion erupted, flames shooting into the sky. The remaining 2 police cars closed in, repeatedly sideswiping Kongcheng's vehicle. The screech of metal against metal was deafening. A distant maglev car panicked and crashed into the barrier. Kongcheng smirked, then abruptly braked. One of the police cars rammed into them, and he quickly shifted gears, forcing it into the barrier. How do you like being the filling in a sandwich? Kongcheng taunted. The other police car immediately rammed from the other side, sending their car crashing into a potted plant on the sidewalk. Damn it! Kongcheng cursed under his breath, quickly adjusting the wheel. Azure. Magnetic field, he shouted, extending a hand towards one of the police cars. It seemed to be pushed by an invisible force, flipping over and crashing into the barrier. One more to go. Kongcheng chuckled, speeding ahead. The last police car stayed on their tail. Kongcheng suddenly braked hard again. The 2 cars collided violently, the police car's hood flying off, and their car's trunk was crushed. Once he was sure they had lost their pursuers, Kongcheng slowed down slightly. Nana, puzzled, asked, even though you guys caused quite a stir in the prison. The police response was unusually fast. The smiling demon explained from the back seat. Do you think Prison Planet is called that just because it has a lot of prisons? The whole planet itself is a prison, and its key feature is the security system. Security system? Kongcheng asked curiously. The smiling demon nodded. It's a unique city-wide network system. Whenever there's an incident in any prison, the security system activates, mobilizing the entire city's police force to lock down the city like a fortress. Even if you manage to escape a prison, leaving the planet is nearly impossible. Kongcheng was unimpressed. Doesn't sound like such a big deal. The smiling demon shook his head. It's not that simple. The security system has a comprehensive search and capture protocol. This city has over 70,000 surveillance cameras, along with dashcams, private cameras, and communication device recordings. He paused. When the security system is activated, all of these become the eyes of the Federation. Kongcheng understood the subtle hint from the smiling demon. The prison planet search network was as dense as a spider's web. If anything went wrong in the prison, the entire city, and even the whole planet, would be under lockdown. Although there was some exaggeration in this after all, besides the city, the planet had vast wilderness escaping into the wild mint cutting off from civilization, let alone leaving this prison-like planet. However, Kongcheng remained calm. He confidently said, Lon, hack into the security system. Lon scoffed, piece of cake. That security system is no match for me. 15 minutes later, Lan's tone turned grim. I can't hack it. Yi Kongcheng was stunned. Didn't you say you could even hack into Skynet? The security system can't be more advanced than Skynet, right? Yeah, Lan explained helplessly, but the system isn't connected to any network. Everything is recorded on memory cards, even the dashcams don't upload video files. The only things I can hack are the personal communicators everyone carries. Yi Kongcheng shook his head. Hacking communicators isn't very useful. Do you really think people here would be recording everything just because the Federation told them to? Besides, the first two methods are enough to monitor the entire city. Nana interjected. But if it's not networked, how do they check in real time? The smiling demon explained, they don't need to know where we are immediately, just where we've been. As long as we make a move, they'll find clues and start the hunt. Yi Kongcheng, driving, fell into deep thought. This situation was indeed beyond his expectations. He and Nana had underestimated the strictness of the prison planet. The Federation had not only built numerous prisons, but had turned the entire planet into a massive fortress. Suddenly, Lan warned, 25 meters to the side. Yi Kongcheng quickly ducked, pushing Nana's head down as well. A barrage of machine gun fire erupted, energy beams striking the car and creating dazzling bursts of light. Nana sighed in relief. Good thing I modified the car. The smiling demon, lying on the back seat, added. This is also part of the security system, a high bounty for temporary rewards. On the prison planet, this bounty applies to all residents. Capturing or killing a prisoner has a fixed reward, and if it's a wanted criminal, the bounty triples. Yi Kongcheng sneered. So this is what they mean by arming the entire population? The smiling demon said seriously, maybe not everyone will participate, but can you guarantee no one will suddenly pull out a gun or stab you in the back? Yi Kongcheng's expression grew serious. The situation was indeed more troublesome than he had imagined. The gunfire suddenly ceased. Yi Kongcheng immediately floored the gas pedal, sharply turning the steering wheel to ram the attacker. The person was clearly not a cop, dressed in ordinary clothes and scrambling to dodge. As the car brushed past, the smiling demon lunged out, grabbing the person's clothes and yanking them hard. The person crashed into the car, blood streaming from their head, while the smiling demon seized their energy gun. Yi Kongcheng didn't dare stop and continued speeding away. The smiling demon inspected the captured weapons and casually set them aside. We need to hide for now. Things are really tense, and it's tough to do anything. Yi Kongcheng had a different idea. I think we can take advantage of their rush search and storm the spaceport. We might be able to get our spaceship back and escape. The smiling demon shook his head. The spaceport on this prison planet is equipped with Annihilator Energy 2 heavy cannons. Those things can pierce through spaceship armor. Yi Kongcheng gasped. Are you saying we could get shot down before we even take off? What did you think those things were for, decoration? The smiling demon joked. Of course, it's not 100% accurate. Yi Kongcheng rolled his eyes. Even with a 50% hit rate, who would risk a life-or-death gamble like that? A spaceship crashing from high altitude would cause an explosion big enough to kill 10 times over. Taking a deep breath, Yi Kongcheng made a decision. We'd better find a hidden place to lie low for now. With that, he drove the vehicle towards an underground garage. The underground parking lot belonged to the mall. After Yi Kongcheng parked the car, the three of them took the elevator directly into the mall. They had a clear division of labor. Nana was in charge of food, while Yi Kongcheng handled clothing. Yi Kongcheng turned to smiling demon, frowning, and said, Can you take off that mask? It's too conspicuous. Smiling demon shrugged helplessly and said, Sorry, I'd like to, but it's like it's glued to my face. Even in prison, I couldn't take it off. Half believing, Yi Kongcheng reached out to remove the mask but found it wouldn't budge no matter how hard he tried. He had no choice but to give up and said, All right, just keep it on then. Remember what each of you needs to buy, and let's meet in the back alley of the mall in 15 minutes. Nana and Smiling Demon nodded in agreement, and the three of them split up to carry out their tasks. Despite the high bounty announced by the security system, theoretically making everyone in the city a potential enemy, it had only been a little over 2 hours since their escape, and the news hadn't fully spread. People in the mall were still going about their business as usual, showing no signs of searching for them. Yi Kongcheng swiftly moved between shops, gathering the necessary items. Although he was broke after just breaking out of prison, being the son of a notorious cosmic thief made snatching a few wallets here and there an easy task. 15 minutes later, they regrouped in the back alley of the mall. Yi Kongcheng pointed to a nearby manhole cover, and Nana immediately showed a look of disgust. You want to hide in the sewers? What's the matter? Don't like it? Yi Kongcheng retorted. I thought you'd be used to it. Yi Kongcheng. Nana shouted angrily, hands on her hips. Let me remind you, I am from the Mouse Clan, not a rat. Don't be mad, just kidding. Yi Kongcheng said soothingly. Technically, we're hiding in a storm drain, not a sewer. Smiling Demon nodded thoughtfully. I see. The storm drain leads to the reservoir outside the city. Once we're out of the city, we'll be relatively safe. But have you thought about how to get a spaceship? Leaving the city means moving away from the spaceport, and there's no way to get a spaceship in the wilderness. Without a spaceship, we can't leave this planet. Kongcheng pried open the manhole cover while replying, I haven't figured that part out yet, but I think the priority is to escape the manhunt. As long as we avoid capture, we'll find a way to get a spaceship. If we get caught, it's all over. Smiling Demon agreed. Kongcheng climbed down first, turned on the newly bought camping lantern to light the way, and led the group forward. Lon, Kongcheng called out, can you hack into the system to get a map of the underground waterway? With a hint of resentment, Lon responded, as long as there's a network connection. About 3 to 4 minutes later, Lon projected a light screen, displaying a detailed map of the underground waterway, even marking their current location. After studying the map carefully, Kongcheng pointed to a spot and said, it's more complicated than I thought. Let's head into the storm drain area and aim to get out of the city by tomorrow morning. The group continued to navigate forward. They didn't know how long they had been walking until Nana began to show signs of fatigue, prompting Kongcheng to order a rest. We've entered the spillway area, Kongcheng said, looking around. It's pretty clean here. Let's take a break. The Smiling Demon took out sleeping bags and warm clothing, while Kongcheng set up the camping gear and started cooking the rice Nana had brought, along with some instant side dishes. The three of them sat around the fire to keep warm. As Kongcheng warmed himself by the fire, he tapped on Lon and asked, what's the current situation? Lon immediately started reporting the latest news. At midnight tonight, a fire broke out at South Prison Number 3. According to incomplete statistics, 376 inmates have escaped due to the fire, including 72 high-security prisoners, 11 third-degree felons, and several second-degree felons. The security system has been activated, and all police forces are involved in the search. Citizens are urged to stay indoors and avoid contact with strangers. By 5 a.m., after a 5-hour search, 102 inmates have been rearrested, including 5 high-security prisoners, 1 third-degree felon, 2 second-degree felons, and 1 first-degree felon. 6 inmates were killed during the arrests. As the news kept coming in, Kongcheng couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of the security system. Once they've caught a certain number, the search efficiency will drop, Kongcheng analyzed. The Smiling Demon nodded in agreement as he handed out the cooked rice and said, but we still need to be careful. I don't think the Federation has really shown its full strength yet. Kongcheng asked curiously, you seem to know a lot about the security system. Have you encountered it before? The Smiling Demon shook his head. No, but I'm an assassin. I've studied the most famous defense and security systems in the universe, so I naturally understand the security system too. Kongcheng nodded thoughtfully and then asked, why do you donate the money you risk your life to earn? The Smiling Demon smiled and replied, why did your father donate the things he risked his life to steal? If I ever meet him, I'll ask him that question, Kongcheng said. Then I wish you luck in finding him, the Smiling Demon said. His answer might just be my answer too. As he spoke, he picked up a water cup. When the cup neared his mask, the mask's mouth automatically opened, allowing him to drink. Kongcheng exclaimed, that's an interesting mask. Interesting? Not at all. The Smiling Demon's voice suddenly turned somber. It's a curse. Just as he finished speaking, the Smiling Demon abruptly stood up, and Lon warned, a biological target is approaching. Kongcheng stood up, shielding Nana behind him, and watched warily as the figure at the end of the waterway gradually became clearer. The three of them held their breath, waiting until a man in his 30s, dressed in gray and white prison clothes, came into view. Nana exhaled a sigh of relief and softly suggested, let's share some food with him? We're all fugitives here. We should help each other out. However, Kongcheng's gaze turned icy. He suddenly pushed Nana aside and shouted, watch out! Before the words even finished, the man toppled sideways with a splash, falling into the waterway and sending up a spray of water. At that moment, a short figure, only about 1.6 meters tall, emerged from behind the man, mercilessly firing a machine gun. Orange-yellow energy beams poured out like a torrential rain, striking a rice container and sending it flying with a crisp sound as rice scattered everywhere. Kongcheng cursed under his breath. Being caught in a narrow space under fire was a nightmare. Just then, Jean Lon spoke up, did you forget? I've evolved from the hatchling stage to the juvenile stage. Kongcheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately reached out, shouting, barrier field. With a hum, an almost transparent octagonal barrier appeared in front of Kongcheng. The energy beams struck the barrier, causing ripples, but failing to penetrate. Push forward, the Smiling Demon whispered from behind Kongcheng. Without hesitation, Kongcheng advanced under the cover of the barrier field. Meanwhile, the Smiling Demon darted out like a leopard, grabbing a metal rod and leaping forward. When Kongcheng closed the distance to 3 meters, the Smiling Demon sprang from behind, striking the opponent's energy gun with the metal rod and sending it flying into the water. The opponent remained expressionless, quickly adopting a combat stance and delivering a sweeping kick towards the smiling demon. The metal rod twisted under the impact, forcing the smiling demon back a couple of steps. In that instant, Kongcheng seized the opportunity and kicked the opponent away. The man flipped back to his feet, a fierce light in his eyes, swiftly drawing a dagger from his waist. Kongcheng immediately called out, "Zhanlan, weaponize." Multicolored light enveloped his arms, forming into sturdy arm guards. The opponent gave Kongcheng no respite, thrusting the dagger straight at him. Kongcheng raised his arm to block, the sound of metal clashing ringing out. He sneered, "Bite down hard, or you might bite your tongue." Then he punched forward, sending the opponent flying into the wall. Kongcheng picked up the fallen dagger and slowly approached. The opponent suddenly lunged again, but Kongcheng's dagger pierced his abdomen at the last moment. Blood seeped out as Kongcheng coldly said, "You can only blame your own bad luck. You brought this on yourself." The smiling demon stepped forward and swiftly ended the man's suffering. He retrieved a bronze, star-shaped badge from the body and explained, "He was a bounty hunter, the lowest rank. 1 star." Kongcheng commented mockingly, "Probably a newbie who just joined the bounty hunter guild. I always thought a place like the prison planet wouldn't have bounty hunters. On the surface, they seem righteous, but in reality, they hope the galaxy is full of criminals. Otherwise, they'd be out of a job." Prison planets, which are directly managed by the Federation and have decent security, aren't suitable for bounty hunters because there's no work for them there. The explanation from Smiling Demon made Kongcheng suddenly realize the situation. Although there was no bounty hunter guild station on the prison planet, the need to escort difficult prisoners had attracted many bounty hunters. Kongcheng nodded in agreement, fully aware that as a newcomer, his experience was far less than that of Smiling Demon. The appearance of bounty hunters indicates that a temporary high bounty has been activated. Smiling Demon continued, "The hunters lurking here must be getting restless." Nana chimed in, "Those greedy scoundrels are harder to deal with than the Federation police." Smiling Demon added, "The key is their experience. Even a Bronze Star rookie knows to search the underground sewers." Kongcheng decisively ordered, "Rest time's over. Pack up, we're moving out." The three quickly gathered their belongings and continued on their way. As they walked, Kongcheng studied the map and formulated a new plan. "We need to leave the city through the underground flood drainage as soon as possible." Before he finished speaking, footsteps approached from a distance. Smiling Demon whispered, "There are more searchers than we expected." Kongcheng looked around and pointed to a drainage pipe on the sidewall. "Lan," he whispered, "use the magnetic field." With Lan's magnetic field, they easily opened the grate, hid inside, and replaced the cover. Soon, the footsteps grew louder. Through the grid, they saw a squad of Federation soldiers in uniform pass by. Nana silently mouthed, "Did the prison call for military support?" Kongcheng nodded and mouthed back, "Ignore them. Just wait for them to pass." However, fate had other plans. A faint sound of flowing water came from behind, and their faces turned pale. Kongcheng smiled bitterly. "When you're unlucky, even drinking cold water can choke you." He decisively kicked open the grate. The loud bang alerted the patrolling soldiers. As the three of them jumped out, 2 soldiers immediately raised their guns and shouted, "Don't move! Stay where you are." They pretended to comply, but as the soldiers approached, a sudden gush of water from the drainage pipe swept the 2 soldiers into a side channel. The remaining soldiers were shocked and raised their guns. Kongcheng acted first, grabbing one soldier's head and slamming it against the wall. Smiling Demon seized a gun and fired, causing massive damage in the confined space. The frontline soldiers fell instantly, becoming human shields. The soldiers in the back tried to retaliate, but Nana used her psychic control to leave them dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Smiling Demon vaulted over the bodies and charged at the rear soldiers. His movements were swift and precise, each strike hitting a vital point. In just a few seconds, all the soldiers lay on the ground. Kongcheng praised, "No wonder you're a killer." He realized his own skills in killing were far inferior to Smiling Demon's. Smiling Demon modestly replied, "It's nothing to brag about." He pulled a photo from one of the bodies. "We've got trouble." The photo depicted a rough and vicious-looking middle-aged man with a bushy beard and a face full of scars. "Who is this?" Kongcheng asked. "Bearmisen, a high-profile prisoner with a first-degree felony. The bounty on him is around 5.5 million, Smiling Demon explained. Kongcheng whistled. According to the temporary high reward policy, capturing him could earn at least 1 million. Triple that, and it's 16.5 million. No wonder bounty hunters and federal soldiers are all after him. The Smiling Demon pointed at the photo. Why else would they carry this? Kongcheng nodded in agreement with the Smiling Devil's explanation. The temporary high rewards mainly target wanted criminals, with bounties tripling. It's like completing a 1-star difficulty task but getting paid for a 3-star one. Who wouldn't want to take that gamble? A shrewd glint flashed in his eyes. Fixed bounties become a secondary consideration. Of course, Wanted criminals are more dangerous and harder to catch, that's a fact. Kongcheng frowned as he contemplated the current situation. The rogue bear, missile, might have escaped into the sewers. After being spotted, both bounty hunters and federal soldiers chased him down here. Stroking his chin, he decided firmly, we need to get out of the sewers. The smiling devil nodded approvingly. A wise and decisive decision. He then added, speaking of bounties, mine is much higher than missiles, around 15 million. If it triples. He trailed off meaningfully. Kongcheng's heart skipped a beat, realizing the difference between exposure and safety. He sighed in frustration. That bastard hiding here is going to get us caught. Nana interjected urgently, there's no point in talking about this now. Let's just get out of here. The three of them sprang into action. Exiting the sewers wasn't difficult, as the city was dotted with manholes leading to the surface. About 15 minutes later, Kongcheng found an exit, cautiously lifting the manhole cover to survey the surroundings. Confirming it was safe, he led his companions out. They found themselves in a rundown area filled with shabby houses and a filthy environment. Nana looked around and whispered, is this a slum? The smiling devil explained, some families of prisoners stay on this prison planet, waiting for their loved ones to get out. These people are usually not wealthy. If they had money, they either wouldn't be in prison or would be in a better facility. Kongcheng understood immediately. So that's why this place turned into a slum. The smiling devil nodded and added, this area could be a good hiding spot for us, but it could also expose us completely. The people here resent the Federation and won't cooperate with them. However, some might see it as an opportunity to catch fugitives and negotiate with the prison for reduced sentences for their family members. Kongcheng frowned. That is a problem. The smiling devil chuckled. It's not that bad because no matter where we go, we'll face similar risks of exposure and capture. Kongcheng's eyes lit up as he pointed ahead. There's a hotel. Should we hide there for a while? We need to come up with a solid escape plan. His companions agreed. They headed to a shabby inn called Golden Leaf. The woman at the front desk was a plump lady who was fast asleep. It took several calls from Kongcheng to wake her. She lazily pointed to the price list, took their money, and tossed them a key. The three of them went up to their room on the second floor. Kongcheng suggested they rest. We don't know how long it will be before this place is compromised. Let's rest while we can. The smiling devil nodded, giving the bed to Nana and lying down on the floor in a sleeping bag. Nana looked at Kongcheng with concern. Aren't you going to rest? I need to do some research, Kongcheng replied. Zhanlan, use the hacking function to find out if there are any wealthy or influential people in this city. The smiling demon suddenly spoke. Are you thinking of using their influence to leave this planet? Like borrowing a private ship from one of the wealthiest states? Kongcheng countered. Is that idea so wrong? The smiling demon explained. It might work on other planets, but here, it's probably a waste of effort. This city may have people who aren't short on money, but there are no real tycoons. Think about it, if you were very rich, would you live on a prison planet or vacation here? Kongcheng suddenly realized and sighed. Definitely not. The smiling demon continued. So, we can rule out the rich. As for people with social status, who do you think holds the most power on a prison planet? Kongcheng rubbed his temples and answered painfully. Federal personnel, management across various departments. The smiling demon nodded. Do you think approaching them would be useful? Kongcheng sighed again. Too useful. He understood the smiling demon's point. Precisely because they are so useful, they are also the least accessible. When the security system is activated, these people will be heavily protected and even restricted in their movements. Approaching them would be walking into a trap. After a moment of contemplation, Kongcheng asked, in the current situation, would the spaceport be shut down? The smiling demon thought for a moment and replied, it might be, but not for too long, maybe 2 or 3 days at most. Keeping the spaceport closed for too long would cause massive losses, especially on a prison planet where the spaceport's revenue entirely belongs to the Federation. Kongcheng nodded, understanding that in the age of interstellar travel, the wealth generated by space trade is unimaginable. Even if the prison planet's commerce isn't thriving, the sheer amount of money involved in transporting goods is staggering. The key lies with the spaceships and the spaceport. Kongcheng muttered to himself, deep in thought. Leaving the city wouldn't be difficult for him. The challenge was that he needed a spaceship to leave the planet. Finally, Kongcheng ran his hands through his hair in frustration and regretted. I should have never parked my spaceship at the spaceport when I arrived. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Kongcheng was dozing on the couch when a sharp, electrifying pain jolted through his wrist. He jumped up with a grimace and shouted at Lon. What are you doing? Lon calmly responded. There's a situation. Only then did Kongcheng notice the smiling demon leaning against the wall, cautiously peering through a narrow gap. Nana stood nearby, still groggy from being abruptly awakened. You could wake me up normally, not with an electric shock, Kongcheng said helplessly. Lon replied curtly. I tried. You wouldn't wake up. At that moment, The smiling demon turned around with a serious expression. Enough talking. The federal troops are here. Kongcheng was taken aback. So soon? The smiling demon offered an apologetic explanation. Sorry, it's my oversight. The people here hate the Federation. Many prisoners might be hiding here, and some of their families are here too. Some even want to escape with their families. Nana added. So this is a priority search area for the Federation? The smiling demon nodded. Yes. They didn't search yesterday because of a lack of manpower. Now, they probably have enough. Kongcheng quickly threw on his coat. Let's go. We need to leave. As he grabbed the door handle, Lon suddenly warned, it's too late. Someone's coming up. About 10 people downstairs. For coming up. Kongcheng immediately abandoned the idea of opening the door. He could already hear the voice of the plump woman at the front desk saying, the 3 people who checked in within the last 3 days are in room 205. Kongcheng quickly dragged the cabinet to block the door. Outside, there was the sound of keys turning, followed by loud banging and kicking. The door shook violently, and the cabinet was pushed back a bit. Kongcheng hastily shoved the coffee table, sofa, and anything else movable against the door, shouting, jump out the window. The smiling demon swiftly opened the window. The tightly packed low houses in the slums were almost interconnected, making it possible to run across the rooftops. He had barely jumped out when the federal soldiers below started shooting, golden energy beams whizzing by. Nana poked her head out, her eyes glowing with a strange light. Mind control. The soldiers below instantly froze. The smiling demon reached out to support Nana. Stay close to me. The two quickly climbed out the window and sprinted across the rooftops. After barricading the door, Kongcheng also jumped out, yelling as he ran, Lon, I need an escape route. Lon replied, there are people everywhere. There's no completely clear path. Head east. You can run across the rooftops. Kongcheng had just nodded when a battle erupted ahead. The roof of a low house was thrown open, and several federal soldiers lunged out, grabbing the smiling demon's ankle, trying to drag him down. The smiling demon reacted swiftly, gripping the edge of the roof with one hand while kicking the soldiers away and smashing the cover down on them. Kongcheng arrived and unhesitatingly unleashed a fiery punch, scorching flames sweeping downward, forcing the soldiers to retreat. Taking advantage of the moment, the smiling demon leaped down, swiftly snapping a soldier's neck and seizing an energy rifle to mow down the remaining 2 soldiers. The smiling demon picked up 2 energy assault rifles and handed them to Kongcheng and Nana. They have communication devices and will inform each other of their target's movements. Don't stay on the rooftops. You're too exposed. Kongcheng took the rifle, quickly scanned the surroundings, and then leaped into the adjacent alley. Head east. Azure will guide us, but we will definitely encounter firefights. There are more federal soldiers than we expected. The smiling demon nodded. Kongcheng cautiously peeked out, then pulled back. The next moment, gunfire erupted. Several prisoners were caught by federal soldiers, pinned to the ground, and roughly dragged away after being shackled with electronic handcuffs and ankle restraints. Kongcheng didn't intervene. He waited until the prisoners were taken away, then swiftly darted out, crossed the street, and slipped into another alley. The slum's chaotic and cramped layout, with its haphazard streets and alleys, now provided perfect cover. After running a short distance, Kongcheng peeked out again and signaled to hide. Nana quickly crouched behind a pile of garbage. The smiling demon climbed onto the awning of a low building, and Kongcheng pressed against the wall, using 2 steel plates to shield his body. Moments later, voices echoed from the alley entrance. Those bastards are always causing trouble. I only got 4 hours of sleep last night. Forget it. Think of it as stretching our legs. Yeah, with those prisoners escaping, at least we can have some fun. Drills every day get boring. A squad of soldiers chatted as they walked into the alley. At that instant, Kongcheng suddenly pushed away the steel plates, and the smiling demon leaped down from the awning. The 2 of them sprang into action. Snap. The smiling demon moved swiftly, grabbing a federal soldier's head and snapping his neck without hesitation. At the same time, Kongcheng commanded Zhanlan to quickly enter weaponized mode. With a punch wrapped in Zhanlan, he sent another soldier flying, smashing through a wall and crashing into a nearby building. The remaining federal soldiers instinctively raised their arms to shoot, but at that critical moment, Nana suddenly emerged from behind a pile of trash. She raised her hands and shouted, "Mind control!" Instantly, the soldiers' eyes glazed over as if they were caught in a trance. Seizing the opportunity, Kongcheng and the smiling demon swiftly took down the remaining soldiers with powerful punches. After dealing with the squad, Kongcheng signaled, "Let's move." The trio exited the alley and made their way to the street. Guided by Zhanlan, they sprinted towards the outskirts of the slum. Zhanlan pointed ahead. "That slope leads out of the slum." Kongcheng nodded and quickened his pace. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from behind. Their presence had been discovered. A group of federal soldiers was in pursuit. Yi Kongcheng skidded to a halt and slammed his fists together. "Flame wall," he shouted. As he moved, a spark ignited between his fists. He pushed his hands outward, and a wall of fire quickly spread, rising 5 meters high and blocking the street, halting the pursuers. The trio continued running down the slope. The number of low buildings around them decreased, indicating they were nearing the edge of the slum. Zhanlan explained, "Ahead is a wall known as Wall 13, which separates the main city from the slum. There's only one iron gate at the bottom of this slope." Zhanlan's voice abruptly stopped. Yi Kongqing asked, "What's wrong?" Zhanlan responded, "There's someone ahead." They slowed their pace and, about 10 meters from the end of the slope, they saw the sprawling Wall 13. The wall marked a stark contrast between the world of the poor and the world of the rich. In front of the iron gate stood a tall, muscular man covered in tattoos, exuding a fierce aura. The smiling demon recognized him, Mad Dog Lisar, the prison instructor, right-hand man of Warden McCarthy. Lisar stepped forward with a grin. "Since you know me, that makes it easier. Will you come back with me quietly? Or do I have to beat you up and drag you back?" Nana suddenly stepped forward, locking eyes with Lisar and shouted, "Mind control." For a moment, Lisar felt dizzy, but he quickly bit his tongue to snap out of it, stomping his foot and roaring, "What did you do to me?" As Lisar's foot hit the ground, it cracked. He kicked a large chunk of debris towards Nana. Without hesitation, Yi Kongqing shattered the flying rock with a punch. "Keep an eye on the federal soldiers behind us," Yi Kongqing instructed. Yi Kongqing turned to his companions and said, "Leave this guy to me." As he spoke, he strode forward. Lisar sneered, "It seems you all don't plan on coming with me quietly." Yi Kongqing responded with a cold smirk, "I suggest you get lost while I'm still being polite." The two quickly closed in on each other. Yi Kongqing shouted, "Zhanlan, weaponize." A burst of 5-colored light appeared and rapidly condensed into arm guards, covering his forearms. In the next instant, their fists collided forcefully. Boom! A dull sound echoed as the impact sent shockwaves rippling outward, kicking up clouds of dust. Lisar's heart sank. He could feel that his opponent's strength surpassed his own. Yi Kongqing roared, "Get lost." With a slight bend of his arm, he pushed forward, amplifying the power in his punch. Lisar gritted his teeth, stumbling backward. Yi Kongqing wore a mocking expression. "Your mouth seems to be stronger than your fists. Bastard." Lisar's eyes flashed with a fierce light. "You little brat, you've pissed me off." With that, he bent down slowly, eventually placing his hands on the ground. In the next moment, Lisar began to run on all fours, moving faster than he could on 2 legs. In the blink of an eye, Lisar was right in front of Yi Kongqing. His fingers curved into claws, swiping at him viciously. Clang! Yi Kongqing raised his right arm, and Lisar's attack landed on the arm guard with a crisp sound. Immediately after, Yi Kongqing felt a sharp pain in his ankle. Lisar had bitten into his right ankle. "Damn it!" Yi Kongqing cursed. "Are you a dog?" He lifted his left foot and stomped down hard on Lisar's head. But Lisar was quick. As soon as Yi Kongqing raised his foot, he dodged to the side. From the back, the smiling demon warned, "Be careful. His Gene Gate's second stage ability is likely beast mimicry. This means he can replicate the attack and defense mechanisms of various animals, and usually more than one. The stronger the ability, the more animals he can mimic. In this mode, his body will also change. For instance, his nails will become claw-like if he's mimicking a lion or tiger, his saliva will be venomous if he's mimicking a poisonous snake, and his strength will multiply if he's mimicking an elephant." Yi Kongqing's face darkened slightly as he glanced at his bitten right foot. The wound was bleeding lightly, and there was a faint numbness, suggesting he had been poisoned, though not severely. Taking a deep breath, Yi Kongqing provocatively beckoned Lisar with his finger. Lisar's expression turned cold as he immediately leapt forward again, baring his teeth and claws as he lunged at Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing let out a cold laugh, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. "Is it my turn now?" Before he could finish his sentence, he stomped the ground forcefully, causing a tremor. In an instant, flames erupted from the ground, coiling around his body like a fiery dragon, sending waves of heat in all directions. Lisar was startled and instinctively leaped into the air like a great bird, narrowly avoiding the sudden burst of flames. Yi Kongqing sneered disdainfully, "As far as I know, beasts are usually afraid of fire." With that, he reached into the flames and pulled out a whip of fire, lashing it towards the airborne Lisar. The fire whip struck Lisar precisely, sending him crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Kongqing sprang forward, his fist wrapped in a powerful gust of wind, aiming at Lisar on the ground. Lisar barely managed to roll away, and Yi Kongqing's fist smashed into the ground, scattering debris. Gritting his teeth, Lisar activated his beast mimicry ability again, transforming into a venomous snake. He coiled his body and shot forward like an arrow, fangs bared, aiming for Yi Kongcheng. Barrier field, Yi Kongcheng shouted, and an invisible shield instantly formed in front of him. Li Sar collided with the barrier, as if hitting a solid wall. Taking advantage of the moment, Yi Kongcheng reached forward and grabbed Li Sar by the neck, slamming him to the ground. Hey, the warden's right-hand man? Yi Kongcheng mocked with a sneer. I took down your warden, so what chance do you have? Li Sar retorted with a cold laugh. You think you can take down the warden? In your dreams. His nails suddenly elongated, glowing ominously, and he thrust them towards Yi Kongcheng's chest. Flame burst. Yi Kongcheng shouted, and a massive fireball erupted from his palm, exploding just as Li Sar's nails were about to pierce his chest. When the smoke cleared, Li Sar lay charred and motionless, his fate uncertain. Yi Kongcheng stood up and looked around, seeing that Smiling Demon and Nana had already dealt with the pursuing Federation soldiers. He signaled for them to follow and led the way out of the slums. Crossing Wall 13, the scene changed abruptly from the dilapidated slums to a bustling metropolis. Standing next to Yi Kongcheng, Nana asked, "What now?" Yi Kongcheng pondered for a moment and analyzed. The so-called security system is just a matter of attrition. Their strategy is simple: trap people on this planet, in this city, and eventually, they'll be found. So, there's only one key point. The spaceport, Smiling Demon interjected. Yi Kongcheng nodded in agreement. So, hiding won't solve the problem. We need to focus on the spaceport. Zhanlan confidently said, if the spaceport's defense system is networked, it's not a problem for me. We don't need to worry about those Exterminator Energy 2 heavy cannons. Yi Kongcheng raised a concern. But what if they're manually operated? The Exterminator Energy 2 heavy cannons can be manually fired. Zhanlan was silent for a moment before responding. It's not entirely without solutions. If we can access the spaceport server, then there's no need to connect to the network. I can hack in and destroy those Eradicator Energy 2 cannons. Nana reminded, just getting into the spaceport under guard won't be an easy task. The Smiling Demon confidently replied, that's not a problem. I can disguise myself. Yi Kongcheng looked at the Smiling Demon with a peculiar expression. Disguise? You walk around all day with that conspicuous demon mask, and you're telling me about disguises? Are you suggesting we should wear masks too? The Smiling Demon, seemingly reading Yi Kongcheng's mind, explained. Wearing a mask doesn't mean I don't know how to disguise myself. Yi Kongcheng asked, puzzled. If you already wear a mask, why did you learn disguise techniques? The Smiling Demon sighed and briefly answered. I learned it before I had the mask. Yi Kongcheng nodded thoughtfully and didn't press further. He then said, in that case, we might as well give it a try. The Smiling Demon explained. I'll need some time to prepare. Disguises require props. Yi Kongcheng inquired. How long will it take? The Smiling Demon replied. It depends. Some things can be bought directly from a store, while others might need a bit more effort. Yi Kongcheng had Jilan open the map and pointed to a parking lot on the side of the spaceport. Let's meet here in 2 hours. Can you manage that? The Smiling Demon nodded in agreement. If all goes well, that should be enough time. Yi Kongcheng made a decision. All right, let's do it. The Smiling Demon pointed to the other side of the street and quickly walked away. Yi Kongcheng waved to Nana and prepared to head towards the spaceport. Suddenly, Jilan spoke up. Wait a minute. Even if we go to the spaceport, we still have to wait for the Smiling Demon. So why don't we do something in the meantime? Yi Kongcheng asked curiously. What do you have in mind? Jilan pointed in a direction. Across the street, at a 45-degree angle. Yi Kongcheng followed Jilan's gaze and exclaimed in surprise, the Alchemist Guild? Jilan explained. I've told you before. To prepare for the 3rd stage of the Gene Gate, you need gene potions to break through? Yi Kongcheng asked, confused. But I'm not an alchemist. Can I even enter the Alchemist Guild? Nana helped clarify. The Alchemist Guild isn't exclusive to alchemists. Regular people can enter and even buy ingredients or rent alchemy rooms. The difference is that alchemists don't have to pay, while regular people do. Jilan added, of course, alchemists are obligated to serve the guild, whereas regular people have no such restrictions. Yi Kongcheng rolled his eyes. The point is, normal people have to pay. Do you think I have money to buy herbs and rent an alchemy room right now? Lon sneered. You're a space pirate, always worrying about paying for things. Get a grip on who you are. You're a fugitive on the run. A few more offenses won't make a difference. Just don't pay. What's the worst that could happen? Yi Kongcheng smacked his lips and had to admit, that made a lot of sense. Yi Kongcheng nodded in agreement and stepped into the Alchemist Guild. Inside the Grand Hall, a young receptionist warmly greeted him. Without hesitation, Yi Kongcheng requested the use of the highest-grade alchemy room and the necessary ingredients. The receptionist efficiently prepared everything and soon presented a pile of materials before Yi Kongcheng. The ingredients required for the gene potion were not uncommon, except for the exceptionally rare catalyst. Yi Kongcheng had anticipated this and produced the fong of a rock-skin serpent from his pocket. Carrying the materials, Kongcheng walked through the modest guild hall and headed straight for the alchemy rooms in the back. On Iron Prison Star, as a prison planet, the scale of the Alchemist Guild was limited. Beyond the hall were only basic alchemy rooms. The Crade and Grade rooms were occupied, but the expensive A-grade rooms were almost vacant. Kongcheng casually selected an A-grade room and entered, placing the materials on the table. He told Nana to rest while he began the alchemy process according to Zhanlan's instructions. Nana, exhausted, curled up in the corner, watching Kongcheng's busy figure. Kongcheng meticulously followed each step, precisely weighing the Xinqian herb and mayflower, grinding them into powder, adding condensed elixir for compression, boiling gold flower, 9-string grass, and blue lotus, controlling the distillation time accurately, sequentially adding various lotus products, and finally, introducing the rockskin serpent fong to activate the potion's properties. In the corner of the room, a surveillance camera blinked red, capturing every detail. The guild master, Daisile, was observing through the monitor. Initially, he was disappointed by Kongcheng's youthful appearance, assuming he was just an inexperienced rich kid. However, when 5 pristine, crystal-clear potions flowed from the glass tubes, Daisile's eyes widened. What shocked him even more was that the appraisal results showed all of them were of the highest quality. Daisile immediately rushed out of the monitoring room, determined to meet this mysterious young alchemist in person. By this time, Kongcheng had finished his work and was preparing to leave. He hesitated about whether to pay, but ultimately, with Zhanlan's encouragement, he decided to slip away quietly. Just as he was about to make a clean getaway, a frantic voice suddenly called out from behind, "Hey, wait, wait." Kongcheng turned around and saw an old man with white hair sprinting towards him. The sudden sight sent a shiver down his spine, and his mind raced with different reasons why he might be caught. He shouted, "Run, dine and dash." No, it's something about unpaid services. No, it's that the secret of the potion got out. In a panic, Kongcheng bolted towards the door. Behind him, the receptionist shouted anxiously, "Hey, you haven't paid. Come back. Security, stop him." 2 burly security guards suddenly appeared at the guild's entrance and blocked Kongcheng's path. As one of the top 5 guilds in the galaxy, the Alchemist Guild prided itself on its decorum. The guards didn't immediately resort to force, intending to handle the situation diplomatically first. At that moment, Daisile saw what was happening and became anxious. He thought, "I've finally found an alchemy prodigy. If he gets beaten up, how will he join the Alchemist Guild?" He quickly waved at the 2 guards, signaling them to step aside. The guards were startled to see the guild master himself intervene. They thought, what did this kid take without paying? They decided they couldn't be lenient and reached out to grab Kongcheng by the shoulders, intending to restrain him. Just then, Nana emerged from behind Kongcheng and used her special ability, mind control. However, to her surprise, the guards showed no reaction, not even a moment of confusion. One of the guards chuckled, "Little girl, don't bother with your petty tricks. They won't work on us. Just hand over the money or the goods." Kongcheng silently praised, as expected of one of the top 5 guilds in the galaxy. Then he shouted, "I won't pay. What can you do about it?" Silently, he added, "Not that I have any money anyway." Before his words even finished, Kongcheng threw a punch, directly confronting the 2 guards. To his dismay, the guards effortlessly blocked his punch without showing any sign of strain, indicating their mastery over their strength. Kongcheng marveled again at the guild's depth. Even in a remote outpost on a prison planet, they had such capable guards. But he didn't give up. He shouted, "Azure, weaponize." White light wrapped around his hands as Kongcheng punched again. This time, the guards were visibly surprised by the sudden surge in his strength. Before they could react, they were sent flying and tumbled down the steps outside. "Go!" Kongcheng yelled to Nana and dashed out of the Alchemist Guild. Daisile reached the door, trying to call out to Kongcheng, but he was too out of breath to say a word. 2 security guards quickly supported Daisile and urged, "President, take a breather. Please, take a breather." Daisile finally caught his breath and angrily said, "Idiot! Why should I take a break? Go and find that person for me immediately." Seeing the 2 guards exchanging confused looks, he urged again, "What are you standing around for? Go now, and be gentle." The 2 security guards were even more baffled, not understanding what "be gentle" meant. At this moment, Kongcheng had already run far away. Looking back and noticing no one was chasing him, he couldn't help but say, "The Alchemist Guild is quite generous, aren't they? They're not even chasing me?" Nana responded, exasperated. "I guess they never imagined anyone would dare to skip out on a debt. They probably don't know what to do. It's one of the 5 major guilds in the galaxy. When has anyone ever dared to default on them?" Kongcheng laughed. "Well, that's good news for us. I'll remember this favor, and if I get the chance, I'll repay it." Nana rolled her eyes. "So it doesn't count as stealing high-grade potions?" Kongcheng was at a loss for words, and Zhanlan timely reminded, "Let's get going." It's almost time. If everything goes well, the smiling demon should be near the spaceport by now. Kongcheng nodded, not dwelling on the minor incident with the Alchemist Guild. He flagged down an autonomous maglev taxi and headed to the agreed location. Just as he was about to check the time, he saw the smiling demon peeking out from a corner of the parking lot, waving at them. Over here, the smiling demon whispered, I've scouted the area. There's no one around. He led them into a small room used for cleaning supplies on the side of the parking lot. The smiling demon opened a case filled with makeup, wigs, and fake beards. As he helped Kongcheng with his disguise, he said, while waiting for you, I did some recon at the spaceport. Something feels off. Kongcheng asked, puzzled. What do you mean? The smiling demon explained, as you analyzed before, hiding or running is pointless with the security system in place. The Federation will find us. The key is to get a spaceship and leave, right? Kongcheng replied, isn't that correct? Exactly, because it's correct. Something feels off, the smiling demon continued. The Federation must have realized this too, but when I checked, the spaceport's defenses and security were just like any other day, no heightened alert. Kongcheng frowned. The spaceport is operating normally? The smiling demon nodded. Kongcheng furrowed his brow in thought, feeling a tinge of unease. The current predicament seemed straightforward, but was laced with hidden complexities. Iron Prison Star, being a prison planet, meant prolonged stay would inevitably lead to discovery. Escape was the only option, and a spaceship was key to their departure. On other planets, there were various ways to acquire a spaceship, but in this prison, the spaceport was their only hope. The Federation was supposed to have tight control over spaceships, yet the current laxity was suspicious. Kongcheng couldn't help but ponder. Shouldn't security be heightened? The smiling demon analyzed calmly, there are only two possible answers. Either someone is monitoring us secretly, or this is a trap. Kongcheng chuckled. What's the difference between the two? The smiling demon paused, then agreed. You're right. Regardless of the motive, the result is the same. I don't believe the spaceport would be unguarded during normal operations. Before he finished speaking, the smiling demon took a mirror from the box. Take a look, the effect should be good. Kongcheng gazed at his reflection, raising an eyebrow. The man in the mirror seemed to have aged 20 years overnight, now appearing as a man in his mid-30s. His skin was no longer smooth, showing signs of wear and tear, with faint lines around his mouth and sharply defined features. Although the overall contours of his face hadn't changed much, Kongcheng was confident that even with a photo comparison, no one would recognize him as the same person. Impressive. Kongcheng gave a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. The smiling demon smiled smugly and turned to Nana. Your turn. He did the opposite for Nana, making her face rounder and more youthful, instantly reducing her apparent age by 10 years. After this transformation, Kongcheng and Nana standing together looked like a father-daughter duo. The smiling demon's meticulousness was evident. Posing as a father and daughter would significantly reduce attention, given that they were being hunted as prisoners. You two go ahead. The smiling demon waved his hand. I need to find another way. After all, he touched his mask, slightly embarrassed. This thing can't be disguised. It's too conspicuous. Kongcheng nodded and reminded. Find a way to get a communicator, so we can stay in touch. The smiling demon grinned and took a communicator from the box. Already prepared, Kongcheng called Nana over. Despite her reluctance after all, she was about the same age as Kongcheng and couldn't help being petite. She knew this was not the time to complain and obediently took his hand. The two left the underground garage, heading straight for the spaceport. The Federation wasn't entirely inactive. The electronic bulletin boards inside the port were plastered with wanted posters. Although images of ordinary prisoners were absent, those of high-profile criminals like Kongcheng and the smiling demon were prominently displayed. However, Kongcheng had already changed his appearance, and more importantly, the Federation had no idea about Nana's existence. Kongcheng led Nana into the spaceport, carefully observing their surroundings. In front of them was a spacious hall, with a service desk split into two sections, the left side for interstellar cruise tickets and the right for handling incoming spaceship dockings. Each side extended into a waiting area. Nana whispered, both sides lead to the docking area, but you'll need ID verification to get in. We can't pass right now. If you want to force your way through, watch out above. Kongcheng looked up and saw several silver and black devices installed on the ceiling. Nana explained, those are gravity field devices. Once triggered, they create an area with increased gravity, anywhere from 15 to 35 times normal, enough to completely subdue the target. Looks like we'll have to use Zhonglon's method to disable the defense system first, Kongcheng said, scanning the surroundings. The question is, where's the system server? Nana shook her head. Hard to say, but it's probably in a restricted area for non-staff. Kongcheng searched carefully but couldn't find such an area. Zhonglon suddenly suggested, what if it's not inside the spaceport? It might be located nearby. Kongcheng chuckled wryly. That would make the search area way too large. At that moment, The bracelet formed by Zhanlan started to flash red. Zhanlan warned, "It's a signal from the smiling demon." Yi Kongqing put on his earpiece. "You're already in?" "Yes," the smiling demon replied, "and I've made some interesting discoveries." "Oh." At 7 o'clock, that bald guy is Thunder Pusher Zhao Wuji, and the woman beside him is Bloodbite Celine. Both are high-profile convicts. Besides them, there are about a dozen other prisoners wandering around the port. Yi Kongqing laughed. "Interesting. They have the same objective as us?" The smiling demon joked. "Are they planning to take a cruise vacation?" It was clearly a joke, and Yi Kongqing got the hint. But he was more curious about the smiling demons hiding spottable to observe others without being noticed. "Don't bother looking," the smiling demon said smugly. "A killer's best skill isn't killing, it's hiding. You won't find me. Better think about how to use the current situation." Yi Kongqing signaled Nana and sat down to the side. "How about we let them be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind?" "That's what I was thinking," the smiling demon agreed. "But we don't know how they plan to act yet. Let's keep an eye on them." "All right, stay in touch." After the communication ended, Yi Kongqing thoughtfully watched the individuals pointed out by the smiling demon. How do these guys plan to breach the spaceport's defense system? Maybe he could give them a little push. Just then, Zhanlan spoke up. "They're planning to disable the spaceport's defense system too, but they're bound to fail." Yi Kongqing curiously asked, "How do you know that?" Zhanlan projected a small, palm-sized screen. The image showed Zhao Wuji taking a white card out of his pocket, with a bug-shaped skull drawn on it. Yi Kongqing zoomed in on Zhao Wuji's hand, and realized it was a storage card. Nana exclaimed, "A virus program?" She pointed to the bug-shaped skull and explained, "This is a specialized card for storing high-risk virus programs. It means the virus inside is extremely dangerous." Zhanlan added, "Destroying a virus of this caliber would be a waste, but its risk is too high, so strict control is necessary. That's why they use a special storage card." Yi Kongqing pondered. "It seems they're planning to use the virus to sabotage the spaceport servers." Zhanlan said, "I hacked in and found that 12 hours ago, the Federation's program storage vault was robbed, but the news was suppressed. The stolen item was the Fire Beetle 11 virus. However, 5 hours later, the servers for the spaceport, the council, and the police headquarters were upgraded with new firewall patches." Yi Kongqing paused for a moment, understanding that both sides had already engaged in a covert battle. Although the Federation had responded, the prisoners, lacking Zhanlan's hacking capabilities, might be unaware. He decided to help them since sabotaging the servers was their goal. Yi Kongqing patiently waited until the announcement for Flight 2117's arrival. He noticed Zhao Wuji standing up, followed by about 10 others. After exchanging a few words with Celine, Zhao Wuji and the others split up. Yi Kongqing chose to follow Zhao Wuji, who was carrying the virus program. Meanwhile, several squads of Federation soldiers swiftly entered the spaceport, heading towards the docking area. Zhanlan explained, "Explosive materials were discovered on the newly arrived space cruiser." Despite his curiosity, Yi Kongqing decided to stay focused on his current mission. Zhao Wuji, familiar with the layout, entered a concealed passage, moving through an area marked Server Room Restricted Area and headed straight to the end. He mysteriously passed through what appeared to be a solid wall. Nana whispered, "It's a virtual projection device. The wall is fake." Zhao Wuji quickly emerged and headed towards the boundary between the spaceport and the docking area. Yi Kongqing followed, finding a hidden iron door. With Zhanlan's assistance, they swiftly cracked the code lock and quietly entered the concealed room. "These are the servers?" Yi Kongqing and Nana stepped into the room, greeted by rows of black metal racks, each holding nearly 100 interconnected black metal boxes. Nana nodded affirmatively. "Yes, these are the servers for the defense system." Azure extended a connection cable and instructed, "Just plug it into any socket." Yi Kongqing followed the instructions, and Azure's surface immediately began to shimmer with multicolored lights, indicating it was operational. Nana quickly moved to the side and began to proficiently operate the servers. She pulled out several silver cards from the metal boxes, piquing Yi Kongqing's curiosity. "What are those?" he asked. "Memory cards for the servers," Nana explained. "They're specialized for large servers and very expensive. If you're out of money, you can sell them. Each one fetches about 5,000, and each server has 3 cards, so that's 15,000 per server." Yi Kongqing's eyes lit up, and he eagerly joined the task of dismantling the memory cards. As one of the poorest space pirates, he couldn't pass up any opportunity to make money. Within 3 minutes, Yi Kongqing had helped Nana dismantle dozens of memory cards, stuffing his pockets to the brim. At that moment, Azure spoke. "Those viruses didn't work. They were blocked by the server's firewall. What now? Are we in control?" Yi Kongqing asked. Azure replied smugly, "Of course. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to dismantle the memory cards so easily. The alarms would have gone off long ago." Yi Kongqing pondered for a moment and said, "Although I don't know what Zhao Wuji plans to do after sabotaging the servers, It's clear he intends to force his way into the docking area and seize the spaceship. So, let's give him a chance. Cut off the power to the entire spaceport in 3 minutes. No problem, Azure responded. Kongcheng secured the memory cards, unplugged Azure's connection cable, and left the room. Once they returned to the spaceport's main hall, they quietly approached the security checkpoint, keeping a close eye on the time. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Kongcheng silently counted down in his mind. As the countdown reached 0, the entire spaceport plunged into darkness, with only faint light near the entrance. The rest of the area was immediately shrouded in darkness. The people inside the spaceport were initially stunned, then began whispering and discussing the situation. Is it time to move? Kongcheng muttered to himself, thinking that he had created such a great opportunity. Zhao Wuji's group wouldn't remain idle. Sure enough, at that moment, 2 screams pierced the darkness. In the dim light, the silhouettes of 2 security guards at the checkpoint could be seen having their throats slashed, blood spraying everywhere. Brothers, follow me. Zhao Wuji's shout echoed. He leaped over the checkpoint barrier and charged towards the inner port of the spaceport. Other prisoners followed, howling as they launched their attack. With the defense system compromised, the gravity field was not activated, and other defense mechanisms like hidden machine guns and mechanical traps were unresponsive. Now, it was up to the spaceport security guards to stop them, but could a group of ordinary guards really hold back these desperate criminals? Let's go. It's time for us to leave too, Kongcheng said. Kongcheng spoke. Nana nodded and followed closely behind him. As they approached the security checkpoint, Kongcheng effortlessly vaulted over the ticket scanner with one hand. He put on his headset and connected to Smiling Demon's communicator. Time to move. Got it. I'm at security gate 12 on the side, Smiling Demon responded. Kongcheng turned to Nana and asked, which area is our spaceship in? Docking area 7, spot 27, Nana replied. Kongcheng relayed the information to Smiling Demon. Did you hear that? Yes, understood, Smiling Demon confirmed. Kongcheng ended the call and suddenly swung a powerful punch to the side, knocking down an approaching guard. He pressed forward, his punches landing like raindrops, swiftly taking down the guards who rushed at him. Within half a minute, the ground around Kongcheng was littered with unconscious guards. Of course, there weren't many guards left. Most had been drawn away by Zhao Wuji's group, leaving only a few late arrivals. After passing through the security checkpoint, they reached the entrance to several suspended bridges leading to the docking area. Kongcheng suddenly wrapped his arm around Nana's waist. What are you doing? Nana exclaimed in surprise. Kongcheng grinned. I found a shortcut. With that, he punched through the glass window on the side of the suspended bridge and leapt out. As Nana screamed, they both plummeted downward. Just before they hit the ground, Kongcheng punched downward, releasing a surge of flames that helped cushion their fall. They landed safely. Let's go. Kongcheng set Nana down and moved quickly ahead. He silently thanked his luck. The side of the suspended bridge they had jumped from was right next to docking area 7. 27, 27, 27. Kongcheng and Nana ran swiftly until they suddenly stopped. Found it, Kongcheng said with relief. Seeing their spaceship again, both of them exhaled in relief. As long as they could pilot the spaceship off this planet, they would be safe. However, to be cautious, Kongcheng asked, are you sure we won't get hit by any artillery once we launch? Don't worry, Zhanlan said confidently. We didn't encounter any defense systems on the way here. I'm absolutely confident. Kongcheng nodded. Now we just need to wait for Smiling Demon. He doesn't seem to be here yet. Hey, are you looking for him? A cold laugh echoed from the top of the spaceship. A figure was then thrown down, landing heavily in front of Kongcheng and Nana. Smiling Demon? Kongcheng exclaimed in shock. The figure was indeed Smiling Demon. He looked quite battered. His clothes were torn, revealing several wounds, and blood was seeping from beneath his mask. It was clear he had been severely injured. Nana hurried over to the Smiling Demon, carefully helping him up. She gently wiped away the blood seeping from under his mask and tried to remove the mysterious mask, but found it impossible to take off. Don't worry, the Smiling Demon gasped. I'm fine. Although I'm injured, it's not life-threatening. At that moment, another figure landed steadily on the cosmic ship. Kongcheng squinted and was taken aback. McCarthy. It was indeed Warden McCarthy. Kongcheng asked in a grave tone. You're not dead? McCarthy sneered. You only took down one of my avatars. Seems like you're quite pleased with yourself. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a flame instantly ignited in his hand, a divine fire, the symbol of the 3rd stage of the Gene Gate. Kongcheng's face turned pale, his wariness evident. McCarthy possessing divine fire meant he had entered the 3rd stage of the Gene Gate. What was even more concerning was that this was no ordinary divine fire. Divine fire has 6 levels: human flame, earth flame, heaven's mandate flame, ultimate true flame, demonic energy flame, and divine flame. When entering the third stage, one acquires the human flame. As one advances, the divine fire's power increases, adding a layer with each level up. The flame in McCarthy's hand had 2 layers, indicating it was Earth flame. You want to leave this planet, you must come to the spaceport to get the cosmic ship, McCarthy sneered. So, I've been waiting here for a long time. Before he finished speaking, he had already flashed in front of Yi Kongcheng. Zhanlan, weaponize. Yi Kongcheng immediately commanded. McCarthy's fist crashed towards Yi Kongcheng, but it was blocked by Zhanlan weaponized into an arm guard. Yi Kongcheng vanished instantly, reappearing behind McCarthy, but McCarthy also flickered, disappearing as if he were invisible. The two of them, just like their last battle in the prison, kept flashing, entangling each other, fighting at astonishing speeds. Despite McCarthy having broken through to the third stage and being superior in all aspects, Yi Kongcheng managed to hold his ground with the 2.5 times power boost from Zhanlan's weaponization. Suddenly, flames erupted from Yi Kongcheng, surging in all directions, attempting to restrict McCarthy's movements. McCarthy sneered. The same trick. Do you think it will work on me? The raging flames collided in front of him, spreading out as if hitting an invisible wall. A force field. Yi Kongcheng raised an eyebrow. No, it's his special ability, Zhanlan explained. His special ability from the second stage of the gene gate must be air solidification. Air solidification? Yi Kongcheng muttered. He knew it was a rather rare supernatural ability that could instantly solidify air, forming what seemed like invisible metal blocks. The size, hardness, heat resistance, cold resistance, and duration of the solidified air depended on the user's strength. You can defend the front, but can you defend above? Yi Kongcheng smirked, planting his feet firmly, his right fist clenched, surrounded by a burning flame. Starfall, he murmured, launching a punch towards the sky. Flames coiled around the fist shot into the sky, rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, they grew to the height of a person and the width of 3 people, trailing black smoke as they plummeted like a falling meteor toward McCarthy. McCarthy chuckled. It seems you've forgotten. I mentioned earlier that my divine fire ability includes creating clones. He spread his hand, and a layer of divine fire peeled away, hitting the ground and swelling dramatically. It twisted and molded like clay, transforming into a second McCarthy, identical in appearance, height, and attire. Solidify air. The second McCarthy lifted his hand forcefully towards the sky. The fireball seemed to hit an invisible barrier midair, exploding into waves of rolling flames. Yi Kongcheng's face grew serious. He hadn't anticipated McCarthy having such a trick up his sleeve. McCarthy continued, you should know. My divine fire has already evolved once into earth flame, right? So what kind of evolution does the divine fire ability undergo after its first upgrade? At that moment, a small flame suddenly sprang up from the ground behind Yi Kongcheng. Watch your back. Lan's urgent voice rang out. Yi Kongcheng turned immediately, only to see a third McCarthy appearing behind him. He tried to leap backward to dodge, but it was too late. With a sound like tearing cloth, Yi Kongcheng felt a cold sensation in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw that a dagger had sunk 2/3 of the way into his belly, with blood steadily seeping from the wound. Despicable! Yi Kongcheng roared angrily, throwing a punch that sent surging flames forward. However, McCarthy seemed to anticipate this, retreating in advance and easily dodging the attack. Hehehe, this is the power of the upgraded Earth Flame. All 3 McCarthys laughed in unison, their voices perfectly synchronized. With each level the divine fire advances, I can create an additional clone. Yi Kongcheng clutched his abdomen, staggering back a few steps. Seeing this, Nana hurried forward to support him. McCarthy sneered, disdainfully eyeing Yi Kongcheng and the smiling demon. You two, one is already crippled, and the other is half crippled. What can you possibly use to fight me? Just stay put obediently and let me give you a quick end, sending you straight to hell. McCarthy closed in step by step, maintaining a facade of calm. Yi Kongcheng knew full well, it was a psychological tactic. The more McCarthy delayed his attack, the greater the invisible pressure he exerted. Yet, this also gave Yi Kongcheng a chance to catch his breath. The excessive blood loss left Yi Kongcheng pale. He glanced at the blood-stained Zhanlan and asked quietly, if I drink the genetic serum now, what will happen? Can I break through the third stage of the genetic gate? Don't drink it. Zhanlan replied urgently. You need to reach the late second stage, with your body at peak strength. Only then can you restructure your genes, unleash your potential, and ignite the divine fire. Yi Kongcheng persisted. I'm asking what happens if I drink it now? Zhanlan admitted he didn't know, explaining that such a scenario was unprecedented. The worst-case scenario would be genetic collapse leading to an explosive death. Well, the worst outcome is just death, Yi Kongcheng said, taking out the serum and popping the cap. Do you think it can get any worse than this? Before McCarthy could stop him, Yi Kongcheng downed the serum in one gulp. Agonizing pain hit instantly, and Yi Kongcheng screamed, dropping to his knees. His muscles felt like they were being torn apart, veins bulging all over his body. McCarthy approached with a sneer. "So, you took the genetic serum. Desperate measures, akin to suicide," he said, raising his right hand, ready to deliver a fatal blow. In the nick of time, Nana stepped forward, using her mind control abilities. Although it only confused McCarthy briefly, it bought Kongcheng precious time. McCarthy quickly regained clarity and raised his hand again. Just at that critical moment, Kongcheng pushed Nana aside and punched McCarthy. Die. As fist met palm, black smoke erupted. Then, with a loud explosion, McCarthy's body was consumed by flames and shattered into pieces. It was only a clone. Kongcheng shakily stood up and taunted. "Come on, let's fight." The remaining two McCarthys frowned, wondering if Kongcheng had truly broken through to the third stage. They both attacked simultaneously, their movements ghostly. Kongcheng, enduring the pain, moved his body. The dagger at his waist tugged at his wound, causing him to grimace. But he gritted his teeth and swung his fist again. McCarthy smirked internally, convinced Kongcheng was bluffing. "Kid, it's your time to die." Yet, when their fists collided, McCarthy's expression changed. Another explosion occurred, and the second clone turned to ash. The last McCarthy was bewildered. "Pyrokinesis," he muttered, quickly dismissing the thought as the sensation was entirely different. Kongcheng staggered forward. "I just found out myself I seem to be a dual gene mutation wielder." Before he finished speaking, Kongcheng's figure suddenly vanished. "Damn! Extreme speed!" McCarthy exclaimed. Although he also possessed this ability, his reaction was too slow. The opportunity had already slipped away. Kongcheng's second transformation ability exploded into action. In an instant, he appeared in front of McCarthy, his fist rocketing towards McCarthy's nose like a missile. Boom! A deafening sound accompanied Kongcheng's low growl. "It's called an explosion." McCarthy was terrified, screaming at the top of his lungs, "No! You? How could you possibly kill me?" Before he finished speaking, he solidified the air in front of him, hoping to block the deadly blow. However, this feeble defense was like tissue paper in the face of Kongcheng's powers. Boom! The violent explosion reverberated around them, with flames and black smoke swirling and engulfing McCarthy. Moments later, the smoke cleared, leaving behind a charred corpse McCarthy. This time, his body remained intact, not blown to pieces. Kongcheng gasped for breath, his legs suddenly giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Nana rushed forward to support him, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Kongcheng managed a weak response, "Just lost a lot of blood, feeling a bit tired." "I can hold on." Zhanlan scoffed mercilessly. "You don't look like you can hold on." Then he commanded, "Get him to the spaceship quickly. There's a medical treatment pod on board." Nana nodded in agreement, helping Kongcheng towards the spaceship. She glanced back at the smiling demon, who, despite his poor condition, managed a faint smile. "Don't worry, my injuries are lighter than his. I can still walk." Zhanlan took over the spaceship's launch operations, while Nana struggled to get Kongcheng to the medical bay. Meanwhile, red lights illuminated the spaceship's hull, and the four thrusters spewed flames as it slowly ascended. At that critical moment, the ground around the docking area suddenly cracked open, and 12 Annihilator Energy 2 heavy cannons emerged. These cannons were pitch black, with 5-meter-long barrels exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. They quickly adjusted their barrels, aiming at the ascending spaceship. However, Zhanlan was prepared. A strange electrical current flickered across the cannon barrels, instantly covering the entire cannon. "All of you, die!" Zhanlan snarled, "After sleeping for who knows how long. I finally found a new master, and you nearly killed us." As soon as he finished speaking, the 12 cannons suddenly turned their barrels inward, aiming at the spaceport. The operators at the control stations panicked, frantically trying to regain control, but the cannons were completely unresponsive. Boom! Blood-red energy beams roared out, 5 meters in diameter, sweeping across the ground. The ground cracked wherever the beams passed, and the spaceships in the docking area were pierced one after another. Finally, the energy beam struck a massive space cruiser at the end of the dock, causing a thunderous explosion. The gigantic space cruiser slowly tilted and crashed to the ground, triggering a brief earthquake. The surrounding area shook violently, and snake-like fissures spread across the ground. Zhanlan coldly watched the scene on the monitor, muttering, "This is the price you pay." Meanwhile, Kongcheng's spaceship soared into the sky, quickly breaking through the atmosphere and entering the dark expanse of space. Kongcheng slept in the medical pod for 3 days before waking up. He pushed open the hatch and emerged from the medical fluid. Seeing Zhanlan beside him, he smiled and said, "I'm so glad to see you because it means I'm still alive." Nana walked in with a tray and asked, "Would you like something to eat?" Kongcheng nodded. "I'm starving," Zhanlan suggested. "I recommend you do an EP body test on an empty stomach first. then eat. Yi Kongcheng agreed. Nana quickly connected Zhanlan to the medical pod and began the EP body test. The results soon appeared on the photoreceptive screen, displaying various data about Yi Kongcheng's physical condition. Zhanlan analyzed, as expected, you haven't broken through to the third stage of the gene gate. According to the EP body test data, you're currently at the critical point between the mid and late phases of the second stage. Your physical stats are near peak, but not quite there yet. Yi Kongcheng showed a hint of disappointment, but also a sigh of relief. He knew very well that he hadn't gained the divine fire ability. The divine flame is the hallmark of the third stage in the gene gate, but not everyone who reaches this stage can obtain it. Yi Kongcheng knew well that without the divine flame, he would be stuck at the third stage for life, unable to reach higher realms. Reflecting on his experience of forcibly taking the gene serum, he felt a mix of disappointment at not breaking through and relief at avoiding a potential lifelong limitation. Yi Kongcheng then considered his second special ability, explosions. This was an unexpected ability he gained after taking the gene serum. While having multiple special abilities isn't unheard of, they usually appear simultaneously when breaking through the second stage. It was rare for someone like him to first have the pyrokinesis ability and then later develop the explosion ability. What do you think, Lon? Yi Kongcheng asked. The AI, Lon, paused for a moment before responding. This situation is unprecedented. You took the gene serum before reaching the late second stage, which should have been fatal. But not only did you survive, you also gained a new ability. It's possible that the serum caused a genetic mutation during the rearrangement. Blessing in disguise? Yi Kongcheng raised an eyebrow. Perhaps, Lon replied. According to the tests, you're in good health with no side effects. Since everything's fine, you might as well relax. As they spoke, Nana brought over some food. Yi Kongcheng devoured it quickly and casually asked, "Where's the smiling demon?" His injuries were minor, and he's already recovered. He's in the command cabin now, Nana replied. Yi Kongcheng nodded, got dressed, put on lawn, and headed to the command cabin with Nana. Upon entering the command cabin, Yi Kongcheng saw the smiling demon sitting in the main pilot seat. The smiling demon turned to greet him, then said seriously, "There's some important information you need to see." He pulled up 2 new wanted posters. Yi Kongcheng's bounty had skyrocketed from 750,000 to 11 million, and Nana's had increased to 3.5 million. Yi Kongcheng frowned, not caring about the bounty amount but rather displeased with the baseless charges. The smiling demon explained, "This is a common tactic of the Federation. They exaggerate their victories and emphasize the enemy's strength." Yi Kongcheng nodded, no longer bothered by the false accusations. The smiling demon then handed him an invitation, saying, "This is from the Criminal Alliance. You have a chance to compete for this year's Rookie of the Year." Seeing Yi Kongcheng's puzzled expression, Nana explained, "It's a ranking list by the Criminal Alliance, specifically for newly wanted criminals, based on bounty amounts and increases. The top rank each year is awarded the title of Rookie of the Year." Yi Kongcheng nonchalantly said, "I'm not interested in such titles." His tone carried a hint of indifference. The smiling demon, however, was unfazed. A meaningful smile curled at his lips. "I think you should seize this opportunity to join the Criminal Alliance." Yi Kongcheng raised an eyebrow, showing a trace of curiosity. "Oh, why?" The smiling demon spoke slowly, his voice deep and persuasive. "First of all, joining the Criminal Alliance is quite convenient. As a wanted man, you can't have a normal bank account. The black market bank is a necessity, and money laundering services are something you'll inevitably need." Yi Kongcheng nodded thoughtfully, silently agreeing with this point. The smiling demon continued, "Secondly, aren't you looking for your father? Yi Lingkong, once a renowned thief, have you considered that he might be a member of the Criminal Alliance?" Yi Kongcheng's eyes lit up. This possibility was indeed significant and highly probable. His mind began to race. His father was a notorious thief, and stolen items would either be sold to wealthy individuals or end up on the black market. To fence stolen goods, laundering money is essential, which means dealings with black market banks. Although it's possible to fence goods without joining the alliance, being a member would make it much easier for long-term operations. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Kongcheng asked softly, "What are the conditions for joining the Criminal Alliance?" The smiling demon shook his head. "In the short term, you don't qualify. Besides some detailed requirements, there are 3 strict conditions. A bounty exceeding 1 billion, remaining at large for 3 years after the wanted notice is issued, and passing the Alliance's assessment." Nana interjected, "Leaving the assessment aside, you could stage some high-profile crimes to boost your bounty. But as for staying at large for 3 years, that's a condition you can't meet." A sly look flashed in the smiling demon's eyes as he pointed to the invitation. "There is another way. If you become this year's Rookie King, you can directly join the Alliance." Yi Kongcheng stroked his chin, pondering. "Where do I stand now?" The smiling demon replied, "In terms of bounty, you barely made it onto the list. However, your bounty growth rate is currently the highest, so you stand a good chance of becoming the Rookie King." Yi Kongcheng nodded and then asked, By the way, what's in the invitation? You haven't told me. The smiling demon smiled and explained, oh, it's for a crime auction. This is one of the main activities of the Criminal Alliance, usually reserved for the more notorious criminals. Those who haven't reached a certain level can't participate, but the Alliance holds a special auction for rookie fugitives every year. Seeing the confusion on Kongcheng's face, the smiling demon continued, simply put, it's an auction where criminal tasks are publicly bid on. Nana asked curiously, time? You mean how long it takes to complete the task? The smiling devil nodded. Exactly. For instance, the starting bid is 120 days to complete the theft. You can bid 110 days, someone else might bid 100 days, and so on, until no one bids lower. The person who wins the bid must complete the task within the agreed number of days. Kongcheng inquired, what if they fail to complete it in time? The smiling devil shrugged. As I mentioned before, the time auction usually targets some very skilled criminals. These people are exceptional and experienced. They generally won't bid on a time they can't manage. Of course, if they do fail, there would likely be discussions about compensation. Kongcheng suddenly understood. I see. The smiling devil asked, so, are you in? My advice is, if you want to become a member of the Criminal Alliance, don't turn down the invitation. Even if you don't bid, just showing up would be good. Kongcheng smiled, just to show some respect to the Criminal Alliance, right? The smiling devil nodded. Exactly. Otherwise, when you want to join the Alliance later, they might make things difficult for you. Kongcheng decided, all right, I'll join. The smiling devil acknowledged and opened the electronic invitation. Besides the invitation details, there was a form requiring basic personal information. He said, fill in your details. Kongcheng sat at the console, filling out his form while glancing at the smiling devil. Are you joining too? The smiling devil explained with a smile. I owe you a favor for getting me out of prison. Plus, I don't have anywhere else to go for now, so I plan to join your team temporarily. Not welcome. Kongcheng replied calmly. I told you. I just happened to get you out. You don't need to dwell on it. The smiling devil insisted. That's for me to decide. You just need to tell me if I'm welcome or not. Kongcheng shrugged and entered the smiling devil's name on his form. All right. The application is submitted as a team. Nana smiled from the side. Welcome aboard. The smiling devil returned the smile. Thank you. In truth, Kongcheng was very much in favor of the smiling devil joining. Although he didn't have special skills like Nana, if killing could be considered a talent, he was not useless. Kongcheng planned to have the smiling devil join as a combat member. Even though the smiling devil's combat performance on Iron Prison Star wasn't impressive, Kongcheng didn't dwell on it. He valued the smiling devil not for his combat skills, but for his extensive experience. Compared to Kongcheng and Nana, the smiling demon has been navigating this starry expanse for a long time and knows many things they don't. With the smiling demon around, they can handle various situations better, which is why Kongcheng truly values him. For instance, the invitation from the crime syndicate and the speculation that Kongcheng's father might be a member of the syndicate all stem from the smiling demon's experience. After the three of them filled out the application forms, the smiling demon suddenly rested his chin on his hand and said, the Federation's wanted notice labels you as a space pirate, right? Kongcheng nodded. Yeah. Why? The smiling demon suggested, since you're a space pirate, you should come up with a name for your pirate crew. That way, we can use it when we participate in the crime time auction. Kongcheng scratched his head, a wry smile spreading across his face. To be honest, when I left Holy Star Earth, I never imagined I'd end up as a space pirate. But since that's the reality now, I don't mind. I just haven't thought about a name for our pirate crew. The smiling devil chuckled softly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Just come up with something random. Kongcheng pondered for a moment before a sudden idea struck him. How about we call ourselves the unnamed pirate crew? Nana immediately pulled a face, her lips curling in disdain. That sounds awful. The smiling devil, however, nodded in agreement. I actually think it's pretty good. It may not sound intimidating, but it's unique and memorable. After all, what makes a pirate crew fearsome isn't the name, it's the strength. Without further hesitation, Kongcheng filled out the application form with unnamed pirate crew. All right, that's settled. What's next? The smiling devil explained. The invitation has an address for file transmission. We just need to send the application there. The Criminal Alliance will then inform us of the auction time for crime slots. It's usually a video auction, so we can do it right from the spaceship. Kongcheng nodded in understanding. I'll leave that to you. Nana suddenly interjected. So, where are we headed next? Kongcheng thought for a moment before answering. Leo Constellation, Industrial Star. To get a spaceship? Nana probed further. Yes, Kongcheng confirmed with a nod. This ship we took from the blazing pirate crew isn't good enough. We need something better. The smiling devil mused. It sounds like you want to venture into the outer regions. For that, you'll need a specialized spaceship. Industrial Star is a good choice. They have all types of spaceships and the best shipyards in the galaxy. As a mechanic, Nana's eyes sparkled with excitement. I've actually been wanting to visit there. Many top-notch mechanics work there, and some of the renowned master mechanics live on Industrial Star too. The smiling devil suddenly reminded them, but spaceships capable of reaching the outer regions aren't cheap. Do you have enough money? Kongcheng sighed helplessly. Probably not, but we'll figure something out. Zhanlan suddenly spoke up. Don't we have a lot of treasure maps? Kongcheng rolled his eyes, his tone tinged with exasperation. And let all that energy be devoured by you? Zhanlan hesitated before conceding. All right, this time I'll leave a tiny bit behind, just enough for you to sell and buy a spaceship. Kongcheng shook his head. That's assuming we can even find the locations. Those treasure maps aren't exactly easy to decipher. The smiling demon curiously asked, what are you guys talking about? Kongcheng didn't hold back and detailed the treasure and the fiery sea pirate crew situation. He also handed the stack of treasure maps to the smiling demon. After looking through the maps, the smiling demon was at a loss for words. These maps all point to different regions on various planets. We can't possibly explore every planet under the stars to match them up. I suspect the Iron Gold Rat pirate crew has a list of these planets. Kongcheng shrugged. The problem is we don't. The smiling demon shook his head, clearly not optimistic about the treasure maps. Finding all those energy extraction devices would be incredibly difficult. Of course, giving up on these maps was also not an option. Even if they didn't trade the collected compressed energy for a fortune, the compressed energy was the best food for Zhanlan, allowing it to evolve quickly, which would undoubtedly benefit Kongcheng. Suddenly, the smiling demon's attention was caught by one of the maps. This one, he picked up the map with the skull symbol. Is this also a treasure map? This is the skull sector symbol. Kongcheng explained. It was with the other treasure maps. I'm not sure if they're related, but I took it just in case. The smiling demon nodded, a hint of interest in his eyes. This is intriguing. Kongcheng asked, puzzled. Why? The smiling demon responded with a question. Do you know what the skull sector represents? Kongcheng nodded. While he didn't know as much about the galaxy as the seasoned smiling demon, he was aware of common knowledge like the dead sector and the skull sector. The smiling demon continued, in other sectors, this symbol might not mean much, but in the Milky Way, it could be significant. Nana asked curiously, what does it signify? The smiling demon explained, the universe is vast, and the Milky Way is just a relatively small part of it. So, within the Milky Way, there's only one skull sector. Kongcheng's eyes lit up in realization. I see. If it were another sector, we couldn't be sure which skull sector the symbol referred to. But in the Milky Way, it's specific. Exactly. The smiling demon nodded, but then warned, however, I don't recommend going there. Even if it holds treasures, many people know the skull sector is a treasure trove, uninhabited and undeveloped, filled with natural resources. The question is, why does almost no one go there? Kongcheng answered, I know, because it's too dangerous. The smiling demon said seriously, so, unless you're confident and prepared, it's best to stay away for now. Kongcheng reassured him, don't worry, I won't act rashly without certainty and backup. Our current goal is still the Industrial Star. A decent spaceship is what we need the most right now. The smiling demon nodded and didn't say anything further. Next came the long journey through the stars. They were still some distance away from the industrial planet and would need some time to get there. Nana looked at the star chart and estimated, it'll probably take about 10 days. In 30 minutes, we'll reach the SZ-177 space station. We can rest there today. Space stations serve a similar purpose to supply depots. On some routes, there are no habitable planets to dock at. So where do you get supplies? Naturally, you rely on space stations. Food, water, and even maintenance for spaceships can be handled at these stations. Due to the nature of space stations, even wanted criminals can come and go freely. The stations don't conduct checks because imposing restrictions could lead desperate criminals to take extreme actions if they can't get supplies. Of course, most bad guys try to control their criminal urges while at a space station. Instances like the one where Kongcheng encountered space pirates robbing a station are rare exceptions, usually carried out by the poorest pirates who can't even afford supplies. Before long, the space station appeared on the screen. Kongcheng patted Nana on the shoulder and said, send the docking signal. The docking signal was quickly accepted by the space station, and the starship was guided into the outer docking area. Since it was still early for mealtime, Nana suggested they explore the space station. The smiling demon immediately agreed, mentioning that his weapons had been confiscated when he was captured, and that he needed to find suitable replacements. Nana took out a stack of memory cards from her pocket, intending to sell them to raise funds and avoid becoming impoverished pirates. Kongcheng's assets were limited, with most of his father's inheritance spent on living expenses and tuition fees. Nana had once had savings, but they were taken when she was captured by the fire pirates. Although the smiling demon was a high-priced assassin, most of his income went to charity. The three decided to split up. Kongcheng was responsible for purchasing fresh water and food supplies. The smiling demon headed to the trade zone, and Nana went to the mechanical zone. The space station had 7 areas: living zone, combat zone, mechanical zone, trade zone, information zone, employment zone, and training zone. Kongcheng quickly completed the supply purchase in the living zone, and the supplies would be delivered directly to the starship. With some free time, he also wandered to the trade zone. A beautiful sales assistant greeted him with a smile and asked what he needed. Kongcheng listed his requirements: a handgun, a dagger, and a combat knife. The handgun was for Nana's self-defense, the dagger was a temporary choice for the smiling demon, and the combat knife was for Kongcheng's own protection. The sales assistant professionally recommended 3 weapons: a pulse magnet gun, a 3rd-generation blade dagger, and a shark-tooth H2 combat knife. Kongcheng was satisfied with the recommendations and decided to buy them. Just as he was about to leave, Jean Lan reminded him to pay attention to a pile of items covered with a black cloth in the corner. Following Jean Lan's guidance, Kongcheng inquired about the origin of the pile. The sales assistant explained that those were items awaiting disposal. Kongcheng requested to take a look and found a dirty metal umbrella among them. This umbrella was made of 32 alloys and could originally open a 360-degree defensive barrier, but it had lost its energy core and couldn't be repaired. Despite the sales assistant's insistence that it was junk, Kongcheng persisted in buying it. After some haggling, he successfully purchased the seemingly useless metal umbrella for 500 credits. After Kongcheng bought the metal umbrella, he glanced at his watch and hurried to the restaurant in the living quarters to meet with the smiling demon and Nana. He needed to take the elevator to the 6th floor first. Leaning against the cold metal wall of the elevator, Kongcheng fiddled with the metal umbrella in his hand, murmuring to himself, "What's so special about this thing that you made me buy it secretly?" Before he could finish, the elevator suddenly emitted a piercing crunch, and the lights abruptly went out. Kongcheng froze for a moment, quickly pressing the open door button and the emergency contact button, but nothing happened. "You've got to be kidding me," Kongcheng muttered, frowning. "Even if there's a malfunction or power outage, there should be a backup power source." Just then, a loud bang came from the top of the elevator. Jean Lan immediately warned, "Someone's on top of the elevator." Kongcheng rolled his eyes, thinking he could hear the commotion without Jean Lan's reminder. The hatch on the top was suddenly flung open, and a shadowy figure leaped into the elevator like lightning. Without a word, the intruder brandished a glowing blue energy dagger and lunged at Kongcheng. By the faint light of the dagger, Kongcheng managed to dodge just in time. The blade grazed his cheek and plunged into the elevator wall, producing a grating screech. The assailant moved swiftly, pulling out the dagger and striking again. This time, Kongcheng caught the attacker's wrist, and they were locked in a struggle. "Kid, your head's mine," the attacker sneered. "I'll make good use of that money." A bounty hunter. Kongcheng instantly realized who he was dealing with. He gritted his teeth and said, "You want my head? Let's see if you have what it takes." With a sudden knee strike, Kongcheng pushed the attacker away, then grabbed his shoulder. He intended to use his explosive power but quickly realized it was too dangerous in such a confined space. Instead, he delivered a powerful punch to the attacker's face. The bounty hunter staggered back but quickly lunged again. Kongcheng dodged the dagger, grabbed the attacker's wrist, and repeatedly slammed him into the elevator wall. The dagger finally slipped from the attacker's grasp, clattering to the floor. "Do you really think you can take my head for money?" Kongcheng sneered. "You're not quite up to the task." With that, he headbutted the attacker's nose, forcing him into a corner, and followed with a series of knee strikes to his abdomen. The bounty hunter suddenly roared in anger, grabbing Kongcheng and slamming him against the elevator wall. "Die, kid." A knife slipped from his sleeve, aimed straight at Kongcheng's heart. At the last moment, the knife stopped half an inch from Kongcheng's chest. The bounty hunter's face contorted as he reached for his waist, feeling a wet, sticky warmth. The faint scent of blood filled the air. Kongcheng shoved the attacker away, pulling out the military knife lodged in the bounty hunter's waist. "I told you, you're not quite up to the task of taking my head for money." The bounty hunter fell to the ground, still waving his knife in defiance. Kongcheng kicked the knife away and crouched in front of him. "I've always considered myself a decent person. I respect life and don't like killing needlessly," Kongcheng said calmly. "But for those who try to kill me first, that's a different story." He suddenly grabbed the other person's chin and, with a swift slash of his dagger, the bounty hunter convulsed a few times before going still. Kongcheng conjured a small flame for illumination and found the bounty hunter's badge on the man's chest. He casually tossed it in a conspicuous spot, confident that the people at the space station would understand what had happened and quietly dispose of the body. After all, clashes between bounty hunters and fugitives were nothing out of the ordinary. After cleaning up the scene, Kongcheng quickly left the elevator, tidied himself up in the restroom, and then nonchalantly took another elevator to the restaurant. Nana and the smiling demon were already waiting by the window. As soon as Kongcheng approached, the smiling demon frowned and said, "You've been in a fight. I can smell the blood on you." Kongcheng lifted his arm and took a sniff. "I've already taken care of it. Can you still smell it?" he asked, puzzled. The smiling demon narrowed his eyes and a strange smile played at the corners of his mouth. "I'm particularly sensitive to blood. After all, you know what my line of work is." Kongcheng shrugged casually. "Relax, it's not my blood." Nana leaned in curiously. "Who did it?" Kongcheng responded nonchalantly. "A bounty hunter. Nothing major." The smiling demon nodded seriously. "You need to stay vigilant. Given the current situation, you're quite a prize for bounty hunters. If they get the chance, they'll keep coming after you." Kongcheng fell silent, deep in thought. He understood the weight of those words. With a bounty of 11 million on his head, it wasn't astronomical, but it was enough to tempt many. As a newly wanted criminal, he was seen as a relatively weak, still developing target by bounty hunters. More importantly, the Federation had labeled him a space pirate. As time went on, would Kongcheng form a pirate crew? With more people, he wouldn't be so easily hunted. Weighing the pros and cons, Kongcheng appeared to be an appealing target. Not too strong, but with a decent bounty. But he said nonchalantly, "When they find out that many who came for my head never returned, they'll think twice about whether it's worth the risk." The smiling demon chuckled, admiring Kongcheng's confidence. In this perilous expanse of space, confidence often went hand in hand with courage, and those with courage had a better chance of surviving. Kongcheng shifted the conversation. "How about your haul?" Nana replied. Because the origin was unclear, the price was lowered a bit, but it was still decent. "Those memory cards brought us 220,000, so we won't have to worry about supplies for a while." The smiling demon shrugged. "Didn't find suitable weapons?" Kongcheng pulled a dagger from his pocket and tossed it to the smiling demon. "Make do with this for now. It's better than being unarmed." The smiling demon caught the dagger and smiled. "Seems like you bought quite a few things." Kongcheng handed a pulse magnetic gun to Nana. "Nothing much, just some small weapons." "Oh, and a peculiar umbrella." He placed a metallic umbrella on the table. "Azure." Kongcheng addressed his AI assistant. "Can you tell me now? What's so special about this umbrella? Why did you insist I buy it?" Azure's voice came through. "This umbrella is called the Night Return Magic Energy Umbrella. Touch the handle. There's a symbol of the word night." Before Azure finished speaking, Nana suddenly stood up excitedly. "This is crafted by Master Magic Knight." She began to enthusiastically explain. A mechanical master represents the pinnacle of the mechanic profession, but even among mechanical masters, there are varying levels of skill, determined by star ratings. A 1-star mechanical master is the lowest rank, while a 5-star mechanical master represents the pinnacle of achievement in this profession. Nana's excitement was understandable. If it were just an ordinary mechanical master, she might not have been so thrilled. Given her abilities, earning the title of a senior mechanic through the guild's assessment was practically guaranteed. Becoming a mechanical master in the future wasn't out of reach for her either. However, Master Moy was no ordinary mechanical master. He was a 5-star mechanical master, representing the highest level of expertise in the entire galaxy. In fact, there were only 12 5-star mechanical masters recognized by the Mechanics Guild. Kongcheng was puzzled. But the problem is, no matter how great a master's work is, if it's broken, it's broken. What's the point? For collection? Azure explained. "It's true that it's broken, but not entirely. Follow my instructions and take the umbrella apart. There's a chip inside." Kongcheng picked up the metal umbrella and examined it closely. Seeing this, Nana rolled her eyes. "Let me do it." She took the metal umbrella and quickly disassembled it into a pile of parts, then extracted a small, dark blue chip no larger than a fingernail. "This is called a monal chip," Nana explained. "It originates from the ancient demon realm and is a very rare high-end energy conversion chip." Azure continued. "Exactly. The monal chip, when paired with specific circuits, can absorb and convert various sources into the energy it needs. The reason the umbrella is unusable is that the circuit was damaged, but I can simulate the circuit." With that, Azure extended a liquid metal hand, grabbed the chip, and absorbed it into her body. "With this chip, I can absorb and convert various energies into the type I need, helping me evolve and grow faster," Azure added. Kongcheng smirked, showing a hint of delight. Although it wasn't something he could use himself, it was beneficial for Azure. The known methods for Azure's rapid growth involved treasure maps, and those locations were hard to find. Having a new way for Azure to absorb energy and evolve was a good thing for him as well, as her evolution was greatly beneficial to him. The smiling demon suggested, "Let's rest for the night and continue our journey tomorrow morning." Kongcheng nodded in agreement. "I'll go book the rooms." The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Kongcheng's spaceship set off again, heading for the industrial planet. Before that, Kongcheng received a brief message from the Criminal Alliance. "We await your presence at 8 p.m. tonight." The message included a web address, which was a link to a multi-user communication room. The auction for criminal activities didn't require participants to be there in person. It was conducted via video. Kongcheng found this quite intriguing. After all, pure space travel could get dull, and a bit of entertainment was always welcome. That evening, just before 8 p.m., Kongcheng entered the communication room on time. The video call hadn't started yet. The smiling demon explained, "Everything is anonymous. Only members of the crime syndicate can see our video feed, and we can only see theirs. When placing bids, just enter the numbers. Our names will remain hidden in the communication room." Kongcheng looked worried. "Aren't you afraid the Federation might hack in? They could gather evidence against us." The smiling demon chuckled. "The crime syndicate servers aren't that easy to breach. And even if the Federation did hack in, it wouldn't matter. Everyone knows what the crime syndicate is about. We don't need so-called evidence. The Federation has always wanted to take us down, but have they succeeded?" Kongcheng nodded thoughtfully. The Federation certainly viewed the crime syndicate as an enemy and wanted to eliminate them, but it was no longer a matter of evidence. The syndicate's power had grown so immense that the Federation dared not act recklessly. At exactly 8 o'clock, the screen suddenly lit up, displaying an impressive scene. A man dressed in a tailcoat and wearing a top hat took center stage. He wore a white mask with a smile, exuding an air of mystery and elegance. "Good evening, everyone." The man gracefully removed his hat and bowed with a perfect gentleman's gesture. His voice was clear and magnetic. "I am Mr. Crow, your auctioneer for tonight. It's a pleasure to meet you all, but I doubt anyone is here for small talk, so let's get straight to the auction." Mr. Crow swiftly picked up a card from the table, which depicted an ornate crown with a price tag of 3.6 million. "This is our first item of the evening. Let the bidding begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the chat board in the communication room lit up with a flurry of numbers. 120 days. 115 days. 112 days. Bids came in like a tidal wave, each accompanied by a hidden signature, visible only to Mr. Crow. As time passed, the frequency of bids began to slow. After asking for final bids 3 times, Mr. Crow concluded, "The gem crown from the kingdom of Guayuolo goes to bidder number 21, with a time of 77 days. Standing nearby, Nana couldn't help but mutter softly, "This is the strangest auction I've ever seen. A bunch of people bidding on a piece of paper?" Smiling Devil chuckled and explained, "It's not just a piece of paper. It contains a combination of time, location, and route information. In simple terms, it's intelligence. Once you win the bid, the crime syndicate will provide detailed information about the item, including where it's being transported from and to, and the specific route." Kongcheng suddenly understood. So it's about providing intelligence for people to intercept? And what does the 3.6 million mean? Once you successfully intercept the item, the crime syndicate will buy it from you for 3.6 million, Smiling Devil added. Kongcheng nodded in understanding as Mr. Crow began the next auction item, a photograph, which was actually an assassination mission. The person in the photo was the target. The starting price was 2 million, and after a few rounds of fierce bidding, it was sold for 52 days of crime time. Nana curiously asked, "What if the target is far away? Like, if we're in the Milky Way and the target is in the outer rim, just traveling there could take at least a month. The time wouldn't be enough." Smiling Devil patiently explained, "Then you can choose not to bid." Nana realized she had asked a silly question and playfully stuck out her tongue. Although most valuable intelligence is obtained privately after the transaction, Mr. Crow would provide some basic information beforehand. If a bidder knows they can't complete the task and still bids, that's their own problem. With this realization, Kongcheng saw little room for bidding. Although he was currently short on money and crime time auctions were a quick way to get rich, his target was the industrial planet, the Golden Planet. This is something that won't change. He won't alter his course for an auction. Moreover, Kongcheng has high standards. Money alone isn't enough to catch his eye. He doesn't want to earn ill-gotten gains. For instance, he'd be willing to assassinate a slave trader involved in human trafficking, but he'd be reluctant to rob a cargo from an ordinary merchant guild. At that moment, Mr. Crow pulled out another photo. It showed a fierce-looking man with a scar running from his brow to the corner of his mouth, giving him a chilling appearance. Many people recognized him instantly. Mr. Crow introduced, "This is Mad Knight Adams, formerly the vice-captain of the Blood Blade Pirates. He killed his captain and seized control of the crew. This mission is commissioned by the loyalists of the original Blood Blade Pirates." As he spoke, Mr. Crow placed 3 items on the table: a sheathed Western Knight's sword, a box of crystals emitting a peculiar glow, and a metal cube resembling a Rubik's Cube. "These 3 items are the rewards. Take the mission." Almost instantly, 3 voices shouted in unison from beside Kongcheng. Kongcheng was a bit surprised. "You all seem pretty eager." Smiling Devil couldn't wait to say, "I need a weapon. I want that knight's sword." Azure explained excitedly, "That box of crystals isn't ordinary. It's cemetery crystal, rich in energy substances. If I can absorb that box of crystals, my growth value could increase by 30 to 50. Nana solemnly added, "That metal cube is called the divine mechanical box, a relic from the gods used to store precious items. But the box itself is extremely valuable. Every mechanic dreams of studying the technology left by the gods." Mr. Crow continued, "According to reliable sources, Adams heavily damaged his spaceship during the battle to seize control. He is currently on Industrial Star, looking for a new spaceship." He then revealed the starting bid: 120 days, 115 days, 110 days, 108 days. The bids came in one after another, but not too fervently. After all, this was a tough job. The Bloodblade Pirates are a veteran pirate group in the galaxy, and even though their strength has declined due to internal strife, they are still formidable. Moreover, Mad Knight Adams is no pushover, with a bounty of 48 million, ranking him among the top 100 bounties in the galaxy. However, even pirates have a code of conduct. Despite being universally recognized as villains, there are lines they won't cross. Adams' actions killing his captain, seizing control, and looting wealth are despised even among pirates, making him a target for many out of a sense of justice. After a moment of contemplation, Kongcheng said, "Since this guy is on Industrial Star, it happens to be on our way. You want something? And taking out scum like this is a matter of principle, so I don't mind lending a hand. But what if I successfully place a bid, and Adams isn't on the Industrial Star?" The smiling devil explained, "Well, in that case, it's the Criminal Alliance's fault for providing incorrect information. We don't bear any responsibility or liability. The Criminal Alliance will handle everything." Kongcheng nodded. "Then there's nothing to hesitate about. 90 days. He promptly typed the number into the chat channel, raising the bidding period by half a month. This move scared off some competitors. However, someone soon countered with an 85-day bid. Without hesitation, Kongcheng typed 60 days, again in the chat channel. The current bid essentially seals the deal. The bidders fall silent. Even if someone wanted to take out Adams for the reward or out of a sense of duty, the 60-day deadline is just too tight. For those far from the industrial planet, the journey alone could take 2 weeks to a month. After a moment of silence, Mr. Crow had to ask twice before someone offered a bid of 59 days, just 1 day less. Kongcheng's lips curved into a smile as his fingers danced over the keyboard, entering a jaw-dropping number: 50 days. This bold bid instantly defeated all competitors. For most, this timeline was beyond their capability. However, Kongcheng was confident. With his speed, he could reach the industrial planet in just 2 or 3 days, leaving him a full month and a half to find Adams. This task wasn't too challenging for him. Mr. Crow asked 3 times as per protocol, and no one responded. Finally, he declared Kongcheng the successful bidder. The auction continued, presenting a series of astonishing tasks. The most shocking was a mission to raid a federal bank warehouse, aiming to steal 120 tons of gold bars with a reward of 90 of the loot. However, no one dared to take on the task. Robbing a bank might be conceivable, but 120 tons of gold? That was a death wish. About an hour later, the crime time auction concluded. The staff of the Criminal Alliance began contacting the successful bidders one by one. Surprisingly, Kongcheng was contacted immediately, and it was Mr. Crow himself who reached out. Surprised? Mr. Crow smiled. Every circle has its rules, and criminals are no exception. The actions of the Mad Knight have completely broken the rules and even crossed the line. So the Criminal Alliance is very concerned about this matter. Kongcheng nodded in understanding. Mr. Crow continued, "Therefore, the Criminal Alliance is offering an additional reward. If you can take down the Mad Knight, aside from the payment, the Criminal Alliance is willing to offer 2 million as a bonus." Of course, this was not mentioned earlier as it is separate from the auction. Kongcheng chuckled, "That doesn't affect us. After all, no one minds extra money." Mr. Crow then transmitted a detailed dossier on the Mad Knight, including verified photos of him on the industrial planet, along with specific locations and personnel information. The Blood Blade Pirate Group, Mr. Crow explained, originally had 257 members. After the Mad Knight's rebellion, internal conflicts reduced their numbers to around 120. About 50 loyalists fled, so the Mad Knight currently has about 70 followers. The smiling demon interjected, "The actual combat-ready number should be less." Mr. Crow nodded in agreement. Some of the injured were abandoned by the Mad Knight, so in reality, he has about 30 capable followers at the moment. Kongcheng sneered, "That guy is truly a scumbag, abandoning someone once they're injured?" "Indeed," Mr. Crow responded, "that's why he must die. There's no place for him under this starry sky." Kongcheng solemnly promised, "I will complete the mission." Before ending the communication, Mr. Crow added, "Then I'll be waiting for your good news." The 3 of them carefully studied the information, which detailed the notable fighters around the Berserk Night. 1. Mammoth King Ju, former combat captain of the Blood Blade pirate crew, bounty of 25 million. 2. Bomb Dwarf Dammy, former combat captain of the Blood Blade pirate crew, bounty of 13 million. 3. Clownblade Fan High, former vice captain of the Blood Blade pirate crew, bounty of 15 million. The information also mentioned a mysterious figure codenamed X. It is known that the original leader of the Blood Blade pirate crew, Blood Blade Legionnaire, was quite powerful, with a bounty of 66 million. The Berserk Knight's ability to defeat Legionnaire was largely due to the assistance of X. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, the Crime Alliance currently has no further information on X. Judging by the bounties, only the Smiling Demon is in the same league as the Berserk Knight. The Smiling Demon's bounty rose from 28 million to 35 million after breaking out of prison, even surpassing Kongcheng, the leader of the unnamed pirate crew. However, bounty is not the sole measure of strength. As an established pirate crew in the galaxy, the main members of the Blood Blade pirate crew seem to have lower than expected bounties. Alright, we have one more target. Kongcheng summarized. Head to Industrial Star, take out the Berserk Knight atoms, and then get ourselves a spaceship. The Smiling Demon asked, given our current situation, we can't dock the spaceship at a spaceport, can we? Should I contact some connections? Kongcheng readily agreed. This was one of the reasons he welcomed the Smiling Demon into the crew. Besides his combat abilities, the Smiling Demon's extensive experience and connections were invaluable to Kongcheng. 3 days later, a planet dominated by light blue and yellow hues appeared on the spaceship screen. This was Industrial Star, also known as the Golden Planet, because gold could be found everywhere. Industrial Star housed the galaxy's largest spaceship manufacturing plant, the renowned Blue Sky Battle Robot Company, and the top-tier DX Arms Corporation. It was a technologically advanced planet and a dream destination for many fortune seekers. The Smiling Demon said, I've contacted a guy named Zach Ginn. 30 kilometers south of Golden City, there's a small town called Bali, which is his base. He specializes in illegal spaceship docking. Of course, the price is 5 times the spaceport fee. Kongcheng was unfazed. That's not a problem. Didn't we make some money selling those memory cards? We can afford the docking fee, and I believe that by the time we leave, money won't be an issue anymore. Kongcheng was brimming with confidence. As long as we take down the Mad Knight atoms, we'll not only receive the promised rewards but also an additional 2 million bonus. A small docking fee is hardly worth mentioning. The spaceship swiftly descended onto the industrial planet, landing precisely according to the coordinates received. Through the porthole, the magnificent Golden City was the first sight to greet them. While a planet can't have just one city, Golden City undoubtedly represented the industrial planet. It housed the headquarters of the planet's most renowned tech industries, and even from a screen's view, the city's steel and concrete outline was breathtaking. The Smiling Devil pointed ahead and said, we need to fly over this city first. We'll see the town soon. Kongcheng nodded in agreement. Before long, Bailey Town came into view. It was a small town with only 50 or 60 households, surrounded by vast wastelands dotted with triangular roofed warehouses. The Smiling Devil explained, those warehouses are actually docking bays. Look, they've sent a signal. A signal light atop one of the warehouses lit up, and the roof slowly opened, revealing the docking bay inside. Under Nana and Azure's control, the spaceship smoothly landed inside the warehouse. Kongcheng turned to Nana and asked, is the money ready? Although he hoped Nana had joined because of her skills as a mechanic, she also managed their finances. Nana replied, not too happily, it's ready. A deposit of 20,000 and another 50,000 when we leave. The docking fee is already expensive, so why are their supply prices 30 higher than the market rate? Bunch of bloodsuckers. Kongcheng smiled and reassured her, well, considering how far we are from the city, they've saved us a lot of time. As they disembarked from the spaceship, the Smiling Devil looked around and asked, puzzled, where is everyone? There should be someone at the entrance to collect the money, and I also requested a car to take us into the city. Kongcheng sarcastically remarked, seems like their business is so good they don't care about this small change. Just then, Azure suddenly spoke up, something's wrong, look up. Kongcheng looked up and was shocked. Sentry laser cannon? And those packages, damn, they're bombs. Before he could finish his sentence, the sentry laser cannon on the ceiling opened fire, raining down shots. The lasers pierced through the spaceship's steel plating instantly. The floor shattered under the intense barrage, sending debris flying everywhere. Simultaneously, the bomb-like packages detonated, creating massive fireballs that blew the ceiling apart, sending countless fragments crashing down. In an instant, the area where Kongcheng and the others stood was buried in rubble. At that moment, a short man appeared at the warehouse door, smirking as he said, our leader's style is to eliminate others before they can try to eliminate him. With that, he turned and headed towards a nearby jeep, ready to leave. However, just as he was about to get in, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Kongcheng's voice eerily sounded, do you know my style? My style is, if I want someone dead, they will die. The short man, startled, quickly jumped to the side and threw 2 metal rods from his inner pocket. 2 half-human-sized fireballs exploded, engulfing Kongcheng. Kongcheng coughed lightly, waved away the black smoke in front of him, and calmly stepped forward, saying, "Blowing things up? You're out of your league. Nana, check who this guy is." Nana and the smiling demon followed, opening a portable computer to search. Bomb Dwarf Dami, former combat leader of the Blood Knife Pirates, bounty of 13 million. Kongcheng frowned and said, "Is this a problem with the criminal alliance? We've just landed and someone's already on us. Clearly, there's been a leak." The smiling demon suggested, "I think we should have a chat with Mr. Crow." Dami, with a grim face, asked, "How did you manage that? Not only are you alive, but you're unscathed." Kongcheng calmly replied, "That's just how we do it." Azure, barrier field. A nearly transparent barrier appeared in front of Kongcheng. Their escape wasn't solely due to this. There was also Azure's magnetic field controlling metal fragments and Kongcheng's extreme speed, which allowed them to escape the explosion before it spread. Kongcheng was even more furious about the severe damage to their spaceship. Although it wasn't completely destroyed, the repair costs would be astronomical. What could have been sold as a second-hand ship for some cash now had to be scrapped. Pointing at Dami, Kongcheng coldly said, "You're dead." Dami sneered and pulled out another metal pipe bomb, throwing it at Kongcheng. Kongcheng didn't use the barrier field to intercept it. The barrier's defense wasn't invincible, especially against such fierce explosions, and it could only withstand 2 or 3 blasts before shattering. More importantly, he could easily dodge the explosion, so there was no need to waste Azure's energy. As the explosion erupted, Kongcheng's figure suddenly vanished. Dami shouted triumphantly, "I'll blow you to pieces." Kongcheng suddenly appeared behind Dami, smirking. "I look forward to it." Dami was utterly shocked, having no idea when Kongcheng had gotten behind him. Kongcheng taunted, "It seems all you can do is throw bombs. You're useless otherwise." Dami was shocked, but as a seasoned veteran of the galaxy, his reaction was swift. Almost simultaneously, he spun around and threw a punch at Kongcheng. However, the punch lacked both speed and power, and Kongcheng dismissed it entirely. Is this level of strength really worth a 13 million bounty? Does the Federation have too much money to spend? Kongcheng thought to himself. At that moment, Demi suddenly released his fist and transformed it into an open palm, revealing a small disc in his hand, which he slapped onto Kongcheng's arm. Warning, explosive material detected. Zhan Lan immediately alerted. Activate the barrier field. Kongcheng ordered decisively. The disc emitted a red glow and exploded 5 seconds later, engulfing Kongcheng in a fireball. Demi smiled triumphantly, but as the smoke cleared, Kongcheng stood there unscathed, though his sleeve was gone, exposing his bare arm. Kongcheng's expression turned serious. He had to admit he had underestimated Demi. Though weak, Demi was a master of bombs, explaining his hefty bounty. Not far away, Nana was deep in thought. As a mechanic, she knew she could easily create bombs of this caliber. Demi's face darkened. His reliance was on explosions, but a bomb was hard to hit a target with a second time, especially against someone as fast as Kongcheng. He discreetly reached for the gun behind him, thinking, "I'm not just about bombs." However, as he drew his gun to shoot, Kongcheng's figure had already vanished. "Hey, I'm over here." Kongcheng's voice suddenly came from the side. He quickly grabbed Demi's wrist and smiled. "Want to see what a real explosion looks like?" With a thunderous boom, an explosion erupted without warning, followed by Demi's screams. He stumbled out of the smoke, his right arm gone, blood dripping. He took a few steps back before collapsing. Kongcheng stepped forward and asked, "Tell me, how did the Mad Knights know we arrived on the Industrial Star?" "Answer me, and I'll make it quick." Demi snarled, "You're going to die. All of you will die." "Seems like you don't want to answer my question." "What a pity," Kongcheng said, spreading his hands. A palm-sized flame appeared in his hand, which he tossed onto Demi. The fire quickly spread, and Demi rolled on the ground, screaming. The flames alone weren't lethal, but they triggered a chain reaction with the bombs on Demi. As Kongcheng turned to leave, a massive explosion erupted behind him, sending flames skyward. The screams abruptly ceased, and the world fell silent. Smiling Devil approached and reported, "While you were fighting, I checked the surroundings. I found 2 corpses in a room beside the docking bay warehouse. One was the owner, Zakan." Kongcheng analyzed. "At least it proves the locals didn't sell us out. The issue lies with the criminal alliance." The smiling demon added, "It must have been the Berserk Knight who sent someone to participate in the crime time auction. This was a lapse on the part of the crime syndicate. They didn't take precautions against the Berserk Knight because the auction was aimed at new fugitives. Maybe he struck a deal with someone qualified to attend, or perhaps that codenamed X guy is a newcomer. I think we should have a chat with Mr. Raven." Kongcheng nodded and said, "I'll leave this to you. Let's get in the car. Staying here is pointless, and with all this commotion, it could get us into trouble." The 3 of them got into Daimi's jeep. Nana asked, "What about our spaceship?" Kongcheng countered, Do you plan to stay and repair it? Let's head into the city first. After leaving Ballytown, the trio headed straight for Golden City. Their good mood was ruined as soon as they were ambushed upon arriving on the industrial planet. Don't look so glum. Kongcheng suddenly smiled. Since we're here to take down the Berserk Knight, we have to accept that he might try to take us down first. It's only fair. Let's stick to the plan. I believe we'll come out on top. The smiling demon also laughed. You're right, no point in dwelling on it. However, since the Berserk Knight knows we're here, this mission might get trickier. Kongcheng replied. Let's see what else he has up his sleeve. Or maybe I'll pay him a visit first. As they spoke, Kongcheng drove onto the ring road, heading straight for Golden City. Golden City lived up to its reputation as a highly advanced metropolis. Upon entering the city, the first thing that caught their eyes were the interwoven floating bridges, steadily hovering in the air. The streets were filled with service robots, some pushing baby strollers, others carrying shopping baskets or handing out flyers. Health Pro, the best friend of real men, the perfect partner for beautiful women, ensuring wonderful nights. In the middle of the road, a 20-meter-high 3D projection showcased a beautiful woman holding a small bottle, smiling as she advertised the product. No wonder this city is known for its technological advancements. It looks truly bustling, Kongcheng remarked, then noticed the frequent sound of sirens. It seems like there are quite a few patrol cars around too. The smiling devil furrowed his brow in thought, breaking the brief silence in the room. Something feels off, he muttered, a hint of caution in his eyes. Nana tilted her head, puzzled. What's the problem? The smiling devil glanced around, as if searching for hidden dangers. I've been to Industrial Star before, and I've never seen such tight patrols. We've only been in the city for 15 minutes and already spotted 3 patrol cars. This isn't normal. Kongcheng shrugged, trying to ease the tension. Maybe they're chasing someone? As long as it's not us, we're fine. The smiling devil nodded, but his frown remained. He quickly made a decision. Let's head to 225, Baker Street. There's a safe in there. Kongcheng raised an eyebrow. You have connections there too? The smiling devil's lips curled into a slight smile. That inn is owned by the Criminal Alliance. Even if they recognize us as wanted criminals, it won't matter. Kongcheng silently nodded, bringing up the navigation system, and piloted the craft towards 225, Baker Street. They soon arrived at their destination, a modest but well-kept inn. The courtyard was exquisite, complete with an artificial hot spring. A smiling attendant greeted the trio. Welcome. 3 adjoining rooms, Kongcheng said curtly. The attendant efficiently produced keycards. No problem. Please pay the deposit. Each room costs 660 units per day, with a deposit for 3 days. Nana quickly settled the payment, and the attendant led them through the corridor to their rooms. If you need anything, please call the service number. The attendant smiled again, bowed, and left quietly. The smiling devil gestured for the other 2 to follow. Let's go to my room first. Once inside, the smiling devil immediately activated the holographic screen to contact Mr. Crow. Moments later, Mr. Crow's image appeared on the screen. Seeing the trio, he sighed in relief. Finally, you contacted me. Kongcheng sensed something unusual in Mr. Crow's tone. From your tone? It sounds like you know something? Mr. Crow nodded. The crime time auction has been cancelled. You won't be held responsible. The Criminal Alliance will explain it to the auction organizers. The smiling devil frowned deeply. Is that all? According to our analysis, this mishap should be the fault of the Criminal Alliance. We need an explanation. Explanation? Mr. Crow looked puzzled. What do I need to explain? The 4 of them exchanged confused looks, realizing they might not be on the same page. Kongcheng cleared his throat, trying to clarify the situation. I think we need to confirm we're talking about the same thing. Mr. Crow asked in return. What are you talking about? Isn't it about the blue sprite? The trio exchanged a bewildered glance, and then shook their heads in unison. The smiling devil cut to the chase. When we arrived at Industrial Star, we were attacked by the Mad Knight's subordinate dwarf bomber Daimi. Clearly, the fact that we took on the crime auction has been leaked. Kongcheng added, based on our analysis, there are subordinates of the Mad Knight among those participating in the criminal auction. Mr. Crow paused for a moment before solemnly promising, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. If it turns out that the Criminal Alliance's failure to secure your whereabouts led to your attack, I will give you an explanation. Kongcheng nodded but immediately questioned. If you didn't know about this, why cancel the crime time auction? Mr. Crow changed the subject. Are you familiar with the Blue Fairy? Nana immediately responded. Do you mean the spaceship of the infamous pirate Li Weilon? Mr. Crow nodded in confirmation. Kongcheng and the smiling demon turned to Nana, waiting for her to elaborate. Nana began. The Blue Fairy, model Voyager X-class battleship, is one of the classic combat ships of the Federation's military. It served for 22 years and participated in many famous battles, including the Beastman War, the Golden Spear Sector Siege, and the Red River Sector Zerg Queen extermination? The smiling demon pondered. Now that you mention it, wasn't it heavily damaged in the Zerg War and later seized by the pirate Li Weilon during repairs? Nana nodded. That's correct. The Blue Fairy has had 6 captains, including Li Weilon, all of whom were renowned. It has a rich history and significant value as a space vessel. Mr. Crow then dropped a bombshell. Li Weilon is dead. The smiling demon and Yi Kongcheng exclaimed in unison. What? They found it hard to believe. Seeking Li Weilon, one of the 3 great space pirates in the galaxy, with a bounty of 660 million, ranked second on the galaxy's space pirate bounty list. He had dominated the stars for over 2 decades, leading the Blue God Spear pirate group, one of the most formidable space pirate crews in the galaxy. Such a legendary figure. Fallen? Mr. Crow explained in detail. Li Weilon was ambushed by Zerg near Linluo Star. He underestimated their numbers and strength, resulting in severe damage. The Federation seized the opportunity, killed Li Weilon, and annihilated the Blue God Spear pirate group. Yi Kongcheng muttered, I hadn't heard anything about this. He quickly realized that he had been imprisoned recently, cut off from the outside world. So it made sense that he was unaware. Mr. Crow continued, the latest news is that the Blue Fairy has returned to Federation hands. However, the Federation does not intend to put it back into service. Instead, they plan to hold a decommissioning ceremony on Industrial Star, and then place it in the Federation War Museum as an exhibit. Yi Kongcheng scoffed. Those guys only care about appearances. For a distinguished space vessel, its best fate is to become space dust. Mr. Crow reassured him, you don't need to worry about that. Even if the Federation wants to put the Blue Fairy in a museum, it won't be that easy. Yi Kongcheng responded with a puzzled hum. Mr. Crow said with a meaningful tone, the Blue Fairy is not just any ordinary Wanderings-class battleship. Yi Kongcheng paused for a moment, then suddenly understood. Although the Wanderings-class battleship is an older model and somewhat difficult to acquire as a military ship, it is not entirely out of reach. The black market price ranges between 1 to 1.5 billion. For a military-grade space battleship, this is quite an affordable price. However, the Blue Fairy, while belonging to the Wanderings class, is far from being an ordinary battleship of its kind. Each of its captains has been quite renowned, especially Li Weilon. As a notorious pirate in the galaxy, it would be beneath him to command just an ordinary Wanderings-class battleship. Therefore, aside from its storied history and legendary tales, the Blue Fairy itself must have undergone significant modifications and upgrades. No one would naively believe that Li Weilon would settle for a stock Wanderings-class battleship. Mr. Crow sighed, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. The industrial planet is likely to descend into chaos. Do you have any idea how many people are coveting the Blue Fairy? Yi Kongcheng voiced what many were thinking. I bet a lot of people want to get their hands on the Blue Fairy. His tone carried a hint of certainty, as that was his immediate reaction upon hearing the news. Mr. Crow's voice came through the communicator, sounding serious. So, I advise you to leave Industrial Star immediately. It's about to descend into chaos. We were caught off guard by the timing of this crime auction due to delayed intelligence. You are not to blame for this. Yi Kongcheng rested his chin on his hand, frowning slightly. Leave? That option wasn't even on his radar. He yearned for a spaceship, and the Blue Fairy was undoubtedly the best choice. He asked directly, what if we want to continue the mission? Mr. Crow was momentarily stunned. Then his tone became even more severe. You're just a rookie. Trust me, getting involved in this mess is not wise. I'm saying this for your own good. I'm determined. Yi Kongcheng replied firmly. After a brief pause, Mr. Crow conceded, if you insist on continuing, then bring me the head of Mad Knight Adams, and everything proceeds as planned. At that moment, the smiling demon interrupted. Given the criminal alliance's failure to keep us concealed, can we negotiate a condition? Mr. Crow considered for a moment. This needs investigation, but go ahead and state your condition. I want the knight's sword from the reward. The smiling demon stated bluntly, just to borrow. If we succeed, it will be ours anyway. If we fail, I'll return it and take responsibility. Mr. Crow hesitated. That's against protocol, and the sword belongs to the employer, not the criminal alliance. The smiling demon remained unfazed. Tell the employer that if they lend me the sword, the Mad Knight will surely die. Mr. Crow paused in surprise before responding. I'll contact them for negotiations, but I can't guarantee their agreement. The smiling demon nodded in thanks. Mr. Crow turned back to Yi Kongcheng. I've done my duty to warn you. If you insist on staying, then good luck. With that, he cut off the communication. Yi Kongcheng stared at the darkened screen and turned to the smiling demon. You really want that weapon? The smiling demon shrugged and replied, don't you want the Blue Fairy just as much? Yi Kongcheng laughed. Since we know, we have to try. The smiling demon explained. I need the weapon to help, not just to kill the Mad Knight. Nana asked, puzzled. It's just a sword. Can't you make do with an ordinary one for now? The smiling demon shook his head. An ordinary sword won't do. To be precise, I need a weapon that meets specific criteria. It's a long story. I'll explain later. Yi Kongcheng nodded and shifted the discussion to the current situation. From Mr. Crow's tone, it seems many people have come to Industrial Star for the Blue Fairy. The Federation won't just sit by either. We need more intelligence. The smiling demon pondered for a moment. After dinner, I'll take you to a place. Not only can we get information about the Blue Fairy, but we might also hear news of the Mad Knight. As night fell, the three of them drove away from the hotel. The smiling demon led them to a bar called Raging Current. When they pushed the door open, there was no deafening music or noisy crowd. Despite that, the bar still had 30 or 40 patrons, each quietly sipping their drinks. Speaking in a low voice, the smiling demon introduced, "This place only serves the underworld. Tables 1 to 5 are reserved for the crime syndicate, Assassin's Guild, Mercenaries Union, Black Market Bank, and Shuntion Logistics. Don't sit there." Yi Kongcheng decided. "I'll head to the bar." The smiling demon nodded. "I'll go greet someone first and come find you later." With that, he walked towards a passage in the corner of the bar, whispered a few words to the bouncer, and entered. Yi Kongcheng and Nana approached the bar. Just as Yi Kongcheng was about to order a drink, a man in his mid-20s sat down next to him and offered to pay for their drinks. "Yi Kongcheng?" the man asked. Yi Kongcheng looked at him, puzzled. "Do we know each other?" The man grinned. "My name is Li Liehua." Seeing Yi Kongcheng's confused expression, Nana whispered, "Li Liehua, from Pluto. This year's rookie on the wanted list, profession, dark mercenary, bounty, 17.5 million. Realizing who he was, Yi Kongcheng asked, "What do you want?" Li Liehua pointed confidently at Yi Kongcheng. "This year's rookie king is definitely going to be me." Before he could finish his sentence, another voice chimed in from behind. "Not so fast. This year's rookie king is definitely." The three of them turned to see a short man standing there. Feeling their eyes on him, the short man shivered and quickly stepped aside. "This year's rookie king is definitely our captain," the short man said, pointing to a man in black combat gear sitting in a booth. The man smirked and raised his glass towards the bar in acknowledgement. Nana whispered again, "Ricardo, the magnetic storm berserker, captain of the Iron Pirates. This year's rookie on the wanted list, profession, space pirate, bounty, 15 million. She opened her portable computer and checked the data. "You're ranked 37th on the rookie wanted list, but you have the highest bounty growth rate. Li Liehua's bounty is ranked 5th, with a growth rate of 12th. Ricardo's bounty is ranked 13th, with a growth rate of 3rd. The three of you are strong contenders for the rookie king." Their eyes met, and the tension in the air became palpable, none of them willing to back down. Suddenly, Yi Kongcheng chuckled softly and stood up. "Let's go. We'll find another spot." Li Liehua sneered, his expression filled with disdain. "Coward. People like you should go back home and suck on your mommy's milk. There's no place for you under this starry sky." Yi Kongcheng suddenly halted his steps, turned around with a frown, and stared sharply at Li Liehua. "I'm leaving because I'm not as childish as you. I have no interest in meaningless titles. Moreover, you can provoke me, but you're doing it all wrong." "Oh." Li Liehua sneered. "Are you going to fight me?" He glanced at Yi Kongcheng with contempt and casually picked up a glass from the bar. Just as Li Liehua was about to take a sip, the liquid suddenly ignited, setting his eyebrows on fire. In a panic, he jumped up and frantically tried to extinguish the flames, but his eyebrows were singed, leaving a charred patch on his forehead. Yi Kongcheng calmly remarked, "This is just a small lesson to remind you to think before you speak." "Bastard!" Li Liehua roared, grabbing the glass and hurling it at Yi Kongcheng. Yi Kongcheng sneered, swiftly striking the glass midair, shattering it into pieces. With a shout, Li Liehua lunged at Yi Kongcheng. Bang! Bang! The sound of fists clashing echoed through the bar. They collided fiercely, and Yi Kongcheng grabbed a chair from the bar and smashed it over Li Liehua. Crash! The chair splintered into pieces, and Li Liehua staggered back a step, then grabbed a bottle from the bar to retaliate. The bottle shattered on Yi Kongcheng's arm, sending glass shards flying. "Bravo, bravo!" Ricardo clapped gleefully from the side. "Drinks and a show, how entertaining." "Shut up!" Li Liehua roared, lunging at Ricardo. Sensing danger, Ricardo leaped onto a sofa, dodging swiftly. Crash! The wall of the booth suddenly cracked, forming spiderweb-like fissures and caving in, with dust and debris falling. Ricardo's pupils contracted as he swiftly drew an energy sword from his waist. "Kid, you've pissed me off." He leaped out of the booth, slashing at Li Liehua with the energy sword, only for Li to nimbly dodge. Just as the three were about to clash again, a tall figure suddenly appeared in the center. He grabbed Li Liehua by the shoulder and tossed him aside, then swung his arm to block Ricardo's energy sword. Clang! The arm collided with the energy sword, producing an eerie metallic clang, forcing Ricardo back several steps. "Zhanlan!" Yi Kongcheng's eyebrows raised. "Weaponize." Multicolored lights flashed on his arm, forming into an arm guard. He lunged forward, clashing fiercely with the tall man's fist. Boom! Their fists collided, causing the ground beneath them to crack and splinter. Both leaped back, creating distance. The tall man felt the numbness in his right fist and coldly said, "This is a place for drinking. If you want to fight, take it outside." Kongcheng shrugged indifferently. "I wasn't the one who started it." Li Liehua gritted his teeth as he got up from the ground, shouting angrily, "Hey, where are you from? Are you looking for trouble?" Snap! The tall man snapped his fingers, and suddenly, countless red laser dots appeared, targeting the three of them. He warned again, "I'll say it one more time. If you want to fight, take it outside." Ricardo smirked and put away his energy sword. "I just want a drink." At that moment, the smiling demon walked out from the corridor, looking around curiously. "What's going on here?" "Nothing," Kongcheng replied calmly. "Just stretching a bit. It's over now." The smiling demon nodded. "Then follow me." As Kongcheng passed by Li Liehua, he deliberately bumped his shoulder provocatively before following the smiling demon into the corridor. "A bunch of jerks. Just you wait," Li Liehua muttered through gritted teeth, then turned to the tall man and shouted, "What are you looking at? Can I at least drink?" The tall man gestured with his hand. "You need to pay for the damage first." "That wall." Li Liehua's face twitched with frustration as he reluctantly threw a wad of cash onto the bar. Meanwhile, Kongcheng and the others walked through the corridor and arrived at a private room at the end. Inside sat a man in his 50s, with a terrifying appearance. He had only one eye, his face was covered in scars, and he had a mechanical arm on one side. The smiling demon introduced him. "This guy doesn't have a name. We call him the Chief. He used to be the head of Federal Intelligence and MI5. Now he's out of the military, making a living by selling information." The Chief grinned, extending his hand to shake Kongcheng's, a strong smell of alcohol wafting out. "I know you, the kid from Earth. You might become this year's Rookie of the Year in the Criminal Alliance." The smiling demon urged. "Let's get to the point." The Chief nodded. "You want to know about the Blue Fairy? It's common knowledge. I can tell you for free that in 3 days, the Blue Fairy will arrive and hold a ceremony at the St. Margaret Workshop." The smiling demon pressed further. "What's the premium information?" The Chief thought for a moment. "This time, 5 federal majors, 2 federal colonels, and 1 federal general will be accompanying it." Kongcheng pondered. "It seems the Federation values the Blue Fairy more than we thought." The Chief laughed. "No, they value their reputation more." Everyone chuckled in understanding. The Blue Fairy itself wasn't that important. The fact that the Federation chose to retire it showed they didn't care about its value. But they couldn't let it be stolen, as that would harm the Federation's image and reputation. The Chief continued, "As for the Mad Knight, he was spotted at the Pacton Hotel 5 days ago but hasn't been seen since. However, it's certain he's still in Golden City." The smiling devil pressed on, "With your network, you should be able to find him even if he's hiding, right?" The sergeant major squinted. "Extra intel will cost you more." The smiling devil readily agreed. Only then did the sergeant major speak. "I don't know where the Berserk Knight is, but his subordinate, Mammoth King Ju, was at the auction house on 5th Avenue yesterday." The smiling devil asked cautiously, "Is the information reliable?" The sergeant major frowned in displeasure. "My reputation has never been questioned." The smiling demon nodded at Nana to pay up, while the chief sergeant holstered his gun and warned sternly, "Friendly advice. It's best to leave the industrial planet. The Federation is well prepared, and a lot of troublesome folks are showing up. The situation is more dangerous than you think." The smiling demon stood up confidently and replied, "Don't worry, we know what to do." The chief sergeant shrugged, a hint of concern in his voice. "We've been friends for a long time. I don't want to visit you in a graveyard." The smiling demon smiled briefly and said, "We're off." Kongcheng and Nana also stood up, and the 3 of them headed towards the door. Just as they were about to open it, a deafening explosion suddenly rocked the place. The entire bar shook violently, as if hit by an earthquake. Nana almost fell, but Kongcheng quickly caught her. "Damn!" the chief sergeant exclaimed. "What's going on?" Kongcheng replied grimly, "Let's go see." They quickly rushed to the door, and the scene outside was shocking. The bar was in chaos, with heavily armed Federation soldiers taking over the entrance and firing inside. Tear gas canisters were being thrown in, filling the air with smoke. "Federation soldiers?" the chief sergeant cursed. "Can anyone tell me what's happening?" A waiter, returning fire with a handgun, shouted back, "Boss, they just stormed in out of nowhere. We have no idea what's going on." The chief sergeant swore repeatedly, stepped back, and grabbed his communicator. After a brief call, he angrily threw the communicator to the ground and roared, "Yang, you useless bastard." The smiling demon asked, "What's wrong?" The chief sergeant explained furiously, "That damn police chief said the city is under lockdown. The military is cleaning out criminals before the Blue Fairy arrives." The smiling demon calmly pointed out, your place is one of the main gathering spots for criminals. The chief sergeant revealed his fierce side, pulling out two large energy pistols from under his jacket, and shouted, take them down. The well-trained waiters immediately armed themselves and fought back. However, against the military's advanced equipment, their resistance was futile. Tear gas spread rapidly, and their defense quickly crumbled. The chief sergeant swiftly ran to the back of the bar, opened a concealed compartment, and pulled a lever. A secret passage was revealed as the back wall rose. Go, 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 the chief sergeant yelled. We're closed for today. Get out. Kongcheng looked at the smiling demon and asked, should we help? You seem pretty close to the chief sergeant. The smiling demon shook his head. No need. This old fox is too smart. With all the patrons gone, there's no evidence he harbored criminals. He's got connections all over Golden City. He'll get out of this just fine. Kongcheng sneered, figures, there's no good guy in this business. Let's go. The three of them quickly left the bar, and the other criminals scattered in all directions. However, escaping the bar didn't mean they were safe. As they dashed into the parking lot, blinding lights suddenly flared up and a threatening voice boomed from the loudspeaker. Attention, people ahead. You are surrounded. Surrender within 3 minutes, or we will open fire. Repeating. In front of Kongcheng, a middle-aged man sneered, catch me? I'll be waiting. With that, his body lifted off the ground and flew towards the edge of the parking lot, clearly demonstrating the second stage of genetic enhancement for flight. Shoot! The federal soldiers on the opposite side opened fire without hesitation. Everyone scattered quickly, cursing the middle-aged man. If you're going to run, don't drag us down with you. The smiling devil nudged Kongcheng with his elbow, pointing to a corner of the lot. It was a parking spot surrounded by high walls, but one section had collapsed, with a haphazardly placed wire fence. Kongcheng nodded. You and Nana go start the car. I'll draw their fire. The smiling devil agreed with a nod, while Nana whispered, be careful. As the two of them moved stealthily to the other side, Kongcheng took a deep breath and suddenly sprang out from behind a car. He spread his palms, and two balls of flame ignited instantly. Flame dragon charge, he shouted, thrusting his palms forward. The flames burst forth, intertwining into a fierce fire dragon that crashed into the front of the encirclement, igniting a sea of fire. The others hiding took the chance to dash out and prepare to escape. Behind Kongcheng, the screech of tires on pavement pierced the air as the smiling devil pulled up in a jeep, yelling, get in? Kongcheng deftly grabbed the roof and swung himself through the window. The smiling devil immediately floored the gas pedal, speeding toward the wire fence. Bang! The front of the car smashed through the fence, and the jeep roared down the street. Nana glanced back. Are they following? Jeanlin warned. No, they are. No sooner had the words left her mouth than vehicles emerged from every side street, rapidly closing in. Nana fumed. Seriously? Out of all those people, why chase us? Kongcheng glanced at the rearview mirror, calmly analyzing. They're not just chasing us. They had this planned in advance. There are probably more vehicles ready to pursue. This is just part of it. Nana asked anxiously. What do we do now? Kongcheng responded decisively. We lose them, of course. He looked at the smiling devil. Can you handle it? The smiling devil grinned confidently. Don't underestimate me. I can drive as well as you. Before he finished speaking, the smiling devil sharply turned the steering wheel, causing the car to fishtail at nearly a right angle, instantly changing direction and darting into a side street. Bang! Bang! The car driven by the smiling demon made a sharp turn, causing two police cars to lose control and crash onto the sidewalk, smashing through a storefront window. Glass shattered everywhere, and the sirens abruptly fell silent. 2 down. Kongcheng said casually. 5 more to go. The smiling demon pulled an energy rifle from under the seat and handed it to Kongcheng. You gotta pitch in too, you know? Kongcheng took the weapon, a slight smile on his lips. No problem. He swiftly opened the sunroof, half climbing out to position the gun on the car roof. Back in military academy, my shooting scores were... Before he could finish, he pulled the trigger. A thud, thud, thud. 3 energy beams shot out, hitting a police car's front window. However, the bullets only left 3 fist-sized cracks on the bulletproof glass. Kongcheng scoffed. Bulletproof glass mixed with transparent alloy powder. The smiling demon suggested. Try hitting the tires. No need for that. Kongcheng aimed again. This kind of bulletproof glass can't take 2 hits in the same spot. Nana exclaimed in surprise. Are you kidding? We're moving at high speed. You think you can hit the same spot again? Thud, thud, thud. Kongcheng fired once more. 2 shots missed, but the third hit the exact same crack. Bang! The officer in the driver's seat was hit in the shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. He lost his grip, causing the police car to swerve wildly before crashing into the roadside greenery. Kongcheng looked at Nana with a smug grin. Don't underestimate me. Nana rolled her eyes in exasperation. Just as Kongcheng was about to continue shooting, a barrage of metal clanging noises came from above. Bullets rained down on the car roof, creating a deafening racket. The smiling demon, startled, quickly maneuvered the car in a serpentine pattern. Kongcheng ducked back inside, slamming the sunroof shut. Are you kidding me? They brought out a helicopter? Looking up, they saw a blue and white police helicopter chasing them closely. The side door was open, and a fully armed federal soldier was crouched inside, firing at them relentlessly. We can't outrun this, the smiling demon said gravely. There's no way to shake off a helicopter. The helicopter didn't even need to keep shooting. It could just track them from the sky, making escape impossible. Kongcheng thought for a moment. We need to find a building we can drive into. That's the only way to lose the helicopter. The smiling demon frowned. Those kinds of buildings aren't exactly common. Hey! Nana suddenly shouted. Look ahead. The road ahead was completely blocked, with barriers set up in the middle. Police officers were hauling water-filled barrels, clearly intending to seal off the entire street. Hurry! Kongcheng shouted. We can still make it through now. The barricade of water barrels was nearly complete. If they drove straight into it, the car would likely be stopped. However, there was still a narrow gap at the edge. Smiling Demon reacted quickly, yanked the steering wheel, and the car shot towards the gap like an arrow. Bang! 2 water barrels were knocked into the air, spilling water everywhere. The police ahead drew their guns and started shooting, trying to stop them, but seeing the car not slowing down, they hastily scrambled to either side. After breaking through the blockade, Smiling Demon breathed a slight sigh of relief and continued to speed forward. However, the relief was short-lived. About 300 or 400 meters ahead, a dozen police cars had formed a semicircle, completely blocking the road. We're not getting out of this one, Smiling Demon said helplessly. Kongcheng sensed something was off. Those cars don't seem to be blocking the road. Why are they arranged in a semicircle? Look to the side. Nana suddenly shouted, pointing to a clothing store. Observing the positions of the police cars and federal soldiers, Kongcheng and Smiling Demon suddenly understood. The store was their target. Bang! At that moment, Smiling Demon didn't have time to brake and crashed into a police car, creating a gap in the encirclement. The Jeep's hood twisted and emitted black smoke as the engine stalled. The federal soldiers ahead quickly retreated, but maintained their formation. They aimed their guns with precision, clearly well-trained elite troops. Kongcheng kicked open the car door and, without hesitation, thrust his fist forward. A pillar of fire surged ahead, forcing the federal soldiers to scatter. Grabbing Nana's wrist, he pulled her forward. Smiling Demon exited from the other side of the car and shouted, "That helicopter! Damn it!" Kongcheng cursed and then hoisted Nana onto his shoulder, sprinting towards the surrounded store. Although he didn't think the federal soldiers could stop him, the helicopter overhead was a real problem. With its altitude, even using a magnetic field wouldn't reach it. Continuing to run would only make it harder to evade aerial surveillance. Bang! Kongcheng smashed through the store's glass door. The interior was pitch black. The power had clearly been cut. Just as he took a couple of steps inside, a figure suddenly lunged from behind a shelf and threw a punch at him. Carrying Nana, Kongcheng couldn't retaliate and took the punch squarely in the chest, stumbling back a few steps. He immediately counterattacked, kicking forward and sending the figure sprawling. In the next moment, both of them looked up and exclaimed in unison, "It's you!" The figure turned out to be Li Liehua, whom they had met earlier at the bar. Smiling Demon entered right after, closed the store door, and shouted at Li Liehua, "Is this really the time for infighting? Our enemy is the Federation." "Humph!" Li Liehua snorted. "Who asked you to run in here? I didn't invite you in." Kongcheng shouted angrily. "If it weren't for some idiot getting stuck here and blocking the way outside, do you think we would have come in?" Li Liehua glared and said, "Say that again if you dare." All right. The Smiling Demon quickly intervened. "Let's not argue. By the way, why aren't the federal soldiers outside rushing in?" Li Liehua sneered and pointed to the corner of the shop. Only then did Kongcheng and the others notice a woman squatting there, dressed in high-end, professional attire. She appeared to be in her 40s, with crow's feet and nasolabial folds hinting at her true age. However, her well-maintained skin made her look as if she were barely in her 30s if not for those fine lines. The Smiling Demon, resting his chin on his hand, mused, "She looks familiar." Li Liehua replied disdainfully, "Of course she looks familiar. That's Lu Yueying." Kongcheng asked in surprise, "The CEO of Blue Sky Combat Robots? How did you capture her?" Li Liehua explained smugly, "It was her bad luck. I was being chased near here, and she had just finished eating at a restaurant across the street. I took the opportunity to nab her." It turned out this street was a well-known luxury shopping district in Golden City, with a high-end exotic restaurant right opposite. It wasn't surprising that Lu Yueying would dine there, but she hadn't expected it to bring her trouble. Yi Kongcheng scornfully remarked. You think it's something to brag about, catching a woman to save your skin? Pathetic. Li Liehua retorted angrily. If you're so tough, why don't you go out there? You're relying on her to save your skin too. Yi Kongcheng shrugged and walked to the side of the window to take a look outside. Federal soldiers had regrouped and formed a tight encirclement. The smiling demon analyzed. More federal troops will come. Lu Yueying is indispensable to them. Blue Sky Combat Robots isn't just the largest combat robot company on the industrial planet. It's the largest in the galaxy. They have close ties with the Federation, supplying 65 of its combat robots. The company earns a profit of $22 billion annually from sales outside the galaxy and pays $3 billion in taxes to the Federation, making it a crucial source of revenue. He continued, as a major shareholder and CEO, Lu Yueying not only possesses immense wealth, but also holds significant social status and influence. Her close relationship with the Federation means that any harm to her would have massive repercussions for them. Yi Kongqing speculated, I bet negotiators are on their way, but I doubt they'll let us go easily, even with Lu Yueying in our hands. Just as he finished speaking, a sedan pulled up in front of the shop. A man in a suit stepped out, whispered a few words to a lieutenant, and then headed towards the shop. I'm Chief Inspector Wang Qingyan, he said as he unbuttoned his suit. I'm here to help. I think we can talk. Bang. An energy beam suddenly shattered the window, striking the ground right in front of Wang Qingyan. Sticking close to the wall, Yi Kongqing sarcastically remarked, let me guess. You're about to say that if we release Lu Yueying and agree to leave the industrial planet, you'll provide us with a car to get us to a space cruiser, and then pretend we never existed? Wang Qingyan smiled awkwardly. Yi Kongqing had hit the nail on the head. Yi Kongqing continued, I suppose that's your bottom line, but if there's a chance to save Lu Yueying midway, you'll kill us. Or if we release Lu Yueying when boarding the spaceship, you'll send us some gifts on board, enough to blow us up. Wang Qingyan forced a laugh. You sure know how to joke. Yi Kongqing coldly replied, save your tricks. I'm well aware of your negotiation tactics. Let me be clear. The area within 5 meters of the shop is a no-go zone. You step into that range, I shoot. Wang Qingyan involuntarily swallowed and took 2 steps back, hesitating for a moment before retreating to the surrounding group. Li Liehua glanced at Yi Kongqing and asked, even though I don't believe the Federation's nonsense, do you have a plan to get us out of here after scaring them off? Yi Kongqing responded, negotiations are necessary, but not with the Federation. He walked to the corner and sat down directly in front of Lu Yueying. Miss Lu, Yi Kongqing said, I think we should talk. Lu Yueying calmly asked, what do you want to discuss? As a seasoned businesswoman, she showed no signs of panic. Yi Kongqing smiled. Judging by your demeanor, you don't seem afraid of us. No, I'm quite scared. Lu Yueying brushed a strand of hair aside. But I know I'm very safe. If you're not idiots, you won't harm a hair on my head. If something happens to me, you're dead. If I'm alive, you can live. Yi Kongqing smirked. This woman was indeed smart. She summed up the situation in one sentence. He nodded. So, Miss Lu, have you considered that your survival being tied to ours also means that if we can't make it, neither can you? Lu Yueying understood the implication, her expression changing slightly. Yi Kongqing continued, the Federation values your safety, but they won't let us manipulate them. For instance, there's a helicopter outside. If I demand it for your safety, they'll probably give it to me. But that doesn't mean they won't find a chance to shoot it down. Lu Yueying was silent for a moment before asking, what do you want? Yi Kongqing smiled and explained, Miss Lu, you must understand that the Federation can only do their utmost to ensure your safety. But I think you need 100 safety, and I want to be 100 free from this crisis, not just as much as possible. We should cooperate. As he spoke, he had Zhanlan project a screen showing a map of Golden City. Lu Yueying gasped, you're crazy. Do you know the consequences? This was all instigated by the Federation. Yi Kongqing smiled, wagging his finger. Their purge caused chaos. What I'm doing is simply fulfilling their wishes, making tonight even more chaotic. Lu Yueying shook her head. I can't cooperate with you. I don't want to be a butcher. Neither do I. Yi Kongqing smiled. So, the decision doesn't lie with you or me. It lies with whether the Federation is willing to prevent sacrifices and save face. Click. Yi Kongqing suddenly pulled the bolt, aiming the gun at Lu Yueying's head. By the way, he said coldly, when I mentioned cooperation, I was just being polite. You didn't really think you had a choice, did you? Chief, it's useless. Wang Qingyan said, holding the communicator with a look of frustration. His voice was tinged with urgency and despair. I'd love to negotiate, but they aren't interested in talking. Besides, these guys are pros, not small-time crooks. We can't fool them. If we want to save Lu Yueying, we need to take real action. Wang Qingyan was reporting to his superiors. The Federation's stance on Golden City was clear. This was a golden opportunity. The real aim of the purge operation wasn't just to expel criminals, but to capture every last one of them in this den of iniquity. Suddenly, A sharp shout interrupted Wang Qingyan's report. Watch out, someone's coming out. Wang Qingyan quickly cut off the communication and dashed into the perimeter. The shop door slowly opened, and Yi Kongcheng stepped out. You'd better not point those guns at me, Yi Kongcheng said calmly, his eyes sweeping over the dark barrels aimed at him. I have accomplices, and their guns might just end up pointed at Lu Yueying. Lower them. Lower your weapons. Wang Qingyan ordered the surrounding Federation soldiers in a low voice, then stepped forward and forced a smile. I still believe we can resolve this peacefully. A mocking smile played on Yi Kongcheng's lips. A car, a spaceship, safe passage, and maybe some money. Whatever I ask for, you'll agree, right? Wang Qingyan swallowed hard. Everything is negotiable. He wasn't lying. Although the Federation headquarters had ordered the capture or elimination of all criminals in the purge, Blue Sky Combat Robotics Company had pressured the police department to ensure Lu Yueying's survival. This dilemma was putting the police chief in a tough spot. I'd love to negotiate with you, but unfortunately, I don't trust you, Yi Kongcheng said, glancing at his watch. So, I'll handle it my way. And the time should be just about right. A sense of foreboding gripped Wang Qingyan. Suddenly, the sound of synchronized footsteps grew louder from afar. Shadows appeared at the end of the street. The Federation soldiers in the perimeter tensed up, but their expressions turned bewildered when they realized who was approaching humanoid robots. How can you command? Wang Qingyan began, but then it dawned on him that with Lu Yueying in their hands, it wasn't surprising they could pull this off. Relax, Yi Kongcheng said calmly. I have no intention of using combat robots to take you all out. As he spoke, he tapped a device on his arm. Azure, hack into the police department's command channel. Azure immediately played the command center's communications. Hello, Central Command? This is 6th Avenue. Damn it, a bunch of combat robots have appeared. Calling Central Command. We need backup. The Southeastern Tunnel and Bridge 7 are occupied by robots. This is an A-level emergency. Do you copy? Issue an A-level emergency now. A swarm of robots is heading towards the nuclear plant. Wang Qingyan's face turned pale. Why are there so many robots? The answer is simple. Blue Sky Combat Robot Company. In Golden City, Blue Sky boasts the largest robot production line in the galaxy, with tens of thousands of combat robots in stock. Although these robots require complex verification to activate, for Lu Yueying, it's no problem at all. What do you want? Wang Qingyan stared at Yi Kongcheng, his voice seething with suppressed anger. Yi Kongcheng calmly replied, I believe the purge operation is a mistake. At least it shouldn't happen tonight. Do you understand what I mean? That's a direct order from the federal headquarters, Wang Qingyan said sternly. That has nothing to do with me, Yi Kongcheng responded. The robots will leave when the purge is over. But I advise you to make a decision before this city suffers any losses. As he spoke, Yi Kongcheng gestured toward the store. Smiling Demon and Li Liehua emerged, holding Lu Yueying hostage. If you want Ms. Lu safe, I suggest you don't pursue or try any tricks, Yi Kongcheng said to Wang Qingyan. Oh, and I believe you currently don't have the manpower to chase or pull any stunts. Wang Qingyan gritted his teeth in frustration. Was this Yi Kongcheng's true objective? Originally, they had ample manpower, but the sudden appearance of the robots left them stretched thin. Yi Kongcheng's group quickly blended into the crowd of robots, using them as cover to retreat. They remained vigilant, wary of any further surveillance. As they passed the entrance to the underground sewer, Yi Kongcheng signaled to Smiling Demon. They crouched down, opened the hatch, and the group slipped into the sewer, leaving the robots to continue forward. After traveling through the sewer for a while, Lu Yueying couldn't help but speak up. I've done everything you asked. You promised to let me go. When do you plan to keep your word? Yi Kongcheng checked the time and replied, You can go now, Ms. Lu. Lu Yueying was stunned. She had assumed Yi Kongcheng's silence on the matter meant he intended to renege on his promise. She was surprised he was actually keeping his word. I operate on principles. If I make a promise, I keep it, Yi Kongcheng said, looking at Li Liehua. But some people may not be so principled. Li Liehua snorted. You have principles, and I have no limits? Woman, you can go. Yi Kongcheng smiled slightly. This simple provocation was effective on someone like Li Liehua. So, Ms. Lu, you're truly free, Yi Kongcheng said, spreading his hands. Or do you need me to escort you back to the surface? No need, Lu Yueying replied decisively. I can manage on my own. As Lu Yueying walked away, Li Liehua turned to Yi Kongcheng, his eyes gleaming with provocation. I know why you're here on the Industrial Star, he said coldly. The Blue Fairy will ultimately be mine. Just you wait. With that, Li Liehua didn't linger and quickly walked away, his footsteps echoing in the empty underground sewer. Smiling Devil patted Yi Kongcheng on the shoulder, his tone laced with a hint of appreciation. Thanks to your clever idea, we managed to escape this time. Yi Kongcheng shrugged, a hint of helplessness on his face. But it's not exactly good news. I wanted to save that plan for when we seize the Blue Fairy. Smiling Devil pondered for a moment, a look of understanding flashing in his eyes. You plan to trigger a city-wide robot uprising after capturing the Blue Fairy, so the Federation won't be able to deal with us, allowing us to escape with the ship? Yi Kongcheng nodded in confirmation, adding, "Of course, it's just a concept. I had Zhanlan try to hack into the Blue Sky Combat Robot Company, but unfortunately, those combat robots are manually controlled and managed, making infiltration impossible." Nana interjected, "Now we have an answer. Controlling Lu Yueying would mean controlling those combat robots in storage. But that's not possible anymore." Yi Kongcheng nodded in agreement. "This method has been used once. The Federation will definitely be on guard. Moreover, after tonight's events, Lu Yueying's security will undoubtedly be ramped up to an extreme level, leaving no chance for kidnapping." He shrugged nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter. We'll come up with another plan." Smiling Devil's expression turned serious. "Let's focus on the present. Although you managed to temporarily halt the purge operation using those robots, now that Lu Yueying is free, she'll soon have those robots back in storage, and the purge will resume." Yi Kongcheng nodded, his gaze sweeping across the dark, damp underground sewer. "Exactly. So, we need to make ourselves at home here for the next couple of days." Nana immediately frowned, her face full of disgust. "The sewer? You used this trick last time on Iron Prison Star, and now again?" Yi Kongcheng remained unfazed, retorting, "Do you think Lu Yueying will reveal our whereabouts after she leaves?" Smiling Devil analyzed calmly, "She definitely will. Even if she doesn't, the Federation will ask her. She has no reason to hide it from them." A sly look flashed in Yi Kongcheng's eyes. "So, will the Federation search the sewers? I bet their commander won't believe we would stay in the sewers after letting Lu Yueying go, right?" Smiling Devil nodded in agreement. "Then let's stay here." "Your logic makes sense." Nana was still reluctant. "But this place is filthy." "Bear with it," Smiling Devil advised. "There's no safe place left in this city now, including the hotel we were staying at. Since the Federation is targeting the Chief's Bar, they won't spare a hotel that serves criminals." Nana sighed and reluctantly agreed. "Fine, let's just endure it." Yi Kongcheng gave a reassuring smile. "Let's go. I'll try to find you a cleaner place." He then turned to the void, as if speaking to an unseen presence. "By the way, Lan, help me check my body data. I think I might be ready to use the gene serum again." Lan's voice held a touch of excitement. "Have you finally reached the late stage of the second phase of the gene gate?" Yi Kongcheng nodded in confirmation. "It seems so. Combat is the best way to improve oneself." He briefly reviewed his past experiences. The last time he faced McCarthy, he had forcibly taken the gene serum. Although he hadn't met the criteria then, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Now, Yi Kongcheng felt his body had improved again, likely having fully entered the late stage of the gene gate's second phase. After a moment, Lan provided the exact results. "Congratulations. Your current body data has indeed reached peak levels. You can take the gene serum and attempt to break through to the third phase of the gene gate." Yi Kongcheng nodded, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. If he could gain the Divine Fire ability, he would be much better equipped to handle the current predicament. The smiling demon pointed to a relatively clean spot on the side. "How about we rest here? We'll keep an eye on the surroundings to prevent any surprises." Yi Kongcheng agreed with a nod and then looked at Nana. Nana waved her hand weakly. "Don't look at me. Anywhere is fine. You won't find a clean spot here anyway." Yi Kongcheng chuckled. "Then let's use this opportunity to break through." He sat down cross-legged, leaning against the damp wall, and took a small glass vial containing the gene serum from his pocket. Taking a deep breath, Yi Kongcheng tilted his head back and drank the serum in one gulp. The serum was cool and sweet as it went down his throat, but once it reached his stomach, it felt like a fire burning inside, akin to the sensation of drinking strong liquor. However, this feeling of euphoria lasted only a moment. Soon after, the familiar intense pain spread throughout his body, as if every muscle was being torn apart. Yi Kongcheng's expression twisted in agony, but compared to the last time, he seemed better able to endure the pain. Taking a deep breath, Yi Kongcheng forced himself to calm down completely. He closed his eyes, and the surrounding area turned pitch black. In this darkness, a layer of bubbles suddenly appeared. Yi Kongcheng felt as though he was sinking into a body of water, descending deeper and deeper. In the depths, he saw a rusted iron door, bound with chains as thick as a baby's wrist. Suddenly, a crack appeared in one of the chains, spreading rapidly. Yi Kongcheng reached out, grabbed the crack, and pulled the door open with all his strength. The iron door burst open with a loud crash, the chains shattering into tiny fragments. Gene Gate, third phase. Behind the door, a dazzling white light began to emerge. In the next moment, Yi Kongcheng abruptly opened his eyes, returning from the spiritual realm to reality. Nana anxiously asked, "How did it go?" Yi Kongcheng nodded, a hint of confidence in his voice. "I've broken through to the third stage of the Gene Gate." The smiling demon looked a bit surprised. "So quickly?" Usually, breaking through from the second to the third stage takes at least an hour, sometimes several. You've done it in just 15 minutes. Could it be that? He left his sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. Such a brief breakthrough might mean minimal improvement, or even a lack of divine fire ability. Kongcheng smirked and then opened his right palm. With a soft whoosh, a pure white flame burst forth from his hand, illuminating the dim underground sewer with its bright light. The smiling demon let out a sigh of relief, a hint of comfort flashing in his eyes. As long as there is divine fire, there is still hope, he said, his voice tinged with some relief. Even if the divine fire is not very powerful, there is still a chance to break through to the fourth stage of the genetic gate. Kongcheng turned to Zhanlan, his tone filled with anticipation. Zhanlan, run the data tests, especially for the divine fire. Zhanlan immediately projected a blue holographic screen in front of everyone and announced, EP body scan initiated. A series of data appeared on the screen. EP body scan user, Kongcheng. Gender, male. Race, human. Age, 18. Muscle strength, 109.8. Bone strength, 109.5. Reflexes, 102. Genetic activity, 125.5. Brain cell activity, 131.1. Special ability 1. Pyrokinesis. Can ignite flammable substances in the air, causing intense flames to burn everything. Special ability 2. Explosion. When the body secretes sweat, explosive substances are condensed in the sweat, which can cause explosions when combined with the pyrokinesis ability, while the user is immune to the explosion's effects. Divine fire, human will flame. Indomitable will. Whenever the body is injured, all physical stats will increase to a certain extent. The smiling demon frowned in thought, lightly tapping his chin. Indomitable will? Is this a physical enhancement ability? No, that's not right. His voice was filled with uncertainty. It doesn't seem like a permanent enhancement to physical attributes. Could it be a martial divine fire? Even with his extensive knowledge, the smiling demon found himself at a loss. He continued to analyze. Judging by the effects, it resembles a physical ability, but physical abilities typically provide permanent enhancements to certain attributes. Martial abilities, on the other hand, strengthen the user through combat, only getting stronger during battle. In that sense, Kongcheng's divine fire does fit the characteristics of a martial divine fire. The smiling demon looked at Kongcheng with a hint of sympathy, as if he were seeing a human punching bag. Nevertheless, he tried to offer some consolation. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Simply put, the more you get beaten, the stronger you become. The key is how much the increase is, or whether the extent of the injuries corresponds proportionally to the increase. However, Kongcheng seemed indifferent to this analysis. He shook his head and raised his left hand, palm up. The key isn't the extent of the increase, he said, and a muffled sound came from his palm as a black flame suddenly sprang forth. Poof! The flame danced, and everyone present was stunned by the sudden development. Nana's eyes widened in surprise. 2 divine fires? Can a person have 2 divine fires? Kongcheng shook his head, admitting honestly, I don't know either. I've never heard of such a situation. So, I'm just as confused as you are. Both of them instinctively looked at the smiling demon, hoping he could provide an answer. The smiling demon gave a wry smile and spread his hands. I'm not all-knowing. This is the first time I've heard of such a situation, too. At that moment, Zhanlan completed the test on the new divine fire and projected the data onto the screen. Divine fire, human flame. Battle spirit. With each enemy defeated or killed, all physical attributes are enhanced to a certain extent. Kongcheng frowned and asked, what does this mean? Why do I have 2 divine fires? Zhanlan paused before replying, I don't know. Kongcheng rolled his eyes. As an AI, your database should be far larger than a human brain. Are you seriously giving me that answer? Zhanlan defended itself. I'm currently in my infancy stage and don't have access to my entire database. My knowledge comes from the cosmic network, and according to the search results, there are no related cases. So, the best I can say is that I can't find an answer. The smiling demon mused. I do have a somewhat far-fetched theory. Under Kongcheng's urging, he explained, there are many types of divine fires, such as those that enhance physical strength, mental prowess, psychic abilities, supernatural powers, and so on. Among them is something called twin divine fire, which means a single divine fire possesses 2 complementary abilities. While on the surface, unyielding will and battle spirit do fit this description, but Kongcheng interjected, but this isn't a single divine fire, so it's different from twin divine fire, right? The smiling demon nodded, acknowledging that his explanation was the closest he could think of, but there was still something off about it. At this point, Nana meekly chimed in, I have a thought, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Under their gaze, she continued, is this issue really that important? Regardless of the strength of the divine fire, having 2 is better than 1, right? Two abilities are better than one, aren't they? Kongcheng paused, then suddenly realized she was right. He smiled and said, "You're right, I was overthinking it. This doesn't seem to be a bad thing. In fact, we should be happy about it." The smiling demon added, "Moreover, if you only had unyielding will, that ability alone would be a bit odd. But with the addition of battle spirit, the situation changes. As long as you keep fighting, you'll keep getting stronger." Kongcheng nodded, realizing that the combination of these two abilities would be incredibly effective in group battles. While others would gradually weaken during a fight, he would only grow stronger. The more enemies there were, the faster he would become powerful. Thinking about the imminent chaos, Kongcheng felt a surge of anticipation. His divine fire abilities seemed to have arrived just in time, ready to be put to use. In addition, after breaking through to the third stage of the Gene Gate, Kongcheng noticed a significant improvement in all his physical attributes. He clenched his fist, clearly feeling the increase in strength, and his muscle definition had become more pronounced. All of this filled him with confidence for the upcoming challenges. Over the next 2 days, the Federation's purge operation was in full swing. Every day, Zhanlan used her hacking skills to relay the latest intelligence to Kongcheng. Although most of those captured were minor figures, some well-known personalities in the galaxy were also apprehended. The Silverbird Pirates were among them. Their leader, Ryan, had a bounty of 40 million, and the total bounty for the entire pirate group reached 180 million. This relatively notorious pirate crew in the galaxy faced a crackdown, resulting in more than 2/3 of its members being imprisoned. Another notable case was the half-demon mercenary Tracy, who had risen to prominence in recent years. Despite her bounty of 67 million, she couldn't escape the law and was ultimately incarcerated. Mr. Crow's prophecy came true. At this moment, Gold City was in utter chaos. In contrast, Kongcheng and his two companions were in a relatively stable situation. The Federation had not sent anyone to search the underground sewers, allowing them to catch a temporary break. Of course, the price was enduring the filth and stench of the sewers. During these 2 days, Kongcheng focused on consolidating his strength and adapting to the new sensations after entering the third stage of the Gene Gate. Nana was tinkering with some mechanical parts that neither Kongcheng nor the Smiling Demon could understand. The Smiling Demon took on the task of finding food, water, scouting the situation outside, and collecting mechanical parts for Nana. "We need to move," the Smiling Demon said as footsteps echoed in the sewer. He appeared and threw a plastic bag on the ground. "At noon tomorrow, the Blue Fairy will land in Gold City." Kongcheng scoffed. Despite the effectiveness of the purge operation and the capture of some big fish, there are still many criminals in the city. The purge hasn't deterred those eyeing the Blue Fairy. They're just lying low. Given the situation, what's the best course of action? Nana interjected. "Cancel the Blue Fairy's decommissioning ceremony, or send the Blue Fairy directly to a museum. Everyone knows that, including the Federation's top brass," the Smiling Demon said with a shrug. "But the problem is, they can't do that," he continued. "The Blue Fairy issue has already spread. Choosing that option would mean the Federation is backing down, showing fear and weakness." Kongcheng sneered. "So, the Federation's justice is just a facade, never the essence." The Smiling Demon changed the subject. "Regardless, we need to take action. Also, the Mad Knight is likely to appear at the ceremony." "Oh." Kongcheng was intrigued. "What did you find out?" "The Mad Knight showed up last night," the Smiling Demon replied. "He and his men clashed with Federation soldiers. He personally crippled a Federation major, sending him straight to the ICU." Kongcheng remarked. "That's good news for us." The Smiling Demon pondered for a moment. "I think the Mad Knight's actual strength might be higher than his bounty suggests. Federation majors are not easy to deal with. The Mad Knight is quite formidable. We need to be cautious," Kongcheng reminded. "You did say you could take him down in front of Mr. Crow?" The Smiling Demon shrugged. "I'd still say that, as long as he lends me his sword." Kongcheng chuckled but didn't press further. His curiosity, however, was piqued. Swords weren't exactly rare weapons. From ancient alloy replicas to energy blades, there were plenty of types. Even if the Smiling Demon had high standards for his weapons, it shouldn't be so hard to find one that meets his criteria. Besides, the Smiling Demon had mentioned before that he wasn't limited to using swords, indicating he was proficient with various weapons. So what exactly did he need to be willing to use one? Kongcheng chose not to ask. Everyone had their secrets, just like how the Smiling Demon and Nana knew he had Zhanlan, an artificial intelligence, but he never disclosed Zhanlan's origins. He believed that when the Smiling Demon deemed it necessary, he would reveal it. At that moment, Nana excitedly called out, "Come and see what I made." Kongcheng and the Smiling Demon moved closer. "What did you make?" "A bomb." Nana revealed a pile of metal devices. "That guy gave me an idea last time. Making bombs isn't that hard. To me, his creations are mere trinkets, including that bomb that sticks to clothes." "I'm much better than him," Nana spoke with confidence. Although she usually appeared a bit timid, she always considered herself exceptional in her field. Kongcheng liked that about her. His team members were, of course, the best. However, time and materials are limited, Nana said with a hint of frustration. And without a proper workbench, this is the best I can do. Kongcheng smiled, trust me, once we get the blue fairy, not only will you have a dedicated workbench, but you'll also have an entire workshop on the spacecraft. Nana pouted. That's if you manage to get the blue fairy. Zhanlan interjected. Do you have a new plan? Kongcheng replied. I have some ideas, but they're not fully developed. We need to play it by ear. Zhanlan suggested. How about I directly hack into the blue fairy's operating system and pilot it away? I don't think the Federation will use heavy firepower. This was Kongcheng's advantage. While others needed to get inside to pilot the blue fairy, he didn't. Zhanlan could hack and control it remotely. Furthermore, Kongcheng agreed with Zhanlan's point. The Federation wouldn't use heavy firepower to destroy the blue fairy. Doing so would be a colossal failure and an embarrassment for them. It would signify their inability to stop the criminals, resorting to destroying the blue fairy to prevent their escapee a Pyrrhic victory at best. Naturally, such an action would severely damage the Federation's image. In that case, it might be better to forego the blue fairy's retirement ceremony from the start, or skip the ceremony altogether, and send the blue fairy directly to the museum. After all, if the image and prestige are going to be damaged, it's better to preserve the artifact. However, not causing damage doesn't mean not attacking. Kongcheng said, maybe they'll damage the blue fairy to the point where it can't operate to stop you. So, forcefully launching it should be the last resort, not the best option. We can decide when the time comes. To the southwest of the Golden City lies the renowned Cosmic Ship Industrial Zone. This area is home to the largest spaceship manufacturing plant in the galaxy and numerous smaller workshops, making it a veritable mecca for spaceship enthusiasts. The Blue Fairy chose to dock at St. Margaret's Workshop, a private, historical workshop with a rich legacy. Though not affiliated with any major spaceship company, St. Margaret's Workshop boasts a revered heritage. It has existed since the dawn of the Great Cosmic Era and the rise of the spaceship industry, even predating the establishment of the Golden City. As a privately operated workshop, it has been passed down through 16 generations and has moved locations 3 times. This makes it a more meaningful venue for the Blue Fairy's decommissioning ceremony than any massive company facility. Since St. Margaret's Workshop is an open-air venue, the decommissioning ceremony was destined to be public. This decision aligns with the Federation's current stance. They must project strength in the face of keen-eyed criminals. A closed ceremony would be seen as a retreat. From early morning, crowds began to gather at St. Margaret's Workshop, vying for the best spots to witness the ceremony. Kongcheng and his 2 companions blended in with the crowd. They first washed off their travel grime at a public bathhouse, changed into fresh clothes, and then followed the throng to the workshop's entrance. Nana gazed longingly at the workshop's open space in the distance. This place is amazing. I've always dreamed of working in a workshop with such historical depth. Every piece of wood here breathes history. Kongcheng shrugged. Really? I think these old buildings seem out of place in a modern, high-tech city like the Golden City. Nana rolled her eyes. I admit I'm not as good a fighter as you, but when it comes to this, you have no say. Kongcheng chuckled and mimed zipping his lips shut. The smiling demon was scanning the surroundings and murmured, I see quite a few familiar faces. Kongcheng responded, that's expected. Everyone's here in Industrial Star for the same reason. What I care about is where the Mad Knight is. The smiling demon shook his head. Haven't seen him yet. Kongcheng candidly stated, I want the Blue Fairy, no point hiding that. But I also want to take down the Mad Knight. If we're participating in the crime time auction, we should see it through. The smiling demon analyzed. I believe there will be an opportunity. The Mad Knight's ambitions are bigger than we thought. Initially, we assumed he was just looking for a spaceship on Industrial Star, but now it's clear he's here specifically for the Blue Fairy. Kongcheng grinned. Well, let's look forward to it then. The spaceship that so many are coveting. The decommissioning ceremony was scheduled for noon, but by around 11:30, cheers erupted from the front. Though the trio's view was obstructed, they knew what it meant. St. Margaret's Workshop's guiding signal light had been activated, indicating the imminent arrival of the Blue Fairy. About 5 minutes later, Kongcheng finally laid eyes on the awe-inspiring spaceship the Blue Fairy. It wasn't a large vessel, but a medium-sized battleship, roughly 1/5 larger than the one he had seized from the flaming pirates. Though not grand, the beauty of the Blue Fairy was breathtaking. Its armor was a soft blue, reflecting a wave-like sheen under the sunlight. This wasn't a painted effect but a natural characteristic of the armor's material. Nana excitedly grabbed Kongcheng's arm. Oh my god! The entire ship's armor is infused with blue crystal powder. This is so extravagant, so amazing. Do we really have a chance to get this spaceship? Kongcheng pulled his arm back, exasperated. Calm down, calm down. Don't tell me about this stuff. I don't even know what blue crystal is. If you tell me how much it's worth, Maybe you'll be interested. Nana explained. Just the modification of the armor alone costs enough to buy a new Voyager-type battleship. Mr. Crow was right. Although the Blue Fairy is classified as a Voyager-type battleship, it can't be measured by that standard. Yi Kongcheng rolled his eyes, thinking it was obvious. A regular Voyager-type battleship wouldn't be worth so many people risking their lives to seize. Amid the crowd's cheers, the Blue Fairy slowly descended into the St. Margaret workshop. The 6 escort ships sent by the Federation landed at nearby workshops, with soldiers tasked to protect the area entering St. Margaret workshop on foot. Yi Kongcheng turned to the smiling demon. What do you think the others will do? When will they make their move? The smiling demon replied, I don't know how they'll act, but it'll definitely be before the ceremony ends. The Blue Fairy is here just for the ceremony and some resupply. Once the ceremony is over, it'll leave and head straight out of the galaxy to the Megastar region. Yi Kongcheng nodded. The Megastar region, where the Federation headquarters was located, was also home to the museum the Blue Fairy was destined for. He analyzed. The short docking time means many might opt for straightforward, violent means to seize it. The smiling demon responded calmly. Perhaps an open battle wouldn't be so bad either. After the arrival of the Blue Fairy, the ceremony did not commence immediately. Instead, there was a security setup for about 15 minutes. Following this, several notable figures made their appearances. The mayor of Golden City, the director of the Federal Police Headquarters, the CEO of FS Universe Ship Company, the owner of St. Margaret Workshop, and the renowned galactic spaceship designer, Lin Taichi. These 5 individuals were to jointly preside over the decommissioning ceremony of the Blue Fairy. First to take the stage was the owner of St. Margaret Workshop, a small, elderly man in his 60s. He briefly introduced the background of the workshop and expressed his honor in hosting the ceremony. The mayor followed, primarily to make a brief appearance and promote his jurisdiction, adding to his resume. The real highlight began with Lin Taichi. He provided a detailed explanation of the Blue Fairy's construction process, including some modification details. The audience's reactions varied. Mechanic Nana listened attentively, while Yi Kongcheng and the smiling demon yawned frequently, evidently uninterested in the technical jargon. The director of the Federal Police Headquarters then took the microphone and began reading out the service record of the Blue Fairy. A total of 72 battles of varying scales. This was the truly exciting moment, symbolizing the glory and decline of the Blue Fairy, witnessing its beginning and end. The smiling demon whispered, It's time. Once the service record is finished, the summary speech will follow, and the ceremony will be over. Yi Kongcheng nodded calmly. I believe someone else will be more impatient than us. The smiling demon said no more, as Yi Kongcheng's statement was indeed true. Just as the director was halfway through the reading, an explosion resounded in the open space of St. Margaret Workshop. The sound wasn't particularly loud, slightly louder than ordinary firecrackers, causing a stir. Shortly after, yellow smoke spread rapidly with the explosion. Watch out, it's toxic, shouted the head of security, quickly taking command. The safety of the 5 important figures became the top priority. As for the Blue Fairy, while it also needed protection, considering it couldn't be easily taken away, it wasn't the most urgent concern. Besides, even if the smoke was toxic, it was unlikely to harm a spaceship. At that moment, a convoy suddenly appeared from the side, crashing through the outer wall of St. Margaret Workshop. The smiling demon exclaimed, It's the Mad Knight. Yi Kongcheng nodded. I didn't expect him to make the first move. As the Mad Knight took action, the lurking criminals couldn't hold back any longer and began to act. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, and the scene descended into chaos. The crowd screamed and scattered, leaving the front of St. Margaret Workshop in disarray. From a distance, a sniper shot rang out, and a soldier inside the workshop fell, his head pierced, blood splattering. A group of people, appearing from nowhere, scaled the outer wall and charged forward frantically. Yi Kongcheng spoke into his communicator. Zhanlan, analyze the composition of the smoke. Zhanlan responded, It's just a regular smoke grenade with a small amount of tear-inducing substance, mainly for confusion, non-toxic, and without substantial harm. Yi Kongcheng shrugged off his coat and tossed it aside. Looks like it's time for us to move. Let's go, he said, striding forward and pushing through the crowd. The criminals were acting with reckless abandon. After 3 days of relentless crackdowns, they had been living like rats in the city, their anger simmering. Now, they finally had a chance to unleash it. Leading the charge through the throng, Yi Kongcheng arrived at the workshop's outer wall. Zhanlan, weaponize, he shouted. Streams of multicolored light, thick and fluid like mercury, flowed over Yi Kongcheng's arms. When the light subsided, a pair of silver arm guards had materialized on his forearms. With a thunderous crash, Yi Kongcheng punched through the wall. Come on, let's get this battle started, he said, stepping into the workshop. Surrounding him were waves of criminals and the federal soldiers tasked with defending the facility. These soldiers were no pushovers. They were well-trained and disciplined, quickly forming a defensive formation instead of scattering in panic. Kongcheng was soon met with resistance as a squad of federal soldiers blocked his path. "Move aside," Kongcheng growled. "I don't have time to waste on you." He spread his palms, revealing two divine flames, one black and one white, dancing between his hands before merging into his body. Although he didn't feel any immediate change, Kongcheng knew the power of the divine flames would manifest in battle. Without hesitation, he charged forward. "Raise your guns," someone shouted. "Open fire." As the soldiers aimed their weapons, Kongcheng's figure suddenly vanished, leaving them bewildered and without a target. In the next moment, Kongcheng reappeared, delivering a powerful punch to a soldier's face. With a loud bang, the soldier was sent flying, tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground, his face grotesquely contorted. He didn't even have time to cry out before passing out from the pain. Nana and the smiling demon advanced, trying to break through the enemy lines. Suddenly, a Federation soldier raised his gun, but in an instant, locked eyes with Nana. "You shouldn't point that gun at me." Nana's voice was eerie, whispering in the soldier's ear. "You should aim at those guys with guns too." The soldier's eyes grew vacant, and his pupils seemed to darken. He suddenly turned and fired at his comrades without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Gunfire echoed around them. "Damn it, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Don't make me fight back," the other soldiers shouted in panic. The Federation's defensive formation quickly fell into chaos. Nana's psychic abilities once again proved their power low in baseline, but extraordinarily high in potential. Against these ordinary soldiers, she was more adept than Kongcheng. Seeing the situation, Kongcheng gestured, "Let's go." Just then, a figure emerged from the yellow smoke, saying coldly, "You're not going anywhere." As the smoke cleared, a man in his 30s appeared, his expression stern and his face chiseled and handsome. What stood out most was the major's insignia on his shoulder. Zhanlong quickly scanned the data and reported, "Zhanlong, Golden City Military, commander of the city's counterterrorism strike team." Kongcheng chuckled. "Special forces, huh?" He gestured to either side. "Step aside." "No." The smiling demon suddenly spoke up. "I'll handle this." Kongcheng looked at him in surprise. "This is the first time you've volunteered to fight." The smiling demon glanced at his wrist-mounted portable computer, because the Crime Alliance just sent a message. "It's from Mr. Crowmy weapon has finally arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, the roar of a helicopter filled the air. A man-sized crate descended from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and cracking it like a spider web. The smiling demon said, "You go ahead, take Nana to the Blue Fairy. Our enemies are not just the Federation. It's everyone who wants the Blue Fairy. This is just the appetizer." Kongcheng nodded. "I'll be waiting for you up ahead." With that, he moved swiftly forward. Zhanlong shouted, "Who gave you permission to leave?" He lunged at Kongcheng like a hunting leopard. The smiling demon kicked the metal crate, sending it flying toward Zhanlong like a cannonball. Zhanlong twisted in midair, narrowly dodging it, and then pushed the crate aside upon landing. The smiling demon approached the crate, opened it, and drew out a knight's sword. Black mist immediately swirled around the blade. At the same time, his mask seemed to come alive, with eyes glowing a sinister red. Zhanlong locked eyes with him and suddenly felt a chill in his limbs, as if staring into an abyss. The smiling demon gently stroked the scabbard. "I knew it. This is a cursed sword." He touched his mask with a hint of self-mockery. "And I am a cursed man. Only cursed weapons choose me. Misfortune will always follow me." He slowly walked towards Zhanlong instinctively. Zhanlong took a step back, realizing his misstep. With a roar, he tried to muster his courage and lunged at the smiling demon. In the next instant, a flash of silver light streaked through the air, the blade vibrating with a piercing hum. Zhanlong screamed in agony, retreating repeatedly, his forearm severed by a single stroke. The smiling demon spoke coldly, "You have two choices. Leave my sight or die by my sword." Zhanlong threw his head back and laughed. "Ha ha, a soldier can die in battle, but never retreat. You're dreaming if you think I'll back down. Even if I can't stop you, I'll take a chunk of flesh from you. If that's your decision." The smiling demon gently stroked his sword's sheath again. "Then die." Clang. The sword was unsheathed, and the dazzling silver light sliced through the air once more. It was an unparalleled strike, swift as a shooting star. Zhanlong had no time to react. The smiling demon sheathed his sword and walked past Zhanlong. "When I wield a weapon, I am unstoppable. You couldn't even come close to touching me, let alone take a piece of me." A thin line of blood appeared on Zhanlong's throat, slowly deepening to reveal bone. He collapsed heavily to the ground, blood pouring out as the life quickly faded from his eyes. The smiling demon continued on, the dark smoke around his sword seeming to lighten. He paused briefly, shaking his head. "It's a good sword. but still far from perfect. It seems you were never destined to be my match. He pressed forward, facing the advancing Federation soldiers. A burst of silver sword light erupted, and the soldiers fell one after another. The smiling demon moved forward unimpeded, resolutely heading towards his target. Our leader has already boarded the blue ferry. He will be the final victor, and you will die here. Standing in front of Kongcheng was a man with a fierce expression, a pair of crossed swords on his back, and a ruthless glare. Even without Zhanlan's reminder, Kongcheng recognized him, Joker swordsman Fan Hai, former vice-captain of the Bloodblade Pirates, with a bounty of 15 million. Fan Hai slowly unsheathed his twin swords, his voice low and menacing. I stayed behind just for you. You killed my friend. Kongcheng sneered. That short guy who only played with bombs? Fan Hai's eyebrows shot up, rage boiling over. If you said that to provoke me, congratulations, you succeeded. Kongcheng shrugged indifferently. I heard your current captain killed your previous one, along with many members of the Bloodblade Pirates. What were they to you? Not friends, right? These words clearly struck a nerve, causing Fan Hai's face to contort with anger. Kongcheng pressed on. So, it's not provocation. It's doubt. How can someone like you talk about friends? I'm genuinely curious about where you get the audacity to use that word. Fan Hai's face turned red with fury, and he roared, die. He charged at Kongcheng, raising his swords high and bringing them down with force. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out as Kongcheng raised his left arm, blocking Fan Hai's attack with his arm guard. What you're doing now is called flying into a rage out of humiliation, Kongcheng taunted. Fan Hai, seething with anger, leaped back and swung his sword through the air. Air slash. Although Kongcheng saw nothing, he heard the wind whistling and then smelled a hint of blood. He touched his cheek, finding a small cut with blood on his fingertips. Ability to manipulate airflow? Kongcheng muttered to himself. No, Zhanlan explained, it's similar to the air solidification we saw last time. It's an ability to solidify air and make it sharp. However, it shouldn't be a supernatural ability. The medium should be those twin swords. Then there's nothing to fear, Kongcheng said. Let's end this quickly. I don't want to waste time on a minor character. Every word reached Fan Hai's ears, making his expression even darker. He thought Kongcheng was deliberately humiliating him, and this blatant insult made him furious. Die. Fan Hai roared again. I'll cut you to pieces. Zhanlan. Magnetic field. Kongcheng suddenly shouted. Just as Fan Hai was about to attack, his swords inexplicably floated upwards and stuck together like magnets. What did you do? Fan Hai asked in terror. Kongcheng smiled. Instead of asking what I did, you should be asking what I plan to do. Before Fan Hai could react, Kongcheng's figure flashed in front of him, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Intense pain instantly swept through his entire body, causing Fan Hai to involuntarily curl up. His twin blades clattered to the ground. Kongcheng flicked his toe, sending the twin blades into the air and positioning them against Fan Hai's neck. What I want to do is... slash. The sharp blade cut across Fan Hai's throat, severing it. And that is to take you down, Kongcheng said coldly, watching as Fan Hai's body collapsed heavily to the ground. Thud. Fan Hai's corpse hit the ground with a resounding crash, as if in response to Kongcheng's words. Kongcheng turned to Nana. Capture this. These guys have extra bounties in the criminal alliance. Every little bit counts. Nana shrugged and used her communicator to take a picture of Fan Hai's corpse. Stepping over Fan Hai's body, the two continued forward, soon arriving near the blue ferry. The battle here was the fiercest, a chaotic free-for-all. Federation soldiers were defending the blue ferry with their lives, but their defensive line had been breached, and many had already boarded the ship. Despite this, the Federation soldiers stood firm, blocking others from entering. The criminals kept attacking, while also preventing others from getting in. Kongcheng took a deep breath and said to Nana, be careful. I need to break through. I might not be able to protect you all the time. Don't worry, Nana replied, pulling out 2 bombs. I'm not as weak as you think. If anyone messes with me, they'll be seeing fireworks. Kongcheng couldn't help but smile. Compared to their first meeting, Nana had indeed become less timid and more fierce. This starry sky had a way of making people grow up fast. The next moment, Kongcheng charged into the fray. His figure moved like a phantom, swiftly weaving through the chaos and relentlessly striking down enemies. In this environment full of adversaries, Kongcheng could fully unleash his abilities without restraint. With every enemy he knocked down or every blow he took, Kongcheng could feel his strength and speed increasing. Surprisingly, he didn't feel tired, which meant his stamina was also continuously improving. Unlike others who grew weary with prolonged fighting, Kongcheng only became more vigorous. Of course, this ability had its limitations. Only in such chaotic battles could his indomitable will and fighting spirit reach their peak. These 2 abilities were slow burners, requiring time to build up before exploding with power. In other words, they were highly situational. However, the current chaos was the perfect battlefield for these abilities, with no apparent drawbacks. Kongcheng even felt unstoppable. Get out of my way. Kongcheng growled, throwing a punch forward. Though his fist didn't actually connect with anyone, the sheer force of his punch sent several federal soldiers flying. He took a step forward, facing a federal major. The two clashed without any fancy moves, each punch landing with a solid impact. Suddenly, the major screamed and staggered back, his 5 fingers completely twisted, the bones shattered by Kongcheng's punch. Kongcheng grabbed the major's hair and casually tossed him aside like garbage. Kongcheng's dominance drew the attention of the surrounding criminals. Although they were united against the federal soldiers, they were also competing for a chance to board the blue ferry. Some of them showed a vicious glint in their eyes as they quietly approached Kongcheng. Noticing this, Kongcheng's face showed contempt. With the power of his divine fire ability, he was confident he could take on even federal generals or notorious criminals. Sneaking around, are we? Kongcheng said coldly. If you want to stop me, then step up. With that, he stomped his foot. Boom. The ground cracked instantly, and crimson flames erupted from beneath him, forming a terrifying 10-meter-high pillar of fire. To Kongcheng's surprise, his divine fire abilities of unyielding will and battle spirit seemed to enhance his pyrokinesis, making his flames even more powerful. Flame cascade. Kongcheng roared, and the fire pillar collapsed, transforming into a fiery curtain that surged outward. Those who had been lurking couldn't even react before being engulfed by the flames. As the flames died down, a large area around Kongcheng was cleared, with no one daring to approach. He raised an eyebrow challengingly and motioned to Nana, "Let's go." At that moment, a man in a black robe silently approached Nana. When he was within 5 meters, he suddenly attacked, releasing a stream of black smoke from his sleeve that snaked toward Nana's back. Kongcheng instantly appeared behind Nana, sneering, "Is that all you got? If you call yourself a man, you should come at me." He slashed his hand, sending a blade of fire that obliterated the black smoke. Azure. Magnetic field. Kongcheng activated his ability again, enveloping the area in a blue magnetic field. The metal objects on the black-robed man vibrated violently, pulling him toward Kongcheng. Kongcheng grabbed the man's head and said coldly, "This is your punishment." He then slammed the man into the cracked ground, embedding him into it. "Let's go," Kongcheng said, leading Nana up the boarding ramp of the blue ferry. As the hatch opened, a figure flew out. Kongcheng caught it, realizing it was an old acquaintance, Liehua. The two exchanged a silent look before Kongcheng said, "Why is it always you?" Liehua gritted his teeth and replied, "You just won't leave me alone, will you?" At that moment, Nana suddenly shouted, "Watch out ahead!" A rumbling noise came from inside the ship, and several tank-like defense robots the size of barrels appeared before the 3 of them. Liehua's pupils contracted as he shouted, "Get down!" Boom, boom. 2 palm-sized shells whistled out of the barrels. Kongcheng quickly moved to the side and deployed a barrier field. Meanwhile, Liehua's voice echoed down the corridor, "Cover your ears and find shelter." Kongcheng froze for a moment, still processing the command, when 2 metal canisters launched from the tank-like defense robots, arcing through the air. In the next second, the canisters exploded not with a typical blast, but with a blinding flash and deafening noise. Stun grenades. Kongcheng and Nana immediately winced in pain, covering their ears. In confined spaces, these non-lethal weapons are especially effective. Even though the corridor wasn't completely enclosed, its narrowness amplified the impact. "Damn it!" Kongcheng cursed, shaking his head furiously in an attempt to dispel the blinding light and ringing in his ears. Although it wouldn't cause any lasting harm, the temporary blindness and tinnitus were excruciating. Liehua fared slightly better. Clearly, he had anticipated the defense robot's attack patterns. He couldn't completely avoid the effects of the stun grenades, but he had crouched in a corner, covering his head and ears, which mitigated the impact somewhat. Recovering first, Liehua wasted no time and dashed forward. The 2 tank-like defense robots extended their gun barrels and opened fire. "Explode!" Liehua commanded, thrusting his right palm forward. Though there was still some distance to the nearest robot, it suddenly burst apart, scattering parts everywhere. Almost simultaneously, Kongcheng regained his mobility. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch, sending a stream of fire that incinerated the other tank-like robot into scrap metal. "Dodge!" Liehua suddenly shouted. Kongcheng looked puzzled, thinking they had already dealt with the threat. Why the need to dodge? Boom, boom. The 2 destroyed tank-like robots exploded violently, with flames and shockwaves sweeping outwards. Kongcheng finally understood. No wonder Liehua had nearly been blasted out of the spaceship earlier. These robots had self-destruct mechanisms. Bang! Kongcheng was thrown several meters by the shockwave, using his body to shield Nana as he slammed into the corridor wall. That hurts, Kongcheng groaned, rubbing his back. Why is the defense system of the Blue Fairy still active? Weren't they supposed to be decommissioning it? Li Liehua walked over, sneering, knowing that someone might try to steal it. Of course, they'd keep the defense system running. Are you dense? Kongcheng retorted angrily. You want to fight? Bring it on. Li Liehua extended his hand provocatively. I'm not afraid of you. Cut it out. Nana intervened just in time. Fighting here will only give others a head start. Oomph. Both men snorted simultaneously, clearly having disliked each other since their first meeting at the bar. Which way are you going? Kongcheng asked. Li Liehua pointed ahead. Kongcheng reluctantly said, Fine, I'll let you go first this time. I'll take the rear. Do I need your courtesy? Li Liehua scoffed. I've changed my mind. I'll take the rear. Childish. Kongcheng rolled his eyes and pulled Nana along, quickly running down the corridor. As they ran, he asked, Nana, are you familiar with the internal structure of the Blue Fairy? Nana nodded. Although the Blue Fairy has likely undergone some modifications, its basic structure shouldn't be too different from the Voyager X battleship. I have a general understanding of its layout. You lead the way, Kongcheng instructed. Lon, hack into the Blue Fairy's operating and defense systems. No problem, I just need 30 seconds, Lon replied confidently. However, a minute later, hidden compartments on both sides of the corridor opened, revealing 2 Vulcan cannons. Shield field. Kongcheng shouted, deploying a defensive barrier. The Vulcan cannons roared to life, spewing bullets like a torrential downpour. Kongcheng used the shield field to block the onslaught while retreating, but the barrier quickly began to crack. Didn't you say 30 seconds? Kongcheng demanded. Lon explained apologetically, the Federation has white hat hackers embedded in the Blue Fairy. They're coordinating with the firewall to repel my intrusion. Their skills are no match for mine, but I need more time. How long? Fastest, 15 minutes. Slowest, 30. I've already taken control of some defense robots, but this area is still out of my reach. Kongcheng rolled his eyes. You could have just said I need to handle this myself. Lon teased. How was I supposed to know you prefer directness over subtlety? A snarky AI isn't a good AI, Kongcheng retorted. You've got a problem that needs fixing. Just as he finished speaking, Kongcheng darted forward, zigzagging to dodge the bullets. He reached one of the Vulcan cannons, twisted his waist, and leaped up, kicking the cannon to pieces with a near-acrobatic move. Before landing, he stepped off the side wall and spun, destroying the other cannon with a swift kick. Catching his breath after landing, Kongcheng saw several tank-like combat robots rounding the corner. He readied himself for battle, but Lon reassured him, Don't worry, those are the defense robots I control. Sure enough, the tank robots approached without attacking. They continued to sprint forward, with Nana directing, Take the passage down ahead, then use the elevator to go up. We won't use the main corridor. It seems to have been converted into a hall. We'll take the emergency passage. Nana's expertise in her field was indeed impressive. Even though the Blue Fairy had been modified, she could clearly identify its structure and instantly spot the altered sections, using this knowledge to determine the correct direction. However, Kongcheng felt something was off. He knew that many had entered the Blue Fairy before them, including some notorious figures from the criminal world and infamous space pirate gangs. These people, once they seized control of the cockpit and piloted the Blue Fairy away, would naturally have their own spacecraft ready to assist them. A space battle might ensue, or they might escape smoothly, but as long as they could get the Blue Fairy to take off, they were already halfway to success. The problem was, despite rushing all the way here, Kongcheng hadn't seen a single person besides the defense robots. Well, except for that annoying Li Liehua. Kongcheng expressed his concerns to Jean Lon, only to receive a brief response. That's not important. Confused, Kongcheng asked, Then what is important? Jean Lan's voice was calm and resolute. The passage ahead leads to the command bridge. Those words struck Kongcheng like a hammer, snapping him out of his confusion. He paused for a moment before smiling in realization. Indeed, his worries were insignificant at this moment. No matter the dangers ahead, there was no reason to retreat now that he had come this far. Moving forward was his only choice. This was exactly what Jean Lon meant. In the next moment, Kongcheng dashed across a suspended steel bridge without hesitation. On the other side was the command room, but as he was about to reach it, he felt a sudden twitch in his brow. As a military ship, the command bridge of the Blue Fairy was exceptionally spacious. Besides the control consoles for the spacecraft, there were command seats for various departments. However, at the moment, the vast space was littered with bodies sprawled on the ground. Kongcheng's eyes quickly scanned the area and saw that 18 people were still standing, all dressed in Federation uniforms. Just then, another figure appeared in his line of sight. Another one. A Federation officer flicked away his cigarette, but with a hint of disdain in his voice. Who's up? Yi Kongcheng took a deep breath, alarm bells ringing in his mind. It's a trap after all. He rapidly assessed the situation. Among the 18 Federation officers, 12 had colonel insignias, and 5 were major generals. This was drastically different from the intelligence provided by the sergeant major, which mentioned only 5 Federation majors, 2 colonels, and 1 general. Although he hadn't seen the general, the presence of 12 colonels and 5 major generals meant their strength far exceeded the intelligence by tenfold. Yi Kongcheng believed the sergeant major's information wasn't entirely wrong, just incomplete. The general was likely hiding somewhere, ready to appear at any moment. This was undoubtedly a meticulously planned trap. Scanning the surroundings again, Yi Kongcheng noticed roughly 100 bodies on the ground, some dead, some injured. Given the formidable opponents, such a result was hardly surprising. Yi Kongcheng took another deep breath and said nonchalantly, "If I said I was just passing through, you wouldn't believe me, would you?" The Federation colonel who had flicked away his cigarette, but stood up and sneered, "You're quite humorous, but unfortunately, your humor is misplaced." With that, he strode towards Yi Kongcheng and swung a punch at his head without another word. There was nothing more to say between Federation soldiers and criminals. Their identities spoke for themselves. Zhanlan. Yi Kongcheng called out, "Weaponize." Multicolored lights quickly enveloped Yi Kongcheng's arm, and before they fully dissipated, the two men's fists collided fiercely. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the air. Yi Kongcheng raised an eyebrow, secretly astonished. As expected of a Federation colonel, his strength was indeed extraordinary. Even with the 2.5 times power boost from the Azure weaponization, it was only just enough to match the opponent. Interesting. The Federal colonel grinned with a hint of excitement. "You're tougher than I thought. This might be fun. Let's hope you don't end up killing yourself." Yi Kongcheng sneered before shouting, "Nana, go." Nana quickly retreated, but after just a few meters, the steel bridge suddenly retracted, cutting off her escape route. "None of you are leaving," the Federal colonel barked. "Today, I'll capture every single one of you." Harden. With his shout, a strange energy wave emanated from his body. Harden is a common ability in the second stage of the gene gate, which allows the body to harden, enhancing physical toughness. Although common, its strength varies from person to person. This particular Federal colonel could clearly increase his body's hardness to an exceptional degree. Clang, clang, clang. The two continued exchanging punches, the clash of their arms echoing like metal striking metal. The others in the command cabin did not intervene, seemingly confident in their comrade's strength, or perhaps ready to assist at any moment. Yi Kongcheng was well aware of this. Confidence and arrogance are not the same. He knew that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't take on 12 Federal colonels and 5 Federal generals at once and come out unscathed. If he had that kind of power, he could dominate the entire galaxy. But that didn't mean Yi Kongcheng would give up easily. With the unyielding will granted by his divine fire ability, surrender was not an option. "Let's see if you can keep me here," Yi Kongcheng muttered to himself. Bang! Yi Kongcheng's fist collided with the Federal colonel's once more. The opponent had a slight edge in strength, particularly with the hardened ability amplifying his power. Yi Kongcheng relied on the arm guards from the Azure weaponization, making their strengths evenly matched. However, this clash was more than just a test of strength. As their fists met, a burst of searing flames erupted from the gap between them. "I've seen your ability," Yi Kongcheng sneered. "Now, it's your turn to see mine." Boom! A sudden fireball erupted from the clash, slamming into the Federal colonel's chest, sending him flying. Yi Kongcheng pressed his advantage, launching another punch while shouting, "Flame Dragon Charge." As he moved, flames coiled around his arm, transforming into a fiery dragon that shot forward. "Watch out!" A Federal general who had been observing with half-closed eyes suddenly warned. "This kid's Gene Gate second stage ability is supernatural. Don't underestimate him." Before the words even faded, another Federal colonel's silhouette flashed in front of the fire dragon. He raised his arm and swung it fiercely. Whatever power he used, Yi Kongcheng's fire dragon instantly shattered into countless sparks that scattered to the ground. The Federation colonel who had been knocked down by Yi Kongcheng earlier was now on his feet, roaring, "I don't need your help. I'll take his head myself." Oomph! The Federation major general who spoke earlier chimed in again, "We're not here to prove our bravery. We're here to complete the mission." With that, he signaled to the two Federation colonels beside him, who immediately started walking towards Yi Kongcheng. Facing the onslaught of 4 formidable enemies, Yi Kongcheng unconsciously took half a step back, his expression growing increasingly grave. "What should we do?" Nana asked softly, her voice tinged with worry. Yi Kongcheng, however, flashed a slight smile and replied, "Someone wants to kill us. What else can we do? Naturally, we have only one choice." As he spoke, he suddenly pushed off the ground with his legs, leaping forward like an arrow released from a bow. "To fight!" Bang! Bang! Yi Kongcheng threw his fists forward, colliding violently with the Federal colonel. The immense force generated a gust of wind, causing both men to stagger backward. In that split second, two more figures attacked from the left and right. Bang! Bang! Two more heavy thuds echoed. A fourth federal colonel seized the moment and delivered a brutal punch to Kongcheng's abdomen. Pain shot through him like an electric current, causing his stomach to churn. Instinctively, Kongcheng bent over, clutching his stomach, and dropped to one knee. Seizing the opportunity, a federal colonel stepped forward and roughly grabbed Kongcheng by the hair, yanking him to his feet. "Kid, you'd better," before he could finish. Kongcheng suddenly mustered his strength and delivered a fierce knee strike to the man's waist, sending him flying. Without missing a beat, Kongcheng turned and landed a heavy punch on another colonel's face. "Vines!" Another federal colonel pulled two green seeds from his pocket and threw them to the ground. The seeds quickly split open, transforming into vine as thick as a baby's wrist. They slithered like snakes, instantly wrapping around Kongcheng and binding him tightly. The previously knocked down colonel got back on his feet, wiped the blood from his mouth, and walked over to Kongcheng. He landed a hard punch on Ye's face. "Bastard," he cursed. "You don't know what's good for you." Kongcheng slowly turned his head, spat out a mouthful of blood, and stared directly at him. "Believe me, for every punch you throw, I'll return it tenfold." "Oh yeah." The enraged colonel struck Kongcheng's face again. "I'd like to see how you plan to do that." "Enough," another colonel interjected. "Why bother with the kid? Let's just deal with this little rat too." Kongcheng lifted his head, his eyes suddenly fierce. "You better not touch her." The colonel who had punched Kongcheng twice sneered and went straight to Nana, grabbing her shoulder. "Let go." Nana screamed, frantically swinging her fists. "Let go of me." The colonel easily restrained her and provocatively looked at Kongcheng. "I've touched her. What are you going to do about it?" Kongcheng's expression turned grave. "You'll regret this. Trust me, you'll really regret this." The colonel sneered. "Big talk for a dead man. I'll kill this rat first, then you." He raised his fist, aiming to strike Nana's head. Boom. At that critical moment, flames suddenly erupted from Kongcheng's body, instantly turning the vines binding him to ashes. The surrounding colonels reached out to grab him, but Kongcheng twisted his ankle, spinning his body like a top. Enveloped in flames, he became a massive fireball, crashing into the three nearby colonels and sending them flying. A federal major general observed with a frown and then issued an order. "Send in two more. Stop playing around and capture this kid quickly." As he spoke, he opened a portable computer on his wrist, projecting a light screen to review some data. His frown deepened. "I thought we were dealing with a major criminal, but it turns out to be just a small fry with an 11 million bounty." The federal major general pondered deeply, growing increasingly concerned. The bounty on Kongcheng's head didn't match his demonstrated capabilities, and he couldn't help but admire Kongcheng's tenacity. If Kongcheng were a soldier in the Federation, he would be genuinely pleased. But as a criminal, a flash of ruthlessness passed through the major general's eyes. Anything dangerous should be nipped in the bud before it grows into something terrifying. The Federation's strategy for dealing with criminals had always been to capture first, kill only if necessary. Capturing alive showcased the Federation's prowess. Killing was a last resort. But now, this major general had made up his mind to kill. A threat like Kongcheng needed to be eliminated to prevent future trouble. Meanwhile, Kongcheng halted his spinning, and the flames around him gradually dissipated. Facing the approaching federal colonel, he smiled fearlessly and suddenly snapped his fingers. Crack, crack, crack. Numerous panels in the ceiling of the command cabin abruptly opened, releasing an array of weapons that fired without hesitation. The federal soldiers were caught off guard and scrambled to dodge the barrage. Kongcheng turned sharply and lunged at Nana, shouting furiously at the federal colonel, "Get lost." Without hesitation, the colonel swung a punch forward, his body taking on a metallic sheen as he activated his hardening ability. Boom, boom. Their fists collided, and the colonel immediately felt a tremendous force. He cried out in pain, clutching his wrist and stumbling back several steps. Looking down, he saw that two of his fingers had been broken by Kongcheng's punch. "Impossible," the colonel roared. In their previous encounters, they had been evenly matched, each having their moments of advantage. Sometimes Kongcheng had the upper hand, and sometimes the colonel did. But now, Kongcheng's strength and destructiveness were clearly overwhelming him, rendering his hardening ability ineffective. In reality, Kongcheng hadn't done anything different. His abilities, fueled by his indomitable will and fighting spirit, had grown stronger with each battle. After ensuring Nana's safety, Kongcheng looked around and taunted, "Come on, if you have the guts, let's go down together." A federal major general punched through an incoming energy beam and glared at Kongcheng, demanding, "What have you done?" Kongcheng sneered, "Your so-called white hats were no match for me. I've completely taken over the control and defense systems of the Blue Fairy. From now on, this spaceship is under my command." The Major General's face darkened as he spoke into his communicator in hushed tones before angrily smashing it to the ground. It was evident that Kongcheng wasn't bluffing. The Blue Fairy had indeed been successfully infiltrated, and the Federation's white hats were utterly defeated. You think this is enough to stop us? A Major General growled. With just these metal scraps? The Federal Colonel stomped his foot, creating a sudden gust of wind, and 6 Vulcan cannons around them exploded at once. He glared coldly at Kongcheng, his eyes full of disdain and contempt. Kongcheng sneered. I never said I could handle you, but I can definitely take you down. He snapped his fingers. Instantly, the surrounding defensive system guns ceased fire, and numerous blue holographic screens appeared, displaying various locations on the Blue Fairy. He continued, the Blue Fairy may be the flagship of the infamous pirate Li Lanwei, but before that, it was a federal military battleship, wasn't it? As he finished speaking, red dots suddenly lit up on the screens. With a wicked grin, Kongcheng explained, from what I know, all federal military ships are equipped with self-destruct mechanisms to prevent capture, data leaks, or impersonation. So, the Blue Fairy has one too. A federal major general, trying to maintain his composure but with a tremor in his voice, asked, do you intend to threaten us with that? Do you really think you can escape if you activate the self-destruct mechanism? Kongcheng retorted, can I escape now? Are you planning to let me leave? The major general was at a loss for words. If death was inevitable, taking them down with him seemed like a viable option, especially when the ones going down were high-ranking federal officers. Another major general shouted sternly, I don't believe you have the guts to do it. Kongcheng pointed to his chest, taunting, if you don't believe me, then try it. You can shoot me in the heart, and see if I won't drag you all down with me. A third major general asked in a serious tone, what do you want? Kongcheng couldn't help but laugh. He paced to the side and approached the federal colonel who had previously grabbed Nana. Suddenly, he punched the colonel, knocking him to the ground. He followed with a second punch to the head, slamming the colonel into the floor so hard that it dented the alloy surface. Kongcheng coldly stated, I told you. Whatever you hit me with, I'll return it. Several federal colonels seemed ready to act but were held back by those around them. Kongcheng taunted, not going to make a move? I'm beating up your comrade, and I'm a criminal. Doesn't this trample on your dignity? If so, why not make a move? Come on. Hit me hard and throw me in jail. He paced back and forth, his face full of mockery and disdain. So, federal soldiers are afraid of dying too? One of the major generals gritted his teeth and said, I don't want to waste words with you. You can leave and we won't stop you. Kongcheng wagged his finger and said, Sir, it seems you've forgotten to bring your IQ card, because you still don't understand the situation. Let me enlighten you. As he waved his finger, the defensive system guns gently swiveled. From now on, I'm in charge. The major general sneered, give you an inch, and you take a mile. Do you really think you're something special? Kongcheng remained unfazed and retorted, do you dare come here and kill me? The Federation major general was momentarily at a loss for words, only able to let out a cold snort to express his anger and helplessness. With a slight smirk, Kongcheng said, I get the Blue Fairy, and you get to live. Seems like a fair deal. Earlier, I was wondering how I could leave this planet even if I got my hands on the Blue Fairy. He paced to the side, gesturing for the others to gather in one area. Once all the Federation soldiers were in front of him, Kongcheng continued, I believe the Federation has made thorough preparations. Even if I manage to control the Blue Fairy and escape into space, there could easily be a fleet waiting to blow me to pieces. But now, things are different. Some of the smarter ones on the other side had already guessed his plan. Kongcheng intended to use them as hostages, 12 Federation colonels and 5 major generals. This was a significant force for the Federation, at least within the galaxy, and they couldn't afford such a loss. One of the Federation major generals said, You're too naive. Even though losing us would be a heavy blow to the Federation, we can be sacrificed for the Federation's dignity. Besides, replacements can be brought in from the outer regions. Kongcheng wagged his finger again. You won't know unless you try, right? He continued smiling, a bit mockingly. He wasn't about to back down just because of a few words from the other side. The Federation major general fell silent and closed his mouth. Kongcheng was about to give an order. Azure, lift, boom. A sudden explosion rocked the command cabin violently. Items on the surrounding consoles fell, and bodies on the ground rolled around. Kongcheng was stunned. He hadn't even finished his command, yet the Blue Fairy had already moved. Had he and Azure reached a level of telepathic connection? Even if they had, the takeoff should not have caused such intense shaking. Azure explained, It wasn't me. Someone's at the bottom of the Blue Fairy. A large, light-sensitive screen projected in front of Kongcheng, displaying the engine room at the bottom of the Blue Fairy. Upon seeing the person in the image, Kongcheng raised an eyebrow. It was the Berserker. Berserker Adams. This guy was also one of Kongcheng's targets, so there was no mistaking it. And since the berserker was the first to make a move, he must have been among the earliest to enter the blue fairy. But looking closely, none of the people lying around seemed to be his subordinates. So why had the berserker gone to the engine room instead of the command cabin? Damn it! One of the Federation major generals suddenly shouted in panic. He's after the fairy's heart. Kongcheng was puzzled, but at that moment, the berserker and his men smashed through a metal door and entered a room at the end of the engine room. He pressed a switch on the wall, and brilliant lights illuminated the space. In the next moment, Kongcheng was utterly stunned. Kongcheng's surprise was not without reason. Inside a hidden room in the engine compartment stood a device he found eerily familiar. It consisted of an octagonal metal base and a similarly shaped platform embedded in the ceiling, both perfectly parallel. What was even more striking was a massive glass sphere suspended in the center, with golden energy flowing inside it. Kongcheng cursed inwardly. Wasn't this the energy extraction device he had seen on Skull Island? Meanwhile, the Berserker Knight had already led his men to the device. Their faces showed fervent expressions, tinged with hope and satisfaction. How could those guys reach the engine compartment? A Federation major general roared angrily. Wasn't General Zhou guarding the passage to the engine compartment? What's the use of talking about that now? Another Federation major general snapped, then turned to Kongcheng. How about we call a truce for now? The heart of the fairy cannot fall into anyone else's hands. The heart of the fairy? Energy extraction device? Kongcheng was puzzled, struggling to make sense of the situation. Seeing Kongcheng's silence, the Federation major general urgently said, "Do you really want to drag us all to our deaths? No. Do you want to drag everyone in Golden City to their deaths? If that thing goes wrong, the entire Golden City will blow up." Kongcheng snapped back to reality and asked, "You want to stop the Berserker Knight?" The Federation major general took a deep breath and said, "This time, we'll concede. The blue fairy is yours. We just want the device. I guarantee you can leave the industrial planet with the blue fairy without any spacecraft stopping you. How about it?" After a moment's thought, Kongcheng replied, "Everyone else leaves, you stay. I need to know what's going on." The Federation major general signaled to the others, and without much hesitation, the Federation officers rushed out of the command cabin, sprinting down the steel bridge. Kongcheng looked at the only remaining Federation major general and asked, "What's your name?" The other took a deep breath and replied, "Wang Mingtsong." Kongcheng nodded and said, "Given your attitude earlier, it seems something very significant has happened. I'm actually quite reasonable. If we can solve this through conversation, there's no need for fists. Tell me everything." Just as Wang Mingtsong was about to speak, Kongcheng interrupted him, tapping on Blue. Blue extended 2 wires, each ending with a metal clip. Kongcheng moved forward, preparing to attach the clips to Wang Mingtsong. Wang Mingtsong took a cautious step back and asked, "What are you trying to do?" "Lie detector," Kongcheng explained. "Don't say I didn't warn you. I control the entire blue fairy now. I can seal the passages at any moment. I know I can't stop people, but destroying the passages to reach the engine compartment will take 3 to 4 times longer." A flash of ruthlessness crossed Wang Mingtsong's eyes, but he extended his hand, allowing Kongcheng to attach the metal clips to his wrist. Kongcheng stepped back and said, "You can speak now." "There was never any retirement of the blue fairy," Wang Mingtsong muttered under his breath. "When we took over the blue fairy, we discovered that device. It's the power source of the ship, containing ultra-concentrated energy." Kongcheng shook his head in confusion, prompting Wang Mingtsong to elaborate. "Let me put it this way. The energy inside has been compressed billions of times over. It's potent enough to sustain a planet for 8,000 years. If it leaks and causes an explosion, a third of this industrial planet would be obliterated." Kongcheng propped his chin in thought and speculated. "So, you didn't come to the industrial planet for the blue fairy's retirement ceremony. Oh, I get it. You want to dismantle that device?" Wang Mingtsong explained further. "That device is called the Fairy's Heart by Li Weilon's people. It's the main power output device of the blue fairy, and it's not something you can easily dismantle. In fact, tampering with it could likely cause an explosion, and over 50 of the galaxy's top mechanical experts live on this industrial planet." Kongcheng summarized, "So, you came to the industrial planet seeking help to dismantle the device, but you can't let this leak out. The blue fairy is too famous. Docking it needs a cover story." Wang Mingtsong admitted, "Exactly." Kongcheng pieced everything together, realizing that the Mad Knight Adams probably wasn't after the blue fairy from the start. He must have gotten wind of the energy extraction device and aimed straight for it. At this moment, Zhanlan's voice carried a hint of greed. "Even though the energy equivalent to 8,000 years of a planet's lifespan is less than half of what I absorbed last time, it would still boost my evolution by 20. I'm just a step away from breaking through the juvenile phase to reach maturity." Kongcheng rolled his eyes and ignored Zhanlan, focusing instead on Wang Mingtsong. "If I let you take the fairy's heart, you'll let me leave the industrial planet with the blue fairy, right?" Wang Mingtsong nodded in agreement. "Yes, that proposal benefits you." Yi Kongcheng suddenly gave a sly smile and said to Wang Mingsong, "Your name sounds smart, but you don't seem very smart." Wang Mingsong raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Yi Kongcheng explained, "I think if I pilot the blue fairy away from the industrial planet, you wouldn't dare attack. If that energy device explodes, the resulting energy would be so terrifying that even in outer space, it would affect the industrial planet." Wang Mingsong's face turned visibly grim. Yi Kongqing continued, "Oh, and those two wires aren't lie detectors. They were just to trick you into telling the truth. Thanks for being so cooperative. Bastard." Wang Mingsong erupted, but at that moment, the command cabin door behind Yi Kongqing suddenly opened. During their previous conversation, Yi Kongqing had discreetly adjusted his position and signaled to Nana, who had also moved to the door. In almost an instant, Yi Kongqing and Nana exited the command cabin one after the other, and the solid door closed behind them. Bang! Wang Mingsong punched the door, leaving a dent in the alloy surface. "Let's go." Yi Kongqing gestured. "That guy is strong, but it'll take him some time to break through the door. We need to move." As they ran, Nana asked, "Are we heading to the engine room?" "Of course." Yi Kongqing replied with a grin. "I know what can make them hesitate. We should make the most of it." Actually, Yi Kongqing had always harbored doubts. Using the blue fairy to threaten self-destruction had at best a 50-50 chance of success. After all, the opponent was formidable. Military rank wasn't an absolute measure of combat strength, as there were differences between star regions. For instance, a major general in the Milky Way Federation might have only reached the third or fourth stage of genetic unlocking, whereas a major general at the Federation's headquarters would start at the fifth stage, with some even reaching the sixth. The Milky Way, being a mid-tier star region, naturally couldn't compare to the Federation's headquarters. The Federation officers they encountered just now all had third or fourth stage strength. Although Wang Mingsong fell for Yi Kongqing's trick, he was definitely a fourth stage expert, and the others clearly followed his lead. Yi Kongqing initially thought that even if the self-destruct sequence was initiated, the opponent had a fair chance of escaping before the countdown ended. However, the truth was now clear: escaping would be futile. The explosion would destroy the energy extraction device along with it, wiping out a third of the industrial star. Where could they possibly escape to? But the question is, how did the energy extraction device end up on the blue fairy? Nana asked, puzzled. Yi Kongqing shrugged. "You'll have to ask the lately Wailon." From what Wang Mingsong said, the Federation only discovered the energy extraction device when they were recovering the blue fairy. "How do you know they aren't lying to you?" Nana pressed. Yi Kongqing explained with a smile. "It's simple. If the Federation had known in advance, they would have been prepared and wouldn't have decided to come to the industrial star at the last minute. They would have gathered the mechanical experts elsewhere. Besides, using the excuse of a retirement ceremony for the blue fairy was just too clumsy." Nana nodded in agreement, especially with the last point. When they first heard that the blue fairy was being retired and stored, they found it suspicious. The warship hadn't been in service for long and had excellent performance after modifications, so there was no need for retirement. They could only guess it was because it had been taken over by a notorious pirate like Li Weilon, or had been severely damaged during the siege, making it irreparable. Little did they know there was more to the story. "We can discuss the energy extraction device later," Yi Kongqing said. "The most important thing now is to control it. As long as we have the energy extraction device, the Federation won't dare to act rashly and will have to watch us leave." Nana agreed. They won't risk attacking because they don't know if the energy extraction device will explode if attacked. They can't afford that risk. Yi Kongqing patted Zhanlan and smiled. "The thing is, we're not afraid. Worst case, we go down together, and you can absorb all that energy," Zhanlan said excitedly. "Another feast." Yi Kongqing rolled his eyes. "Just don't go overboard this time." Wang Mingsong mentioned that the energy extraction device has been modified to be the main power source of the blue fairy. "If you drain all the compressed energy, the blue fairy will be useless," Zhanlan grumbled. "We can just replace it with a new main power source." Yi Kongqing rolled his eyes. "Do you think the Federation people are idiots? Do you think they'll just watch you get a new primary power source? Even if we need to switch, it'll have to wait until we're off industrial star and safe." Zhanlan sulked. "Fine, I'll hold off for now." Yi Kongqing thought to himself, "Do you really think those compressed energy units are food?" He couldn't help but say, "Even if you want to eat them, leave some for me to sell." Zhanlan reminded him, "Enough talking. Focus on the present." Yi Kongqing agreed. They could deal with everything else once they left industrial star. The most important thing now was the energy extraction device and the Mad Knight atoms. Licking his lips, Yi Kongqing said, "I've always wanted to take him down during the fight for the blue fairy. If it comes to it, I'll prioritize the blue fairy over him. But I never expected him to walk right into our hands." Nana asked, "Can the Mad Knight really take on those Federation officers?" "Theoretically, that's impossible," Yi Kongqing explained. "Judging by the bounty on his head, the Mad Knight is at most at the third stage of genetic enhancement, maybe the fourth. All the Federation officers here are at least 3rd stage, and those 5 major generals are likely 4th stage. Mr. Crow had previously provided Yi Kongcheng with information on the Mad Knight. Based on that, it seemed the Mad Knight was doomed. At that moment, Yi Kongcheng suddenly stopped in his tracks. Nana stopped as well and asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Kongcheng made a shushing gesture and carefully looked around. They had reached the lower deck of the Blue Ferry, surrounded by mechanical operations. Only a narrow pathway with a guardrail led forward. The reason Yi Kongcheng stopped was the smell of blood, faint but unmistakable. Taking a few steps forward, Yi Kongcheng looked down and saw a few drops of blood on the ground. He immediately looked up. Nana followed his gaze and saw a face hanging above them, letting out a startled scream. "Calm down." Yi Kongcheng patted Nana's back. "It's just a dead body. You've seen worse." They were looking at a corpse draped over a nearby machine, half its body hanging off, face down. If it were just any corpse, Nana wouldn't have been scared. But this one had a particularly horrifying expression. Its mouth was wide open, almost large enough to fit a fist, and its eyes were bulging out of their sockets. It was a chilling sight at first glance. Yi Kongcheng jumped up, grabbed the body's clothes, and yanked it down. With a heavy thud, the body hit the ground. The corpse was wearing a Federation military uniform with the rank of colonel. More importantly, Yi Kongcheng recognized the facete was one of the Federation officers he had encountered in the command cabin. Yi Kongcheng stood at the entrance of the engine room, his brow furrowed. The scene before him was vastly different from what he had anticipated. 16 bodies of Federal officers lay sprawled across the floor, each displaying the same eerie death state: upper body bones crushed, splintered bones piercing internal organs, yet no visible external injuries. The sight made Yi Kongcheng involuntarily gasp, his confusion deepening. Carefully stepping over the bodies, he approached the metal door at the end of the engine room. Gently pushing it open, Yi Kongcheng finally saw the Mad Knight. The man stood arrogantly in front of the energy extraction device, arms crossed, while his subordinates busily tinkered around it. Hearing the door open, the Mad Knight turned, a mocking smile spreading across his face. "Oh, I thought it was more Federal officers. Didn't expect it to be you," he sneered. "Did Crime Time offer you a high enough reward to make it worth this much effort?" Yi Kongcheng replied in a steady voice, "I'm not risking my life for the reward. I'm here because you need to die. More importantly, you're messing with my stuff." The Mad Knight paused, then sarcastically pointed at the device behind him. "Yours?" "I'm here for the Blue Ferry," Yi Kongcheng explained. "Since I'm here, everything on this spaceship is mine." The Mad Knight burst into laughter, pointing at Yi Kongcheng. "Lucky for you that dwarf daimyo didn't blow you up. I have things to do, no time to deal with you. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get lost instead of offering yourself up for me to kill." Yi Kongcheng scoffed. "You think you can?" The Mad Knight coldly reminded him. "Didn't you see the bodies at the door?" Yi Kongcheng felt a knot in his stomach, but didn't let it show. He took off his coat and handed it to Nana, signaling her to step aside. The Mad Knight shouted to his men, "Hey, keep working. Don't worry about anything else." He then turned to Yi Kongcheng. "Since you want to die, I'll oblige." Before he finished speaking, the Mad Knight shot towards Yi Kongcheng like an arrow, aiming a punch at his face. Yi Kongcheng quickly raised his arm to block, but was momentarily stunned. The force was far weaker than he had expected. Almost instinctively, Yi Kongcheng spun around and delivered a powerful kick to the Mad Knight's chest, sending him flying a few meters. The Mad Knight stood up, grimacing and rubbing his chest. He then opened and closed his hands, and a tangible beam of light formed in his palms, coalescing into a spear. "Special abilities?" Yi Kongcheng exclaimed. Zhanlan explained, "Energy materialization, a type of armament ability that can condense microenergy in the air into weapons." The Mad Knight attacked again, and Yi Kongcheng sidestepped to avoid the spear. Suddenly, flames erupted from Yi Kongcheng's palm, and he punched the spear. With the fire's scorching heat, the spear shattered. Yi Kongcheng's expression turned peculiar. This Mad Knight wasn't just not strong. He was pathetically weak. Despite being a notorious criminal who had killed his own boss, earned a bounty from the Criminal Alliance, and sent people to try and blow him up on the industrial planet, not to mention the bodies of Federal officers at the door, was surprisingly feeble. From any perspective, this guy should be an incredibly formidable figure. But the person standing before me is unbelievably weak. Yi Kongcheng couldn't even discern which aspect of the Berserker Knight's genetic gate had awakened in the first stage. Speed and strength were both unremarkable. Perhaps it was an increase in stamina? As for the second stage mutation ability, the weaponization category was already considered weak. The hardness and power of that light spear were laughable. It would be better to just buy an energy spear. As for the third stage's divine fire ability, Yi Kongcheng couldn't even begin to imagine. Just as Yi Kongcheng was lost in confusion, the Berserker Knight raised the light spear and charged again. Bang! Yi Kongcheng swiftly deflected the attack and immediately delivered a powerful kick to the Berserk Knight's stomach. The knight let out a scream and flew through the air like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. He rolled a few times, but stubbornly got back up and charged at Kongcheng again. Kongcheng sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the attack. Seizing the moment, he landed a hook punch to the knight's abdomen, causing him to curl up like a shrimp. Without hesitation, Kongcheng followed up with a brutal elbow strike to the knight's back, knocking him down once more. The berserk knight spat out a small mouthful of blood and struggled to get up. Kongcheng, showing no mercy, kicked him, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters away. Ha ha ha! The berserk knight suddenly burst into laughter, his face twisted in pain. He arduously got up from the ground and roared, "Come on, kid, let's go again." Like a human cannonball, the berserk knight charged straight at Kongcheng. Shaking his head in bewilderment at such a flawed attack, Kongcheng raised his foot and easily kicked the knight to the ground again. The knight coughed up more blood and trembled as he stood. Kongcheng frowned, thinking this guy was as resilient as a cockroach. Deciding to change tactics, Kongcheng moved like lightning to the knight's side and grabbed his shoulder. With a resounding crack, he forcefully twisted and broke the knight's arm. The knight screamed in agony, clutching his broken arm as cold sweat poured down his forehead and his face turned pale. People near the energy extraction device glanced at the knight, but remained indifferent, continuing their work. The cold atmosphere made Kongcheng feel uneasy. Moments later, the knight, gritting his teeth in pain, snarled, "Is that all you've got, kid? Not enough." "Really?" Kongcheng sneered, raising his foot. "Then let's make it more intense." He aimed to crush the knight's hand completely. Just then, the voice of the smiling demon echoed from behind, "Stop! You can't hurt him anymore." But it was too late. Kongcheng's foot came down, shattering the knight's hand. The knight let out a piercing scream and writhed on the ground in agony. The smiling demon walked up to Kongcheng with a serious expression. Kongcheng glanced sideways and said, "You finally showed up. I thought you were done for." "I got the weapon. That level of opponent was no match for me," replied the smiling demon, looking at the knight. "But it seems you've got a bit of a problem here." The berserk knight, now looking deranged, got up from the ground. His face contorted in pain as he clawed at his right hand, his nails digging into his flesh. Kongcheng asked, "Do you know what's wrong with this guy?" The smiling demon said solemnly, "He's cursed." Kongcheng was taken aback and was about to scoff at the idea when Zhanlan suddenly spoke up, "Then we have a big problem." "There's really a curse?" Kongcheng asked in disbelief. "Of course," Zhanlan explained. "No matter how advanced technology gets, there are always things beyond explanation. These are known as unknown forces. The 3 most dangerous types are curses, subspace, and temporal distortions." Kongcheng looked at the still growling berserker knight and asked, "What can he do with a curse?" The smiling demon replied, "He can't do anything with it. He has a curse on him, but it's not his own power." Seeing Kongcheng's confusion, the smiling demon explained, "To put it simply, he doesn't know how to use the curse. He's been cursed by someone else. Then what's there to be afraid of?" Kongcheng said dismissively. The smiling demon countered, "Do you know why he let you beat him up, even provoking you to finish him off?" Kongcheng frowned, waiting for an answer. The smiling demon analyzed, "Based on my guess, he was cursed by someone else. This curse brings him pain and suffering but also keeps him from dying. Because only by staying alive can he experience more pain and suffering." Kongcheng seemed to understand something. The curse wasn't meant to kill the berserker knight, but to keep torturing him, making him feel pain. And he himself had planned to kill the berserker knight. Bang! Suddenly, an invisible force sent Kongcheng flying, slamming him hard against the wall. Nana rushed over to help him up, concerned, "Are you okay? Watch out!" The smiling demon shouted, "Stay away from him." Kongcheng immediately pushed Nana away, and that invisible force reappeared, pinning him back against the wall. "Ha ha ha! Die, die, die! All of you, die!" The berserker knight laughed maniacally. Kongcheng gritted his teeth. "What the hell is this thing?" The smiling demon explained, "This is the power of the curse. He deliberately let you injure him severely. When the curse senses that he's about to die, it activates to save him, attacking anyone who means him harm." As the smiling demon spoke, he walked over to Kongcheng. Suddenly, a flash of silver light. The smiling demon drew his sword, slashing at what seemed to be empty air, but apparently hitting something. Kongcheng immediately felt the force holding him dissipate. The berserker knight's laughter abruptly stopped, like a duck being strangled. He stared at the smiling demon in disbelief. How? How is this possible? You can see it? Why? How can you see it?" The smiling demon twirled his sword and stepped toward the berserker knight. "Because I have a curse too." From behind the demon mask, a crimson glow flickered in the smiling demon's eyes. "And it's far stronger than yours." The berserk knight froze momentarily, then roared in fury, I don't believe it. The smiling demon gently stroked his sword, his gaze piercing. Although the two were 10 meters apart, with only the berserk knight's roar breaking the apparent calm, Kongcheng keenly sensed an intense, invisible clash between them. Suddenly, the smiling demon turned to Kongcheng, his voice low. Leave the curse to me. The berserk knight is yours. Kongcheng nodded solemnly, all right. In the next instant, the smiling demon swiftly drew his sword and slashed forward. The blade hung in midair, seemingly cutting through nothing, yet the sound of clashing metal echoed. The knight's sword trembled, emitting a creaking sound. The smiling demon took a deep breath and growled, "Sever." He quickly unleashed a series of strikes, the knight's sword slicing through the air with dazzling light. The air seemed to tear apart, releasing black smoke from the rifts. The berserk knight screamed in agony, cold sweat pouring down. The smoke coalesced into chains, one end piercing through the berserk knight's chest, tightly wrapping around his heart. You're doomed. The berserk knight trembled on his knees. You've angered it. The smiling demon chuckled softly, reaching out towards the smoke. Strange beastly roars and infant cries emanated from within. Suddenly, a shadow shot out from the smoke, darting towards the smiling demon like a black serpent. So it's the curse of the Wulin souls, the smiling demon sneered. No matter how powerful the sorcerer, they can't escape the bounds of the living. To bare your fangs at me with just this, I admire your courage. He drew his sword again, the blade gleaming silver. The sword light struck the shadow serpent on the ground, causing it to swell and then lunge at the smiling demon, swiftly wrapping around him. Kongcheng finally understood the cause of the Federation personnel's deaths. Though the shadow serpent was formless, it could physically bind its target. The smiling demon's body contorted under the invisible pressure. As Kongcheng moved to assist, the smiling demon raised his head to stop him. Don't worry about me. I've temporarily extracted the curse's power from the berserk knight. Without its protection, finish him off quickly. Kongcheng cast a worried glance at the smiling demon. Be careful. He then turned and charged at the berserk knight. The berserk knight, now frenzied, saw Kongcheng approaching and unhesitatingly threw a punch. Bang! Their fists collided, and the berserk knight displayed a newfound strength. Bastard! The berserk knight roared. This is mine. Everything here is mine. You want to take it? I'll kill you all. Their force intensified, the alloy floor beneath them groaning and buckling under the strain. Suddenly, they broke apart, evenly matched. The berserk knight bellowed madly, conjuring a golden energy spear from thin air. This time, the spear was lifelike, with intricate dragon carvings on the shaft, appearing as more than just an energy construct. He leapt into the air, bringing the spear down. Kongcheng quickly retreated. Boom! The spear struck the ground, shattering the solid alloy floor. Kongcheng swatted away the flying debris, grinning. Now this is getting interesting. He spread his hands, summoning roaring flames. Finally decided to drop the act? Kongcheng taunted. Then let's have a real fight. With a clap of his hands, flames surged forth. The berserker knight charged fearlessly, spear in hand. Swoosh! The energy spear sliced through, tearing Kongcheng's flames like fragile cloth. Die! The berserker knight roared, thrusting the spear straight at Kongcheng's eyes. In the nick of time, Kongcheng reached out and firmly grasped the spear. Explode! Boom! A fireball erupted in Kongcheng's palm, scattering sparks everywhere. The berserker knight was blown back, his right hand a bloody mess. The energy spear shattered into pieces. It hurts. It hurts so much, the berserker knight wailed, kneeling on the ground. Weren't you going to torture me? Make me live in eternal pain? Then protect me. Let me live. A shadow serpent emitted a mournful cry, its head morphing into a human face, roaring as it slithered across the ground. Oomph! The smiling demon sneered. You dare bare your fangs at me? He gripped his sword hilt tightly, and with a flash of the blade, the shadow serpent was cleaved in two. Black smoke billowed from the ground. Slash! The smiling demon swung his sword again, shattering the black smoke into fragments that darted towards the berserker knight. Anticipating this, the smiling demon swiftly moved to block the smoke and swung his sword once more. Heavenly stars! Countless sword shadows filled the air, instantly piercing the black smoke into oblivion. Finish him! The smiling demon shouted to Kongcheng. Kongcheng nodded and strode towards the berserker knight. You forced me into this, the berserker knight muttered, struggling to his feet as a divine flame ignited in his palm. The flame, which should have been a pale gold, was marred with black spots that resembled rot. Worm-like creatures wriggled within the black spots, oozing black liquid. The liquid hissed and smoked upon contact with the ground, leaving scorched, corroded marks on the alloy floor. The smiling demon frowned. He's gone mad enough to feed a curse with divine fire? The smiling demon frowned and said, this could be a bit of a problem. Kongcheng, standing nearby, asked. Can't handle it? It's not that I can't handle it. The smiling demon pondered for a moment before explaining. Curses are tricky. Anyway, I'll find a way to strip the curse from the berserk knight again. And you take him down? Kongcheng nodded. Got it? Taking a deep breath, the smiling demon leapt forward. The berserk knight grinned menacingly, grabbed the divine fire, and without hesitation, shoved the squirming, worm-infested mass into his mouth. The smiling demon paused, surprised. You really dare to do that? Do you plan on never lifting the curse? The berserk knight's action was profound. Previously, he had merely utilized the curse's power, as the curse needed to keep him alive to torment him. Only living beings can be cursed, so the curse was forced to aid the berserk knight in counterattacking. But now, the berserk knight intended to harness the curse's power. This subtle shift meant that he was accepting the curse's power, allowing it to further invade his body. In short, the curse and the berserk knight would become one, enhancing both their powers. The cost, however, was that the berserk knight might never rid himself of the curse. The berserk knight let out a long, eerie howl, his throat producing the sound of the tiny snakes that had previously emerged from the curse. As he opened his mouth, numerous tendrils of black smoke poured out, writhing in the air. In an instant, the shadow snake that had battled the smiling demon earlier appeared, coiling around the berserk knight's neck. Realizing there was no time to waste, the smiling demon leaned forward and dashed towards the berserk knight. The berserk knight let out another bizarre roar, black energy forming a new spear, which he hurled at the approaching smiling demon. Clang! The smiling demon demonstrated his exceptional swordsmanship, deflecting the spear with a flick of his wrist. He swiftly closed the distance, locking eyes with the berserk knight. Beneath the demon mask, the smiling demon's eyes turned a blood-red hue. The berserk knight, staring into those eyes, felt a bone-chilling cold, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. This was not just surface cold but a profound terror that seeped into his skin, flesh, and bones, freezing him into an ice sculpture. The smiling demon's voice echoed eerily, as if from a great distance. Get out, now! Before the words had fully settled, the smiling demon sheathed his sword and struck the berserk knight's chest with his palm. The berserk knight let out a painful scream. His body doubling over as a dark shadow was forced out of him, clinging to him like glue, trying to re-enter his body. Without hesitation, the smiling demon struck again, driving the shadow further away. The berserk knight spat out a mouthful of blood. The smiling demon's forceful extraction of the curse had caused him significant harm. Despite this, the brief merging had strengthened both the berserk knight and the curse. The curse, now resembling a shadowy snake with arms and legs, looked like a serpent man or an upright lizard. Although it was still a shadow on the ground, its presence had grown several times stronger. The berserk knight, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, glared fiercely at his opponent. The smiling demon ignored him and dashed towards the serpent man due to the unique nature of the curse. Only the smiling demon could deal with it, so he naturally stepped up. Die! The berserk knight growled, thrusting his spear at the smiling demon's back as he passed by. Just then, with a clang, an arm intercepted the spear. Kongcheng said coldly, Your opponent is me. With that, he punched the berserk knight hard in the chest. The berserk knight roared, You all deserve to die. He thrust his spear forward, sending out streaks of golden light. Kongcheng raised his arms to block, the spear clanging against his arm guards like a blacksmith's hammer on an anvil. In just an instant, Kongcheng was overwhelmed. But he did not panic. He was waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The berserk knight's true strength revealed itself as power, speed, and agility matched his bounty. More importantly, the curse made him incredibly resilient and quick to heal. For instance, Kongcheng had previously broken his right arm and crushed his hand. Yet, after a heart-wrenching scream, the arm had fully healed. The berserk knight continued to wield his spear as if nothing had happened. With such high resilience and rapid healing, ordinary attacks were useless against him. His injuries healed faster than they could be inflicted. Kongcheng knew his only chance was a fatal blow, leaving no room for recovery. So, he patiently bided his time. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Kongcheng's shoulder as the berserk knight's spear grazed him, drawing blood. His eyes lit up, and he grabbed the spear, pinning it under his arm. The opportunity had come. Seizing the moment, Kongcheng grabbed the berserk knight's head and slammed him to the ground. Let go! The berserk knight roared furiously. You piece of trash, let go! Kongcheng glanced up. The smiling demon was still locked in battle with the serpent man conjured by the curse, unable to help. Kongcheng grinned, looking at the berserk knight. Without the curse's protection, can you withstand this blow? Explode! Boom! A massive fireball erupted once more, engulfing the berserker knight in flames and thick smoke. This was no mere weapon explosion. It was a direct, lethal strike. As the flames and smoke cleared, a charred corpse emerged. The Berserker Knight's body was mangled beyond recognition, with nothing left intact, only the acrid smell of burnt flesh and congealed blood. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the direction of the smiling demon. The shadow serpent let out a crazed roar and charged directly at Kongcheng. The smiling demon shouted urgently, "Watch out!" Startled, Kongcheng instinctively tried to flee. Though he wasn't one to shy away from trouble, this opponent was clearly beyond his capabilities. However, to his surprise, the shadow serpent didn't attack Kongcheng, but instead headed straight for the Berserker Knight's corpse. At that moment, a tainted divine fire floated out from the Berserker Knight's body. Without hesitation, the shadow serpent dove into it. The smiling demon yelled, "Don't let it escape. It's trying to use the Berserker Knight's divine fire to preserve its cursed power and transfer the curse to someone else." The shadow serpent had fully merged with the divine fire and was drifting towards the door. But just a few meters out, the divine fire abruptly halted in midair and rapidly reversed course, heading straight for Kongcheng. Kongcheng quickly turned to run. He had no desire to become the next target of the curse. However, to his horror, he found himself unable to move, as if some force had rooted him to the spot. Just as the divine fire was about to collide with Kongcheng, the face of the serpent appeared on its surface, snarling at him, "Get out of the way!" Furious, Kongcheng retorted, "You're crashing into me and telling me to move? You should get lost." In a fit of anger, Kongcheng slapped at the divine fire. At that moment, two streams of divine fire, one black and one white, suddenly emerged from his palm. He was stunned. These were his own divine fire abilities, unyielding will and battle spirit. Normally, these abilities were of little use in unknown combat, which is why he hadn't used them against the Berserker Knight earlier. In the next instant, a harrowing scream emanated from the tainted divine fire. The shadow serpent writhed and howled within the flames, its voice gradually fading. To Kongcheng's astonishment, his own divine fire was devouring the Berserker Knight's divine fire until it was completely absorbed. Kongcheng stood there in shock for a moment before calling out to the smiling demon, "Am I cursed now?" The smiling demon scrutinized him for a few seconds before replying, "There's no trace of a curse on you. In fact, it seems you've dispelled it." Confused, Kongcheng said, "But I didn't do anything." Suddenly, Zhanlan spoke up, "It's the divine fire. Actually, this might have nothing to do with the curse. Your divine fire consumed the Berserker Knight's divine fire. Haven't you noticed that your divine fire has grown stronger?" Kongcheng examined his divine fire closely and realized that it had indeed become more transparent and refined, just as Zhanlan had said. Zhanlan continued, "It appears that your divine fire has a hidden ability to devour other divine fires. As for that curse, it was a complete self-destructive move, diving into the divine fire of the Mad Knight and getting annihilated in the process." The smiling demon shook his head and sighed. Two divine fires are strange enough, but being able to devour someone else's divine fire? Unheard of. Azure suggested, "Why not give it a try? There are plenty of corpses at the entrance, all from the third stage of the Gene Gate or higher." Kongcheng shook his head. "They've been dead for too long. Their divine fire has already dissipated." Azure replied, "Then we'll have to wait until we encounter such an enemy again. But for now, we have more pressing matters to attend to." Kongcheng's gaze shifted to the energy extraction device. The Mad Knight's subordinates had retreated to the corners, visibly terrified. Kongcheng decided to let them go, considering the Mad Knight had already been dealt with. The smiling demon agreed, "They're just small fry. Not worth the trouble. Let them go and hand them over to the Criminal Alliance later. They can testify that we took down the Mad Knight." Kongcheng walked up to the group and ordered, "Take off your clothes and tie each other up." They complied immediately. Suddenly, Kongcheng remembered something and asked, "Is there someone among you called Mr. X? Was he with the Mad Knight?" Kongcheng's eyes scanned the group, and one of them, barely suppressing his fear, answered, "Mr. X isn't here. He's in charge of the extraction and didn't board the spaceship." Kongcheng said regretfully, "That's a pity." At that moment, the alloy door was pushed open, and Wang Mingtsong came running in, panting and looking around. Kongcheng walked over to the energy extraction device, lightly tapped the glass sphere, causing Wang Mingtsong's heart to race as he silently cursed Kongcheng's audacity. Kongcheng said nonchalantly, "Your Federation always shows up when everything is already settled. But because of that, this thing is now mine." Wang Mingtsong asked coldly, "What are you planning to do?" Kongcheng retorted, "That's a silly question. You should be able to guess what I'm going to do." Wang Mingtsong was silent for a moment before warning, "Do you know the consequences? Even if you manage to escape, do you know what you'll be facing?" Kongcheng grinned, "That's a question for after we escape. Azure, get the blue fairy ready for takeoff." Wang Mingtsong's face changed again as a slight tremor was felt underfoot. The signal lights on the blue fairy's hull suddenly lit up, and those still fighting inside the St. Margaret workshop couldn't help but look up, watching the blue fairy slowly ascend. Wang Mingsong's face was grim as iron. The moment the blue fairy roared into the sky, he realized that negotiations were no longer possible. However, to his surprise, Yi Kongcheng sat nonchalantly on the octagonal metal platform of the energy extraction device and calmly said, "Let's talk?" Upon hearing this, Wang Mingsong's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. In the current context, the remark was dripping with sarcasm. Yi Kongcheng looked Wang Mingsong straight in the eyes, his tone steady and firm. "I'll be blunt. You can't take this device behind me. With it here, I'm safe. There's no way I'm letting you take it. As for the consequences you mentioned, I'll consider those after I leave this place." Wang Mingsong let out a cold laugh, a flash of anger in his eyes. "In that case, what is there left to talk about?" "We still need to talk," Yi Kongcheng replied unhurriedly. "The bodies at the entrance. Your comrades believe it or not, I didn't kill them." Wang Mingsong responded icily. "You couldn't have." Yi Kongcheng shrugged. "Sure, you can think of it that way. Either way, they're dead, and explanations are pointless. What I'm saying is, you can take those bodies with you." Wang Mingsong narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Are you asking me to collect the bodies to show some kind of humanitarian gesture?" Unfazed, Yi Kongqing continued, "Additionally, you can take the bodies in the command cabin. Oh, and there are some survivors in there too. You can take them as well. Those guys could count as your accomplishments, right? Surely, that's of some use to you." Silence stretched between them. After a moment, Wang Mingsong asked in a low voice, "What do you want?" Yi Kongqing got straight to the point. "You've got a fleet lying in wait in space to prevent the blue fairy from being captured, right?" A mocking smile played on Wang Mingsong's lips. "Would the fleet dare attack you? That would be a suicide mission. If the thing behind you explodes, it'll cripple the industrial planet, and the fleet will be obliterated." Yi Kongqing nodded in agreement. "Yes, I believe the Federation wouldn't attack, but those desperate folks might. They don't know I have such a deadly weapon. So, I need you to have the fleet intercept them." Wang Mingsong was taken aback, then silently admired Yi Kongqing's meticulous planning. He hadn't even considered this possibility. Anger surged through him, and he gritted his teeth. "Don't push your luck. You want a Federation fleet to protect you? A criminal?" Yi Kongqing remained unfazed. "I'm offering something in return. Besides, would you rather watch the blue fairy get destroyed by those people? You might as well destroy it yourself. The outcome would be the same, everyone loses." Wang Mingsong lowered his head, deep in thought. Yi Kongqing stood up, his tone brimming with confidence. "I'll have the bodies and survivors loaded into the escape pods. Whether you decide to take them is up to you. Take your time to think it over." Yi Kongqing's attitude made it clear he had Wang Mingsong cornered. In reality, he had indeed taken control of the situation. From Wang Mingsong's sudden willingness to talk earlier, it was clear he didn't want a mutual destruction scenario. Even if Wang was prepared to die, not everyone in the fleet ambushing in space shared that sentiment. Moreover, even if the officers sent by the Federation were true believers in justice, willing to sacrifice everything, would they really be willing to lose the industrial star? If the energy extraction device exploded, even in space, the industrial star would be severely impacted, with at least a quarter of its surface turning into a wasteland, killing millions. As righteous individuals, how could they let such a disaster occur? Whether Wang Mingsong was a hypocrite or a just federal officer, he had no choice. If he feared death, he couldn't let the energy extraction device explode. If he didn't fear death, he still couldn't allow it to explode. As Yi Kongqing brushed past the smiling demon, he whispered, "Although I'm certain he won't act, stay here to keep the pressure on him." The smiling demon nodded in understanding. "Nana," Yi Kongqing called out, "where's the escape pod? We need to clear out the bodies." Nana replied, "Based on the structure of the blue fairy, the escape pods should be located in the lower deck, probably on the opposite side of the engine room. Let's go." Yi Kongqing waved his hand and added, "Zhanlan, have the defense robots help with the moving?" Yi Kongqing's nonchalant demeanor was also a psychological tactic to pressure Wang Mingsong and break his mental defenses. After leaving the room, Nana led Yi Kongqing to the escape pod, and they began moving the bodies. Nearby defense robots were also summoned by Zhanlan to assist. Looking at the bodies, Yi Kongqing felt a lingering fear, deeply aware of the terrifying power of the curse. In the room with the energy extraction device, they also found the body of a federal general killed by the Berserker Knight. Even though he had guarded the energy extraction device and not set up an ambush in the command cabin, he was still killed by the Berserker Knight. Even if generals in the galaxy weren't as powerful as those at the federal headquarters, they were at least fifth-stage genetic warriors. To die like this was truly shocking. Yi Kongqing attempted to summon his divine fire to see if he could absorb others' divine fire. Unfortunately, there was no reaction. As he had speculated earlier, these people had been dead for too long. Even if his divine fire could absorb others, the divine fire in these bodies had long dissipated. At this moment, Zhanlan spoke up, In about 3 minutes, we'll break through the atmosphere and enter space. Kongcheng nodded and said, trust me, Wang Mingsong should know what to choose because he has no choice. Nana responded, let's hope so. Meanwhile, inside the blue fairy, a figure was wandering through a narrow corridor. The doors on either side were identical, with no distinguishing marks. After finally reaching the end of the corridor, they found 2 identical corridors branching left and right. Oh my god! Li Liehua collapsed in agony, pounding his forehead against the ground. Please, save me. How can this cursed spaceship be so enormous? Where on earth am I? Meanwhile, Kongcheng, busy clearing debris, had no idea that a little mouse was still lurking aboard the blue fairy. All Li Liehua wanted to know at that moment was if there was any remedy in the world for someone as hopelessly lost as he was. This world, Li Liehua muttered to himself with a sorrowful expression. The most painful thing is this. Others have finished the battle, and here I am, invincible yet still lost. The blue fairy swiftly pierced through the atmosphere, entering the pitch-black expanse of space. Suddenly, a massive fleet appeared on the gigantic display screen. It was the Federation's fleet, openly revealing itself. Kongcheng, Nana, and the smiling demon exchanged glances, fully aware that this was far more than a simple ambush. The fleet scale was staggering. 40 to 50 warships were neatly arranged, including 2 colossal carrier-type spaceships and over 20 heavily armed battleships, with the rest being nimble and versatile cruisers. More alarming was that each carrier-type spaceship could hold at least 60 small fighter ships, meaning the Federation might have deployed up to 120 small fighters this time. Kongcheng squinted, calculating in his mind. The Federation's grand mobilization was clearly aimed at reclaiming the energy extraction device. Their concern was justified. The small device contained compressed energy equivalent to the lifespan of a planet spanning 8,000 years, with fearsome potential uses. It could power a fleet of 100 ships for 10,000 years in space, keep an industrial planet running for 3,000 years, or even be fashioned into a weapon potent enough to obliterate the sacred Earth into fragments. Kongcheng patted Wang Mingsong on the shoulder, signaling it was his turn. Then, he stepped aside, uninterested in listening to Wang Mingsong's negotiation with the Federation fleet, confident in the outcome. Sure enough, within just 2 or 3 minutes, the Federation fleet opened a passage. Kongcheng's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking, whether human or otherwise, the survival instinct is always the strongest. The current situation was a deadlock for the Federation. They had no other choice. He turned to Wang Mingsong and said calmly, you can take the escape pod now. Remember to intercept anyone coming after us. According to my calculations, they'll catch up in no more than 15 minutes. Wang Mingsong glared at Kongcheng, seething with anger. If we ever meet again, I swear I'll kill you. Kongcheng smiled back. You won't get that chance. I admit, in an unknown fight right now, I'm no match for you. But next time we meet, I'll be stronger, and I won't need any tricks to make you submit. I hope your skills match your mouth by then. I'd look forward to that. Wang Mingsong sneered, striding out of the command room. On the side of the blue fairy, the emergency escape hatch opened, and a small escape pod flew out, drifting towards the Federation's carrier. Kongcheng then turned to Nana and the smiling demon to discuss their next move. Although we've temporarily forced the Federation back with this method, they won't give up easily. We need to find a way to shake off any potential pursuers, Kongcheng said gravely. Nana nodded in agreement. We'll have to use the spatial rift. She briefly explained the principle of the spatial rift, using a teleportation device to create an artificial wormhole for a short period, allowing the spaceship to traverse vast distances quickly. However, this technology greatly strained the spaceship, requiring extensive repairs afterward, and couldn't be used frequently. Kongcheng frowned and said, the problem is that the passage to the interlude space won't disappear immediately. The Federation can use a spatial probe to find the coordinates. Nana nodded, acknowledging the trouble. The Federation has numerous troops stationed in this star system. Once they find the coordinates, they can dispatch a nearby fleet to intercept us. The smiling demon suddenly suggested, then let's go somewhere where the Federation definitely has no troops nearby. Even if they know the coordinates, it won't matter. By the time they get there, we'll be long gone. Skull Nebula, Kongcheng exclaimed in realization. Nana's face turned pale. Didn't you say going there is certain death? The smiling demon explained, we'll only go near it, not into the Skull Nebula itself. The Federation wouldn't station troops in such a desolate region of space. After confirming that the smiling demon knew the exact coordinates, Kongcheng decisively ordered, then let's do it. Prepare the interlude space. Nana volunteered to take on the task, as she had considerable experience with it. Meanwhile, the Federation fleet had already opened fire, attacking the ships that had just chased them from the industrial planet. These pursuers were bewildered, not understanding why the Federation was targeting them instead of the blue fairy. Suspecting a Federation conspiracy, they cursed angrily and prepared to fight back. Amidst the chaos, a massive black hole suddenly appeared in front of the blue fairy. Under Jean Lan's command, the blue fairy unhesitatingly plunged into it. However, just as the blue fairy entered the black hole, the space behind it twisted, and a small, pale blue Federation ship appeared out of nowhere. The ship's emergency hatch opened, and a large metal sphere was launched, following the blue fairy into the black hole. As Kongcheng had anticipated, the Federation would never give up so easily, even if temporarily conceding. Whether to reclaim the energy extraction device or to save face, the Federation would not relent. This was their usual modus operandi. Entering the transition channel, Kongcheng stared at the screen with childlike curiosity, as it was his first time experiencing it. However, it didn't take long for him to feel bored. The transition channel was pitch black and devoid of anything. Kongcheng turned his gaze away and looked at the smiling demon. Tell me about the curse. I'm not trying to pry into your privacy. I'm just interested in this kind of power. Nana nodded in agreement beside him, clearly as curious as Kongcheng. The smiling demon shrugged. I don't mind talking about it. The problem is, if I tell you, you might get cursed. Are you sure you want to hear it? Kongcheng gasped. Just by listening, we could get cursed? Nana shook her head vigorously. Then let's not. The smiling demon chuckled. Actually, there are some things I can share. Kongcheng's interest was piqued immediately. Then tell us about the safe parts. First, let's talk about the main types of curses. The smiling demon began to explain. There are the curses of sorcerers. Don't ask me what a sorcerer is, I'm not entirely sure. You can think of it as a profession. I only know that most sorcerers wander in a place called Wulin Soul. Kongcheng mused. So the power of curses can be mastered. That's the weakest kind, the smiling demon added. The second type is curses born from psychic energy. I don't really understand the specifics, but you can think of it like this. Someone dies with a strong grudge and curses the person who wronged them, and then that person actually dies. Kongcheng shook his head incredulously. That's not just unknown power. That's straight-up mysticism. The smiling demon shrugged again and pointed to his mask. The last type is... Kongcheng raised an eyebrow. Demons? Mythical creatures? The smiling demon said seriously, don't take this as a joke. These beings are real. Remember, the divine race once existed in this galaxy, though they later perished. But we all know that some remnants of the divine race are still alive. Kongcheng countered. The so-called divine race is just a powerful species. They start off stronger than most, and can break through the 8 stages of genetic barriers more easily, producing more experts. That's all. The smiling demon smiled and asked, that's what the textbooks say, right? But have you ever seen a remnant of the divine race? Kongcheng shook his head. Then how can you be sure that what you know is true? The smiling demon continued to probe. Have you seen a demon? Can you be certain that demons don't exist? Kongcheng was silent for a moment, and then shook his head. This galaxy is vast and boundless. No one can say anything for certain. Nana interjected. What about the curse on you? The smiling demon answered cautiously. I have more than one curse on me, and it's not convenient to explain in detail. If I told you everything, you'd be cursed as well due to the connection. But I can tell you 2 things. First, because of the curse, I can't take off this mask. Kongcheng exclaimed in surprise. This curse sounds pretty awful, but it doesn't seem that scary. The smiling demon pointed to the mask and explained. The curse exists because this mask is one of the sources of the curse, much like the shadow serpent inside the Berserk Knight. Kongcheng and Nana nodded thoughtfully. The smiling demon continued. I was once a master of weapons, with the ability to turn anything into a weapon. But due to the curse, I can only use cursed weapons. Ordinary weapons shatter in my hands and even injure me. Kongcheng suddenly understood. So, the knight's sword. The smiling demon patted the knight's sword. Because of the curse, I've always been interested in this kind of knowledge and history. This knight's sword comes from the ancient kingdom of Camoro, and is called the Holy Cross Judgment. Ah, I've heard of that sword. Nana exclaimed. It's a cursed sword. Kongcheng looked at her in confusion. Nana explained. The ancient kingdom of Camoro was on the planet Mecca in the Doran Star region. They were invaded by neighboring countries, and the king forged the legendary holy sword to save the kingdom. But before the sword was completed, the capital was captured. The smiling demon added. The king, in despair, committed suicide by jumping into the sword-forging furnace. His blood, filled with resentment, cursed the holy sword, turning it into a cursed sword. Anyone who wields it won't live past 32, the age at which the king died. Kongcheng asked curiously, what about you? The smiling demon replied calmly, it doesn't matter to me. The curses on me are far worse than this one. This level of curse doesn't affect me. On the contrary, because the sword is cursed, I can use it. Kongcheng realized. That's why you made that request to Mr. Crow. Cursed weapons must be hard to find, right? Yes, they're very hard to find. the smiling demon said helplessly. Don't forget, I was once a master of weapons. With my ability to turn anything into a weapon, I could even use grass as a sword. Now, I can't even use proper weapons and often feel useless. Nana comforted him. But you found this knight's sword, right? Things will get better. The smiling demon smiled bitterly and explained, usually, holding a cursed sword means being consumed by the curse. But for me, my curses consume the weapon. So even if I find a cursed weapon, I can only use it for a short time before it. He made a breaking gesture. Kongcheng said sympathetically, that sounds really tough. The smiling demon sighed, actually, there are other curses on me, but I won't go into detail. I initially embarked on this journey through the stars to find a way to lift my curses. Kongcheng promised earnestly, believe me, if I find any clues about this, I'll definitely help you. The smiling demon smiled and said, you can trust me too. If I can lift my curses and regain my true strength, finding your father would be a piece of cake for me. Kongcheng smiled and extended his fist. Let's look forward to seeing each other then. The smiling demon also extended his fist and bumped it against Kongcheng's. I hope all our wishes come true. At that moment, a glimmer of light began to appear in the dark interlude tunnel. Initially, it was just a small dot, but it grew larger and clearer as they approached the end of the tunnel. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared in the command cabin. Wah wah! The alarm blared suddenly, and Kongcheng sprang to his feet. Lon quickly explained, don't worry, it's just some damage to the hull of the blue pixie from passing through the inner space corridor, not an attack. Nana's fingers flew over the control panel as she reported the damage. Armor shell is 47 damaged, one propulsion unit is down, energy output system is stable. The landing gear and some internal hatch doors are damaged, and the weapons bay has 12 damage. She brought up a schematic of the ship, with red areas indicating severe damage, yellow for moderate, green for minor, and no color for undamaged sections. Kongcheng noticed that the red areas were mostly concentrated on the defensive armor on the ship's outer layer. Just as he began to relax, Nana suddenly slammed her fist on the console, her face serious. We have a big problem. What is it? Kongcheng asked, puzzled. Lon replied gravely, the spatial device is malfunctioning. Kongcheng was unfazed. You mean the one for the inner space? It's no big deal if it's broken. We won't need it anytime soon. Nana gave a wry smile. It's not that simple. The spatial device is overloaded. It looks like the Federation used it once before arriving at the industrial star, and we used it again without meeting the required usage interval. Lon added, the interspace device has to handle external pressure and explosive energy output, exceeding the ship's capacity. An overloaded spatial device means the energy output system is also overloaded. Seeing Kongcheng and smiling demon look confused, Lon impatiently summarized, in simple terms, the energy system needs to cool down and rest. We can't use it for a while. We need to find a place to dock and wait for it to recover. Kongcheng couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Are you kidding me? Our designated coordinates are around the Skull Star sector. Where are we supposed to dock in that godforsaken place? Lon responded seriously, you'll have to figure it out. I've checked the energy output system, and the outlook isn't good. It won't last more than 36 hours before it overloads. Nana added, under overload conditions, we can force it to work for a maximum of 24 hours. Beyond that, it will definitely explode. 2.5 days? Kongcheng sighed. That's a death sentence. Smiling Demon thought for a moment and suggested, it's not entirely hopeless. We could find a small, remote planet on the outskirts of the Skull Star sector to land temporarily. Kongcheng massaged his temples. Even a small planet is still in the Skull Star sector. Smiling Demon shrugged. It's a matter of risk. Unless you want the blue pixie to drift in space, we'll have to take our chances. Kongcheng sighed and ordered, Lon, search for the nearest planet. Suddenly, Kongcheng remembered the treasure they had encountered earlier and asked, by the way, what's the deal with the energy extraction device on the blue pixie? Smiling Demon speculated. It's likely that Li Weilon also discovered a similar treasure and transplanted the energy extraction device onto the blue pixie. Nana nodded in agreement. That device is incredibly sophisticated. It can both extract and release energy. With it, the blue pixie could travel for tens of thousands of years without needing resupply. Zhanlan said hungrily, I think it would be more practical if I just ate it. Kongcheng quickly warned, don't even think about it. At least not now. If you consume all the energy, we'll be in even worse trouble. Zhanlan reassured, relax, I haven't planned on switching to a new master yet. At that moment, the display screen lit up with a signal. Zhanlan reported, I've located the nearest planet. It's about 1/30th the size of Earth, and will take approximately 2 hours to reach. Kongcheng ordered, head there then. I just hope there's at least some breathable air. Zhanlan promised, we'll send an unmanned rescue ship to test the environment first. If it's not suitable, we'll move on to the next planet. Nana prayed, Let's hope we're not unlucky enough to go 36 hours without finding a suitable planet. Yi Kongqing nodded and instructed everyone to go to the rest area to freshen up and rest, preparing for any potential battles. The three of them went to the connected bedrooms, quickly washed up, and lay down in their rejuvenation pods. Under the influence of calming gas, they soon drifted into sleep, gathering strength for the unknown challenges ahead. Yi Kongqing awoke with a jolt, feeling a sharp, electric pain shoot through him as if struck by lightning. He sat up abruptly and immediately realized it was Zhanlan's doing. With a resigned sigh, he asked, "Have we arrived?" Zhanlan's voice promptly responded, "I've scanned the planet's surface. We'll be able to land in 5 minutes." The cover of the rejuvenation pod opened slowly. Yi Kongqing quickly dressed and asked while walking, "Where are Nana and Smiling Demon?" "Nana is already in the control room, and Smiling Demon is on his way," Zhanlan answered. Nodding, Yi Kongqing hurried to the control room. As soon as he entered, he saw Nana intensely focused on operating the large sensor screen. The screen displayed a blue-black, somewhat gloomy planet. Nana used the spaceship's aerial imaging to zoom in on the planet's surface. "Just in time," Nana said without looking up. "Preliminary scans show this planet is mainly covered in forests with some areas of black soil plateaus. There's no ocean, but there are lakes and rivers. Where should we land?" Just as Yi Kongqing was about to respond, Smiling Demon walked in. "The forest. It's the most dangerous, but it's also the easiest place to find food and fresh water." Yi Kongqing nodded in agreement. "The Federation travels in fleet mode, so most supplies are on the supply ships. I've had Zhanlan check. We don't have much food or water in our kitchen and storage." Smiling Demon added, "The energy output device needs time to recover. We'll have to find food and water ourselves. The forest is our best option." Nana quickly made a decision. "All right, let's land directly. This planet has vast forest areas." With that, she and Zhanlan piloted the blue ferry towards the planet's surface. From high above, the endless sea of trees stretched out as far as the eye could see. Nana found a clearing in the dense forest and carefully landed the ship. The propellers whipped up a fierce wind, causing the surrounding trees to sway wildly. With a crisp click, the hatch opened. Yi Kongqing stretched and took a deep breath. One benefit of uninhabited areas: the air is so fresh. "Feels like a vacation spot." Smiling Demon joked. "Hope you're this optimistic when facing a beast." Yi Kongqing replied lightheartedly, "We'll cross that bridge when we get there." The three of them disembarked from the ship, still chatting. Yi Kongqing surveyed the surroundings and quickly made arrangements. "Smiling Demon and I will go into the forest to find food. The compressed rations on the ship should be saved for emergencies. Nana, you gather some wood for a fire." "Got it." Nana agreed cheerfully. Yi Kongqing pointed east. "I'll head this way." Smiling Demon pointed west. "I'll go that way. Whether we find food and water or not, we must be back within 3 hours. The forest isn't safe after dark." "Understood." Yi Kongqing waved goodbye and headed into the dense forest. After the three had left, a figure suddenly appeared at the hatch of the blue ferry. Li Liehua fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he looked up at the sky. "Heavens! My dear son, my beloved day, I can finally see you again." Meanwhile, Yi Kongqing ventured deeper into the forest. This forest was unusually dense, seemingly endless. However, unlike an ordinary forest, it lacked vitality and was filled with an eerie stillness. Suddenly, Zhanlan's voice broke the silence. "There's some fruit up ahead. It's edible." Yi Kongqing looked up and couldn't help but chuckle. "Isn't that a sapling? How come it's bearing coconuts?" Zhanlan shrugged indifferently. "As long as it's edible, who cares?" Yi Kongqing agreed, quickly climbed the tree, and used his military knife to cut down a few coconuts. Back on the ground, he pried one open and was even more surprised the juice inside tasted like pear. "How crossbred must this be to turn out like this?" Yi Kongqing murmured to himself. Just as Zhanlan was about to respond, she suddenly shouted, "Watch out, behind the tree to your side." Yi Kongqing reacted swiftly, leaping to the side. A giant beast burst out from behind the tree, letting out an ear-piercing roar. Yi Kongqing landed steadily and took a good look at the beast. It was a massive dog, standing about 2 meters tall, with sleek black fur covering its body. The most shocking part was that it had 2 heads on its neck. Zhanlan quickly looked up the information. A 2-headed dog, a rare beast. According to the Adventurer's Guide, it's rated D. Before she could finish, the 2-headed dog bared its fangs, saliva dripping, and lunged at Yi Kongqing. Zhanlan urgently reminded him, "Don't break its teeth, and avoid attacking its chest if you can." Bang! Yi Kongqing leaped into the air and punched one of the dog's heads. The beast whimpered and its massive body crashed to the ground. "You could have just said not to damage the corpse," Yi Kongqing muttered, "weaponize." A burst of multicolored light enveloped his arms. Yi Kongqing descended from the air and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! His fist precisely hit one of the dog's heads, causing it to explode into a shower of flesh. The two-headed dog roared again, but didn't continue its attack. Instead, it turned to flee. Kongcheng chased after it. If you get away, what are we going to eat tonight? Thud. Kongcheng sidestepped and kicked the remaining head, shattering it. The giant beast's body collapsed to the ground. Zhanlan added, the teeth of a two-headed dog can be polished into expensive ornaments, fetching up to tens of thousands each. Its heart is also a valuable medicinal ingredient. Kongcheng nodded, squatting down to start extracting the dog's teeth. 4 legs should be enough for a meal, he said while working. Looks like finding food here is easier than I thought. Zhanlan warned, never underestimate Skeleton Planet. No one knows what dangers might be lurking here. Kongcheng chuckled. For example, before he could finish his sentence, he gasped sharply. About 7 or 8 meters away, a massive beast footprint had appeared. The sheer size of it was astonishing. Kongcheng estimated that it would take at least 3 of him lying side by side to match its length. Could there be a Trex on this planet? Kongcheng asked, his voice filled with doubt and concern. Zhanlan responded calmly, even a Trex's footprint isn't that big. We should stay cautious. Kongcheng nodded in agreement, his expression more vigilant than before. He hoisted the corpse of the two-headed dog, which was tied with vines, and continued forward carefully. About 15 minutes later, they heard a rustling sound above them. Kongcheng extended his hand and quickly felt moisture. Is it raining? He wondered aloud, looking up in confusion. There wasn't any sign of it. Zhanlan suggested, let's find some shelter from the rain. Kongcheng moved quickly, soon finding a massive tree hollow. The trunk was so thick it would take 5 or 6 people to encircle it, and the hollow was equally spacious. Kongcheng ducked and slipped inside. A sudden rain isn't all bad. Kongcheng mused as he looked around. The muddy ground will show animal tracks, making it easier to hunt. He then sat down, landing right on a pile of dry leaves. Instantly, his expression changed, and he sprang up. Why the sudden jump? Zhanlan teased. Did something bite you? Kongcheng stared at the pile of leaves, his throat working as he struggled to speak. You're right. Zhanlan fell silent. Kongcheng grabbed a stick and carefully poked the leaves. Suddenly, a grayish-white skeletal hand shot out, nearly causing Kongcheng to leap out of his skin. Upon closer inspection, Kongcheng sighed in relief. Living people are always scarier than the dead. He continued to clear away the leaves and discovered a large pit on the side of the tree hollow. Half of a skeleton was buried in the pit, while the other half lay outside, covered by leaves. Beside the skeleton was an old, military green backpack, almost as tall as a person. Using the stick, Kongcheng gently prodded the remnants of the clothes on the skeleton, which disintegrated into dust. A black leather-bound document with golden edges fell out. He picked it up and examined the emblem on the cover, exclaiming, "This is an Adventurer's Guild ID." Flipping it open, Kongcheng read, Ricard, 35 years old, Adventurer's Guild 5-star silver medal explorer. Issued, wow, 220 years ago? Zhanlan reminded him, check his backpack. Kongcheng nodded and carefully opened the old backpack. The first thing he found was a bag of coins, old but only about 200 years out of date, not quite rare enough to be valuable collectibles. Next were some clothes and outdoor gear, including a multifunctional laser knife, an energy pot, and an energy stove. Finally, Kongcheng noticed 2 wooden boxes that appeared quite exquisite. These boxes look valuable, he murmured, opening one of them. Inside was an ancient-looking parchment book, an antique book. Kongcheng's eyes lit up as he eagerly flipped it open. Oh my, it's a diary. The diary was signed by Lijkare, who was evidently the skeleton nearby. Kongcheng quickly skimmed through the contents and summarized. This diary chronicles Lijkare's adventure from life to death. He mentions being summoned by Duke Luzon, who promised him Master St. Cassie's potion to cure Lilith, in exchange for finding the Tear of Blood. Lijkare discovered that the Tear of Blood came from the legendary vampires, so he formed a team to search the Skull Starfield. However, they encountered something terrifying, and the entire team was wiped out, except for Lijkare, who managed to escape. He noted that they might have encountered subspace and eventually died from unhealed injuries. Doesn't seem particularly special. Kongcheng closed the diary, somewhat disappointed. This guy's writing is so sloppy. He didn't even clarify who attacked them. Zhanlan pondered. At least it proves this planet isn't safe. I'm curious why there would be vampires on Skull Planet, where there shouldn't be any intelligent species. Kongcheng asked curiously, are vampires an intelligent species? Zhanlan explained. According to legend, vampires are a species similar to but superior to humans. They possess incredible speed and strong regenerative abilities, and can turn other beings into vampires through blood-sucking. Kongcheng scoffed, and yet, humans have survived to this day, while these so-called superior beings have vanished into history? Ha! Legends are all just exaggerated nonsense. As he spoke, he opened the other wooden box. Inside were a few small items: a silver cross necklace, a rose emblem, and 3 vials containing some kind of potion. Kongcheng carefully inspected the box, but found no hidden compartments or secret layers. I have no idea what these are. Is this considered a haul? Kongcheng asked. Zhanlan replied, if those potions are what I think they are, give me some time and I should be able to analyze their contents. Kongcheng nodded and suddenly thought, these are 200 years old, right? Won't they be expired? Zhanlan explained, judging by the sealing, they shouldn't be. They used high-standard sealed vials. In any case, we should take everything with us. Kongcheng looked outside the tree hollow and noticed the rain had lessened. The rain seems to have let up, he said. Let's head back. Kongcheng pushed through the dense vines and approached the blue fairy. The scene before him made him freeze in his tracks. The smiling demon was confronting someone, and that person was holding Nana hostage. Why is it always you? Kongcheng shook his head in exasperation as he emerged from the jungle. Are you a dog? So clingy. Li Liehua tightened his grip around Nana's neck and threatened viciously, don't come any closer, or I'll kill her. Kongcheng shrugged nonchalantly. Do as you like. He moved to the side and sat down, signaling Zhanlan to pull up the holographic map. But don't say I didn't warn you. We're on a skeleton planet in the Skull Starfield. Li Liehua's eyes widened in shock. We're not on an industrial planet? Kongcheng paused, then asked, you didn't know? Nana rolled her eyes and mocked. This idiot got lost on the blue fairy. He doesn't know a thing. Enraged, Li Liehua yelled at Nana, shut up. Kongcheng spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. It's pretty obvious by now. We've already succeeded. The blue fairy is ours. Buddy, tough luck. You lost before you even started. It's worse than premature ejaculation at least that has a fleeting moment of glory. Li Liehua roared. Shut up. I have a hostage. You have to listen to me. Unperturbed, Kongcheng sat on a tree trunk and started a fire. I told you, do as you like. But don't say I didn't warn you. The blue fairy needs repairs, and the person you're holding is the only mechanic. If you plan on spending your life on this planet, go ahead and kill her. Li Liehua's expression faltered as he fell into contemplation. Kongcheng lit the campfire and continued. Think I'm lying? Do I look crazy to you? If it weren't for the emergency landing, I wouldn't be here in the Skull Starfield. Do I have a death wish? Come on, sit down. It's fate that we met. Have some food. As he spoke, he laid out the legs of a 2-headed dog. The smiling demon grinned. Dog meat? Huh? It just rained, so it's a bit chilly. A dog meat hot pot would be perfect right now. Unable to resist, Li Liehua swallowed hard and slowly released Nana. You're right, let's talk this out, he said with a forced laugh. We're not savages. There's no need for violence. Before he could finish his sentence, Nana spun around and delivered a swift kick to Li Liehua's groin. His face turned pale as he doubled over in pain. You damn woman. Kill me if you dare. Nana snorted. If you kill me, you'll be stuck here for the rest of your life. Good luck with that. She turned and walked towards Kongcheng. Kongcheng gave her a thumbs up. Quick learner, this one. Once Li Liehua recovered, Kongcheng waved him over. Come on, have some food. We're all in this together now. Reluctantly, Li Liehua sat across from Kongcheng. 2 legs of the 2-headed dog were being stewed into soup, while the other 2 were roasting over the fire. Li Liehua didn't hold back, tearing off a piece of meat and stuffing it into his mouth. With a mouthful, he asked, so, what's going on? Kongcheng looked at Zhanlan and said, I was going to ask you the same thing. Zhanlan explained, it's nothing much, just avoiding trouble. When you see a cockroach at home, you stomp on it. But if you don't see it, you don't go looking for it. Given our situation at the time, we didn't have the energy to hunt this guy down. Kongcheng nodded and then told Li Liehua, let's skip the details. I got the blue fairy, used the interlude space to escape, which caused the spatial device and energy output device to overload and forced us to crash land. If we want to get out of here, we better put aside our differences and work together. Li Liehua felt a toothache coming on and complained. You guys are something else. Of all places, why head to the Skull Star region? Kongcheng sighed and changed the subject. By the way, I found something. He tossed the discovered items onto the ground and briefly described how he found the skull. I don't know about the rest, but this rose crest seems to be a family emblem, not much use. As for this cross, the smiling demon suddenly exclaimed, this cross is cursed. Kongcheng casually tossed the cross to the smiling demon. Then it's perfect for you. Here, take it. The smiling demon looked serious. This is no ordinary curse. For a cross, which is considered a sacred object, to be cursed means the curse is quite significant. Kongcheng was indifferent. Is it useful to you? The smiling demon nodded. Kongcheng bluntly said, then why all the fuss? If it's useful, that's all that matters. Who cares if the curse is significant? The smiling demon gave a wry smile and said no more. Li Liehua continued gnawing on a dogleg and said, I know a bit about the Blood Clan legend. A long time ago, there was a pirate crew called the Blood Demons. Their captain claimed to be a descendant of the Blood Clan. They were later hunted down by the Federation and had no choice but to flee into the Skull Star region. Yi Kongqing pondered. That might be the clue to the vampires mentioned in the diary. That's why they came to the Skull Star region. Li Liehua added, not many people know about this because the Blood Demon pirate crew wasn't very strong. I know because I once got an item from that crew. When I took it to the auction house, the appraiser told me about it. The smiling demon summarized, it's a simple story. An adventurer wanted to find the blood tier, got wind of the Blood Demon pirate crew, came to the Skull Star region, and encountered something powerful. The entire adventure team was wiped out. Nana impatiently interrupted. Hey, what does this have to do with us? We just need to stay here until the energy output device recovers. Why are we talking about vampires? Yi Kongqing shrugged, losing interest in the topic. Since Li Liehua said it was an insignificant pirate crew, it meant there was nothing to gain. The smiling demon agreed. Nana's suggestion isn't bad. Let's not wander off. Just stay around here. The Skull Star isn't a place to linger. Yi Kongqing nodded in agreement. We need to stock up on some food. Not only will we need it while we're on the planet, but we should also store some in the Blue Fairy's freezer. The night passed without any incidents. Early the next morning, Yi Kongqing decisively drove a military-grade exploration hover SUV off the Blue Fairy. This vehicle was one of the standard auxiliary units of the spaceship, alongside small ships, medical vehicles, and helicopters. Hey, Yi Kongqing called out to Li Liehua. You're with me? Li Liehua protested. Why do I have to team up with you? Yi Kongqing calmly explained. They're doing maintenance. If I leave you here, who knows if you'll kidnap my mechanic again? Besides, don't you want to keep your manhood? Nana already showed mercy yesterday. Hearing this, Li Liehua immediately clamped his legs together and quickly climbed into the vehicle. Yi Kongqing instructed the others, we'll be going a bit farther today. We'll be back before dusk. The smiling demon nodded and warned, be careful. Nana tossed Yi Kongqing a metal canister, a makeshift flare. Use it if you run into trouble. Yi Kongqing caught it, and then drove into the depths of the forest. Inside the vehicle, Li Liehua pulled out a cigar box from his pocket and offered one to Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing took it, sniffed it, and put it in his mouth. With a snap of his fingers, a flame appeared at his fingertips, lighting the cigar. Good stuff, he remarked. Li Liehua took a leisurely drag from his cigar. In my line of work, you have to know how to enjoy life. Yi Kongqing mused, you're a dark mercenary, aren't you? Li Liehua nodded in acknowledgement. What's a dark mercenary? Yi Kongqing asked. Li Liehua explained. Mercenaries who fight for the Federation are just mercenaries. Those who fight against the Federation are dark mercenaries. Mercenaries who work for government forces are just mercenaries. Those who work for rebel forces are dark mercenaries. Simply put, mercenaries pick their jobs, while dark mercenaries will do anything for money. Yi Kongqing bluntly summarized. So one has principles and the other doesn't. Li Liehua's face darkened. That comparison is quite unfair. Yi Kongqing shrugged, indifferent. Suddenly, a voice from the AI system, Azure, rang out, stop the vehicle. There's something ahead. Yi Kongqing immediately hit the brakes. What did you detect? He asked cautiously. Azure reported. About 200 meters ahead, there's a life form moving quickly away. It seems to have left something behind. We should check it out. Yi Kongqing nodded and, together with Li Liehua, exited the vehicle, heading in the direction Azure indicated. However, when they arrived, the ground was empty. Li Liehua questioned, is your AI reliable? Azure retorted, I'm definitely more reliable than your intelligence. Damn it. Li Liehua cursed. Like owner, like AI. Yi Kongqing interrupted their squabble, pointing upwards. If it's not on the ground, it must be in the trees. With that, he swiftly climbed up a tall tree. Among the branches, Yi Kongqing discovered a massive bird's nest, holding several large eggs, each the size of a human head. Hey! He shouted down. Get ready to catch these. Yi Kongqing carefully tossed each giant egg down, while Li Liehua scrambled to catch them below. Once all 5 eggs were safely down, Yi Kongqing slid down from the tree. What kind of eggs are these? Li Liehua asked curiously. No idea, Yi Kongqing replied. But they definitely look edible and probably delicious. The two quickly carried the giant eggs to their car and stuffed them into the back seat. Just then, a piercing screech echoed through the sky. A massive creature swooped down, skimming the treetops. Yi Kongqing and Li Liehua gasped. It wasn't just a big bird, it was a pterosaur. Damn, we really are in the Jurassic era, Yi Kongqing exclaimed. Stop talking and run, Li Liehua shouted. Before they could react, the pterosaur dived, its claws latching onto their hovering SUV. The vehicle's roof screeched as metal twisted and the front crumpled under the force, flattening the car in a single blow. Run! Liliehua shouted again. They dashed into the forest, with the pterosaur roaring and spreading its wings in pursuit. Damn it! Kongcheng muttered in frustration. We should have returned the eggs. Now it thinks we still have them. Liliehua retorted. Is it blind? Where could we possibly hide eggs that big? Kongcheng scoffed. Why don't you go explain it to the pterosaur? See if it understands. Do you think it's some kind of intelligent creature? Liliehua glanced back. We can't outrun it. It can fly. Kongcheng skidded to a halt and turned to face the pterosaur. Then we'll fight. Flames ignited around his fists as he launched a fireball. The pterosaur deftly maneuvered through the trees, dodging the fireball and continuing its pursuit. You're not hitting it, Liliehua yelled, also turning and throwing a punch. Boom! The pterosaur's body suddenly exploded, sending it tumbling backward with its chest a bloody mess. Kongcheng stared at Liliehua in surprise. What kind of special ability is that? He recalled seeing Liliehua use this move in a bar before, causing an explosion without physical contact. Sound blast, Liliehua explained briefly. Kongcheng nodded, recognizing it as a rare and powerful ability. Despite its injuries, the pterosaur relentlessly continued its chase. Suddenly, Kongcheng slid forward, stopped abruptly, and confronted the pterosaur Hedon. Boom! Kongcheng took the pterosaur's hit Hedon, then flipped onto its back. Azure! Weaponize! Kongcheng shouted. With a swirl of multicolored light, Kongcheng raised his fist and smashed it into the pterosaur's head. Boom! The pterosaur crashed to the ground, dragging deep furrows in the mud. Kongcheng jumped off the pterosaur's back, exhaling in relief. Finally, it's over. Li Huali approached and said seriously, but don't you think we have a bigger problem? Kongcheng Yi asked, puzzled. What? Li Huali replied earnestly, we're lost. Kongcheng Yi rolled his eyes. Don't lump me in with you. You directionally challenged. Kongcheng brushed aside the tangled vines, stepped through the dense underbrush, and found himself in an unfamiliar clearing. He looked around in confusion. Following closely behind, Liliehua wore a mocking expression on his face. You're not just bad with directions, you're amazing. If there's one thing I can't handle, it's you, Liliehua sneered. Now, tell me, where's the way back? Kongcheng rolled his eyes and retorted, I don't see why you're so happy about this. Does getting lost benefit you in any way? Besides, I don't think we're lost. Why not? Liliehua asked, puzzled. Explaining it to someone with no sense of direction is pointless. Kongcheng replied disdainfully. Seriously? Liliehua snapped. Are you trying to pick a fight with me? It's just a feeling, Kongcheng explained. People who aren't lost just aren't lost. It's as simple as that. I know the path we're taking is correct. Liliehua wasn't convinced. But we're clearly off track. Based on the time, from when we were chased by that pterosaur to when we took it down, the time it should have taken us to get back doesn't match. We've spent at least twice as long trying to return. Kongcheng nodded, reluctantly admitting that Liliehua's calculations were correct. If they were on the right path, there was no reason it should have taken them twice as long without finding their vehicle. That doesn't mean I'm lost, Kongcheng insisted. It just means we're facing some kind of trouble. Keep telling yourself that. Liliehua scoffed, rolling his eyes. Ignoring Liliehua's sarcasm, Kongcheng turned to Zhanlan and asked, what do you think? Zhanlan replied, no one knows what's on these planets within the Skull Starfield, but my exploration abilities haven't detected anything unusual. You'll have to rely on your own judgment. Kongcheng nodded and pulled out a signal flare. Liliehua immediately mocked him. I thought you had some trick up your sleeve, but you're just calling for help. Without further ado, Kongcheng ignited the flare Nana had given him. The flare shot up into the sky and, to their astonishment, passed through the sky and disappeared. A fist-sized black hole appeared about 40 or 50 meters above them, then quickly closed, returning the sky to its usual gray, cloud-covered state. Now do you believe we're not lost? Kongcheng asked, turning to Liliehua. Liliehua cursed under his breath and asked, what the hell is going on? Kongcheng looked up at the sky and analyzed. From the way the signal flare passed through, it seems this area is covered by something, simulating the sky. But if it were just the sky, it shouldn't affect us. Our current situation feels a bit like, a maze? A maze? Liliehua laughed. You mean like wandering around in circles, always ending up back where you started, like being haunted or something? Kongcheng nodded. Something like that. Liliehua sneered. Stop talking nonsense. Even if there's a problem, don't blame it on ghosts and spirits. That stuff is ridiculous. If there really are ghosts, show me one. Just as he finished speaking, a faint sound came from beneath his feet. Crack, crack. Liliehua looked down to see the ground suddenly split open, and a skeletal hand shot out. Liliehua quickly stepped back, watching as the earth cracked further and a skeletal figure emerged from the ground. I've seen a lot, but this takes the cake. Yi Kongcheng remarked to Li Liehua. Your special ability isn't sonic booms, is it? It's jinxing things, right? Oomph. Li Liehua tried to stay calm. It's just a skeleton. What's there to be afraid of? Before he could finish his sentence, the ground around them began to shake violently. More cracks appeared, and one skeleton after another started crawling out. Yi Kongcheng looked at Li Liehua mockingly. Just one. Li Liehua's face fell. I swear, I won't say another word. Yi Kongcheng turned to Zhanlan. What are these things? Animated skeletons? This seems a bit beyond logic. Zhanlan analyzed. The first possibility is the undead clan. They resemble the dead but are actually living beings, though I've never heard of skeletons among them. The second possibility is a special ability, like illusions or manipulating bones. The third possibility is, I have no idea. You haven't been much help lately. Yi Kongcheng rolled his eyes. Zhanlan responded, that's a problem that needs fixing. For now, deal with these creatures. Yi Kongcheng smirked, thinking that while handling a single skeleton might be tricky, dealing with a horde could be simpler. After all, his divine fire ability was unbeatable in group fights. Unyielding will. Battle spirit ignited. Yi Kongcheng shouted, releasing two bursts of divine fire that quickly merged into his body. He charged forward, landing a punch on a skeleton. With a crash, the skeleton shattered. Without pausing, Yi Kongcheng moved on to the next target. These skeletons looked menacing but seemed weaker than expected. Almost every strike from Yi Kongcheng reduced a skeleton to rubble. The effect of his unyielding will was barely noticeable because he wasn't getting hurt. However, his battle spirit was continuously intensifying, making him faster and stronger with each punch, and the number of shattered skeletons kept increasing. But about 5 minutes later, Yi Kongcheng noticed a problem. The number of skeletons hadn't decreased. In that short time, he had destroyed at least 100 skeletons, yet their numbers remained unchanged. A chill ran down Yi Kongcheng's spine. The unknown is always more terrifying. He took a deep breath, striving to stay calm. As he continued smashing skeletons, he closely observed his surroundings. No new skeletons were crawling out of the ground, but the total number of skeletons wasn't diminishing. Is it an illusion? No, that doesn't seem right either. Yi Kongcheng dismissed his own thought, muttering to himself, if it were an illusion, the battle fervor effect wouldn't trigger, because killing an illusion doesn't count as defeating or knocking down an enemy target. Damn it. What's going on? Yi Kongcheng felt a headache coming on. Clearly, it wasn't an illusion, but after the skeletons were killed, without any new ones emerging from the ground, their numbers still wouldn't decrease, they remained the same. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yi Kongcheng's mind. Wait a minute. Yi Kongcheng frowned and thought, skeletons that don't decrease in number no matter how many you kill, and a place you can't seem to return to no matter how you walk to, isn't that feel somewhat similar? Zhanlan. Yi Kongcheng suddenly broke the silence. Do you know about the virtual combat training device? Zhanlan thought for a moment and replied, you mean the famous training equipment from Lanta Corporation? Their simulation training gear is indeed well known. Yi Kongcheng nodded and continued. It said that it not only creates training entities, but also uses mental power to form semi-realistic existences, fully simulating real combat for training purposes. Zhanlan pondered and slowly said, if that's the case, it could explain our current situation. The virtual combat training device would create an isolated training space, which is why we can't find a way out. The consistent number of skeletons also makes sense now. Exactly, because they're all training entities. Yi Kongcheng interjected. Zhanlan frowned and thought. So, we just need to find the virtual combat training device to end all this. But the problem is, I've been using area scans and haven't found anything. Yi Kongcheng shook his head and reminded. No, you shouldn't rely on area scans. Do you think a virtual combat training device would just appear out of nowhere? That's impossible. Zhanlan's eyes lit up as he suddenly realized. A spacecraft. Yes, that's it. A spacecraft that landed on this planet, carrying the virtual combat training device. The spacecraft might have been damaged, the crew perished, and the device malfunctioned or went out of control, creating this space. Though Yi Kongcheng couldn't be entirely sure of this theory, it seemed the most plausible given the current situation. So, he suggested, you should use the invasion function. Zhanlan focused on his operation without another word, while Yi Kongcheng continued to fend off the relentless skeletons. About 3 minutes later, Zhanlan spoke up. Found it. Your theory was correct. I managed to hack into the spacecraft system, but the virtual combat training device is out of control and can't be regulated through the ship system. Yi Kongcheng decisively said. Lead the way. Zhanlan quickly provided the coordinates. It's close. 8 o'clock direction. About 180 meters. Yi Kongcheng nodded and turned to shout at Li Liehua. Hey, let's go. We know how to get out now. Li Liehua couldn't help but grumble again. You've said that 100 times before. Yi Kongcheng coldly replied. If you don't like it, you can stay in this hellish place. Li Liehua shrugged and had no choice but to follow Yi Kongcheng. The two plunged back into the forest and soon spotted the partially buried wreckage of the spacecraft. Kongcheng intended to climb up and manually shut down the device, but suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the ground. A giant skeletal hand burst from the cracked earth, reaching for Kongcheng. Li Liehua, from behind, shouted, "Sonic boom!" The skeletal hand exploded into countless fragments, falling to the ground. Kongcheng punched and kicked, shattering the falling bones. Meanwhile, a massive 3.5-meter tall skeleton emerged from the ground, wielding a silver scythe, far more menacing than any they had encountered before. The shattered arm bones quickly reassembled and formed anew. Azure analyzed, "This might be the final boss. If we take it down, the training challenge should be completed, and the device should automatically shut down." Kongcheng shouted to Li Liehua, "Take this thing out and it should be over." Li Liehua's eyes lit up. "You mean we found the main target? Perfect, let's blow it up." He threw a punch, using his sonic boom ability once again, causing the scythe-wielding skeleton's left arm to shatter. Taking advantage of the situation, Kongcheng circled behind the skeleton and delivered a sweeping kick that broke both its legs. The skeleton crashed to the ground, scattering bones everywhere. Li Liehua chuckled. "Looks like our teamwork isn't bad." But Kongcheng remained cautious, stepping back to create some distance. "Don't let your guard down. It's not over yet." Sure enough, the scattered bones began to wriggle and reassemble themselves back onto the skeleton. "Damn it!" Li Liehua was stunned. "How are we supposed to fight this? It can reassemble after being shattered? This is like hiring a call girl and not paying her, just playing dirty." The reformed scythe-wielding skeleton raised its weapon and slashed at Kongcheng, the force of the swing creating a howling gust like a hurricane. Azure warned, "In the virtual battle training scenario, you wouldn't normally get hurt, but the device is out of control. It's using semi-mental simulation. Be careful not to get hit. You might actually get injured." "Actually get injured?" Kongcheng asked. "Isn't it just a virtual entity?" "Yes," Azure replied. "But what about mental trauma? Do you want to take that risk?" "Better not," Kongcheng said, leaping up to dodge the scythe's attack. The weapon struck the ground, creating a massive crack several meters long. After dodging the attack, Kongcheng spread his hands and released 2 streams of flame. "So you can reassemble your bones, huh?" he sneered. "I don't believe you can come back if I burn you to ashes." The 2 fire streams surged forward, hitting the skeleton's body and igniting it instantly. The skeleton struggled, its body engulfed in flames, swinging its scythe and scattering sparks, before finally collapsing to the ground. Its bones lay in a charred heap. Even then, the charred bones continued to twitch, attempting to reassemble. "I'll deliver the final blow," Li Liehua said firmly. "Let's crush these bones to dust. That should end it for good." Sonic boom. With a powerful punch from Li Liehua, the charred bones on the ground exploded with a loud bang, turning into a cloud of black dust that dispersed in the wind, disappearing instantly. As the scythe-wielding skeleton's remains vanished, the surroundings visibly changed. The trees remained the same, but their shapes had undergone a stunning transformation. Kongcheng glanced around and couldn't help but ask, "Is this it?" Zhanlan nodded in confirmation. "Yes, at least for now. The virtual combat training device has stopped running." Li Liehua let out a long breath, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. "Phew, it's finally over." "Over? How could it be over?" Zhanlan's expression turned serious. "This spaceship is a treasure trove." Kongcheng's interest was piqued instantly. "Oh? How so?" Zhanlan explained. "The virtual combat training device is extremely expensive. It's not just a simple illusion generator. It's a high-tech product driven partially by mental power. Each one is handcrafted and requires a mental power expert at the 5th stage of the gene gate to create the scenarios." Kongcheng's eyes widened in shock. "A 5th stage gene gate expert? And they need to be a mental power specialist?" He pondered the implications of this information. Reaching the 5th stage of the gene gate isn't easy. In the Federal Army, someone with that level of skill would at least be a senior officer. With some contributions to the Federation, they'd easily reach general rank. Even in the strict federal headquarters, someone posted to another star sector would definitely be at this level. He continued analyzing. Mental power experts are even rarer. Mental power requires not just effort, but also a significant amount of talent. Even if someone has both, they still need to excel in other areas to reach the 5th stage of the gene gate. So, a 5th stage gene gate mental power expert is as rare as a relic of the gods. Zhanlan added, "Exactly. That's why the virtual combat training device is so costly and its production is extremely limited. Only about 80 to 100 units are produced each year, and the official price is 1.5 billion. However, once they hit the market, each unit is almost always sold for around 2.5 billion. Li Liehua gasped. "How much would a second-hand one go for?" "At least a billion, Zhanlan replied. Kongcheng's interest was instantly piqued. This spaceship was practically a mobile vault. Zhanlan continued. "The key point is, Do you think someone who would spend 2 billion to install a virtual combat training device in their spaceship would be poor? What else might be on this spaceship besides that training device? Yi Kongcheng's eyes sparkled even brighter, as if he saw a golden opportunity. After a moment of thought, he suggested, I think we should inform Smiling Demon and Nana, especially Nana. She's the best person to explore the spaceship. Zhanlan agreed. Yes, we've already marked the coordinates. Only we know about this place, and the spaceship isn't going anywhere. Li Liehua quickly chimed in. Count me in, I'll contribute too. Although he was equally tempted by Zhanlan's words, whether he could get a share of the loot depended on Yi Kongcheng. Yi Kongcheng gave a meaningful smile. We'll see how you perform. Let's head back first. He fumbled around for a while based on his memory, and this time, he finally didn't mess up and found the car. The front was already smashed in, so it was definitely not drivable. The two of them were mainly looking for pterosaur eggs, but unfortunately, they found nothing. Yi Kongcheng speculated they were probably carried off by other wild animals. Looks like we're out of luck. I've never had dinosaur eggs before. Abandoning the car, Yi Kongcheng and Li Liehua started walking back. On the way, they encountered a six-eared, striped beast, which was a relatively common exotic creature on this planet. Li Liehua smashed the beast's head with a single slap, solving their dinner problem. Back on the Blue Ferry, Smiling Demon and Nana were starting a fire. Li Liehua threw the beast he was carrying onto the ground and shouted, Leave the tiger whip for me. It's good for the body. Yi Kongcheng rolled his eyes at him. Planning to find a tree hollow to relieve yourself after eating? Li Liehua snorted. I have my best friend who's been with me for 25 years to help me out. None of your business. Nana immediately cursed. You two are such perverts. Seeing this, Yi Kongcheng changed the subject. All right, enough dirty talk. Let's get down to business. I found a spaceship. He briefly explained the situation to everyone. After listening, Smiling Demon pondered. Zhanlan's deduction is correct. Just from the training equipment, the spaceship might indeed have good stuff. However, I still say, this is a planet in the Skull Starfield. Yi Kongcheng nodded in agreement. I know, I've already seen how incredible this planet is. There are even prehistoric creatures here. He shifted the topic. If we were exploring the planet itself, I'd definitely be more cautious. But exploring a spaceship that crashed here is a different matter. Smiling Demon understood Yi Kongcheng's point. For example, if they found some ruins, they wouldn't dare to explore recklessly. Ancient ruins are inherently dangerous, and those in the Skull Starfield are even more unpredictable. Without thorough preparation, it's best to approach them cautiously. But a crashed spaceship is a different story, as it doesn't originally belong to this planet. Smiling Demon said, All right, we'll go with your plan. Nana nodded. He'll prepare some tools. With the serious talk over, everyone sat around the campfire and started grilling meat, soon eating with grease dripping down their chins. The next morning, Zhanlan activated the Blue Fairy's defense system as a precaution, and the four of them headed to the half-buried spaceship. Nana carefully observed the half-exposed spaceship and exclaimed, This is a Nautilus 9 model. How could such a spaceship end up in the Skull Starfield? Yi Kongcheng asked curiously, What's special about it? Nana explained, The Nautilus is a series of private luxury yachts, categorized into 1, 2, and 3 types based on size type by being small, Type 2 medium, and Type 3 large. The 9 model means it's custom-made. Yi Kongcheng asked, Is it expensive? Nana gave a shocking number. As of now, this Nautilus 9 model seems to be a custom-made mid-size category. For reference, the Nautilus I model is priced at 2.1 billion. So, for this custom Nautilus 9, being a private space cruiser, 3 billion isn't unreasonable. Yi Kongcheng couldn't help but wince, thinking to himself that the world of the wealthy is truly unfathomable. 3 billion? With 3 billion, you could buy an aircraft carrier. What kind of absurd luxury cruise ship is this? Can you eat it? Can it fight? However, this also explained Nana's curiosity. Why would a cruise ship appear in the Skull Star domain? This question indeed warranted some serious thought. The Skull Star region, though uninhabited, is far from desolate. Renowned adventurers frequently come here to explore, and many precious relics are hidden within. However, entering the Skull Star region is no easy feat. The Adventurers Guild has explicitly stated that only those with a rating of gold 5 stars or above are permitted to venture into this area. The skeleton discovered earlier by Yi Kongcheng belonged to Ligikar, who was in clear violation of the rules. As a silver 5-star adventurer, Ligikar should not have been here. However, he was active 200 years ago, and the regulations might have been different back then. Despite this, the Skull Star region occasionally attracts powerful adventurers or desperate risk-takers. Yet, the appearance of a luxury cruise ship is perplexing. Such opulent vessels are typically the playthings of the wealthy, meant for leisure rather than exploration. Even an emergency landing does not explain why it would be near the Skull Star region. Yi Kongcheng scratched his head and admitted, I can't figure this out either. Do you think there's something fishy about this spaceship? Nana's eyes sparkled as she replied, We'll have to take a closer look to find out. Help me pry open this alloy panel. She nimbly climbed to the top of the spaceship and, after some careful inspection, pointed to an alloy panel. I'll do it. I'll do it. Liliehua eagerly shouted, rushing to handle the physical task. Moments later, the panel was pried open, revealing a pitch-black corridor. Nana shone her flashlight inside and, after confirming it was safe, said, "No issues. Let's go in." Kongcheng donned a helmet equipped with a forehead light and jumped into the ship. The sensors triggered, and the lights came on, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The interior of the spaceship was covered in dust and cobwebs, clearly abandoned for a long time. The others followed closely behind. Nana looked around and explained, "The cargo hold of a luxury cruise ship isn't usually worth checking out. It's mainly for luggage. The valuable items would likely be in the command or living quarters." However, Smiling Demon had a different view. He stepped forward, took a painting off the wall, and gently blew off the dust, revealing a young woman and a distant blue ocean. "The corridor itself has some good stuff," he explained. "This painting is by Lanjit. While not a top-tier artist, he's quite famous in the galaxy. I've seen his work fetch millions at auctions." Kongcheng was astonished. "Over $1 million is pretty good. Is it the real deal?" Smiling Demon chuckled. "I'm no expert, but do you think a $30 billion cruise ship would hang a fake? The chances are slim." Kongcheng carefully stored the painting, excitedly saying, "We've got a good start here." He realized that the luxury cruise ship might not only contain practical tools, but also a trove of luxury items. They continued forward, discovering several more paintings along the way, which Kongcheng eagerly collected. Unfortunately, other decorations like vases, sculptures, and potted plants were either damaged from age or shattered during the crash landing. Passing through the corridor, they arrived at the living quarters. Nana walked as she spoke. The main feature of the cruise ship is the observation deck, usually made of transparent or semi-transparent materials. It covers a large area but rarely contains valuable items. The main attractions are in the bedroom and leisure areas. She shone her flashlight on either side. "This floor is all bedrooms. Let's split up and check them out." The others responded and dispersed, each exploring different rooms. Kongcheng had no luck with the first room. It was an unoccupied, pristine space with an unused health pod, empty cabinets, and a dust-free desk. He left disappointed and moved on to the next bedroom. This time, he was in luck. The room showed signs of recent occupancy, likely disrupted by the emergency landing. The place was a mess, with personal belongings scattered everywhere. But what caught Kongcheng's attention was a metal gun cabinet fixed to the wall. The lock seemed damaged, and he easily pried it open. The sight inside left Kongcheng astonished. An array of firearms of all types. Pistols, submachine guns, rifles, sniper rifles. There were energy-based, physical, and magnetic types. The assortment of ammunition was just as impressive. 7.6251 mm, 5.8 mm, 7.65 mm, flashing energy rounds, jumping energy rounds, and even a box of extremely rare memory bullets. These semi-energy bullets could remember the trajectory of the previous shot, offering incredible accuracy and a staggering price. Kongcheng's eyes lit up with excitement. Although the value of this gun collection might not match that of the earlier found paintings, this discovery thrilled him more. He shouted, "Hey, I found something great. Can someone help me move this?" From the other side, Smiling Demon responded, "What is it?" "I found something interesting here too. Guns," Kongcheng said as he walked towards Smiling Demon's room. "What did you find?" Smiling Demon let out a knowing laugh and pointed to a pile of items. "Looks like I ran into a fellow professional." Kongcheng moved closer and saw that it was a woman's room, filled with jewelry and makeup kits, seemingly ordinary. He didn't immediately grasp Smiling Demon's meaning. Noticing Kongcheng's confusion, Smiling Demon picked up an earring and deftly manipulated it. Suddenly, a spike shot out from the blue gemstone, startling Kongcheng. The Smiling Devil picked up a ring, examined it closely, and said, "Look at the color of this needle. It's poisonous. The sapphire outside is fake, made from a special material that can evade detection by instruments." He gently fiddled with the ring, pulling out a thin wire, and continued, "This is a piano wire, coated with a resin film to avoid metal detection. It's incredibly sharp. Even a woman could use it to slice off a person's head with a single twist around the neck." He put down the ring and picked up a makeup case instead. After opening it, he carefully scraped off a layer of foundation to reveal what was underneath. The top layer is foundation, and the bottom is poison powder. Somehow, they've managed to keep the two from mixing. Kongcheng winced and pointed at the items on the table, asking, "Are all these things weapons for killing?" "Not all of them, of course," the Smiling Devil replied, "but over 80 of them are. So I guess the owner of this room is a fellow assassin, one who specializes in poisoning." Kongcheng frowned. "This feels strange. I found a bunch of firearms over there. The owner of that bedroom is likely a gun expert." At that moment, A noise came from outside. Kongcheng peeked out to see Li Liehua throwing a dummy out of the bedroom, sending up a cloud of dust. What happened? Kongcheng and the smiling devil walked over to ask. Li Liehua looked frustrated. Nothing but workout gear. The person who stayed in this room must be a muscle freak. Kongcheng examined the dummy that had been thrown out. It was a lifelike wrestling dummy, weighted to match a real person. The room was also filled with other fitness equipment. Dumbbells, resistance bands, a treadmill, a sit-up bench, a pull-up bar attached to the door frame, and so on. It was like a gym disguised as a bedroom. Compared to the valuable firearms Kongcheng found and the deadly tools the smiling devil discovered, including custom-made poisons that might be worth more than the guns, the fitness equipment seemed trivial. Kongcheng silently sympathized with Li Liehua. Suddenly, a piercing scream interrupted their thoughts. It's Nana. Kongcheng's eyebrows shot up, and the three of them rushed to the room where Nana was. Bursting through the door, they saw Nana sitting on the floor, with a skeleton lying in front of her and a cabinet wide open. Kongcheng guessed that the skeleton had fallen out when Nana opened the cabinet, scaring her. Kongcheng kicked the skeleton aside and consoled her. You aren't afraid of the living, but you're scared of a dead body? Nana wiped away her cold sweat and retorted. It caught me off guard. Wouldn't you be startled? Kongcheng chuckled and changed the subject. Did you find anything? Nana shook her head. Just an energy sword. Looks pretty valuable. She pointed to an ancient-looking energy sword placed beside a wellness pot. Kongcheng's eyes lit up at the sight. That's a Tianqing's type energy sword. A real antique. He picked up the sword and examined it closely, explaining, in terms of practicality, it's pretty average since it's over 300 years old. But it's a classic model with low production numbers, making it more of a collector's item now. It's worth about 2 million on the market, while it originally sold for only 110,000. Not bad. We made a small profit. Plus, this thing has great potential for appreciation. Nana nodded. I want to keep it and study it. Crafting energy swords is a fundamental course for a mechanic. Kongcheng waved indifferently. As long as you're happy. At this moment, Smiling Demon suddenly said, this room probably belonged to a bounty hunter. He pulled out a badge from the broken bones of the skeleton. Look, this is a bounty hunter's guild identification badge. Li Liehua added, the badge isn't worth much. You can just get a replacement if you lose it. No one would go out of their way to steal this thing. Kongcheng concluded, so, the owner of this room was most likely a bounty hunter. Smiling Demon mused. This cruise ship is pretty odd. Kongcheng agreed. Very odd. A cruise ship should be the ride of some rich playboy, but look at the occupants of these rooms. A killer, a gunmaster, a bounty hunter, and a muscle enthusiast. None of them fit the profile of someone who'd be on a luxury space cruise. Kongcheng clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention back. Anyway, let's not overthink it for now. Our main goal is to find valuable items. Who owns this spaceship doesn't concern us. Besides, we've only just begun our exploration, right? Smiling Demon laughed. True. Let's get that gun cabinet out first, and we'll take the fitness equipment too. We can use it for fun later. Kongcheng nodded in agreement. Let's make a trip back first. The four of them carried their loot back the way they came. Smiling Demon and Li Liehua loaded the items onto the blue ferry, while Kongcheng and Nana started a fire next to the spaceship to prepare food. Once the other two returned, the group ate and discussed their next steps. Nana, holding a flashlight and leading the way, suggested, I think we need to change our strategy. This spaceship is really strange, and what we've found so far is completely different from what we expected. I suggest we conduct a thorough exploration. Kongcheng nodded in agreement. No problem. We've got plenty of time. How long do you think it will take to explore every corner? Nana replied, about a week, give or take. Returning to the Nautilus X-class spaceship, the four followed Nana's plan to continue exploring the bedroom area. Nana was intimately familiar with the ship's layout, and her plan was to complete the exploration of the bedrooms today, move on to the command and leisure areas tomorrow, and then proceed to the mechanical room, power room, and cargo hold. As they delved deeper into the bedroom area, their confusion only grew. The ship's crew composition was unexpected. Only 12 bedrooms showed signs of use, far fewer than anticipated. Even more puzzling was the diverse yet extraordinary nature of the room occupants. Besides the four previously confirmed, they discovered traces of an adventurer, with a certificate from the Adventurers Guild displayed in the room. 2 other rooms belonged to mercenaries, evident from the identical mercenary emblems on the walls. Although the specific professions of the other room occupants were hard to determine, one thing was clear: these people were far from ordinary. Almost every room concealed weapons, and fitness equipment was scattered throughout. This setup starkly contrasted with the luxurious image of the Nautilus X-class cruise ship, which was supposed to be a vessel for wealthy pleasure seekers. Although this discovery did not affect the gains Kongcheng and his team had already acquired, their innate curiosity drove them to uncover the truth. Li Liehua stroked his chin and speculated, could it be a group of space pirates who hijacked someone else's spaceship? Kongcheng shook his head in disagreement. Don't be ridiculous. Killers and mercenaries turning to piracy is plausible, and bounty hunters switching careers is understandable. But what about the adventurer? Adventurers are known to be well off, especially with a gold 2-star rating on that certificate. There are only 12-star diamond level adventurers across the universe, and a gold 2-star is already quite impressive. Someone like that could easily become wealthy by excavating relics. Why would they resort to being a space pirate, risking their lives every day? Li Liehua, still unconvinced, joked, maybe they just enjoy the thrill? With the mystery unsolved, they moved on to the leisure area. Unlike the simple dining and observation rooms on ordinary spaceships, this was the core area of the Nautilus X-class spaceship. It featured a variety of entertainment facilities, a game room, billiards room, squash court, pool room, and a network center. What amused Kongcheng the most was that the gravity room and virtual combat training devices were also classified as part of the leisure area. He couldn't help but wonder, do these wealthy people consider training just another form of entertainment? The discovery of the virtual combat training device was particularly exciting. Kongcheng's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "This thing is worth at least $1 billion. Even if it's a bit faulty, we could sell it for 800 million, no problem. Plus, Nana can fix it. Bringing it back to the Blue Fairy makes this trip worthwhile." Smiling Demon calmly reminded, "Luck's on our side this time, but don't count on it always being this way. Venturing into the Skull Nebula recklessly could get us killed." Kongcheng laughed and assured them he wouldn't be so reckless in the future. As they were deep in discussion, a shout from another room interrupted them. It was Li Liehua. "Hey, come over here. You won't believe what I found." Everyone rushed to the source of the noise and found Li Liehua standing in a conference room, pointing at a symbol in the center of a round table. The symbol was peculiar, an ancient bow with a hunting rifle strung instead of an arrow. The smiling demon gasped, his face turning serious as he uttered 2 words, "The Hunt Club." Kongcheng and Nana exchanged bewildered glances and asked in unison, "What?" Li Liehua scoffed, "You two really need to get out more. Haven't you heard of the Hunt Club?" The smiling demon explained gravely, "The world isn't just divided into good and bad people. While I often do good deeds, I don't deny I'm a killer. I may be a bad person, but some people are beyond thatchery, utterly inhuman." Li Liehua lit a cigar and began to recount the origins of the Hunt Club. This organization has a long history. It started as a hunting club for the wealthy. When hunting exotic beasts no longer satisfied them, they devised a more thrilling game hunting humans. Kongcheng raised an eyebrow, while Nana's eyes widened in shock. Li Liehua continued, "When even hunting humans became mundane, they invented more brutal games. For instance, they would cut off people's hands and force them to fight using only their mouths, or lock them in scalding cages to duel to the death if the fight took too long." The smiling demon added, "In short, it's a group of rich lunatics playing sadistic murder games. The Federation has investigated them, but the members are all wealthy, and money can make anything happen." Li Liehua suddenly realized, that explains why the people in those rooms have jobs unrelated to this spaceship. They were likely sent here by the Hunt Club to participate in some twisted game and kill each other. Kongcheng sighed. "It looks like we've finally solved the mystery that had us so curious. Let's move on and explore other areas." The smiling demon looked disgusted. "I want nothing to do with this vile organization. Just seeing their symbol makes me sick." Li Liehua nodded in agreement, and Kongcheng and Nana followed suit. Despite their questionable morals from the Federation's perspective, Kongcheng, the smiling demon, and the mercenary four-eyer Li Liehua all had their own boundaries. The Hunt Club, however, had completely lost its humanity and any semblance of morality. For Kongcheng and his team, dealing with the hunting target organization was just a minor episode. Their primary focus now was transporting supplies. The virtual combat training device was the first thing to be moved, and the gravity chamber was also prioritized. Kongcheng suggested exploring the warehouse area the next day. Although Nana warned that the warehouse might not contain anything valuable, the team decided to investigate anyway. The next day, the 4 of them re-entered the Nautilus 9 spacecraft, this time targeting the warehouse area located on the lower levels. Nana skillfully operated the electronic lock, and as the alloy door slowly rose, the sight before them instantly put everyone on high alert. The walls of the corridor were covered in large patches of white sticky substance, resembling a giant spider web. Kongcheng decided to take the lead, cautiously moving forward. The Azure system alerted them to an unknown interference in the area. Kongcheng proceeded carefully, feeling a strange suction and resistance from the sticky substance underfoot. As they ventured deeper, a pungent, fishy smell grew stronger. When they reached another alloy door at the end of the corridor, Azure suddenly issued a warning. Kongcheng quickly pulled Nana, who was in the middle of cracking the code, behind him. A metal panel fell with a clang, accompanied by a cascade of corrosive green liquid. Just as Li Liehua shouted a warning, Kongcheng punched the ceiling. A piercing scream cut through the air as he instinctively dodged a deadly strike. A metal spider, the size of a millstone, descended from above, its 8 dark pincers gleaming with a metallic sheen. Li Lihua exclaimed that it was a zerg, and Azure quickly identified it as an Alza-class zerg metal spider. Though Yi Kongcheng questioned the danger level classification of the zerg, there was no time to delve into it. The metal spider suddenly attacked, sending a cut metal panel flying toward Yi Kongcheng. Yi Kongcheng deftly dodged and counterattacked, but his energy pistol seemed ineffective. As the weapon overheated and paused, the metal spider shrieked and lunged at him. At the critical moment, Li Lihua intervened, delivering a sonic blast that sent the metal spider crashing into the wall. The metallic spider emitted a piercing screech as it rapidly scrambled back up. Li Lihua's attack only left a few shallow scratches on its surface, far from causing any substantial damage. Damn, how tough is this thing? How do we beat it? Li Lihua cursed. Zhanlan calmly analyzed, attack its abdomen. The metallic spider's only weak spot is its abdomen, the only part not metallized. The metallic spider writhed on the ground, quickly flipping over to lunge at Yi Kongcheng again. Yi Kongcheng immediately took a stance, his eyes locked on the underside of the spider. Knowing the weak spot made it easier to deal with. As the spider's sharp pincers snapped towards him, Yi Kongcheng swiftly rolled to the side. The moment he landed, he hooked his foot under the spider and flipped it over. Yi Kongcheng's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the spider's abdomen lacked the metallic sheen and was covered by a layer of pale white soft shell. Break! Yi Kongcheng roared, raising his fist to strike. However, his attack was slightly delayed due to his earlier observation, allowing the spider to wriggle away. His fist hit the ground, leaving a deep imprint. Again. Yi Kongcheng raised his gun and fired. While the bullets couldn't inflict lethal damage, the impact forced the spider to retreat. Yi Kongcheng kept his eyes fixed on the spider, timing its retreat perfectly and charged forward. Zhanlan, weaponize, he shouted. Multicolored light swiftly enveloped Yi Kongcheng's arms, transforming into gauntlets. He punched the spider's back, feeling the hard shell, but his powerful strike still forced it to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Kongcheng grabbed the spider's pincers and flipped it over, then hurled it into the air. One-line slash. Instant flash. Smiling Demon raised the cursed night sword, a silver light flashing as the blade slashed at the spider. Splurt. A crack appeared on the spider's soft shell, quickly widening. The shell split open with a crunch, white fluid gushing out. The spider's 8 legs twitched a few times before it went still. Let's go. Get out of here now. Yi Kongcheng grabbed Nana's hand and retreated quickly. Though this metallic spider wasn't enough to scare them, the real terror of the insectoids lay in their swarming nature. As Zhanlan had mentioned, most insectoids were communal creatures. Just as they were about to burst through the passage, a shrill screech echoed around them. A dozen metallic spiders broke through the ceiling and landed, blocking their way. Yi Kongcheng's earlier suspicion was confirmed. The white substance was indeed webbing, and these pesky creatures had made this place their nest. Damn, so many. Li Lihua muttered. This is going to be a fight for our lives. Before he finished speaking, Li Lihua punched forward, using his sonic boom ability to blast a spider away. But at that moment, a whistling sound came from behind him, getting closer. Li Lihua ducked just in time as a blob of white sticky fluid flew over his head, hitting the passage entrance and forming a massive web, sealing the exit. Yi Kongcheng and his team were momentarily speechless. It wasn't the metal spider's deliberate act, they just had terrible luck. The webs were sticky and tough. They could be removed, but it would take to me a luxury they didn't have in this urgent situation. Ventilation duct, Lon timely reminded. Yi Kongcheng immediately looked up and spotted a square duct grill on the ceiling's right side wall. He gave a nod to the others, took a couple of steps back, and then ran forward, using the wall to propel himself upward. With a punch, he broke open the grill and slipped inside. Sound burst. Li Lihua shouted as he unleashed a barrage of sound burst attacks to fend off the metal spiders. Smiling Demon grabbed Nana by the waist and hoisted her up to the duct opening. Yi Kongcheng reached down and pulled her into the duct. You two, hurry up. Yi Kongcheng urged, signaling Nana to crawl forward a bit before shouting down. With a swift rune-up, Smiling Demon grabbed the edge of the duct and smoothly flipped himself inside. Li Lihua, facing the brunt of the spider's attacks as the last man, had a tougher time. Retreating directly beneath the duct, Li Lihua clenched his fists and slammed them into the ground. Shockwave sound burst. A thunderous boom echoed through the duct as nearly invisible shockwaves radiated from Li Lihua, sending the metal spiders flying. He then leapt up, and both Yi Kongcheng and Smiling Demon reached down to pull him into the duct. One metal spider managed to jump up but got stuck at the entrance due to its size, giving the team a brief moment of relief. Crawl forward, Lon instructed at the right moment. Take the right fork at the first intersection, then continue forward. At the second intersection, turn left and keep going. Following Lan's directions was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Although her exploration ability couldn't grasp the entire structure of the spaceship, she could easily detect the conditions within a small area, including any nearby threats. With Lon guiding them, they could avoid lurking dangers. While some situations might be unavoidable, for now, their immediate crisis was averted. Liliehua struggled through the ventilation duct, grumbling, "Our luck is just terrible. Why are the Zerg here?" The smiling demon calmly responded, "Those pesky creatures are all over the universe. It's no surprise they show up anywhere to cause trouble. That's why they're called the enemies of the universe." Liliehua smacked his lips but didn't argue. He knew it was just a casual complaint. Everyone in the universe understood why the Zerg were so detested. Kongcheng interrupted their conversation, his tone serious. "Discussing why the Zerg are here is pointless right now. Our primary task is to get off this spaceship. Nana, are there any other exits besides the one we came in through?" Nana quickly answered. "The place we entered was forcibly pried open. The entry hatch of the Nautilus 9 is near the bottom and has been buried. However, we can use the escape pod ejection tunnel. Do you know where it is?" Kongcheng pressed. Nana nodded. "Yes. When we explored the rest area, we saw the extension tube of the ejection tunnel through a glass wall. So, the escape pods should be directly below the rest area." Kongcheng immediately gave the order, "Lon." Lon understood and began to give precise directions. "Turn right at the next junction, then continue straight. At the second junction, turn left and then keep going." Despite the complexity of the ventilation ducts, Lan's area exploration ability, combined with Nana's specific information, allowed him to find the correct route. "Turn right ahead, then drop down at the end." Lon continued to guide. Following these instructions, Kongcheng swiftly crawled to the destination, kicked open the duct cover, and leapt down. They landed in a corridor with a sign on the wall that read, "Staff only." Lon confirmed, "This is directly below the rest area, but the exact location of the escape pods is still unknown." The smiling demon suggested, "Let's move forward. We should find it." However, Kongcheng didn't move immediately. He took a cautious step forward, assuming a combat stance and whispered, "I think it might not be that easy to get through." A faint rumble echoed through the corridor. Around a distant corner, a flying Zerg slowly emerged, its wings creating a vibrating sound. The creature had a disc-shaped body covered with countless tiny red eyes. Lon quickly identified it. "This is an Alza-type B engineer Zerg, also known as the Thousand-Eyed Bug." Liliehua cursed. "These damn pests just won't quit." As the group approached, the Thousand-Eyed Bug suddenly opened its mouth and spewed a large amount of green liquid. The liquid hit the ground, producing white foam, and left noticeable scorch marks on the metal floor, indicating its strong corrosiveness. Kongcheng frowned. This could be a bit tricky. The Thousand-Eyed Bug continued to spray corrosive liquid, forcing the group to keep retreating. Although corrosive venom is a common ability among the Zerg, in this narrow corridor, there's very little room to dodge. A single spray of venom can cover a third of the passage's width. "We can't retreat any further," Kongcheng said decisively. "Is this creature's body made of metal too?" Lon explained, "No, it's not. The Thousand-Eyed Zerg is a scout unit with incredible dynamic vision and the ability to spit corrosive venom, but its defense is weak. Do you have a way to avoid the venom and kill it?" Kongcheng smiled confidently. "If I can't dodge it, then I won't." He suddenly turned and struck the metal panel on the wall with his elbow. After a few hits, the panel became deformed. Kongcheng tore off the entire panel and hurled it at the Thousand-Eyed Zerg. The Zerg quickly flapped its wings and clung to the ceiling to avoid the attack. At that moment, Kongcheng grabbed two electrical cables and charged toward the Zerg. The Zerg spat venom again, but Kongcheng agilely twisted his body, dodging the streams of venom, and shoved the cables into the Zerg's mouth. A crackling sound erupted, and the Zerg's body sparked and made popping sounds. In moments, it fell from the air, charred and convulsing on the ground. Seeing this, Liliehua stepped forward and shouted, "Sonic boom," before delivering a powerful punch. With a loud bang, the Zerg's body exploded into pieces, scattering blood and flesh everywhere. Kongcheng pointed to his head with a smile. "Fighting isn't just about fists, it's about brains too." Liliehua rolled his eyes instead of bragging. "How about we keep moving?" Kongcheng shrugged and continued forward. After about 10 meters, they arrived at an oval-shaped hall. Nana exclaimed excitedly, "We found it! Help me open this valve." On the side of the hall, there was a rotary valve that needed manual operation. After fiddling with the electronic lock, vents popped out around the valve, releasing white gas, and the valve pin ejected. "I'll take the left, you take the right," Kongcheng said to devilish smile. "Let's push together." Standing on either side of the valve pin, they pushed with all their might. As the valve pin turned, the alloy wall beside it slowly rose, revealing a glass window. Behind the window were rows of small white escape pods and a control console in front of it. Nana immediately started operating the console. "These are inflatable. We need to wait for the pods to inflate. Li Liehua pointed to another side. That one isn't inflatable. Nana shot him a glare. That's an escape boat, not an escape pod. Yi Kongcheng sighed. Having a low IQ isn't your fault, but flaunting it is a crime. Li Liehua promptly flipped him off. Screw you. Escape pods and lifeboats are fundamentally different. The former are simple, massive buckets that can be ejected towards nearby planets in emergencies, with inflatable cushions to soften the landing impact. Lifeboats, on the other hand, are akin to miniature spacecrafts, designed for drifting in space when there are no planets to escape to. Suddenly, a deafening bang echoed from the alloy door of the hall, denting and deforming its surface. Azure's intrusion defense system projected the scene onto a sensory screen. In the corridor, a swarm of insectoids, some flying and some crawling, were charging straight towards the energy room. Li Liehua quickly shut the door, cursing. These damn things just won't quit. Azure calmly reminded. Didn't I tell you? The thousand-eyed insect is a reconnaissance unit. After scouting, it inevitably summons other insectoids. Smiling Demon added. They can communicate without devices. While not intelligent creatures, they can attract a large number of their kind. Encountering a thousand-eyed insect means a swarm is imminent. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a sharp scythe-like limb pierced through the metal door, narrowly missing Li Liehua's face. Yi Kongcheng immediately drew his gun, firing energy beams that hit the limb in rapid succession. With a crisp snap, the limb broke, splattering foul-smelling liquid. Yi Kongcheng shouted, "How much longer?" Nana, busy at the control panel, replied, 5 to 7 minutes, maybe more. This spaceship has been abandoned for too long. The instruments aren't running smoothly. Hurry up. Yi Kongcheng yelled, bracing the door with all his strength. The violent pounding continued, the vibrations transmitting through the door to his body. Fortunately, the door wasn't large, and the corridor was narrow, allowing at most 2 insectoids to attack simultaneously, which he could barely fend off. At that moment, a vent cover in the energy room suddenly fell off, and a small insectoid flew out. It was the size of a head, spherical and covered in spikes. Azure quickly identified it. That's a spikeworm, an E-class worker type from the Arza species, not very strong. Yi Kongcheng had just breathed a sigh of relief when Azure added, "But it explodes." Yi Kongcheng gasped, "It explodes?" In the next instant, the spikeworm's body swelled like a balloon, expanding from the size of a head to half the height of a person in the blink of an eye. Barrier field. Yi Kongcheng shielded Nana behind him and activated a defensive barrier. Smiling Demon slashed open a metal panel from the floor and held it up as a shield. In a panic, Li Liehua could only run to the farthest corner, crouching down with his head covered. With a loud bang, the spikeworm exploded, sending countless spikes flying in all directions. Yi Kongcheng's barrier field was cracked all over, and Smiling Demon's metal panel was riddled with dents. As the noise subsided, the spikeworm had turned into a pile of mush. Li Liehua cried out from the corner, "Oh my god, my butt!" Despite being the furthest away, his rear end was still full of tiny spikes, making him look like a curled-up porcupine. Worse yet, the spikeworm's explosion had completely destroyed the already fragile alloy door. The insectoids outside immediately swarmed in. Damn it! Yi Kongcheng cursed, rushing forward. He kicked an insectoid away and fired his gun continuously, the bang-bang-bang of gunfire filling the air. Push harder. Yi Kongcheng shouted to Nana while firing his weapon. Hurry up, faster. 30 seconds, almost done. Nana began counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Just as Yi Kongcheng's energy pistol overheated and stopped firing, Zhanlan entered weaponized mode, with multicolored lights enveloping his arms. Yi Kongcheng took a deep breath and swung a powerful punch at the metal spider. With a thunderous boom, the air trembled. The Smiling Demon appeared behind the metal spider just in time, skillfully lifting it into the air with his sword. Even before Yi Kongcheng's fist made contact, the force of his punch shattered the soft underbelly of the metal spider. Get out of my way! Yi Kongcheng growled, thrusting his right fist forward with all his might. The multicolored lights on his arm armor flashed again, and red flames burst forth. With a series of pop, pop, pop sounds, the Zerg at the entrance exploded one after another, blood splattering everywhere. Wherever the flames touched, the Zerg's bodies turned to ash in an instant. Yi Kongcheng braced his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. At that moment, Nana suddenly looked up and shouted, "Hurry, we can leave now." As Nana's words fell, the floor in the center of the hall suddenly cracked open, revealing a dark passageway. Behind the glass wall, an inflated escape pod rolled sideways, perfectly aligning with the opening. Nana swiftly ran over, pulled the hatch open, and shouted, "Go!" Everyone rushed towards the escape pod. Yi Kongcheng was the last one, retreating while throwing punches to the side. His fist wind shattered the body of a Zerg. He then twisted his ankle, spun around, and flames surged from his arms, creating a blazing wall of fire that kept the Zerg at bay. Using this brief moment, Kongcheng jumped into the escape pod. Liehua quickly pulled the hatch shut and shouted to Nana, "We're good." Nana immediately pressed a button on the control panel, and a rumbling noise echoed around them. "Hold on tight," she yelled. As soon as the words left her mouth, the escape pod was forcefully ejected by the thrusters at the bottom. The high-speed movement caused intense shaking, and the four of them clung desperately to anything they could grab to steady themselves. Moments later, an armor plate at the top of the Nautilus 9 opened to the side, revealing a large circular hole. With a loud bang, the escape pod shot out of the hole, tumbling through the air before plummeting towards the ground. Inside the pod, everyone was tossed around, fighting off dizziness. The escape pod crashed through a large swath of branches, bounced several times on the ground, and finally slammed into a big tree, coming to a stop. Kongcheng painfully pulled open the hatch, crawled out in a daze, and plopped down on the ground. The others weren't much better off. Nana was kneeling and retching. Smiling Demon was shaking all over while holding onto the pod, and Liehua, sitting on the ground, let out a scream due to a previous sting from a Zerg. After a while, Kongcheng finally regained his composure and looked around, asking, "Where are we now?" Nana explained, "We're about 200 to 300 meters from the spaceship. I didn't dare use full power. It could have launched the pod from outer space to the planet." Kongcheng nodded. "This place isn't safe. Those creatures might follow us. We need to get back to the Blue Fairy immediately." Before he could finish, a muffled sound came from the ground. Several dozen meters away, the ground suddenly split open, and a massive Zerg emerged from below. "Holy cow, is that a Zerg? It looks like a meatball," Liehua exclaimed. Zhanlan explained, "That's a typed fortress Zerg, a Rydell warrior. Zerg engineers never act alone. There's always a warrior or a queen leading them." The fortress Zerg seemed to have spotted them. Countless tentacles began to wave around, attacking Kongcheng. He quickly punched, shattering one of the tentacles. Smiling Demon swung his knight sword, severing several tentacles. Suddenly, a tentacle shot up from below, tightly wrapping around Kongcheng's ankle and yanking him into the air. Kongcheng struggled to break free, but the tentacle dodged his attacks. Another tentacle, sharp as a spear, thrust towards him, forcing Kongcheng to twist his body, spinning upside down to evade. Zhanlan warned, "The fortress Zerg's tentacles can regenerate indefinitely. You must attack the main body." Kongcheng took a deep breath. "Looks like it's time to use my wits again." He smashed the tentacle wrapped around his ankle with a punch and dashed to the side. "Stay back," he told his companions who were about to help. "I can handle this. I have a plan." Kongcheng's movements were unpredictable as he circled around the fortress bug. Suddenly, he stopped and shrugged. "This should be enough, right?" The fortress bug's tentacles were now tangled up like a messy ball of yarn. In the next instant, Kongcheng lunged forward like a leopard, landing a punch that blasted a huge hole through the fortress bug's body. The creature writhed in its final struggle. Kongcheng was somewhat surprised. The Zerg truly are the most perfect organic beings. Their vitality and healing abilities are incredible. The smiling demon shouted, "Hit it while it's down. Let's finish it together." Liehua nodded. Together. Sonic boom. He punched the already gaping wound, making it even larger. At the same time, the smiling demon took a deep breath, assumed a sword-drawing stance, and softly commanded, "One slash, two cuts." A streak of silver light shot up from the ground, slicing fiercely towards the fortress bug. In an instant, the massive creature was cleaved in two. Seizing the moment, Kongcheng leaped forward and unleashed a powerful punch. A torrent of flames surged out like a tidal wave, quickly engulfing the fortress bug. Moments later, it was reduced to a charred heap. Phew! Liehua exhaled in relief. That should do it. Before he could finish his sentence, rumbling noise erupted around them. From the crack created by the fortress bug, countless other bugs began to swarm out like a flood. Kongcheng looked at Liehua with exasperation. "I'm starting to think your special ability isn't sonic booms but jinxing us." Liehua, looking aggrieved, slapped himself hard. "If I speak again, I'll be your grandchild." Lanlan analyzed. The fortress bug is a warrior-type insect. If it were the leader, guiding worker bugs, the others should scatter after its defeat. Smiling Demon inquired, "So, what are you saying?" Lanlan affirmed, "There are definitely other warrior bugs nearby. And considering the fortress bug isn't the leader, the other warrior bugs around here must be of a higher level." Just as Liehua was about to speak, "What if a Tianwalavel queen bug shows up?" Bang! Kongcheng's fist shot out like lightning, knocking Liehua to the ground. "Remember what you said," Kongcheng growled. "If you speak again, you'll be my grandchild. Are you going to handle the queen bug?" Liehua shivered, too terrified to speak further. He knew all too well the horror of a Tianwalavel queen bug. By now, The swarm of insects had surged from the ground crack, surrounding Kongcheng and his three companions. All right. Kongcheng took a deep breath. It's do or die now. He assumed a fighting stance, arms poised for both attack and defense. Smiling Demon gently caressed the scabbard of his knight's sword. Li Liehua smacked his lips but held his tongue. Nana, trembling slightly, pulled a homemade grenade from her pouch and gripped it tightly. Kongcheng adjusted his breathing with another deep breath, then roared, "Attack!" The three of them instinctively shielded Nana and charged into the swarm. Flame impact! Kongcheng shouted, as searing flames wrapped around his arms and shot out like a fiery pillar, incinerating the bugs in his path. Smiling Demon slowly drew his knight's sword his first time, unsheathing it before a battle. He gently stroked his demon mask, his eyes gleaming with a crimson glow. Hellstyle! Blood Blossom! Smiling Demon twirled his sword, creating a flurry of blade strokes as he darted into the swarm. He paused, then swung his sword again. A series of muffled explosions followed, and a swath of bugs burst into pieces. Li Liehua kept throwing punches, unable to restrain himself from shouting, "Come on, come on, come on! Blast, blast, blast! I'll roast you all alive!" His sonic boom ability was devastating, causing explosions all around him. It seemed even the air trembled. Within a 3-meter radius, no bug could get close to him. Despite their efforts, the three of them grew increasingly grim. The sheer number of the insects was overwhelming. It was no longer just a swarm but a full-blown tide. One misstep, and they could be completely engulfed. "We can't keep this up," Kongcheng said, smashing the skull of one of the insects with his fist. "We've killed a lot, but we've barely made any progress. This won't work. We need to break through and get out of here." The smiling devil suggested, "How about we combine our efforts to break through?" Kongcheng nodded and called out to Nana, "Nana, come to the center. If we pick up the pace, you have to keep up, no matter what." Nana gritted her teeth and replied, "I'll keep up. If I can't, don't worry about me." "No, if," Kongcheng interrupted firmly. "As long as I'm alive, you will be too." Li Liehua approached from the side. "How about I take the lead? These insects are pretty weak, even weaker than the metal spiders we encountered on the starship. They're likely the lowest grade workers. Given that I can obliterate targets with one hit, my abilities are best suited for clearing the path." Kongcheng and the smiling devil nodded in agreement. Kongcheng's fire took time to reach full potency, and his explosive ability could only target one enemy at a time. The smiling devil's swordsmanship was formidable but required individual strikes, making it inefficient. In contrast, Li Liehua's sonic boom ability was indeed the most suitable for breaking through. Just then, Nana spoke up, "How about I do it?" Kongcheng paused. "You?" Nana nodded and explained, "I have some specially made bombs that should work wonders in this situation. But I'll need cover." "No problem," Kongcheng assured her. "The three of us can handle that." The smiling devil made the final call. "Then let's move." The others nodded in agreement. Nana reached into her pocket and pulled out a cube-shaped bomb, about the size of a baby's fist. She hurled it forcefully into the insect tide. The square-shaped bomb fell into the swarm of insects, suddenly emitting a faint blue glow. In the next instant, it seemed to transform into a powerful magnet, drawing the surrounding insects toward it. With a thunderous explosion, the bomb detonated, forming an energy sphere with a 5-meter radius. Every insect caught within the sphere was instantly reduced to ashes. Nana explained proudly, "It's a simple energy bomb, but I added a vortex suction device. 6 seconds before detonation, it pulls all nearby targets to the center." Kongcheng gave a thumbs up in admiration. Impressive. He had always respected Nana's mechanical skills, even though they leaned toward traditional methods, but he hadn't expected her to excel in bomb making as well. Nana then took out a metal rod and handed it to Li Liehua. "Throw it into the air with force. Make sure it stays at least 5 meters above ground." "Got it, watch me." Li Liehua took the metal rod and used a small sonic boom to propel it high into the air. As the rod tumbled, tiny holes appeared all over it. Countless energy beams shot out from these holes, raining down on the insect swarm. The beams rotated and sliced through the insects, clearing a large area in the blink of an eye. About 10 seconds later, the metal rod exploded in midair, sending a spherical shockwave in all directions, toppling the surrounding insects. Nana sighed and said to Li Liehua, "You used too much force. If the explosion had stayed 3 to 5 meters above ground, it would have been more effective." Li Liehua chuckled awkwardly. "I'll be more careful next time." Nana then took out a third bomb, this time a larger grenade. She tossed it, and the moment it exploded, scorching flames erupted in all directions. The explosion's shockwave sent hundreds of tiny steel balls flying, riddling the surrounding insects with holes. Finally, a potent acid sprayed from the bomb, sizzling as it corroded the insects' bodies. Seeing Nana reaching for a fourth bomb, Kongcheng quickly placed a hand on her shoulder. "That's enough. These are all great, but let's not waste them. The breach is open. We need to speed up and get out. Bombs are good, but they have a delay and require precise placement, which slows us down a bit. He turned to Liliehua. So, Liliehua laughed excitedly. Finally, it's my turn. He swapped places with Kongcheng, took the lead, and began unleashing sonic booms with his fists. Taking advantage of the breach Nana's bombs had created, the group started sprinting. Liliehua continued to use sonic booms to keep the path ahead clear of new incoming insects. As they reached the center of the swarm, their expressions relaxed slightly. Suddenly, Zhanlan shouted, "Watch out ahead!" Liliehua unleashed another sonic boom, but the insects ahead remained unmoved. Zhanlan explained, "Those are Alza engineer-type C-class steelclaw beetles. Their defense is incredibly strong, even tougher than the metal spiders we faced before. Damn it, no wonder they didn't die in one hit." Liliehua cursed. "Looks like it's time to get serious." He extended his hand, and a flickering pale red divine flame appeared in his palm. Liliehua shouted, "There's nothing in this world I can't blow up. If once isn't enough, then twice it is." With that, he slammed the divine fire onto the ground. "Men, charge. The organization needs your selfless sacrifice." Liliehua exaggeratedly yelled. Nana rolled her eyes and quipped, "Would you die if you stopped being such a show-off?" The shattered divine fire transformed into dozens of tiny flames, each no larger than a pinky fingernail. These flames wriggled on the ground, morphing into small fire beings that scattered in all directions. A series of explosions followed, flames soared into the sky, and black smoke formed mushroom clouds. Within a 30-meter radius, all the insectoids were obliterated, their remains vaporized by the intense heat. Liliehua, brimming with pride, looked challengingly at Kongcheng. "This is my divine firebomb squad. Impressive, right? Scared yet? Know how awesome I am now." Kongcheng rolled his eyes. "Instead of wasting time bragging, how about moving forward? There are plenty more insectoids around." With that, he led the charge into the newly cleared area ahead. Despite Liliehua's success in creating a breach in the swarm with his divine fire, the four of them were still far from safe. The sheer number of Zerg was overwhelming. Taking advantage of the opening, Kongcheng sprinted forward, advancing over 50 meters, yet he still couldn't see the end of the swarm. The surrounding Zerg numbered in the thousands, densely packed and intimidating. Reaching the end of the breach, Kongcheng turned to Liliehua, panting, "Another round." Liliehua shrugged helplessly, "My ability is consumptive. After each use, I need to wait for the divine fire to recover before I can continue." "How long?" Kongcheng asked urgently. "About 25 to 30 minutes, Liliehua replied. Kongcheng rolled his eyes. He knew that divine fire abilities were typically sustained, usable continuously until extinguished. Liliehua's consumptive type, though powerful, had a long recovery time, rendering him without his divine fire for half an hour. Sensing Kongcheng's disdain, Liliehua defended himself. "Once I upgrade to a higher level of divine fire, the recovery time will definitely shorten." Kongcheng waved it off, dropping the subject. He stepped forward, standing at the forefront. "Now, watch me." The smiling demon asked with concern, "Have you gathered enough energy? Do you need me to go first?" "No need, I got this," Kongcheng said, as a black and a white flame appeared in his hands, slowly merging into his body. Liliehua watched in astonishment. 2 divine fires? The next moment, Kongcheng leaped forward. His divine fire abilities, unyielding will, and battle fervor, were perfectly suited for the current situation, though they require time to reach their full power. At this moment, Kongcheng felt the time was right. "Open up!" Kongcheng shouted, stepping forward and throwing a punch. The sheer force of his punch caused the Zerg in front of him to explode. Liliehua was stunned. "What kind of divine fire ability is this? How did it enhance your strength so much?" Kongcheng didn't explain, only shouting, "Protect Nana. I'll clear the way." With that, he leaped forward, delivering a sweeping kick. Every Zerg in the path of his kick exploded. Landing, Kongcheng didn't pause, raising his fist again. "Blazing impact," he roared, as a massive pillar of fire surged forward, twice as thick as before. Kongcheng punched repeatedly, sending out fire pillars that exploded within the swarm, creating a blazing inferno. "Charge!" Kongcheng shouted, leading the charge forward, intentionally leaving a gap in the center of the flames. The 4 of them ran swiftly, finally breaking through the end of the fire, breathing a sigh of relief. "Don't get too happy," Kongcheng reminded. "Those bugs will definitely chase us. We need to keep running." With that, he led the charge forward again. Despite Kongcheng's speed, he couldn't abandon the others to escape alone. Though their pace exceeded the dense swarm, it still wasn't safe enough. "Faster! Move it!" Kongcheng urged continuously. The others' minds went blank, with only one thought remaining: run. Just then, A buzzing sound filled the sky, growing closer and closer. Li Liehua looked up and cursed, "Damn. It's the thousand-eyed bugs." Although the insect swarm lacks intelligence, they can accomplish some simple tasks purely by instinct. Unable to catch up with the four of them, the swarm dispatched the incredibly fast thousand-eyed bugs. Thousand-eyed bugs are reconnaissance units, not very strong but extremely fast. They will tail the four relentlessly, waiting for them to exhaust themselves, at which point the swarm will return in full force. "We absolutely can't let the thousand-eyed bugs follow us," Yi Kongcheng shouted as he punched the sky. The terrifying force of his punch knocked down a few of the bugs, but most of them continued to hover. He took a deep breath and launched another attack, a wave of flames sweeping across the sky. However, the thousand-eyed bugs deftly scattered, easily avoiding the assault. "Damn it," Yi Kongcheng cursed. Although he had anticipated it, experiencing it firsthand was even more frustrating. Ordinary attacks were almost useless against these flying bugs. Worse still, these bugs had to be eliminated. Just then, Nana shouted, "The forest is ending." Yi Kongcheng snapped back to reality, noticing that the trees ahead were thinning and the sunlight was growing brighter. As they burst out from the edge of the forest, the sound of pebbles rolling echoed. The sight before them made all four gasp involuntarily. A steep slope at a 60-degree angle, at least 100 meters high. Yi Kongcheng glanced back and saw the thousand-eyed bugs still hovering, with the swarm behind them faintly visible in the forest, clearly still in pursuit. Ahead was a dead end, and behind was certain doom. "Damn it!" Yi Kongcheng gritted his teeth. "Jump down," Li Lihua exclaimed. "Are you crazy? We'll be smashed to pieces. We should turn and fight." Yi Kongcheng explained, "A 60-degree angle is enough to slide. We have to take the chance. Turning back is a death sentence. Once we're exhausted, we'll be bug food." Li Lihua kept pacing and muttering, "Crazy, crazy. You're really crazy." Yi Kongcheng ignored him and turned to Smiling Devil. "Do you dare?" Smiling Devil chuckled. "I'm the only one who doesn't need to worry. Because of the curse, even if I jump straight down, I won't die. Besides, I'm confident I can handle it." Yi Kongcheng nodded, then extended his hand to Nana, saying deliberately, "Leave it all to me. If I live, you live. If I die, you die. Do you dare?" Nana glanced at the approaching bugs, took a deep breath, and reached out her right hand to grasp Yi Kongcheng's tightly. "Jump!" Yi Kongcheng shouted and leaped first. Nana was almost dragged over the edge by him, but he immediately pulled her in front of him, using his body to shield her from the impending impact. Smiling Devil followed without hesitation, as if it were a casual stroll. He nonchalantly stepped forward and slid down the slope. After sliding 5 or 6 meters, he drew his knight's sword and used the tip to buffer the descent, leaving a continuous scratch on the cliff face. "Damn it, you're all lunatics. I don't want to risk my life with you," Li Lihua shouted down the slope. But after glancing at the bugs closing in, he bit down hard. "But I'm loyal. I can't leave you behind." With that, he leaned forward, ran a few meters, and then tumbled down, sliding along the cliff. Yi Kongcheng was the first to jump and slid the furthest. At that moment, he had only one thought: pain. His back burned, his joints felt shattered, and his muscles seemed to be tearing apart. The sound of clothes tearing was crystal clear. Suddenly, a protruding rock appeared right in front. Yi Kongcheng didn't hesitate and kicked it to pieces, debris scratching his arms, shoulders, and face, leaving bloody marks. To protect Nana, he couldn't turn his body and had to slide straight down. A branch from the cliffside tore open Yi Kongcheng's right sleeve, and blood quickly seeped out. "Just 10 meters left," Yi Kongcheng shouted, straining his waist and standing up with Nana in his arms. The last 10 meters of the cliff had a ledge, making the steep cliff almost vertical. Roaring like a beast, Yi Kongcheng bent his legs and leaped forward with force. Holding Nana with one arm, he blasted a flame downward with the other, using the recoil to slow their fall. With a thud, Yi Kongcheng hit the ground hard and rolled to the side repeatedly. Nana was thrown off but quickly got up and ran to his side. Yi Kongcheng was covered in wounds, his clothes reduced to tatters, stained with blood. "I'm fine," Yi Kongcheng said, forcing himself to stand. "We need to help the others." The smiling demon landed right after, the hard ground cracking under the impact, but he stood up as if nothing had happened. "Don't worry about me," he said. "Though I can't be considered immortal, the curse on me won't let me die easily." Just then, Li Liahua's panicked voice came from above. "Hey, hey, hey, help!" Yi Kongcheng looked up again and punched the air, sending a flame to cushion Li Liahua's fall, tossing him into the nearby forest to slow his descent with the branches. After completing a series of movements, Yi Kongcheng suddenly lost his balance and almost fell. Fortunately, Nana reacted quickly and caught him. The smiling demon immediately stepped forward and said, "Sit him down. I'll check him over." Nana nodded in agreement and carefully helped Yi Kongcheng sit down against a large rock. The smiling demon squatted beside Yi Kongcheng, meticulously examining his body, gently pressing different areas, and occasionally asking, "Does it hurt here?" After a moment, the smiling demon sighed in relief and said, "Good news. No broken bones, just some superficial wounds. A bit of rest should help a lot." Zhanlan suddenly interjected. He has a sealed Langzinhuang plant in his pocket. It can be used to treat his injuries. It turned out Kongcheng had collected the Langzinhuang on Skull Island, intending to use it for making genetic potions, but had saved it for later after encountering a rock-skin snake. Zhanlan continued to explain, "Chew it up and apply it to the wounds. The quantity might not be enough, so prioritize the more severe injuries." Nana nodded in understanding and placed the Langzinhuang in her mouth. Just then, Li Liehua crawled out of the woods, shouting, "Treat me too." The smiling demon ran over to Li Liehua and asked, "Is your leg broken?" Li Liehua replied, "No." The smiling demon, puzzled, asked, "Then why are you crawling?" Li Liehua unapologetically said, "Just wanted to make myself look more miserable." The smiling demon rolled his eyes in exasperation and decided to ignore this strange character. Meanwhile, Nana had already chewed the Langzinhuang and applied it to Yi Kongcheng's most severe wound. He immediately felt a cool sensation, and the pain quickly subsided while the bleeding stopped. After resting for a moment, Yi Kongcheng stood up with the help of the rock and said, "We need to keep moving. Most of the Zerg will be blocked by the cliffs, but the thousand-eyed insect can fly and might continue to track us." The smiling demon agreed, "Indeed, we shouldn't stay here. Nana, you support him." Nana nodded and, with some effort, helped Yi Kongcheng up, while the smiling demon assisted Li Liehua. They continued forward, moving through the dense forest beneath the cliffs. Zhanlan reported the surroundings every half-minute, checking for signs of biological activity or traces of Zerg pursuit. Strangely, they encountered neither other creatures nor any more Zerg. After about 2 kilometers, the smiling demon remarked, "At our current pace, the thousand-eyed insect should have caught up by now, but it hasn't shown up. We might have lost them." However, Li Liehua was not so optimistic. "That's hard to say. Although it's my first time encountering the Zerg, I've heard they're relentless. They won't stop until one side is completely annihilated, or they're absolutely unable to pursue any further." The smiling demon retorted, "Isn't a cliff an insurmountable obstacle?" Li Liehua explained, "But we still have the flying thousand-eyed worm, right? Plus, I've heard that many of the insectoids can burrow." Just as Li Liehua finished speaking, a faint rustling sound arose from all around them, as if something was digging through the earth. Suddenly, the ground ahead split open, and insectoids began to crawl out. These creatures stood upright, with forelimbs like scythes, resembling mantises, but their heads were elongated and curved, nearly touching the ground. Zhanlan immediately recognized them. "These are class mutant scythe mantises, worker type from the Arza." Yi Kongcheng took a deep breath and angrily pointed at Li Liehua. "If I survive this, I'm sealing that jinx of a mouth of yours with glue. How can you be such a jinx?" Li Liehua looked equally frustrated, feeling that he could easily become a sorcerer instead of a dark mercenary, given how his words seemed more effective than curses. The smiling demon loosened his grip on Li Liehua and asked, "Can you walk on your own?" Li Liehua gritted his teeth against the pain. "I have to, whether I can or not. I don't want to die here." The smiling demon nodded and leaped to the front of the group. "Take care of yourselves. I'll clear the path this time." The mutant scythe mantises emitted a piercing screech and lunged at them menacingly. Without hesitation, the smiling demon drew his sword and whispered, "Fong strike." In an instant, the smiling demon seemed to vanish, reappearing behind several mutant scythe mantises. A thin silver line flashed through the swarm, followed by a series of thud sounds as the bodies of the mantises were neatly sliced in half, spilling foul-smelling yellowish-brown fluid onto the ground. However, with the death of these mantises, the sound of shifting earth resumed around them, indicating that more insectoids were preparing to emerge. While slashing at the newly surfaced mantises, the smiling demon shouted, "Run! Leave before they gather in numbers. I'll cover the rear." The group took off in a mad dash once again, disregarding their fatigue and injuries, with only one goal in mind: to run as fast as they could. It felt like they were back in their previous predicament. The only silver lining was that this time, the insectoids hadn't formed a massive swarm. Only the mutant scythe mantises were attacking them intermittently, which the smiling demon could manage for the moment. Despite this, they couldn't afford to stay there. Nana, though skilled with bombs, was almost useless in close combat, and her psychic abilities were ineffective against these mindless insectoids. Yi Kongcheng and Li Liehua were both in semi-crippled states, unable to fight as effectively as before. The burden fell entirely on the smiling demon, who, while capable, couldn't possibly take down such a large number of mutant scythe mantises alone. So, they had no choice but to keep running. Just then, Nana suddenly shouted, "Look ahead. It seems like we've reached another dead end." That familiar feeling returned as the trees thinned out, the canopy became sparse, and the sunlight grew brighter. However, this brightness didn't necessarily signify hope. If another cliff appeared ahead, they couldn't endure another setback. Moments later, Kongcheng and his companions finally reached the edge of the forest. Bathed in the bright sunlight, what lay before them was astonishing, a grand set of ruins towering amidst the forest. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.